The 1 billion gatekeepers of Daxia fought with the god for their lives with all their might, but in the end they only cut off one of the god's wings. And I, as the last hope of Daxia's gatekeeper, relied on my mortal body to kill the god with my own hands. But what breaks my heart is that the god before me is only the most humble of all gods. What is even more sad is that when I was exhausted and dying, those brothers and girlfriend who had been through life and death with me and experienced blood and rain with me betrayed me and brutally killed me. With a heart full of anger and unwillingness, I was reborn back to the time before the launch of the God server. In the previous life, it was because the game reflected reality that the gods were able to invade Blue Planet. And now, with my deep understanding of the gods, I finally have the advantage of being the first to take action. I will grab the hidden Easter eggs and resources one by one. In this life, I will not only fight against the gods. Those who have betrayed me will pay an unbearable price for their treachery. In a university dormitory in Guangzhou, I glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were only 6 hours left before the launch of Shinchi. I quickly jumped out of bed, opened the closet and took out a bank card. There is 30,000 yuan in the card, which I saved by living frugally. I originally planned to use it to buy a birthday present for Wu Xingyue. However, these 30,000 yuan are just enough to buy a login device. I was delighted and was about to pick up my bank card to make the purchase when my cell phone suddenly rang. I looked down and saw the words, XINU, clearly displayed on the screen, and a surge of anger instantly rose in my heart. Until my rebirth, I was completely sincere to Wu Xingyue, but in return I got a sword pierced through the heart. At that moment, I finally understood that other people's evaluations of her were not groundless green tea, scheming, ungrateful, promiscuous, shameless, all kinds of labels, all of them were fair. After suppressing my anger, I pressed the answer button, and I heard her cold scolding from the other end of the phone. Lin Yun, do you know that today is my birthday? Her tone was bad, and the groundless accusations and insults made me feel annoyed. I smiled coldly and asked, and then? There was a momentary silence on the other end of the phone, obviously not expecting that I would dare to reply to her like that. After a while, she said angrily, I see you don't want to live with me anymore? I'm going out tonight. Let me tell you, if I come back and your gift hasn't been put in my dormitory, we'll break up. Beep. Before he could finish his words, the phone was hung up. I smiled contemptuously, put the phone in my pocket, and ignored her. Walking out of the dormitory and looking up at the blue sky, I heard the lively laughter from the playground. Everything seemed so beautiful, but this tranquility will soon be broken. Once the divine revelation game reflects reality, death will sweep in like a tide. Those unlucky people are incalculable, and the remaining humans will either hunt monsters or be hunted by monsters, until the gods come, and everything will turn into blood and ashes. I couldn't help but think of the huge golden eyes when I was dying in my previous life, and my heart suddenly stopped. What level of god was that? Even the 12 main gods had seen it with their own eyes, how could a mortal fight against it? I shook my head, forcing myself to calm down and stop thinking about the fear. Without further hesitation, I quickly left the campus and ran to the nearby Shinchi self-service flagship store. After buying a login ring and a bunch of high-calorie food, I rushed back to the dormitory, staring at the time on my phone. 11:59 a.m., December 1st, 23rd year of the Gregorian calendar. In 1 minute Shinchi will be launched. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I swallowed a few mouthfuls of energy food and held the login ring tightly. In the God-inspired game, you will get a talent at the beginning. The talents are distributed from F to SSS, and SSS is the strongest God-level talent. In the previous life, the top players after reflecting the reality almost all possessed God-level talents, but I was the only player who reached the top of the world with F-level talent. Ding, it's 12 o'clock. The God Revelation world is open. My eyes fixed, and I pressed the button on the login ring without hesitation. As my vision went dark, I fell into a coma in reality. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a white world in front of me. Welcome to Shinchi. Please confirm your nickname. An ethereal voice sounded, and the blank space in front of him was waiting to be filled in. Without hesitation, I typed, God Killing. Respected God Slayer, please draw your talent next. In the empty void, An ethereal voice sounded softly, the space twisted slightly, and then a turntable flashing with colorful light appeared in front of me. My eyes moved slightly, and countless thoughts surged in my mind. This is the talent wheel. Every player can draw their own talent when entering the game. The level of talent ranges from F level to God level, marked by cyan and dark black respectively. I couldn't help but look at the dazzling blue color, feeling a little uneasy. Could it be another F level? In my previous life, I drew the F level cyan talent, the worst kind of talent in the divinely inspired world. But this time, I'm not too worried. What about F level talent? Reborn, resources are at your fingertips, and there is a rare opportunity to obtain God level talent in the game of God Revelation. I slowly turned the dial and the pointer started to spin. The pointer shuttled between the various colored areas, and as the dial gradually slowed down, the pointer slowly fell to the dark grid. God level talent? I was shocked. Just as the surprise surged into my heart, the turntable swayed slightly, and the pointer quietly stopped in the cyan area again. Suddenly, my eyebrows jumped. Damn it! The cyan light in front of me seemed to be mocking me. I took a deep breath and prepared to face reality. Ding! Congratulations to God Slayer for obtaining the F-level talent Sword Stab, active skill, stab forward quickly with a sword, with an interval of 5 seconds. Looking at the glaring blue color, I almost vomited blood. Another sword stab. I smiled bitterly and thought, if there was no chance to obtain God-level talent, I really wanted to smash this turntable. However, at this moment, the space shook violently again. The turntable turned slightly with the vibration, and the pointer just stopped between the dark black and blue, where there was an almost invisible white golden light. Ding! Congratulations to God Slayer for obtaining a talent of unknown level Sword God. Passive talent is unknown, active skills are temporarily unavailable. I was stunned, I couldn't believe my eyes. I wiped my eyes and read the talent description word by word. Unknown level, unknown passive skill, active skill temporarily unavailable? What the hell is this? Fuck! Isn't this just a useless talent? I kicked over the turntable in frustration. This talent is even worse than a sword stab. An unusable talent would make it difficult for me to move forward in the divine world. But no matter what, at least I still have a chance to obtain a God-level talent. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. My temples were throbbing so hard that I couldn't help but mutter to myself. This is so terrible. At this moment, the ethereal voice sounded again. Dear God Slayer, after watching the 2-hour trailer, you will have the opportunity to reselect your talent. Would you like to watch it? The voice was calm and inviting, the offer so tempting that even I could hardly refuse. Look at shit! I chose no, without hesitation. Yes, watching the trailer does give you a chance to reset your talent, and there's a 1 in 100,000 chance of getting a God-level talent. But I don't care about that, I just want to get into the game as quickly as possible. In the previous life, there was a player with S-level talent who entered the game because he chose no, accidentally opened a special mission in the novice village, and eventually obtained a God-level talent. At that time, all the players went crazy, but there was only one chance to complete this mission, and if missed, it would never be completed again. Okay, respected God Slayer, you will go to Novice Village number 9. I wish you reach the top soon. As the ethereal voice sounded again, everything in front of my eyes became blurry. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing at the entrance of a village. Novice Village number 9? It seems that many people have already entered the game. I looked at the plaque at the entrance of the village and saw the ancient word 9 engraved on it. At this time, apart from me, the only people in the entire village were busy NPCs. I opened the attribute panel, title, God Slayer. Level, yellow rank 1, 100 experience points required for the next upgrade. Strength/magic power, 5 points. HP, 100 points. Mana, 5 points. Money, 5 copper coins. Talent, Sword God, not available yet. When I saw the Sword God talent, my heart twitched. With such a wonderful talent, if I don't quickly complete the God-level talent mission, I'm really afraid that someone else will get there first. I quickly bypassed the NPCs with mission signs on their heads and headed straight for the bun shop. There is no hint for the only common task in the novice village of the divinely revelation world, but to start this task, you only need a bun. In the previous life, this task was accidentally completed by the hermit, who was ranked 5th in Daxia. After completing the task, he reset a god-level talent and posted the strategy on the forum. After seeing this, many players became extremely anxious, but this mission was the only chance, and if they missed it, they would never be able to complete it again. A bun cost 1 copper coin. I bought 5 and quickly walked towards the village entrance. At the entrance of the village, I searched for a long time and finally found the ragged beggar. The beggar in the novice village wanders around the village entrance every day. People who are destined to see him will naturally see him. Giving him some copper coins will bring unexpected benefits. I couldn't help but smile when I saw the hint. The beggar was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly, with a half-broken bowl next to him. When he heard the noise, he opened his eyes immediately, and seeing my novice equipment, he suddenly jumped up and fell to his knees with a plop. His movements were skillful, and it was obvious that he had been doing this for many years. Sir, please have mercy on me and give me some copper coins. Only 10 copper coins." He looked around, lowered his voice, and added carefully, "I can tell you a secret." I smiled slightly when I heard that. There were many smart people in the previous life, and many people met this beggar at the beginning. Listening to his words, it was very misleading, and I suspected that this might be an Easter egg task. They thought for a moment, and without hesitation, they collected 10 copper coins, then declared bankruptcy and lost all their money. "No money," I said lightly. The beggar's expression suddenly changed, and the flattering smile disappeared in an instant. "Turns out you're just a poor bastard. What a waste of time," he sneered. I didn't get angry. Instead, I took out a hot bun from my arms and gently waved it in front of the beggar. The aroma of the buns wafted into the beggar's nose, and a light of desire flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Sir, I was a little loud just now." He quickly corrected himself and smiled even more flatteringly. "Can you get me the buns? I'll tell you a secret." I sneered, took out a bun and sniffed it gently. "What's the secret?" I spoke again, with a hint of provocation in my tone. The beggar's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew in front of me, opening his mouth eagerly. "Give me the buns first." I snorted coldly, took out all the buns at once, and turned around to leave. The beggar was anxious and immediately chased after him. "Here you go, here you go!" The moment he finished speaking, a task prompt appeared in front of me. Beggar's secret: the rabbits outside the village are frantically eating the roots of wild grass, destroying the ecological balance. Mission: hunt 1,000 rabbits and collect 1,000 strands of rabbit hair. Reward: 10 copper coins. Do you accept? It's finally here. This is the only mission in the entire God Revelation world that can obtain God-level talent. I was ecstatic and couldn't wait to take the mission. Hunting 1,000 rabbits is a task that is self-evidently difficult. Any normal person would think this is a boring task. Who would waste time on such a meaningless thing? 1,000 rabbits for only 10 copper coins, it's not worth it at all. However, I decisively accepted the mission and prepared to head to the small hill outside the novice village according to the mission instructions. When I stood on the hillside and saw the dense swarms of hares in front of me, I even felt a wave of trypophobia symptoms. Ordinary rabbit, attack power 10, health 50. I locked onto the 5 rabbits closest to me and quickly swung my novice sword, slashing through them. The 3 rabbits fell to the ground and turned into rabbit hair. The originally dull rabbit suddenly became violent, its eyes turned blood red, its fangs were exposed, and it pounced on me. I took a step back slightly, easily dodging their attacks, and swung my sword again, hitting them continuously. I dodged the attacks leisurely and calmly, while accurately reducing the hare's health with my long sword. If someone else was watching the fight, they would have noticed that my movements were simple and powerful, with a natural elegance. Finally, as the last sword fell, the rabbits in front of him turned into rabbit hair and fell to the ground. I picked up the rabbit fur and checked the panel. Level 1, experience points required for next upgrade, 97. Each time you kill a rabbit, you only gain a little experience. To reach the next level, you need to kill 100 rabbits, and the progress of the task seems particularly slow. Even with my past life experience, it took me 3 minutes to pull these 3 rabbits. Moreover, without the support of skills, the process would be even longer for other players. I didn't hesitate and continued to lure monsters and kill them. This round, I pulled 5 rabbits at once. I had to complete the task as soon as possible and quickly improve while others were watching the video. I don't know how long it took, but I killed another rabbit. The rabbit fur fell off, and a light flashed on its body. I had successfully reached level 2. Level, yellow rank 2, experience points required for next upgrade, 500. Strength/magic power, 5. HP, 150. Copper coins, 16. Free attribute points, 5. I quickly checked the attributes and decided to add all 5 free attribute points to strength, increasing the attack power to 10. This small increase means that my monster killing efficiency will be greatly improved. Even so, I was not satisfied with this. After all, the novice sword did not have any attack power bonus, and the explosion rate of the divine revelation was shockingly low. After killing 100 rabbits, the weapon still did not explode, and there were only 12 copper coins. Fortunately, the rabbit hair dropped steadily, so the task went smoothly. But if it wasn't for the stable drop of rabbit hair, I don't know how long it would take to complete the goal of 1,000 rabbits. I didn't continue to kill monsters, but went back to the novice village. A few minutes later, I stood in front of the weapon shop, looking at the weapon I bought with 10 copper coins, and gasped. "Boss, you call this a weapon?" At the entrance of the weapon shop, I almost got into a fight with the boss. Holding the crooked fire stick in my hand, I felt so ashamed. To be honest, any stick I picked up at the entrance of my hometown village is better than this one. If it didn't have a 5-point attack bonus, I would have thrown it away long ago. Now, each time I swing my sword, it only takes 4 strikes to kill a rabbit, and I can attract 10 rabbits each time. However, when the 200th rabbit fell, I opened the panel and found that the experience point had only increased by 50 points. In this divinely inspired world, if you kill a super wild monster, the experience will be halved. If the difference is more than 2 levels, you will not be able to gain experience at all. Level, yellow rank 2, experience points required for next upgrade, 450. To reach level 3, I had to kill 1,000 hares. One mission required killing 1,000 hares. How long would that take? By the time I reached level 3, the other players had already disappeared. The consequences of the level gap are huge. 1 level less means at least 5 less free attribute points. At this time, many players have begun to flock to Novice Village number 9. Looking at the situation, I could only speed up the pace and continue to pull and kill monsters. A player looked at his body with a surprised look on his face and a weird smile on his face. "Wow, the skin in this game feels so real, it doesn't feel like a game at all. I suddenly have a bold idea. I heard that the money in this game can be exchanged for real money. 1 copper coin is worth $10. 1,000 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, and 1 silver coin is equal to $10,000. I'm going to be rich." Another player was counting on his fingers. Players who are professional escorts are also promoting. Former city-level professional players escort girls to rank up. Girls who want to level up quickly, please private message me. As more and more players came, the hair area where I was became crowded, and people like Professional Girlfriend also came here. "Wow, this guy is already level 2. He's advanced so fast?" Someone noticed my level and was surprised to see that I reached level 2 so quickly. The professional escort observed me for a while and sneered. "You're so slow at killing a rabbit, you're just a waste." At this time, more and more players gathered around. As a former city-level professional player, the professional escort girl immediately realized that this was an opportunity to make a name for herself. She rushed forward and punched a hare that was grazing without hesitation. This punch was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The hatred of the hares was activated and they turned around and pounced on her. -10, red numbers appeared one after another. As soon as a look of fear appeared on the professional escort's face, her character turned into a white light and disappeared. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. "Oh shit! This rabbit has an attack power of 10 and health of 50! A player exclaimed. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but shake my head and continued to kill further away. "This dude is so fierce! Indeed, the player who said he was a professional player in his previous life was actually killed by the rabbit in 1 second. It was really hilarious. And he can always pull in a large group of monsters every time. He's so powerful. Everyone was talking about it, and they left one after another until I disappeared from their sight and continued to do their own tasks. As time passed, I had killed 999 of them, and was only one away from completing the mission. I dodged the rabbit's attack and killed the last one with a casual sword. A golden light flashed, and my level finally reached level 3. Level, yellow rank 3, 1000 experience points required for next upgrade. Attack power, 15 points. Money, 105 copper coins. Equipment, a tattered long sword that no one cares about. Free attribute points, 5. What a hell of a task. I looked helplessly at the 1,000 rabbit hairs in my backpack and sighed. Apart from the rabbit fur, there were only 3 pieces of tattered equipment left in the backpack. After killing 1,000 rabbits, I only got 105 copper coins and 3 pieces of tattered equipment. It was like giving alms to beggars. When I returned to the novice village, the entrance was already crowded with people, and most players had barely reached level 2. At this time, some high-level players had also reached level 3 like me. As soon as I entered the village, I saw a player walking out of the beggar's place cursing. What a crappy quest, killing 1,000 rabbits for only 10 copper coins, that's stupid. I was slightly stunned. I walked straight up to the beggar, and handed him the quest item. The beggar lazily lay beside the tree and yawned. Young man, you are a little slow. Young man? He just called me, sir, his expression changed so quickly. Well, thank you for doing such a good thing for the novice village, this is your reward. The beggar took out 10 copper coins from his broken bowl and handed them to me, then went back to lie down. I didn't plan to leave immediately, but waited quietly for the beggar to take further action. After a long while, the beggar finally spoke again. You have a bad temper, young man. You have no patience. Forget it, the others are even less patient. Are you willing to accept the next task? Ding, triggering the persistent task beggar's secret too. Outside the village, the damn rabbits are eating the weeds crazily, destroying the ecological balance. Kill 10,000 rabbits and the yellow level elite boss to get a mysterious treasure. My eyes lit up and I immediately decided to take on this task. Young man, you are very brave. The beggar dusted off his butt, stood up, and handed me a scroll that was shining white. I got this when I was young, and I still don't know how to use it. I hope you can discover the secret. Ding! Congratulations to player God Killer for obtaining the Super God level talent scroll. My pupils instantly dilated, my mind went blank, and then came a shocking surprise that almost made me dizzy. Super God level. This is actually a Super God level talent. I remember in my previous life, the player hermit who completed the task once said that the task reward was a God level dark talent. I didn't expect that this time I would get a Super God level talent, a level I had never heard of in my previous life. I stared at the talent scroll in my hand that was glowing with white light, and the smile on my lips could no longer be suppressed, and it grew wider and wider. At the same time, in Novice Village number 135, a player named Hermit was looking at the beggar in front of him with a blank face. After the beggar finished eating the buns, he started snoring. The hermit was puzzled and felt vaguely that some important opportunity seemed to be quietly lost. Do you want to open the talent scroll? The system prompt sounded. I clicked the confirmation button without hesitation. As the platinum light gradually spread, I was so nervous that I didn't even dare to breathe. Ding! Congratulations to the player God Killer for obtaining a Super God level talent and the unique title gifted. The entire server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? Yes. I immediately clicked OK. Ding! Congratulations to the player who hid his name for obtaining the Super God level talent Strongest Mage Tank. The continuous announcements echoed throughout the server and quickly reached the ears of every player. In an instant, the entire divine world suddenly fell silent. What's going on? There is actually a Super God level talent? Damn it! I didn't even get a God level talent, so what on earth is a Super God level talent? I watched videos for 2 hours before I got the A level talent. What a magical operation to get the Super God level talent! I report it! This is definitely cheating. My secondary talent is only F level. How can it be super god level? At the same time, foreign servers are also boiling with excitement. I don't believe it. How can a yellow person get a super god level talent? This should belong to my great country of America. It must be from our Goryeo country. After all, many of our professional players play professionally in Daxia. Damn it! The super god level talented master from Sakura country, show yourself to us now! I couldn't wait to check out my own panel. Talent: the strongest magic tank, super god level talent. Each time you kill a level 1 wild monster, you can gain 1 health point, and every 1000 health points will provide 1 magic power. Level 2 wild monsters gain 2 health points, and health points are provided according to the level. Talent: Sword God, super god level talent, not available yet. Each time you level up, you can get double the free attribute points. Free attribute points 10. Hiss! I couldn't help but gasp. As long as I kill a level 1 wild monster, I can gain 1 health point, and 1000 health points are converted into 1 magic power. This means that if you kill 1000 rabbits, you will get 1000 health points, plus 1000 magic power points. 10,000 rabbits will give you 10 magic power points. As for the Sword God talent, although it is temporarily unavailable, it also has a super god level. Double super god level talents. Every time I level up, the attribute points double, others get 5 points, and I can get 10 points. I couldn't believe it. My scalp was tingling and I quickly checked the title in my backpack. Talent: effect, number of loot times 2, some items are invalid, gain 20 free attribute points. Note: cannot be dropped, cannot be transferred. 20 free attribute points. Double the loot. I gasped, almost suffocating. This meant that not only would I get double the rewards from every drop, but I would also be 4 levels ahead of other players. 1 copper coin became 2, and 1 weapon became 2. Adding the 20 free attribute points, I am 4 levels ahead of other players. Without hesitation, I added 10 free attribute points to the Sword God talent, and the remaining 20 points were all invested in the Strength attribute. Strength/magic power, 45 points. Skills, none to be learned. Looking at the brand new panel, I was immersed in it and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. It's time to get a skill! I looked at the strongest meat magic skill grid in front of me and felt delighted. In the world of God's revelation, once your talent is confirmed, your future career is almost determined. In my previous life, my talent was sword stabbing, and I directly embarked on the path of sword cultivation. But when God's revelation reflected reality, facing countless monsters, I dreamed of becoming a wizard. The feeling of a mage destroying his enemies in the battlefield while chatting and laughing is really something people yearn for. Why go up and fight in close combat? Wouldn't it be better to be a humanoid mobile turret? This time, the super god level, strongest meat method talent came, and I knew that my wish from the previous life was finally realized. Coupled with the abnormal attribute of the strongest tanky mage, I can already imagine the scene a tank fights against me, and during the fight, I find that my health bar is actually longer than his life. You can chop me 10 times, but you will definitely not be able to withstand a slap from me with my combined magic power. With this excitement, I came to the Skill Training Center. This is where all novice players learn basic skills, and every novice will get their first skill from here. As soon as I entered the training center, I saw a burly middle-aged lady instructor standing in front of me, and I felt a black screen in front of my eyes. Dear player, please choose your mage skills. Her loud voice was as deafening as thunder, and almost made my scalp numb. This middle-aged mentor, so huge, her muscles trembled with every word she spoke. In my previous life, my sword training instructor was a tall and domineering lady. Looking at the old lady in front of me, I suddenly had a thought in my mind: her students must be very well behaved and obedient. Otherwise, should I learn sword cultivation? However, the ant teacher waved her hand gently, and 4 magic skills appeared in front of me: fireball, water bullet, wind blade, electric cannon. These skills? I looked down, confused. Only 5 points of magic damage? Isn't that too weak? Can I not learn it? I asked tentatively. The ant tutor responded coldly. I broke out in a cold sweat and quickly smiled. Sister, I suddenly feel that fireball is particularly suitable for me, really. Yeah. She nodded slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a fiery red light rushed into my mind, and the words, fireball, immediately appeared in the skill bar. Skill, fireball, fires a fireball, consumes 1 mana, causes 5 magic damage. Current magic power, 45 points, actual damage of fireball is 50 points. As I looked at the skill introduction, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The power of super god level talent is really not to be underestimated. The average mage gains 5 points of magic power per level, and the maximum magic power is 15 points at level 3. But I now have 50 points of magic power, which is incredible. I suddenly thought that the swordsman's talent might not be that bad. At least doubling the attribute points is pretty good. After learning the skills, I quickly escaped from the Ant Mentor and headed straight for the gathering place of wild monsters. There were 10,000 hares ahead, and a yellow level boss. Although I could kill a rabbit with fireball, my mana was limited, so I couldn't fight at all. Moreover, the boss needs to be spawned. Obviously, this will be a protracted battle. Just when I was feeling upset, a big rabbit jumped in front of me. I gently waved the tattered staff, and the fireball flew out as usual, directly blasting the rabbit into pieces. As the skill bar changed, I found that strength magic power has become magic power, and the tattered long sword has become a tattered staff. However, I don't care, they are all tattered anyway. However, at the moment the hare died, the other rabbits around it were attracted by hatred and pounced on it madly. I smiled evilly and clenched my left hand in the air. Come here, my staff! The tattered staff immediately appeared in my hand, and I swung it around and hit the hare in front. My staff dealt 0 damage? How is that possible? My magic power is 45 points, how could it deal 0 damage? Can a mage only deal damage when releasing skills? Suddenly, I felt regretful and thought I might as well learn sword skills instead. At this moment, several rabbits attracted by hatred pounced in front of me. The fireball was activated again, and 50 points of damage instantly killed a rabbit. Then I used the staff again, but the damage was still 0. I see. In the movies, mages need to chant for a long time to deal tons of damage. I thought with a wry smile. No wonder mages are so fragile. They can be killed before they can finish their spells. And the most fatal thing is that there are only 5 mana points at each level. Now I am only level 3, with only 15 mana points. In the godly world, although there are only a few skills with cooldown time, other skills have almost no cooldown, but what can you do with 15 mana points? Kill 15 rabbits and then wait? Poor families already have a hard time, and now it's even worse. How long do I have to kill these 10,000 rabbits? Many players who have reached level 4 or 5, on their way back to hand in their quests, saw me still farming level 1 rabbits and burst out laughing. Sister, look, you have to use your brain to play games. Someone as silly as this, still catching level 1 rabbits at level 3 is so cute. A player couldn't help but tease. Well, this brother is a little strange. Would he be so stupid as to accept the beggar's mission? You know what, it's really possible. I can't understand it. 1,000 rabbits are only 10 copper coins, but there are people willing to take this task. The players around me thought I was a little stupid, and when they heard them say that, they laughed so hard that they couldn't stop. Wait, guys, did you notice that this mage's damage is a bit high? Bullshit, you are level 3 with 20 attack points and you are going to kill a level 1 rabbit. How can the damage not be high? I ignored their laughter and continued to move among the rabbits, avoiding their attacks. At this time, my legs were already shaking slightly. Brothers, please don't practice magic. No one told me that the magic profession actually has to run so fast. 15 mana points, and only 1 point is restored every 30 seconds. I did nothing but run to restore mana. Time passed by little. I was almost too tired to stand, and everything in front of my eyes was dark. Finally, the task progress bar showed that the goal of killing 10,000 rabbits was achieved. At this time, I was already exhausted, but when I saw that the health on the panel had recovered to 10,200 points, and the magic power had also climbed to 51 points, I couldn't help but smile. I was so tired that I just lay down on the ground and ignored the rabbits gnawing at me and the health bar displayed on the screen. The beggar mission has 2 requirements: kill 10,000 hares, and kill the yellow level boss. The wild monsters of the yellow level elite boss have not appeared yet. I can only continue to endure the pain. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Who would come up with such a stupid mission? I relied on my health advantage and tried hard to restore my mana. After I finally killed 15,000 rabbits, I suddenly heard a sharp hiss in my ears. A gust of evil wind rose from behind the hair, and a creepy fishy smell spread. I was delighted, it's finally here. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, a huge hare, almost the size of a bison, appeared at the other end of the hillside. Yellow Elite Boss Frenzy Rabbit. Skill, Crazy Biting. Description, bites the enemy 10 times in a row. HP, 1000. Attack power, 500. It's finally here. I was so happy. Although 15,000 rabbits gave me 15,000 health points and 1.5 magic power, I was almost numb to these rabbits. It was like eating candied haws every day. 1000 HP, 500 attack points? Doesn't this game treat players as human beings? An ordinary mage is only level 3, with 20 attack points. Even with a plugin, 51.5 magic power is impossible to fight against this kind of boss. 500 attack points, it is simply unreasonable. How do I kill this hare with 10,000 HP? Just as I was daydreaming, the yellow level boss appeared beside me, its 3-petal mouth split open, sticky saliva dripping, and it bit towards me fiercely. Just as the hare's teeth were about to touch me, I quickly released the fireball spell, and the fireball fell from the sky and hit the violent hare. My health and the boss's health each dropped a little. The elite hare seemed stunned. Could it be that you are actually the boss? I quickly analyzed the health of the two, felt confident, and decided not to retreat but to advance directly towards the boss. Sure enough, only by cheating can you be invincible. According to the health, this boss can only withstand about 20 of my attacks. And my health is enough for it to bite me 30 times. It's safe. At this moment, the elite hare suddenly disappeared, and the next second it appeared behind me. Its sharp teeth turned into afterimages and bit towards me. The damage number on my body jumped rapidly. -5,000. Fuck! I actually forgot the special skills of the elite hare boss and kept biting it. While casting fireball, I stuck to the hare's back like a ghost, trying to avoid its attacks while restoring my mana. The battle was extremely fierce. The rabbit and I consumed each other, my blood volume continued to drop, and blood red numbers were floating around us. At this moment, I was filled with anger. This low-level boss, who was not even considered food in the previous life, actually wasted so much of my time. How could a rabbit be enough for me to eat? I don't know how long it was, but suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player Godkiller for being the first in the server to kill a yellow-level elite boss. He will be rewarded with a full set of yellow-level equipment corresponding to his profession. A notification will be sent to all servers soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. I chose not to hide my name. After all, I had hidden my talents before to avoid bad guys. As for first kills and achievements, I never planned to hide them. The gods are about to descend, and I need a group of people who can fight alongside me. These first kill achievements are the best proof, especially for the top brass of the Daxia command. After rebirth, I had no intention of directly contacting the Daxia headquarters and my teammates from my previous life. The baptism of Doomsday made me understand better than anyone else that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish, and light is sometimes more terrifying than darkness. Moreover, at the beginning of the game, there are only 2 consequences for revealing your identity: being admitted to a mental hospital with free food and lodging, or being sent to a research institute for reformation. Ding! Congratulations to the Big Summer server player Godkiller for completing the first kill of a yellow-level elite boss in the server, and he is rewarded with a full set of yellow-level mage equipment. The whole server was notified 3 times, and the name, God Slayer, appeared in the player's field of vision for the first time. Complete Mage's Scepter, Magic Power plus 15. Complete Mage Breastplate, HP plus 200. Complete Mage Arm Guard, Mana plus 15. Complete Mage Waist Guard, Magic Resistance plus 15. Complete Mage Leggings, Speed plus 15. 5 pieces of equipment appeared directly in my backpack. Complete Mage Equipment, Yellow Level, has no wearing level requirements. When I saw the attributes of these equipment, I couldn't believe it. The days of going barebutt are finally over. Before I could finish my sigh, another reminder sounded in my ears. Ding! Unusual talent activated. Player God Killer Loot X2, Yellow Level Mage Suit X2. One set turned into 2 sets, which immediately made me smile. Since most players are only level 3, a set of blue level equipment is estimated to be worth more than 1 gold coin, not to mention 2 sets of yellow level equipment. The color of equipment in the world of God's revelation is consistent with the color of talent. In the current market, most players may only have scattered blue level equipment, even less green level equipment, and a complete set of yellow level equipment is even rarer. In Daxia, there is no shortage of wealthy players, and major professional teams have a huge demand for complete sets of equipment. Without hesitation, I took off my damaged staff and put on my newly acquired yellow level suit. I immediately felt my combat power increase instantly. I have to say that the only thing that satisfies me about the world of divine inspiration is its aesthetics. That robe emitting a light yellow glow, combined with my current appearance, is simply the rhythm of a commoner turning into a landlord. Magic power, 56.5 points. HP, 15,300 points. Currently, the maximum magic power of an ordinary level 5 mage is 25 points, while I have 31.5 points more magic power at level 3, which represents an absolute advantage. I picked up the damaged equipment dropped by the boss, entered the auction room, and took a look. Apart from the junk, there was nothing good worth my attention. So, I put the extra yellow level wizard suits on the shelf and set up an automatic auction with a starting price of 1 gold coin, that is, 100,000 Daxia coins. Afterwards, I almost ran to the beggar to hand over the task, fearing that other players would complete it first. At this point, the forum exploded again. Player. What the fuck? Who is? Which professional player can be the first to kill the boss at this stage? This is definitely a ranking manipulation by a professional team. The player was non-committal. Oh my god, I just got a set of broken equipment. What does this yellow level mean? Player ellipsis. I have seen the video introduction of Shinchi. Yellow, green, cyan and damaged. The yellow level spans 3 stages. Player. I love Daxia, God bless Daxia, see what these foreign players say. Foreign players also began to discuss. Damn it, where are our masters? Godkiller must be a professional player in our country. At the same time, Daxia's professional club was also urgently investigating. Hurry up and find out which club God's Slayer belongs to. Ask for a higher price and poach him. We also need to quickly buy gold coins with cash and bid for that set of yellow level equipment. At this time, I didn't know that the yellow level wizard suit had already exceeded the high price of 15 gold coins at the auction. And I was standing in front of the beggar, handing over the thousands of rabbit hairs I had collected. The beggar lazily took the quest item and said contemptuously, "You are very strong, young man. You completed the quest so quickly. I hope this item can make you stronger." He threw out a black equipment box with an extremely arrogant attitude. "Can this box make me stronger? Not sure, but your attitude really irritates me." Ding! Congratulations to player Godkiller for obtaining a random equipment box. After opening it, you can obtain equipment of any level. Immediately? Any level? I frowned, thinking, it's not impossible to open a damaged equipment. Do you want to turn it on? Yes. I clicked OK. The box opened and colorful lights flashed. Ding! Congratulations to player Godkiller for obtaining the first orange level equipment Staff of Doom in the server. An announcement will be made to the whole server soon. Do you want to hide your name? Don't hide. I immediately clicked to confirm. Staff of Doom, a weapon condensed from the core of Doom. For every 10,000 HP gained, 1 mana point will be gained. Special items cannot be doubled by titles. Magic power plus 100. Mana plus 50. Note: cannot be dropped, cannot be transferred. When I saw the properties of this staff, I couldn't believe it. Holy crap! 2 negatives equal a positive. I got an orange level equipment randomly. Ding, you have new news. At this moment, countless messages rushed into my field of vision. Without hesitation, I replaced the yellow level staff with only 15 magic power with the Doomsday staff with 100 magic power. When I opened the panel again, the properties were completely new. Magic power, 146.5 points. HP, 15,300 points. Mana, 81 points. On the first day of the game, with 146.5 magic power and 15,300 health points, he was basically in invincible mode. As for the pitiful 15 mana points, they have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Yellow level equipment provides 15 mana points, while the Doomsday staff provides 50 mana points. Moreover, the staff skill can convert every 10,000 HP into 1 mana point, so the total mana suddenly becomes 81 points. The mana is more abundant than ever before. I opened the message board and a bunch of messages popped up in front of me. Master! Doomsday staff for sale? Name your price. Master! I'll buy it for 80 gold coins. There were more than a dozen similar messages, and the player who offered 80 gold coins was a big shot named Wealthy and Powerful. I paused for a moment and replied, I need to use the Doomsday staff myself, sorry. Wealthy is a top player in multiple online games, and has accumulated a lot of wealth by buying and selling virtual items. When he saw my reply, he was obviously mentally prepared and quickly replied, I will directly offer you 30 gold coins to buy your yellow level equipment. Now a set of yellow level equipment is worth at most 25 gold coins. I offer you 30 gold coins because I want to make friends with you. How do you think? After calculating, I immediately felt his sincerity and agreed without hesitation. Okay. I opened the auction house and saw that the yellow level wizard suit was already priced at 19 gold coins. I immediately took it off the shelf, set the price to 30 gold coins, and successfully traded it to Wealthy and Powerful. Ding, transaction completed, 35 gold coins received, please check? The transaction was completed, and I instantly had 35 more gold coins in my backpack. At the same time, a text message came over. Brother Godkiller, I'll give you an extra 5 gold coins to treat you to tea. If you have good stuff in the future, remember to come to me. I promise to give you the highest price among my peers. I replied, I will contact you if I find good equipment. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. He is rich and powerful, and his reputation is well deserved. One of his gold coins is equivalent to 100,000 great Xia coins. 500,000 to treat me to tea? This tea is too expensive. It is really an eye-opener for me to meet such a bold boss. As I looked at my account balance, I couldn't help but smile. I had 3.5 million great Xia coins in my hand. The efficiency of making money in the game Xingqi is just as good as a regular job. But I also know that this set of equipment can be sold for 35 gold coins, which is completely a first-mover advantage. After a while, when there is enough equipment, the price will naturally fall. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At this time, a faint reminder sound came from the ring, and I realized that my game time had reached the upper limit. In the past, only those under 18 would receive this offline reminder, but now it has become the norm. After I withdrew the 25 gold coins, I decisively chose to log off. It's time to change to a better login program. This kind of anti-addiction prompt is really annoying. The next morning, my phone kept vibrating. I glanced at it and saw a lot of insulting text messages from Wu Xinyue. I couldn't help but sneer. Delete, block directly. At this moment, I was in a good mood. I had the money, so what should I do next? Spend it. I went online and selected a login pod worth 1 million Daxia coins, which was top-notch in configuration. Using this login pod would greatly increase my time in the game and further consolidate my advantage. After buying the landing capsule, I immediately contacted the agent and prepared to move to another place. The school environment is really not suitable for being alone for a long time. It is inconvenient to do anything, and there is also a certain degree of danger. After all, the divinely inspired game will fully reflect reality. In addition to the monsters running rampant in the game, what is even more terrifying is the human heart. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? The phone rang at this time. I picked up the phone and a voice that made me feel weak came from the other end of the receiver. Who? I asked. Hello, Mr. Lin. Our Green Garden Group is currently offering a big discount on the houses located above the subway. Would you like to know more? I hung up the phone impatiently and got out of bed. In the era of big data, I receive these harassing calls every day. However, I put on my slippers and took a few steps when I stopped. The unfamiliar number on my phone made me pause. Aren't I going to buy a house? Chapter 6. Spend the money first. Yangqing is one of the most representative cities in the Great Xia Kingdom. Linyun is located in Ersha District, a famous villa community in the center of Yangqing City. Ersha District is a small island with villas scattered around and pleasant scenery. Most importantly, the security work also makes Linyun very satisfied. After all, for him at this stage, safety is the first guarantee factor. Under the guidance of the agent, after looking at all the houses introduced by the agent, Linyun chose a 2-story villa and paid the annual rent of 500,000 yuan on the spot. The agent immediately grinned and took care of all the matters, saying that Linyun could move in that day. After all, it is difficult for him to meet such an employer who can act decisively, and no one would spend so much money to rent a house for a year. The house was rented, and Linyun felt relieved. After all, after the divine revelation in his previous life reflected reality, many masters in the game disappeared in real life due to negligence. Among them are enemy forces, local tyrants, and some jealous people who can't bear to see you do well and would like to destroy you. Now that he has money, he considers more about convenience. After all, time is everything to Linyun. When he looked at his account balance of over 1 million, Linyun had an idea and decided to buy a car. Besides, which man doesn't like the feeling of holding the steering wheel and driving? Whether at home or abroad, what makes Linyun most excited is the red light, which symbolizes the color of Daxia. Without saying a word, Linyun took a taxi directly to the Hongqi 4S store. The one from Daxia is the coolest. In the magnificent and grand exhibition hall, there are many Hongqi series models on display, and just a glance at them makes people feel happy. After all, at this moment, several well-dressed and good-looking salesmen were chatting idly at the counter. Seeing Linyun coming in, several salesmen's eyes suddenly lit up and they all looked over. But someone looked at Linyun, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he curled his lips and spoke to his colleague. Damn, I thought I was going to open an order, what bad luck! Linyun watched everything, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and after glancing at his clothes, he shook his head. Then he started looking at the car model he had always wanted to buy. Soon, Linyun saw the car model he liked and his eyes lit up. The vehicle in front of him made Linyun swallow his saliva just from its appearance. It had a straight waterfall-style air intake grille that looked like a waterfall on a mountain and a mainstay. It was high-end, majestic, and elegant. The touch of Chinese red in the middle, coupled with the continuous flowing appearance of the daytime running lights, makes people unable to take their eyes away. Of course, for Linyun, who was still a young man when his previous life ended, the V6 engine, 3.0 plus 283 horsepower are the most attractive. Seeing both beauty and violence, Linyun couldn't wait to open the car door and was about to try sitting in it when a sharp voice exploded in his ears. What are you doing? Before Linyun could react, the ground shook and a curly-haired saleswoman with a look of anger fell directly in front of Linyun with an unparalleled vibration. What are you doing? Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Feng Ling, the sales manager of this store, claims that she has seen countless people and can tell at a glance whether someone can afford a car. As soon as Linyun walked in, her eyes lit up, but when she saw Linyun rushing towards H9 with drooling, she had made her judgment. There are many wealthy students at Yangqing University, but I have never seen anyone wearing canvas shoes to buy a car. Even if you're wearing flip-flops, I'll arrange a test ride for you right away. Hearing Feng Ling's mocking tone, bursts of disdainful laughter were heard all around. Linyun laughed angrily and asked, What if I came here barefoot? Feng Ling folded her arms, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, Stop pretending, okay? You poor fellow, even if you come in naked I won't let you touch me again. Get out of here! Linyun's brows twitched. If you come in naked, wouldn't that be an easy deal for you? At this time, a clear female voice sounded. Linyun! Why are you here? Linyun turned his head and a face that was both strange and familiar appeared before him. The girl was wearing sales clothes. The tight work clothes could not restrain her figure. Her fair face was pure and sexy. Her hair was slightly tied up, she had bright eyes and white teeth, and she walked towards Lin Yun with a smile. Xia Shui? Do you work here? Lin Yun was confused for a moment, and then his memories of his past life were awakened. Wasn't this girl his classmate Xia Shui? Haha, yes, I work here to earn a living. Xia Shui stood in front of Lin Yun, her eyes flickering with smile, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Are you here to buy a car? It was a rare occasion for Xia Shui to see acquaintances at her workplace, and her mood became very bright. Haha, Xia Shui, as a salesperson, you should know that not everyone can afford a car. The wind chimes sound weird and seem to be admonishing, but in fact they are mocking. Xia Shui's willow-like brows frowned slightly, and before she could say anything, Lin Yun's voice rang out. Auntie, everyone should do their job, okay? I just passed by the bathroom and it smelled a bit strong. Be careful that your boss will deduct your salary. Xia Shui chuckled, but immediately felt something was wrong and stopped herself in time. Feng Ling's hair stood up on the spot. She knew that Lin Yun was mocking her, so she screamed angrily. Security! Security! Xia Shui's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Lin Yun, go back first and don't cause trouble. As a classmate, Xia Shui naturally knew that Lin Yun was known as a bootlicker in school. Feng Ling smiled so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes couldn't even be covered by her foundation. What's wrong? Has the poor classmate been exposed? Lin Yun patted Xia Shui's hand gently and handed over the damaged bank card in his hand. Believe me? Xia Shui was stunned and looked at the general manager who came over because of the farce, and her face immediately became troubled. Looking at Lin Yun's confident eyes, Xia Shui gritted her teeth, picked up the bank card and ran to the card machine. Full payment! Lin Yun's voice sounded from behind. Oh, that's hilarious. You really have great perseverance. But you don't have the same old saying as 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Ha! The wind chime's shrill laughter sounded like the sound of a broken gong, but after laughing for a while, they realized something was wrong. Why is it that my colleague who usually agrees with me doesn't laugh with me today? Realizing something was wrong, Feng Ling turned her head and her vision went dark. What she saw was her own general manager. For a moment, she felt as if her neck was being strangled and let out a loud pig-like squeal. The general manager of the Hongqi Company's branch came down for inspection rarely, but when he saw this scene, he became furious. Without thinking too much, he immediately extended his hand towards Lin Yun, who looked like a student standing next to him. Sir, I'm really sorry. I'm not good at managing my subordinates and I disappoint you. Feng Ling suddenly felt as if she had been slapped hard in the face and spoke quickly. General Manager, he is just a poor student, you. Ding, card swipe successful, payment amount 870,000 yuan. At this moment, the sound of successful payment hit Feng Ling's head directly, making his mind confused. No, it really is. The general manager of the Hongqi branch was even more embarrassed at this moment, and glared at Feng Ling fiercely. Feng Ling immediately woke up from her daze, pulled her chest quickly, and ran quickly to Lin Yun. The speed was faster than the previous time when he tried to stop Lin Yun from touching the car. Ah, Mr. Lin, I'll help you with the formalities right away. Feng Ling put on a disgusting smile and winked at Lin Yun. Roll! Lin Yun shouted coldly without even turning his head. Feng Ling suddenly felt very embarrassed. She didn't expect that she had made a mistake in her judgment. The big order was blown away. Where was her keen eye? What made him even more uncomfortable was that the general manager's eyes were like 10,000 years of ice, which made him shudder. Xia Shui, who had received the bank cards back, was still shocked. She held the bank cards in a daze and returned them to Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at the stunned Xia Shui and smiled, then looked at the district manager in a suit and tie beside him and smiled. General Manager, please help me with the formalities as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry to go back to school to pick up the express delivery. Okay sir. Xia Shui, go prepare the contract and remember to arrange some small gifts. Haha sir, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality, but my schedule is quite tight, I hope you won't blame me. Lin Yun smiled and said, It's okay, you go ahead and do your work. Feng Ling, who was watching all this, was like a clown. She usually stuck close to her sisters, but now she was slightly moving away. When this kind of problem arises in front of the general manager, it is conceivable that the future will not be easy. Feng Ling was looking at Xia Shue's back with such hatred at this moment. You little slut! If she hadn't shown up, the order would have been hers. After a while, Xia Shui handed the documents and temporary license to Lin Yun. Congratulations, sir. May the light of the red flag shine upon you. Xia Shui said to Lin Yun with a smile and handed the key to Lin Yun. Thanks. Following Xia Shui to the garage, he saw the beast that belonged to him at a glance. Lin Yun directly opened the car door and played with it excitedly for a long time with a look of satisfaction. Then he turned his head to look at Xia Shui, who was standing beside him and serving with a smile, and suddenly spoke. Xia Shui, it's almost time to get off work. I'm going back to school. Would you like me to give you a ride? Xia Shui was stunned. Looking at Lin Yun's perverted expression, a bad thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Chapter 7 Disgusting Wu Xinyue. Boom! Following the roar of an engine, a series of ear-piercing tire friction sounds echoed at the gate of Guangzhou's No. 1 university. The car didn't stop yet, and the passenger door was opened. Xia Shui covered her mouth and hurriedly ran out of the car, squatting in the grass by the roadside and vomiting. Ugh! Lin Yun! Ugh! Xia Shui's face turned pale from vomiting, and it took her a while to recover. Have you ever flown a plane before? You drive so fast! Lin Yun handed over the tissue, scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at Xia Shui, who was pale, and thought, I have driven tanks and airplanes in my previous life. I'm sorry, Xia Shui. It's my first time driving, and I can't control myself. Xia Shui rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Don't be so fast in the future, I can't stand it. Then he realized that his words had been misinterpreted and his face turned red. Well, Lin Yun, thank you for sending me back to school. I have something else to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Xia Shui covered her face with her hands, then ran back to the dormitory with her school bag on her back. Lin Yun looked at the youthful Xia Shui and smiled imperceptibly. Just as Lin Yun was about to return to the dormitory to pick up his already packed luggage, a man and a woman appeared at the school gate, and immediately murderous intent filled his eyes. At the school gate, Wu Xinyue was dressed sexy and holding the arm of a man, almost hanging on him, with a flattering smile on her face covered in foundation. When he turned his head inadvertently, he saw Lin Yun with murderous intent in his eyes. Wu Xinyue was startled and hurriedly withdrew her arms from the man. But the next moment, he remembered something and suddenly became angry and cursed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, where have you been? Wu Xinyue stepped forward quickly and pointed at Lin Yun's nose angrily, like a shrew. Empty hands? Don't you know today is my birthday? Are you celebrating my birthday with air? You are always like this, never striving for progress or advancement. Lin Yun suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and glanced indifferently at the woman in front of him. Now that the divine revelation has not yet arrived, the rules of the world have not yet been rebuilt. If he kills someone now, once he goes in, he may never be able to enter the divine revelation to improve his strength again. However, this woman was still the same as in her previous life, greedy and arrogant, with no bottom line and a penchant for turning the tables. When she had something to hide, she would try to suppress the discomfort in her heart with a loud voice. Wu Xinyue was still chattering away, but in the blink of an eye she saw Lin Yun's eyes that were as cold as ice. She suddenly felt a chill in her heart, and fell silent for the first time. At this moment, she was secretly thinking strangely. If it were any other time, Lin Yun would definitely do everything he could to please her. Did he take the wrong medicine today? When she thought of this, she suddenly felt embarrassed. I'm talking to you, why are you staring at me? Wu Xinyue calmed herself down and decided to use the same methods as before to force Lin Yun to bow his head. Transfer me 30,000 yuan. Invite my male best friend to dinner, and I can forgive you for your inaction today. Otherwise, I will break up with you. Wu Xinyue learned from Lin Yun's roommate that in order to celebrate his birthday, Lin Yun had been living on steamed buns almost every day for the past 6 months, and he also worked very hard to earn money, so he now had exactly 30,000 yuan in his hands. With these 30,000 yuan, she could go out with the class hunk and have a great time together. After saying that, she looked at the class hunk behind her and flirted with him in front of Lin Yun. As for what Lin Yun would do or think, she didn't even consider it. Pa. After a series of crisp sounds, Wu Xinyue, who was still imagining, blushed. That's right. Lin Yun had smoked. There is such a good thing. Okay, I agree. Lin Yun agreed on the spot. He was more than happy to accept the offer. Wu Xinyue's appearance was not outstanding at all. She relied entirely on makeup and her personality was twisted. He wondered how he had been able to give so willingly in his previous life. Lin Yun secretly cursed his past self. What did you say? Wu Xinyue was in disbelief and covered her face with her hands, unable to believe it. Was this world crazy, or was Lin Yun crazy? Is this something that someone who has taken care of me so meticulously for 2 years could say? Haha, Lin Yun, if you are thinking of retreating to advance, then let me tell you. You are wrong. At this moment, students were coming and going around, and many of them were whispering as they watched the comedic scene in front of them, which made Wu Xinyue's face suddenly embarrassed. Who do you think you are? You're a piece of trash who has accomplished nothing. Without me, you can't even have a girlfriend. She was anxious. Lin Yun covered his eyes, thinking that his past self must have been mentally ill. How could he be so attracted to a face that couldn't even be covered up by several kilograms of foundation? Wu Xinyue directly pulled the so-called class hunk behind her. He had a pretty face, but compared with Lin Yun, he looked like a clown. You have to know that Lin Yun was in school with the title of school hunk. You loser, do you know Shinchi? Look at Chen Wanhao. Shinchi just launched yesterday and he made 5,000 yuan from the game in 1 day. How long would it take you to make 5,000 yuan a day by delivering takeout? Wu Xinyue shouted loudly with a look of pride on her face, then looked at Lin Yun's cowardly expression and suddenly felt happy. At this moment, a large truck stopped directly in front of the school gate, with the words Shinchi on the cargo box shining brightly. Chen Wanhao, who was holding Wu Xinyue, saw this scene and immediately spoke in shock. This is the delivery truck for the Tian-class landing capsule. The word Tian on the cargo box is the logo of the Tian-class landing capsule. In order to show his talent, Chen Wanhao cleared his throat and spoke again. The Sky-class landing capsule has a nutrient supply system, so the game logging time can be maintained for 24 hours in a sense. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Yun, and then showed off to Wu Xinyue and the classmates around him. This Tian-class landing capsule is officially priced at 1 million Daxia coins. I don't know which young master in our school reserved it. It's really too extravagant. Suddenly there was a cry of surprise all around. Wu Xinyue was also surprised and looked around quickly to see who the owner of the Tian-class landing capsule was. Then I got to know him by my own means. Anyone who can spend 1 million to play games must have a very rich family. The students around were all curious. After all, apart from the rich kids whose families had mines, which ordinary college student could afford to buy such gaming equipment? At this time, the truck driver got out of the truck. The words Shinchi were printed on his work clothes. He was holding a mobile phone and making a call. Lin Yun's cell phone just happened to ring and he picked up the call directly. Yes, it's me. I'm at the school gate. I've changed the delivery address for the landing capsule. Just follow my car. Yes, follow the Hongqi H9 next to it. Lin Yun spoke a few words, then stretched out his hand and waved at the truck driver. Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao next to them burst into laughter upon seeing this. Ha ha ha, honey, look at this piece of trash. Ha ha, the poorer people are, the more they like to show off. They even dare to smuggle $1 million landing capsule. Wu Xinyue's mocking voice attracted the voices of the surrounding students, and they all showed disdainful expressions. Red flag? You can't even afford a bicycle, Lin Yun. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Wu Xinyue slowly walked up to Lin Yun and said contemptuously. You should know yourself. You are a useless person who doesn't want to make progress. You want to buy a red flag? You can only buy $1 million landing module in your next life. Chen Wanhao spoke at the same time, with mockery and pride on his face, as if he had bought the red flag and the landing capsule. Student Lin Yun, the Shinchi game has great opportunities to make money, but it only belongs to a certain group of geniuses. As for you, you'd better just deliver food. But at this time, the truck driver trotted up to Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice your address change information on the way. The driver took out a delivery note and said, "Because the company requires that the information be changed midway, I need you to sign it." Wu Xinyue, Chen Wanhao, and others were so shocked that they were speechless. When Lin Yun was signing, Wu Xinyue pointed at Lin Yun's nose and said to the driver, "Driver, you got the wrong guy. This loser only has 30,000 yuan on him. He is definitely not your customer." "That's right. Lin Yun is just a poor college student. He doesn't have such a high spending power. Don't be fooled by him." Chen Wanhao also joined in. The driver took the delivery note signed by Lin Yun and glanced at the man and woman in front of him with disdain. "Don't you know that facial registration is required to purchase the Xinqi landing module? Mr. Lin Yun's face has been recorded in our company's recognition system, you country bumpkin." Wu Xinyue was rendered speechless by these words, her heart churning. How is it possible? Where did this idiot get 1 million? You have 1 million? You still have to work every month? You only give yourself 5,000 yuan for living expenses? The driver sneered, turned to Lin Yun and said, "Mr. Lin Yun, please show me the way. We will deliver it to your door and help you install it." Lin Yun smiled and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go back to the dormitory to get my luggage." "Okay, Mr. Lin." The driver agreed and returned to the car to wait for Lin Yun. Lin Yun ignored Wu Xinyue and the others and went straight back to the dormitory to pack his luggage. There wasn't much luggage, actually. It had been packed long ago, except for a backpack. During his 2 years at university, Lin Yun had worked countless part-time jobs, and the only thing he owned was a backpack. "I spent 2 years of my youth and gave everything to a white-eyed wolf. In his previous life, after the Xinqi server was launched, he gave everything he had to pull the 2 ungrateful bastards to the top of the world. What I got in return was betrayal. When I returned to the school gate with my school bag on my back, I saw Wu Xinyue rushing over to me angrily, cursing. 'Lin Yun, you have the money to buy a million-level gaming cabin, but you keep yelling at me. I was really blind to follow you for so long. I wasted 2 years of my youth. You must compensate me for 2 years of my youth. 5 million in cash. Transfer the money immediately, or I will never forgive you.'" Chapter 8 A-Level Fire Skill Book. That's right. Wu Xinyue accompanied you from poverty to prosperity, wasted 2 years of her youth, and helped you make so much money. Now you kick her away. Are you still a man? Chen Wanhao shouted loudly, his words full of pity for Wu Xinyue. And for the people of Daxia who love to watch the excitement, it is undoubtedly extremely eye-catching. After hearing Chen Wanhao's words, people who didn't know the truth immediately started talking, and their arguments were directed at Lin Yun. Why does this sound so much like a landing capsule that can only be purchased by a gigolo? You look handsome, but it turns out you have the same poor appetite as me. Lin Yun's remarks immediately made Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao feel relieved. Seeing this, Lin Yun stopped. He turned around and glanced at Wu Xinyue indifferently, then spoke lazily. Made of diamonds? 1 million? You can scrape the 2 walls of my house with just this putty? Lin Yun's words made Wu Xinyue's face change, and her face suddenly became ferocious. However, before she could react, the discussion beside her started. Hiss! Don't tell me, this woman has the qualifications to be an undertaker. Fuck, now that you mention it I remember, I think I ordered it. Brother, you have such a handsome face, but your taste is so strong? Bullshit, I almost choked to death on the powder. Besides, look at Lin Yun's appearance. I have strong taste, so is he mentally ill? Some classmates who knew the truth also started talking about it, which made Wu Xinyue and the others look extremely embarrassed, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lin Yun was enjoying eating the melon happily, but the melon fell directly on him. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched. The worst thing is that there is no way to refute it. Damn, I must have been crazy in my previous life. Lin Yun suddenly lost interest in eating melons. He walked straight to the car, opened the door, and threw his backpack in. After seeing that the car in front of them was indeed Lin Yun's, their faces turned even more grim, especially Wu Xinyue, who felt like there were ants gnawing at her heart. Lin Yun started the vehicle and drove away, and the driver of the Xinqi landing capsule truck immediately followed. There was a moment of silence around, and then a heated discussion broke out. Tell me, is Lin Yun mentally ill? Why has he been licking Wu Biao for 2 years? Maybe there was water in my brain before, but now the water has poured out. Haha, you said that Wu Xinyu had picked sesame seeds and threw away watermelons. If it were me, with a boyfriend like Lin Yun, I would have licked him for 2 years. You still have time to lick it now. Listening to the discussions around them, Wu Xinyu and Chen Wanhao felt as if they had eaten 1,000 dead flies. Especially Wu Xinyu, looking at the high-spirited Lin Yun, a feeling of resentment in her heart grew. At this time, Lin Yun couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the installed landing capsule, Lin Yun could hardly suppress the smile, and he immediately turned into a crooked-mouthed god of war. As for the god-level landing capsule, Lin Yun did not consider it at all, because that landing capsule was not something that people of his level could afford. What's more, the god-level landing capsule could only provide a god-level talent. And the super god level has already been obtained. After Lin Yun finished washing up, he couldn't wait to lie down in the landing capsule, following the flashing light. The familiar number 9 novice village appeared before Lin Yun's eyes again. At this moment, there are more and more players in the novice village, and some of them are even at level 6. Many people are shouting and helping others level up and kill monsters in front of the various wild monster gathering places. However, Lin Yun, who was at level 3, was not panicked at all. Hey, that level 3 guy, do you need help leveling up? A level 6 yellow rank fighter, 1 silver coin for 1 match. A level 6 fighter with a bandage on his head saw Lin Yun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because Lin Yun turned off the clothing effect and hid his nickname, to outsiders he looked like a level 3 rookie. No, thank you. Lin Yun passed directly by the refresh area of the level 3 tooth-loving rat, and went deeper into it. Hey, 1 silver coin for 3 times. Hey, that's a high-level monster area, are you going to die? Seeing Lin Yun waving his hand without even turning his head, the fighter spat softly, then shouted again unwillingly towards the place where Lin Yun disappeared. 6 times, 6 times! Lin Yun passed directly through the level 4 wild monster area and came to the refresh area of the level 5 soul-confusing Sephora japonica. The soul locust tree is a mutated locust tree with thorny vines that shouldn't exist. Once it wraps around its prey, it will directly inject toxins. Lin Yun took out the Doomsday Staff. The yellow-level Doomsday Staff was flashing with a faint yellow light. The magic ball on the top of the staff flashed a dazzling red light and directly hit the enchanting locust tree in front of him. Bang! 146.5. Lin Yun looked at the damage with satisfaction. The attack damage of a level 5 soul-bewitching Sephora japonica was only 50 points, but it had a full 250 points of health. The Sephora japonica tree felt pain, and a distorted face quietly appeared on the tree, looking extremely terrifying. Several thorny vines stabbed at Lin Yun from all directions. However, Lin Yun only fired a fireball, which directly emptied the health of the soul-locking Sephora japonica, and the vines disappeared instantly. Level, yellow rank 3, experience points required for next upgrade, 400. A level 5 wild monster provides 5 experience points, and Lin Yun kills it at a higher level, doubling the experience points. Seeing this, Lin Yun glanced at his 70-odd mana points, and rushed directly into the pile of wild monsters under the locust tree. He killed a wild monster every time he fired 2 fireballs. As Lin Yun killed his way through the locust tree forest, his experience had already reached yellow rank level 5. Level, yellow rank 5, experience points required for next upgrade, 1,600. Magic power, 165.5. It was no longer possible to quickly gain experience from the level 5 wild monsters, so Lin Yun turned his attention to the level 7 wild monster group, the Ice Crystal Sparrow. In Lin Yun's memory, the Ice Crystal Bird has a high chance of spawning the hidden boss Ice Crystal Phoenix. Killing this Ice Crystal Phoenix will trigger the only experience level in the Novice Village and start the Monster Siege mode in the Novice Village. As long as this Ice Crystal Phoenix is killed, the entire Daxia Kingdom will be far ahead of other countries. In the previous life, it was the United States that first started the Monster Siege mode, which also caused Daxia to suffer terribly in the later national wars. For the sake of the Great Xia Kingdom's national destiny, Lin Yun must kill the Ice Crystal Phoenix as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Lin Yun opened the communication system and sent a message to Wealthy and Powerful. A fire-type group attack skill book is urgently needed. After today's monster killing, Lin Yun has realized the importance of group attack skills, and Fireball is simply not enough to bring out his full potential. Moreover, when facing the ice-attributed Ice Crystal Bird, the fire-based group attack skills will greatly enhance one's combat effectiveness. After a while, Wealthy and Powerful sent the items directly over. Lin Yun once again felt the power of Wealthy and Powerful. Brother Godkiller, this is the only fire skill book that has dropped from our guild. Take a look and see if it's suitable. Lin Yun opened his backpack and took a look. Sparks that spread across the prairie. Gray Day. Skill effect, consumes 10 mana points, skill damage increases by 100%, fires 5 fireballs in succession, hits the target to cause area damage, and causes continuous damage for 5 seconds, which weakens second by second. Thank you. How much is this skill book worth? I'll transfer it to you in the next 2 days. Lin Yun put away the skill book and said solemnly. The message was replied quickly. It's okay, you can use it first. When you get something good, don't forget me, your brother. Good. Lin Yun did not reply, and decided in his heart to give Wealthy a big gift. Lin Yun decisively learned the skill book and replaced the fireball technique. With the group attack skills sparks spreading across the land, combined with 165.5 points of magic power, and nearly 20,000 health points, Lin Yun couldn't wait to step into the territory of the Ice Crystal Bird. As soon as he stepped in, several ice cones emitting cold light instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun quickly retreated to the side, and the ice cone hit the ground and penetrated like a sharp arrow. Several palm-sized ice crystal birds were hovering above Lin Yun, staring at him with their scarlet eyes. Chapter 9 Yellow Rank 10th Level Boss Ice Crystal Phoenix. Ice Crystal Bird. Level, Yellow Rank 7. Attack 200. HP 1000. Skill, fires an ice cone with a deceleration effect. Introduction. The extremely aggressive Ice Crystal Bird hates any outsider who enters its territory. Once discovered, it will attack in groups. Looking at the introduction of the Ice Crystal Bird, Lin Yun couldn't help but mourn for the ordinary level 7 players. Except for large guilds, single players probably couldn't enter the territory of the Ice Crystal Bird at all. After all, with 35 attack points and 700 health points, it might not be able to beat an Ice Crystal Bird in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that this Ice Crystal Bird also likes to fight in group battles. However, to Lin Yun, the Ice Crystal Bird's 1,000 health points were as useless as paper. The Ice Crystal Birds with red eyes have gathered in a dense group in front of me. As if receiving some kind of instruction, hundreds of Ice Crystal Birds released ice cones at the same time. One after another, ice cones flashing with cold air shot towards Lin Yun like sharp arrows at very tricky angles. Even though Lin Yun was used to big scenes, he was still stunned at this moment. Lin Yun's body swayed again, and his extremely strange steps kept moving around, avoiding most of the ice cones in a flash. Although there are inevitably ice cones that he cannot dodge, he can still withstand it with his nearly 20,000 health points. A spark will start a prairie fire. As Lin Yun dodged, a fiery red light lit up on the Staff of Doom. In an instant, 5 fireballs as big as basketballs fell into the densely packed ice crystal birds, then exploded and dispersed. A 100% damage bonus instantly causes nearly 400 points of damage, but there is also continuous damage and splash effects. Just a skill. The densely packed ice crystal birds in the sky were suddenly almost all dyed with flames. In less than 3 seconds, accompanied by mournful cries, ice crystal birds continued to explode in the air. For a moment, the whole sky was ablaze red. 2 seconds passed. Another burst of sparks blasted out, setting the prairie on fire. However, for sparks set the whole field on fire, and the sky that was originally densely packed with ice crystal sparrows was cleared out in the middle. Lin Yun's experience points also soared in an instant. Cool! Lin Yun's face was filled with excitement. He finally became the wizard that he had envied so much in his previous life. What's more, with the bonus of his super god level talent in this life, Lin Yun's growth will be terrifying enough to be visible to the naked eye. Lin Yun has already imagined that in the future, when gods come, a spark will set the whole field on fire, and densely packed gods will fall from the sky. Not long after, the ice crystal birds in front of them had disappeared completely, but in the distance, there was still a steady stream of ice crystal birds rushing towards this side. A natural leveling sight. For the entire morning, as Lin Yun continued to kill, the ice crystal birds in the sky were like moths to a flame, and never stopped. New ice crystal birds kept coming from the sky in the distance. It was like a suicidal attack, attacking Lin Yun tirelessly, as if guarding something. After an unknown amount of time, the number of ice crystal birds could be clearly seen again. Lin Yun had a fruitful morning, as countless ice crystal birds brought him enormous amounts of experience and health. Lin Yun added the 30 skill points gained from leveling up 3 times in a row to his magic power. Looking at the panel again, he found it unbelievable that his health was nearly 100,000. Title: God Killer. Level: Yellow Rank 8. Experience points required for next upgrade: 64,000. Attack Power: 15 points. Magic Power: 295 points. HP: 90,400 points. Blue Amount: 95 points. Backpack: 13 gold coins, 9 silver coins, 890 copper coins, 50 broken weapons, 1 complete wizard staff, 2 complete warrior breastplates, 1,000 copper coins equals 1 silver, 10 silver coins equals 1 gold. Title drops are doubled. Equipment: Yellow Level Mage Set, no wearing level requirement. Staff of Doom, Magic Power plus 100. Complete Mage Breastplate, HP plus 200. Complete Mage Arm Guard, Mana plus 15. Complete Mage Waist Guard, Magic Resistance plus 15. Complete Mage Leggings, Speed plus 15. Talent: The Strongest Magic Tank, Super God Level Talent. Each time you kill a level 1 wild monster, you can gain 1 health point, and every 1,000 health points will provide 1 magic power. Level 2 wild monsters gain 2 points, and health and magic power are provided according to the level. Talent: Sword God, Super God Level Talent, temporarily unavailable. Each time you level up, you can get double the free attribute points. Title: Gifted, Number of Loot times 2, gain 20 free attribute points. Note: cannot be dropped, cannot be transferred. Free attribute points 0. Skill: Spark set the field on fire, consumes 10 mana points, skill damage increases by 100%, fires 5 fireballs in succession, hits the target to cause area damage, and causes continuous damage for 5 seconds, which decreases second by second. In just one morning, he went directly from Yellow Rank 3 to Yellow Rank 8. This promotion speed is astonishing. Moreover, its health of 90,000 is more than that of the boss, and its magic power directly exceeds the 300 mark. Combined with the skill bonus of sparks, one skill is enough to cause nearly 600 damage. Who wouldn't be confused if they got hit by Lin Yun's money? Just when Lin Yun was still checking the property panel, a loud phoenix cry suddenly resounded throughout the number 9 novice village, and the wailing sound was filled with endless anger. Hiss! What's that sound? Many players in the novice village were startled by the sudden cry of the phoenix, and felt terrified. I don't know, it seems to be some kind of wild monster, but the sound is too loud. It must be a high-level wild monster boss. Many people talked about it, which sparked a heated discussion. However, Lin Yun discovered at this moment that the air temperature around him had dropped by several degrees, and the exhaust gas turned into ice chips while he was breathing. The blue light visible to the naked eye came from far away in just a blink of an eye. A huge ice bird as big as a truck was soaring in the air. A dazzling blue light surrounded its body, and each of its crystal-like feathers was as clear and translucent as snow. As its long tail feathers and beak feathers swayed, snowflakes danced around it, and its red eyes flashed with cold light. Ice Crystal Phoenix. A demigod beast transformed from an ice crystal bird, mastering ice and extreme cold, and hating all creatures that enter its territory. Level: Yellow Rank 10. Attack 800. HP: 100,000. Skills: 1. Flying Feathers, instantly shoot out thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing deceleration and explosion effects, with a certain chance of freezing the enemy. 2. Nirvana Rebirth, when on the verge of death, it will turn into an invulnerable cold and cause area damage 10 times its own attack. Note: extremely dangerous. It was indeed the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the only half-divine beast-level boss in the novice village in the previous life. In Lin Yun's eyes, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was more than just a boss. In every novice village on each server, there is a demigod beast boss, and killing the demigod beast boss is the only key to unlocking the monster massacre mode. This monster's massacre of the city is unique, which means that if you activate it, others cannot. In the previous life, it was started by the United States. A novice village in the United States started a monster massacre and successfully defended it. The entire United States received huge rewards as a result, and the entire country instantly took the lead in other servers. However, when the United States was opened, the average level of each server was basically level 9 or 10. In this life, the average level per person is only level 5, so it is impossible for the United States to open it in advance. Therefore, since it concerns the country's destiny, Lin Yun also became serious. The Ice Crystal Phoenix's anger reached its peak. It knew that the human in front of it was the one who massacred its subjects. Suddenly, accompanied by a severe chill, the Ice Crystal Phoenix as big as a truck swept towards Lin Yun. Sparks can start a prairie fire. 5 consecutive fireballs flew straight towards the Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes. The fireball came like a swaying explosive bomb, instantly hitting the Ice Crystal Phoenix's forehead with 5 consecutive hits. Suddenly, a large flame exploded and instantly engulfed the Ice Crystal Phoenix. 295. 310. 295. 300. It was just a skill, but with continuous damage, it caused nearly 1000 plus damage to the Ice Crystal Phoenix. However, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's health bar only dropped slightly, imperceptibly. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, wrapped in cold air, was approaching Lin Yun. The cold air pierced his body, and Lin Yun suddenly felt that his movements became slow, and even his spell casting was delayed. The deceleration effect is estimated to be as high as 50%. Seeing that the sharp beak of the Ice Crystal Phoenix had reached him, Lin Yun's figure became strange again. Caught off guard, Lin Yun's entire upper body was bent down 90 degrees. The whole person seemed to be broken. The sharp beak of the Ice Crystal Phoenix passed across Lin Yun's chest, and the two were less than an inch apart. Hit someone in the face and hurt someone with your strength. Lin Yun fired a spark that swept towards the lower body of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Call out. This time, the cry of the Ice Crystal Phoenix seemed particularly sharp. Chapter 10. The Thieves' Guild grabs the first kill. If the Ice Phoenix could talk, I will definitely tell Lin Yun not to hit people in the face and not to hurt people with force. Another 1000 plus damage. Under Lin Yun's extreme movement, the Ice Crystal Phoenix felt like doubting his life. This shouldn't be the case. I should be the one with wings. Why are you more flexible than me? The Ice Crystal Phoenix was so fast that it didn't even hurt Lin Yun's hair, but it was hit by a lot of fireballs. This fireball also has continuous damage. Gradually, the thick blood bar of the Ice Crystal Phoenix was decreasing bit by bit. Although it is imperceptible, it can add up to a tower. Soon, Lin Yun reduced his health to less than half. As its blood volume decreased, the eyes of the Ice Crystal Phoenix became more and more blood red. It suddenly soared into the sky, and its ice crystal tail feathers emitted a dazzling ice blue color. A loud phoenix cry followed. A large amount of cold air mixed with ice crystals instantly condensed in the air, the sky instantly became dark, and a chill directly enveloped Lin Yun's head. This is going to be a big move. Lin Yun retreated in a hurry, but it was too late. Crystal clear ice crystals rose up, and as the phoenix's cry sounded, the place where Lin Yun was suddenly turned into a cold winter. The bone-deep coldness instantly made Lin Yun pause. It was at this instant that he felt his movements become frozen. Thousands of ice crystals fell from the sky like flowers scattered by a fairy, shooting out with biting coldness. When the first ice crystal fell on Lin Yun knew that something was wrong. The ice-blue ice crystals hit Lin Yun like sharp arrows and then exploded. The cold air instantly spread, and the next moment, countless ice crystals hit Lin Yun. 800! 800! 800! In just a moment, Lin Yun's blood volume quickly decreased in the endless ice crystals, and more ice crystals exploded. The increase in cold air made Lin Yun completely unable to see the ice crystal arrows in front of him. A spark will start a prairie fire. Lin Yun used sparks across the land again, and 5 fireballs exploded on the spot. The burning flames immediately dispelled the cold air in front of him, but in just a second, the sparks across the land was shattered by endless ice crystals. And this moment of light was enough for Lin Yun. Lin Yun tried his best to dodge among the dense ice crystals, but the slowing effect of the cold air did bring great obstacles to Lin Yun. From a distance, endless ice crystals shot down like sharp arrows. The place where Lin Yun was covered by thick dark blue cold air, and it was impossible to see what was inside. After 2 minutes of indiscriminate attacks, the entire area was filled with cold air, and the surrounding flowers and plants were all covered with silver frost. Where Lin Yun was, ice crystals stacked up layer by layer to form a strange ice sculpture, but Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. The ice crystal phoenix in the sky looked listless as it slowly descended from the sky. Then, 5 flames appeared behind the ice crystal phoenix. As the explosion sounded, the light blue ice crystal phoenix was once again engulfed in flames. Lin Yun exhaled, and ice chips formed in the air. Fortunately, he escaped from the slowing effect of extreme cold at the critical moment, and left the safe zone. Otherwise, once he was imprisoned, even 100,000 more health points would not be enough for the ice crystal phoenix to deal with. The skill just now should be the feathers flying all over the sky of the ice crystal phoenix. It is indeed powerful. In just a short while, Lin Yun's health was below 2,000. More than 90,000 blood points evaporated almost instantly. However, 2,000 health points are enough for Lin Yun. Unless this ice crystal phoenix can strike again. But I can't give it this opportunity again. Lin Yun's strange steps once again teased the ice crystal phoenix, and it seemed that the ice crystal phoenix could not use the skill of flying feathers many times in a row. So, gradually, the health of the ice crystal phoenix slowly decreased again, while Lin Yun's health did not change at all, and every attack of the ice crystal phoenix was in vain. During the battle, Lin Yun's eyes moved and he found that the tailed feathers of the ice crystal phoenix were glowing again. Here it comes! Lin Yun retreated instead of advancing, and with a step, his figure quickly approached the ice crystal phoenix. The ice crystal phoenix had already opened its sharp beak, and was about to let out a phoenix cry to unleash its ultimate move when a long, pitch-black thing stabbed directly into it. A spark will start a prairie fire! Lin Yun spoke calmly. Suddenly, 5 red lights lit up on the ice crystal phoenix's originally ice-blue neck, and then 5 muffled sounds came from the ice crystal phoenix's sharp beak. The explosion converged at one point, causing the ice crystal phoenix's entire body to tremble continuously. Its entire neck was blown back, and its already glowing tail feathers suddenly dimmed. The flying feathers were interrupted directly. The technique used by Lin Yun is to interrupt the casting of a spell in advance, which everyone in the future will be able to do, unless the gap in strength between the two is too great. However, at this time, no one can do it. With the skill interrupted, the ice crystal phoenix no longer had the strength to fight back and could only keep using its sharp beak to try to attack Lin Yun. But it was all in vain. Time passed by little by little. If the video of Lin Yun solo defeating the ice crystal phoenix were to spread, it would probably cause a sensation immediately. Calmly dodging the attack of the ice crystal phoenix, a spark of fire will cleanse the entire body of the ice crystal phoenix. If it weren't for the yellow rank 10th level BO0S on the ice crystal phoenix's head, people would probably think he was playing with his own chickens. The premise is to have domesticated chickens the size of a truck. Finally, as time passed, the ice crystal phoenix's health point of 100,000 had become an imperceptible amount, less than 50 points. Lin Yun couldn't help but get excited. Finally, in this life, Daxia would be the first country to start a monster siege. A huge reward is waiting for you. He was excited in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. The staff of Doomsday lit up red again, and as the sparks spread across the prairie, the ice crystal phoenix would become a stepping stone for the destiny of the great Xian nation. Something strange happened suddenly. A blurry figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Yun, and a dagger suddenly stabbed at Lin Yun's chest from behind. Another figure appeared behind the ice crystal phoenix with low health, and slashed at the ice crystal phoenix with the same dagger. At the same time, the system sound rang in Lin Yun's ears. Ding, you are attacked and fall into a state of stiffness. The rogue's skill Backstab will freeze the target for 1 second, and it is the most important skill in the rogue's assassination process. Thank you. Our Thieves Guild wants this boss. A gloomy voice followed, with a wild and inhuman smile. Lin Yun froze on the spot, and the dagger hit him directly. 30. However, Lin Yun's health, which was already very low, barely changed after this blow. The wild laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangling him. Lin Yun showed a slight sneer on his face. Why? Are you surprised? There are even more unexpected things. The stiffness ended, and the staff in Lin Yun's hand lit up. The hidden thief was about to escape when a bright red 3-digit number appeared directly on his forehead. The thief's health was instantly emptied and turned into a beam of light. 800. A critical hit directly took away the assassin in front of him. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of the Ice Crystal Phoenix again, and they stabbed directly at the Ice Crystal Phoenix with low health, trying to snatch the first kill of the boss that Lin Yun had been wasting so much time on. However, when Lin Yun saw this scene, he did not try to snatch it. Instead, he twisted his body, turned his back to the Ice Crystal Phoenix, and started to flee frantically. In the deep forest far away, 5 thieves were shocked. What kind of monster is this player? Isn't he a mage? How can a mage have such a high HP? Looking at the low health bar, why is it that after a level 6 thief cuts with 1 blow, the health bar doesn't change at all? But when they saw Lin Yun running away frantically, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is unclear why Lin Yun wanted to escape, if he did not run, the first kill of the boss might not have fallen into the hands of the Thieves Guild. But the next second, they knew why Lin Yun wanted to escape. The 4 thieves who were besieging the Ice Crystal Phoenix slashed with their short knives, directly taking away the last bit of the Ice Crystal Phoenix's health. The next moment, the 4 thieves found themselves completely unable to move. Then, the Ice Crystal Phoenix that should have been dead turned into a ball of ice blue gas before their eyes. Ice blue chills spread out instantly, and everything it touched remained in a fixed position, even the swaying grass was suddenly frozen. Then, from the place where the Ice Crystal Phoenix died, a loud phoenix cry sounded again. An ice blue shock wave suddenly spread out, and all the objects it touched, without exception, exploded and turned into ice chips. The first to bear the brunt were the 4 thieves from the Thieves Guild. 7,000. 7,000. 7,000. 7,000. They watched their bodies turn into powder, bright red numbers floated above their heads, and then they returned to the spring. And Lin Yun also managed to escape from the damage range of the Ice Crystal Phoenix's skills at the last moment. 10 times the attack power, a total of 7,000 damage. If he ran slower, Lin Yun would have to go back to the fountain to drink tea. Lin Yun then turned his head and stared at a certain place in the deep forest, the Thieves Guild. The notorious Thieves Guild in the previous life. A group of players who don't do anything are most interested in doing bad things secretly behind the scenes. They will do anything unscrupulous, such as robbing bosses and guarding corpses, as long as there is profit to be made. But you are unlucky this time, you have offended the wrong person. The staff of doom in Lin Yun's hand lit up, and sparks spread across the land, bombarding the 5 members of the Thieves Guild. Before the members of the Thieves Guild recovered from the shock brought by the Ice Crystal Phoenix, they saw 5 fireballs as big as basketballs falling on them. You dare! Before he finished speaking, 5 blood-red numbers appeared. Before they could react, they turned into light and disappeared. After Lin Yun released his skill, he stopped paying attention to them. They were just weaklings at level 7 with 700 HP, and he could kill them with just a magic wand. The most important thing now is the Ice Crystal Phoenix. That was the skill of the Ice Crystal Phoenix just now, Nirvana and Rebirth. However, whether you can be reborn or not, you have to ask me first. Lin Yun quickly came to a ball of cold air emitting blue light. The cold air kept twisting, and it seemed that the Ice Crystal Phoenix would be resurrected soon. Sparks spread across the prairie and were released without a second thought. With the explosion of the fireball, a faint cry of grief was heard. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, which had not yet been fully resurrected, died completely, and sparkling objects scattered all over the ground. Ding! You have successfully killed the semi-divine beast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, and obtained the unique title Hunter. An announcement will be made to the entire server soon. Do you want to hide your name? No! Chapter 11 and its rich rewards. Ding! The Big Summer server player God Slayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, a semi-divine beast, and was rewarded with the unique title Hunter. Ding! The Big Summer server player God Slayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, and was rewarded with the skill Crystal Stone. Ding! The Big Summer server player God Slayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, and was rewarded with a gang establishment order. Ding! The Big Summer server player God Slayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, triggering a hidden plot monster attack. The number 9 Novice Village is about to usher in a wave of monsters. Successful defense will gain huge loot and experience. All the major players of the number 9 Novice Village, please be prepared. Instantly, the announcement was posted across the server many times, causing another uproar, especially among the players in Novice Village number 9. Player Professional Girlfriend. No, how did this guy do it? I'm only level 7, and this guy has already killed the level 10 boss? He must be cheating. What a fuss! These past 2 days, all the servers have been announcing this god killer. This great god is too powerful. I wish he could help me level up. The player Eclectic said enviously. Professional Girl Guide. Are you brother and sister? If so, deduct 1. I'm a former city-level professional player. I'll guide you to level up for free. Eclectic. Hey man, is it okay to have a girl with an Adam's apple? Roll. Hey, is there any brother who can tell me what this monster attacking the city means? I'm new to this and need an explanation. Some players raised their doubts seriously. Did you see the 4 big characters? Hidden plot. On the notice? If you are uneducated, go back and learn Pinyin. In fact, not only the players in the Novice Village number 9 were confused, but players in the Great Summer server and even the entire server were all in an uproar. After all, the hidden plot and huge loot rewards are enough to excite everyone. What's going on? Why hasn't any of our beautiful players triggered the hidden plot yet? We, the great country of Korea, declare that God Slayer is a professional player in our country. Babiyala! An angry shout was heard from a certain professional team club. A bunch of losers. They've been looking for someone for days, but there's no response. At the highest command level of Daxia, several bigwigs in military uniforms are holding a meeting at this moment. No news on God Killer yet? In the middle of the meeting, an old man with white hair and beard but full of energy glanced at everyone. Although he did not speak, a fierce murderous aura enveloped everyone. After a while, he spoke softly. Time is short and the mission is heavy. We must use all means to contact God's Slayer. I think his understanding of divine revelation may be deeper than anyone present. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. Ordinary people didn't know, but the leaders of Daxia's highest command level had long understood that the divine revelation might be more than just a game. The divine revelation attracted the whole world, but the commanders of various countries could not find anything behind the game, as if it appeared out of thin air. This made the intuitive command level smell something unusual. It will take time. Due to the special nature of divine revelation, we are unable to confirm the identity of God's Slayer in reality. We are currently investigating. Someone answered. As soon as possible. Special operations teammates selected from other major war zones should intensify their training and quickly grasp the divine revelation. The old man nodded slightly, his voice steady, but with unquestionable determination. Yes. Lin Yun was completely unaware of this and just kept grinning. In addition to the exceptions given by the system, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was also generous and dropped a lot of trophies. Looking at the 2x loot in his backpack, Lin Yun's eyes were drawn to a skill book. SS level I skill, feathers flying all over the sky x2. Lin Yun quickly opened the skill book introduction. Feathers flying all over the sky. Level SS. Introduction. Consumes 50 mana points, increases skill damage by 200%, instantly shoots out thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing a 50% group slowdown effect. The sword feathers hit the target to produce an explosion effect, causing 100% skill damage, and there is a certain chance of triggering a freezing effect. This is really advanced. Lin Yun could not have imagined that the Ice Crystal Phoenix would actually drop an SS level skill. You know, SS level skills may not be dropped by wild monsters in city-state level territories. And the wild monsters in the novice village actually exploded directly. It is worthy of being a demigod. Lin Yun hurriedly checked the other spoils. Among the rewards from the system just now, Lin Yun did not forget the skill crystal. Skill crystal. Introduction: a crystal with mysterious power that allows the user to add an extra skill slot, not affected by level. The explosion rate of Shinchi is shockingly low, but this time he delivered a pillow just when Lin Yun was sleepy. In the Divinely Revelation world, you will gain one more skill slot every time you level up by 5. The skill crystal can allow you to learn one more skill than others. Even in the later period of the previous life, it was rare to hear of others possessing skill crystals. This thing was priceless. Hunter. Introduction: unique title. When the target's health is less than 10%, it will cause an execution effect, cannot be dropped, cannot be transferred. Hiss. If the skill crystal surprised Lin Yun, then the appearance of the hunter was worth Lin Yun eating 10 pounds. When the health is lower than 10%, it will cause execution effect. What does this mean? It means that an Ice Crystal Phoenix with 100,000 HP will die immediately when its HP drops to 10,000, and it can't even perform Nirvana Rebirth. Lin Yun is now like an ordinary worker. He casually bought a lottery ticket, and then found that he won the first, second and third prizes. Become rich overnight. Gang Establishment Order. Introduction: the token required to establish a guild. The user can establish a guild of 100 people. The first faction to establish a guild will have its members gain 10% more experience points for killing wild monsters. God of War suit, blue level, rumored to be worn by the God of War, ×2. War God blade, attack power plus 200. God of War breastplate, HP plus 500. War God arm guard, physical defense plus 50. War God waist guard, magic defense plus 50. War God leggings, speed plus 50. Level blue. Introduction: it is said that this is the breastplate worn by the God of War. Wearing a full set of equipment will cause serious injuries, and 10 health points will be lost per second. The blue level suit has very powerful attribute effects, but Lin Yun cannot use it. As for the backpack, there were quite a few miscellaneous equipment. Lin Yun directly opened the communication and traded 2 sets of God of War suits, a bunch of miscellaneous weapons and equipment, and an SS level skill book. Feathers flying all over the sky. 2. Wealthy and powerful. Without setting a price. I believe that those with deep pockets should be able to do it. Man Tian Fei Yu dropped 2 books directly, and Lin Yun directly gave them to Wealthy and Powerful. For the current stage, this SS level skill book will undoubtedly shock the Great Xia server. However, the usage requires 50 mana points, and at this stage, apart from Lin Yun, I am afraid that few people can use it. Then Lin Yun directly used the skill crystal, which turned into a ray of light and poured into Lin Yun's body. Next to sparks spreading across the land, a skill slot, available for learning, suddenly appeared. Learn feathers flying all over the sky. There was an ice blue icon in the grid next to sparks across the land, which was the flying feathers. Wear the title and turn on the hidden special effects. 2 titles shining with golden light appeared above Lin Yun's head, and his entire yellow-grade mage suit emitted bursts of light yellow light. At first glance, the golden light of the 2 titles is simply indescribable, so pretentious. Lin Yun immediately hid the special effects, which was not in line with my low-key and calm personality, and was even more detrimental to my pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The next step is to prepare for the monster siege. As long as we hold on, the huge amount of spoils and experience will bring unprecedented improvement to all members of Daxia. Ding 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 ding. The address book was instantly filled with messages of wealthy and powerful that were more frequent than the server-wide announcements. Chapter 12 Monster Attack, Village Defense Mission. 10 messages per second is the limit of an address book, not the limit of deep wealth. When receiving Lin Yun's information about trading items, Wealthy and Powerful did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He had a smile on his face until he opened it. Then he froze. His breathing became rapid, wheezing like a broken cigarette machine, and his face became abnormally pale due to flushing. The assistant next to him was immediately scared to death. No way! He had never heard that the game Shinchi could kill people. Thinking of this, I gave the rich and powerful a slap in the face. Wealthy came back to his senses, his eyes widened, and he tightly grasped the assistant in front of him. Quick! Notify all the brothers in the guild to transfer all the funds that can be mobilized to me, quickly! We are going to make a fortune! Hiss! The assistant was immediately shocked. The entire guild's funds were used to determine what big business this time. You have to know that before entering Shinchi, Wealthy and Powerful had always been a frequent player in other major online games, relying on his personality and keen intuition. After several unusual transactions, the extremely large guild that is active in various online games was established. Accumulate wealth quickly. Without hesitation, the assistant immediately notified other members of the guild. After saying, Wealthy and Powerful, he directly sent a message to Lin Yunquang. Because he was too excited, there were many typos. Brother Godkiller! Thank you so much! I'll buy each set of the blue-level God of War suit for 100 gold coins. I will use all the remaining weapons and equipment for 50 gold coins. Lin Yun looked at the text message sent by Wealthy, which was full of typos, and smiled slightly. Brother, the reason why the blue-level God of War suit is more expensive than the Doomsday Staff is because it is a complete set, while the Doomsday Staff is a single weapon. That's why the price I offered you before was a bit lower. I didn't mean to lower your price on purpose. Feeling that something was wrong, Wealthy sent another message to explain. Lin Yun shook his head. This man was indeed meticulous. Lin Yun had even forgotten what price he had offered for the Doomsday Staff. Okay. Wealthy directly traded 250 gold coins, received the God of War suit and a bunch of 3 pieces of equipment, then took a deep breath and typed again. Brother Godkiller, the value of sky-flying feathers is too high at this stage, and it is difficult for me to estimate its value. To be honest, I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. This is an SS-level skill. It's no less than sending me a top expert. Luck! Lin Yun replied as he rushed to Novice Village number 9. After all, the time for the monsters to start attacking the city was not far away. Seeing Lin Yun's reply, Wealthy and Powerful laughed. If this is luck, then your awakened talent must be the goddess of luck smiling. The price of SS-level skills is too high. I will temporarily set the price at 300 gold coins and follow up on the price later. If the price is too low, I will compensate you. Deep Pockets replied again. An SS-level skill costs 300 gold coins, which is not a low price. Converted into Daxia currency, it would be a full 30 million. 30 million is a fortune that many people cannot accumulate in several lifetimes. Good. Lin Yun thought about it and submitted another item. He was originally afraid that the rich man would not be able to eat it, but now it seems that the strength of the rich man should not be underestimated. How come I have never heard of such a person in my previous life? Meanwhile, Wealthy and Powerful was still waiting for Lin Yun's reply. He received 2 messages and checked them quickly. After seeing this, he was stunned again. Build! Gang building order! In the transaction information, a token shining with golden light was lying in the transaction box. The wealthy man's breath was suddenly held, and then a warm feeling surged in his heart. Brother Godkiller, are you sure you want to sell the guild creation order? Don't you plan to create a guild yourself? Lin Yun shook his head. Guild building orders were rare now, but in the later stages, they would be everywhere. The only difference was that the first guild to establish a guild would receive an extra 10% of wild monster experience drops for its members. However, compared with the rewards for monster sieges, this 10% is insignificant. Sure, you can decide the price. This thing is not worth much. The wealthy man was speechless when he saw the message that Lin Yun was not like a human being. 1,000 gold coins. I will pay you back if you get a low one, but I won't give up if you get a high one. Lin Yun was stunned. He originally planned to sell it for a few hundred gold coins, but he didn't expect that. Rich and powerful. Was indeed rich and powerful. The next second, the transaction information from a wealthy person was sent. Transaction completed, 1550 gold coins received. More than 100 million were lying in Lin Yun's backpack. Lin Yun was in a trance again. In his previous life, he used an E-level skill to climb up from the bottom. During this period, he had to endure the blood-sucking of Wu Xinyue and others. One can imagine how much suffering Lin Yun went through to get to that point. Now, just a few days after the server was launched, 1,550 gold coins have been credited to the account. This huge contrast once again made Lin Yun feel that he was indeed reborn. Lin Yun's eyes became more determined. In this lifetime, he must stand on top of the world and face the gods directly. The first step is to survive the monster siege. On the other hand, the wealthy and powerful couldn't help shaking after the transaction was completed. The gang establishment order is obtained. This gang building order is too important for a wealthy man. It can help him quickly gain fame in Shinchi, which will be a leap forward for both business and members. If you are wealthy and powerful, you can directly use the gang establishment order. Ding! The player Kaikiju in the Daxia server is the first to establish the guild Juboj. The members of this guild will receive an additional 10% experience drops from wild monsters. Congratulations to the player Kaikiju for obtaining the unique title Supreme Overlord. Before all the players in the server could digest the information, another announcement sounded. Ding! The hidden plot of Novice Village No. 9 is triggered. Monsters attack the city. The task of protecting the Novice Village is now open. Players of Novice Village No. 9, please be prepared to welcome the baptism of monsters. Completing the task will gain huge amounts of experience and spoils. The announcement of the establishment of a gang with a lot of money and the mission of guarding the Novice Village No. 9 immediately attracted the attention of the entire server. For a while, these two names resounded throughout the server. After seeing the announcement, Lin Yun quickened his pace and arrived at the Novice Village. At this time, Novice Village No. 9 has changed a lot. 3 high walls suddenly rose up around the entire Novice Village, firmly guarding the Novice Village from low to high. Crowds of players are already standing on the high wall, waiting with either nervous or excited expressions. After all, the huge amount of experience points and spoils are deeply imprinted in the hearts of all players in the No. 9 Novice Village. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. Lin Yun discovered that although there were many players, there were a few players in certain positions that stood out. It is obvious that the positions and arrangements of the players in these 3 positions are completely different from those of individual players. They should be guild players from other games. Better equipment and stronger cohesion than individual players. Among them, Lin Yun found an old acquaintance. The infamous Thieves Guild. There are actually hundreds of players from the Thieves Guild in Novice Village No. 9, all of them are thieves. Lin Yun didn't know any of the other guilds. It's worth mentioning that there was one guild composed entirely of girls. Lin Yun didn't have time to think about it. The ground suddenly shook violently, causing dust to fly. Under the sunlight, the effect made the atmosphere in the entire Novice Village suddenly tense. Here! The sharp-eyed player seemed to have discovered something, swallowed nervously, and spoke in a trembling voice. As the player's voice fell far away, a black line surrounded Novice Village No. 9. As the vibration increased, the black line slowly turned into a black wave. It was like a huge wave sweeping towards Novice Village No. 9. At this moment, Novice Village No. 9 was like a fallen leaf in the wind, swaying constantly. All the players turned pale and their feet began to tremble as they looked at the dense group of monsters in front of them. At this moment, everyone was trembling in their hearts. The 4 words, "Monsters attacking the city," seemed simple, but when the monsters appeared, they realized that they had thought too simply. There are densely packed monsters, all of which are wild monsters surrounding the Novice Village. Behind the endless waves of monsters, there is a figure towering into the clouds. With every step that figure took, the players in Novice Village No. 9 felt the ground shake. It turned out that the vibration was not caused by the group of monsters, but by the movement of this inexplicable existence. One can imagine how huge this figure must be. At this time, many players have begun to back out. Although no one will die in the Shinchi world, and although there are nearly 100,000 players in the novice village number 9, but looking at this group of monsters, it is even more shocking than the scenes of two armies fighting each other in TV dramas. Finally, the monster approached the first high wall. Players can already see what the monster looks like. There were hares, tooth-eating rats, bewitching locust trees, flaming tigers, gluttonous snakes, ice crystal birds, and other wild monsters that even Lin Yun had never seen before. Without exception, there was a blood-red light flashing in their eyes. The monster siege has begun. Chapter 13 Monsters attack the city, the temple takes action. Novice Village number 9, on the first high wall. Under the wall, endless wild monsters are approaching. Brothers of the temple, we are responsible for the wild monsters in the east. I am invincible. In the crowd, the president of the temple, Xiao Yao, spoke to boost morale. His handsome face had a slightly wrinkled brow and a strand of white hair drooped slightly, adding a touch of elegance to his overall temperament. Warriors and knights, go ahead and block the first wave of attacks. Divide the mages into 2 teams and control the gaps between their skills to ensure firepower output. The auxiliary nurse has only one request: pay attention to the health of the knight warriors in the front row. Xiao Yao is worthy of being the president of a large guild. He has great vision and command ability, and he can formulate a strategy in just a moment. Swordsman assassin, follow me and carry out rescue and containment. Yes. The white hair on Xiao Yao's head hung down, a flash of coldness flashed in his sword-like eyes, the purple-green sword in his hand trembled slightly, his embroidered green robe moved without wind, and then he took a step forward, and a sword sound seemed to ring in the air. With a flash of sword light, everyone in the holy hall followed Xiao Yao out of the first high wall and confronted the group of wild monsters head-on. I have to say that Xiao Yao's decision was reliable. Although there were less than 100 people in the temple, under Xiao Yao's command, they did withstand the attacks of the wild monsters. And their average level is only level 7. It's the Holy Temple! This time the siege mission is secured. Many players discovered that the famous temple was the one guarding the east side of the novice village, and their courage suddenly doubled, and they followed the temple to join the war. For a moment, all kinds of colorful skills were flying all over the sky. Lin Yun also didn't expect that the famous Xiao Yao sword immortal in his previous life, the number 1 master of the Holy Hall, was actually in novice village number 9. He is a very powerful man with a god-level talent. The heart of the sword is clear, and he has countless masters under his command in the Holy Hall. In the previous life, after the gods came, the temple was also the main force to fight against the gods. Unfortunately, in a battle to snipe at the gods, the entire Holy Temple was wiped out, and Xiao Yao himself fought until the sword in his hand broke, and finally turned his body into a sword, ending the battle sadly. In the previous life, there were 2 strongest sword users in Daxia. One of them was God's Slayer, and the other was sword immortal Xiao Yao. After Xiao Yao died in battle, someone once said that if Xiao Yao could obtain a divine sword, the outcome of the battle could be completely rewritten. Lin Yun was in awe of Xiao Yao. If possible in this life, he would find a divine sword for him. Novice Village number 9, an ordinary novice village, actually has 4 large guilds. Except for the Notorious Thieves Guild, the other guilds are basically the main forces of major online games. This time the monsters attacked the city after discussion among their 4 major unions. The Sanctuary is responsible for the east side where there are the most monsters, the World Destroyer and Mulan Pavilion are responsible for the south and west sides, and the Thieves Guild is responsible for the north side where there are the most players. But when the battle began, the gap between the unions became clear. The 2 major guilds, the Temple and the World Destroyer, basically withstood the pressure. Players spontaneously joined the deployment of the 2 guilds. For a time, under the leadership of the 2 guilds, they became more and more courageous, and there was a tendency of counterattack. Mulan Pavilion's team is composed entirely of female generals, all of whom are heroic and as capable as any man. Although they do not have the kind of trend that the Holy Temple has in destroying the world, they still lead individual players in withstanding the attacks of wild monsters, albeit with some difficulty. As for the Thieves Guild, although it had the largest number of members, they were all thieves and there was no deployment. As a result, countless individual players were killed and injured in a short period of time. Many players died directly and returned to the fountain, with their level reduced by 1. In the game of Shinchi, once a player dies, he will be forced to drop a level, and can only be brought back by killing monsters again. For a time, the northern defense line was in danger. Light-splitting sword technique. The long sword in Xiaoyao's hand emitted a cold light. He slashed out with the sword, and it instantly turned into 3 sword lights, hitting the level 5 flame tiger in front of him. The flame tiger let out a sad roar and turned into a ray of light. Xiao stopped, and the smile on his face suddenly stopped before it even rose. Players kept resurrecting from the fountain and then rushed to the north. Waste. Xiaoyao knew at a glance that the Thieves' Guild in the north was simply rubbish and the situation could not be underestimated. Hu Zi, take some people to the north to provide support. The Thieves' Guild is unreliable, so be careful of them. A knight who was fighting nodded when he heard this. He was taller than an ordinary person, and his knight equipment was astonishing. He was a level 7 yellow rank knight with extremely high health. As Templebeard led his men to support the north, the situation in the entire novice village was temporarily stabilized. During the process, monsters kept dying and players kept being resurrected and rushed out of the fountain. The situation was very good at this time. The Holy Temple and the World Destroyer even rushed out nearly dozens of meters, like 2 sharp knives cutting through the group of monsters. However, Lin Yun knew that this was just the beginning. In his previous life, the beautiful country had experienced 2 waves of monster attacks on the city. The second wave of monsters were basically all level 10 wild monsters. In this life, Lin Yun started the monster siege in advance. Based on the average level of everyone in the novice village number 9, the level of the next wave of wild monsters would basically be greater than level 7. Lin Yun's figure mixed in the crowd, and from time to time he would use a basic attack to help kill wild monsters. As for skills, they will be left for the next wave of monsters. Ding! The 9th Novice Village Monster Siege ranking is now open. The top 100 will receive a large amount of loot and experience points. An announcement sounded, and then everyone found a ranking list appeared in front of them. At this time, Xiaoyao is at the top of the list. First place, Xiaoyao, kill count, 380. Second place, Destroyer, kill count, 290. Third place, Gigi Fujiji, kill count, 105. As for Lin Yun, he couldn't even be found in the top 100. When the players saw that there were rewards for ranking high, they immediately became more motivated. The Thieves' Guild leader Sunshine Boy, who had been slacking off, winked at the members. The next moment, all the thieves began to move. No longer fighting with wild monsters, but constantly shuttling back and forth, and rushing to kill wild monsters with low health when seeing them. After being manipulated by the Thieves' Guild, the originally stable defense line was once again in jeopardy. The rankings of the Thieves' Guild members began to slowly rise. Damn Thieves' Guild, I'm going to. One player was robbed of a wild monster and was careless for a moment, and was clawed back to the fountain by the following wild monster. His level had been reduced to level 3, and he was immediately angrily accused on the public screen. Templebeard was furious when he saw the disgusting scene in front of him. Thieves' Guild, if you continue to act recklessly without caring about your image, once the siege is over, my holy temple will definitely go to war with your guild. The Sunshine Boy from the Thieves' Guild frowned slightly when he heard this. The Holy Temple was indeed a huge organization, with experts spread across the major novice villages in Daxia. If one offended them, the gain would outweigh the loss. So we made arrangements to avoid the people from the temple from snatching monsters, and also not to snatch the monsters too blatantly. Huzi had no way to deal with this and could only silently put up a defensive shield and try his best to resist the monster in front of him. As time went by, the average player level in the entire novice village dropped by 2 levels. The first wave of wild monsters was finally cleared. The players in novice village number 9 suddenly burst into cheers. Xiaoyao stood with his sword against the high wall, listening to the cheers of the crowd and smiling slightly, even though his mana was almost gone. As long as you hold on a little longer and complete the Monster Siege mission, the rewards you get will be extremely generous. The rankings have changed at this point. Ranking. First place, Xiaoyao, kill count, 2351. Second place, Sunshine Boy, kills, 1030. Third place, Destroyer, kill count, 1020. Fourth place, Gigi Fujiji, Kill count 590. 5th place. Xiaoyao looked at the sunny boy on the list and understood in his heart that the Thieves Guild was doing those disgusting things again. It was really a case of a dog always eating shit. The monsters are attacking the city and are still holding back here. The individual players in the north were all looking at the Thieves Guild and others with anger, because their despicable behavior had led to a terrible situation in the north. The average level per person has dropped by 3 levels. Some of the weaker ones are now only at the minimum level 1. Moreover, many people have died too many times, and their newly acquired equipment has been exploded, making them like novices. The combat effectiveness of the entire north dropped sharply. At this time, as the tremors came again, the second wave of siege by monsters in the distance had begun. After just a short while, Xiaoyao, Mishi, Jiji Fujiji and the others all looked despairing. The monsters that appeared in this wave are basically all level 8, with many even at level 9, and there are also level 10 monsters. The highest level of wild monsters in the novice village is 10. Not to mention them, even Lin Yun has never seen a level 10 yellow rank wild monster. For the players in novice village number 9, whose average level is only 6 after experiencing the first wave of wild monsters, it is simply a dead end. Chapter 14. Don't worry, I will take action. What's more, the existence that blocked out the sky and the sun from behind was now approaching the novice village little by little. Suddenly, everyone lost the cheers of victory and was left with dead silence. Many people despaired and thought that the mission was impossible to complete. They were ready to give up and go offline to rest. The high-intensity combat made everyone look tired. With the deafening roar of the wild monsters, the second wave of wild monsters has arrived under the first high wall. When the war started, it was immediately one-sided. Before many mages could release their skills, they found that the warrior knight in front of them had been killed by monsters. The next second, everything went black and they returned directly to the fountain. Depend on. Brother Templar Beard was also resurrected at the fountain. He was also annoyed. As a knight, he was wearing a full set of green level suits and his health was as high as 1000, but he couldn't even withstand the first wave of wild monsters. Now that the level has been reduced by 1 level, the health has been weakened again, and it will only get weaker and weaker. In novice village number 9, in the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, the rate of personnel damage is getting faster and faster, and people are constantly resurrecting and rushing back to the front line. However, due to the lack of mana and the strength of the monsters, the battle line was constantly compressed. Looking from the air, you can see that monsters in the north have already begun to attack and climb the first high wall. The reason for this is that the Thieves Guild has huddled together again and is constantly retreating, leaving individual players to take the lead. As players die, the north becomes weaker and more precarious. In the west, the Milan Pavilion Guild could no longer withstand the pressure, and like the wild monsters in the north, they had already rushed into the first high wall. The female army and individual players of Milan Pavilion kept dying, and even their leader Jiji Fujiji had been killed twice. Jiji Fujiji, whose level was only 5, had a bitter smile on his face. His pretty face turned pale and cold sweat kept dripping down his face. At this moment, he was trying hard to avoid the siege of a group of level 8 Gale Wolves in front of him. Although Jiji Fujiji looks cute, she is actually a real tomboy at heart, and she possesses the S-level red talent Berserker. However, the Berserker, who was only at level 5, could not withstand the extremely fast and high-level Wind Wolf. At this time, his blood volume was almost gone. He looked at the Wind Wolf's bared fangs that were less than an inch away from his neck. He could even smell the fishy odor from the Wind Wolf's mouth. He closed his eyes in despair. All I heard was a series of screams and a wave of heat rushing towards me. Jiji Fujiji opened her beautiful eyes and watched the black and flaming wolf-shaped corpses in front of her turn into light. Only when he chirped again did he realize that he was rescued. In front of her was a wizard in a yellow robe. The staff in the wizard's hand was glowing slightly, just blocking the sunlight on Jiji and Fujiji's face. He looked mysterious and reliable. Lin Yun tried the damage of sparking the prairie and nodded with satisfaction. The level 8 Wind Wolf had 1500 HP and 400 attack power. It was almost killed instantly by Lin Yun's sparking the prairie. 325 points of magic power, combined with the 100% damage increase of sparks and the continuous damage of the splash effect, the total damage is as high as 1000 plus. Plus the title hunter has an execution effect when the health is below 10%. He is already able to instantly kill level 8 and 9 wild monsters, and Lin Yun can even try his hand at level 10 wild monsters. Careful! A delicate cry was heard, and Lin Yun turned to the side in an instant. Unexpectedly, a flash of knife struck him from where he had been. Yellow rank 10 wild monster, Blade Mantis, attack 800, HP 2000. There was an assassin among the wild monsters. If it weren't for Gigi Fujiji's reminder, Lin Yun would have been hit by this natural assassin. A spark will start a prairie fire. 5 fireballs came out later but arrived first, hitting the Blade Mantis directly. Under the horrified gaze of Gigi Fujiji, the health of the mantis, which was waving 2 sickles and had a bloodthirsty face, suddenly dropped by 2/3. Before Blade Mantis could attack again, a continuous 800 points of critical damage appeared, and the next moment Blade Mantis was directly executed. It instantly turned into a ray of light. Seconds! Gigi was stunned, his round mouth opened into a zero shape, with an incredible look on his face. This is a level 10 yellow rank wild monster, and it is also a Blade Mantis with extreme speed and lethality. Except for the boss, it is the ceiling of the novice village, and wild monsters of the same level are no match for it. And then, it was killed instantly by a squishy mage? No, this mage is actually level 8. In an instant, Gigi Fujiji thought of someone. God Killer! When Lin Yun heard the voice, he turned around and saw a well-behaved little girl holding a giant sword that was taller than her. He immediately smiled. Thank you for your reminder just now. After saying that, he walked towards the group of wild monsters, and a spark of fire directly hit the middle of a group of densely packed wild monsters. In an instant, the pile of wild monsters turned into Lin Yun's experience points in the face of the explosion damage and execution. Fuck, this is really a god killing. The great god is actually in our novice village number 9. This mission is saved. The chirping sound was so loud that all the players around to the west could hear it. Then everyone became excited. Is it the great god who was flooding the screen? Then there is real hope this time. Then they saw an exciting scene. A mage was almost standing in the group of wild monsters. Every 5 fireballs fell into the group of monsters, he would instantly kill a group of wild monsters. Whether it is a level 7 or level 10 wild monster. Fuck! Fuck! Exclamations of surprise came one after another. The entire west side has become Lin Yun's performance venue. For a moment, explosions continued to sound from all directions on the front line, and the high temperature and heat energy brought by the fireball illuminated the entire western defense line. This phenomenon immediately shocked the Milan Pavilion women's army and individual players who were struggling to resist the wild monsters. Some people even saw several yellow-grade level 10 sharp blades lurking behind Lin Yun. After a few slashes, Lin Yun's blood volume did not drop at all. Many knights were horrified and murmured to themselves. Did I choose the wrong profession? Does a mage have such high HP? Is a mage greater than a knight? Oh my god, is this the master? Killing yellow rank 10 wild monsters is like a piece of cake. As expected of the screen-sweeping king, this demeanor makes me wet. On the western front, after Lin Yun joined, all the players suddenly became full of heroic spirit and followed Lin Yun's footsteps to attack the group of wild monsters. Like a sharp sword, it tore a crack in the crowd of monsters. Lin Yun took action and the situation reversed instantly. Since the monsters began to attack the city, the West was the only one to counterattack the monster group and defeated them forcefully. Many players who had lost levels took advantage of Lin Yun's help and slowly regained their lost levels. Not to mention Lin Yun. The experience points are increasing almost evenly, and will soon reach level 9. It is conceivable how huge the number of monsters is and how terrifying Lin Yun's speed in killing monsters is. Compared with the western defense line where Lin Yun joined, the other 3 defense lines had already collapsed. The east side of the temple and the south side of the world have been lost. The group of wild monsters have broken through the first line of defense and are attacking the second line of defense. To the north, due to the preservation of the Thieves' Guild, the monsters have broken through the second line of defense. If the monsters break through the third high wall and enter the novice village, then this mission will end in failure. The Thieves Guild's approach also ensured that their own level had not dropped. Currently, except for Lin Yun, the levels of the Thieves Guild were all around level 7. The two major guilds, the Holy Temple and the World Destroyer, have almost reached level 3 due to their fearless defense. The president of the Holy Temple Guild, the free and easy swordsman in his previous life, is now only level 4. After dying 3 times in a row, Xiaoyao could no longer hold on. He tried his best, but the enemy's level was too high and their combat power was too strong. The situation on the side of destroying the world was not much better, with people basically dying and rushing around, all in order to use all their efforts to complete the siege mission. If the mission fails, one can imagine how other guilds in the Daxia server will laugh at them. Just when the second high wall of the temple was about to be broken, a large number of players suddenly appeared on the battlefield in the south. The dozens of people in the lead were almost all female generals. The lowly in the front, carrying a giant sword taller than her, was none other than Gigi Fu Gigi, the president of Mulan Pavilion. Behind him were a large number of individual players. Boss Xiaoyao, we are here to support you. Chapter 15 Level 10 Wild Monster? That's it. Loli shouted at the top of her voice, swinging the giant sword in her hand that was taller than her, making a whistling sound in the wind, but there was a smile on her face. Xiaoyao looked confused as Loli walked past him holding a huge sword and rushed towards the oncoming monster. Then the next moment, Loli was bitten on the neck by a flame tiger. The next second, he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared, dying a glorious death. Well? Xiaoyao was immediately confused. This? Are you here to make fun of me? The players behind him bravely fought one after another, and Xiaoyao felt warm in his heart when he saw this scene, but then his face turned pale. Has the West fallen? Is the mission going to fail? Xiaoyao knew very well what it meant when so many players from the West came here. After the giant sword Loli was resurrected, she rushed back again and explained Xiaoyao's doubts in time. Boss Xiaoyao, don't worry. Boss Shirshin has taken action. The group of monsters in the west has been cleared. He asked us to come over to help you hold on. He will come over after he solves the problem in the north. When she talked about Lin Yun, she kept on talking, her big eyes were full of admiration, and she didn't look at him for a moment, as if she was a little fangirl. What? Xiaoyao was in disbelief when he heard this. How could it be possible to clear out all the level 9 and 10 monsters attacking the city? Who had the ability to kill so many high-level monsters? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the east side. There are nearly 150,000 high-level monsters. You told me that one person cleared them all? You're dreaming. You must have drunk too much. My own temple was destroyed, and I even lost 3 levels. You told me that you cleared out all these terrifying monsters? Do you think my head is full of swords? Boss Xiaoyao, you will understand if you look at the ranking list. Seeing Xiaoyao's face full of doubt, Gigi continued to say something, then he ignored Xiaoyao and continued to rush towards the wild monster with the giant sword. As long as we use human lives to resist the attack and wait for the arrival of the God Killer, this monster siege mission can definitely be accomplished. Xiaoyao looked at the giant sword in front of him that was scratching his nose, almost cutting off a strand of his white hair, and was speechless for a moment. This girl is making so much noise that it looks like her brain has grown to her chest. Then he looked at the ranking list with suspicion, and then... Fuck! Ranking. First place, God Killer, 88,954 kills. Second place, Xiaoyao, 2,602 kills. Third place, Destroyer, 2,305 kills. Fourth place, Gigi Fujiji, kill count, 1981. Fifth place, Sunshine Boy, 1030 kills. What the hell is this? More than 80,000 kills. Is he alone? The total number of monsters killed is more than that of all the players in the novice village. How is this possible? After a while, the players of the temple saw their president, Temple Xiaoyao, a cold-blooded swordsman, with a wild and evil smile on his usually serious face, rushing towards the group of monsters like a madman with a long sword in hand. He kept saying things like, "My fate is in my own hands, now there is hope." Then, right before the eyes of the players in the temple, it turned into a white light and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, another person rushed out from the spring shouting the same slogan. The same situation occurred in the south, where the World Destruction Guild was holding its ground. With the participation of the Mulan Pavilion Guild in the west and other individual players, although they were not able to repel the group of wild monsters, they did manage to hold their defense line. But the situation is still not optimistic. On the northern defense line, in front of the third high wall, only individual players were still coming forward, but there were only a few level 3 and 4 players, and the vast majority of the others were level 1 players. If you don't know, you might think they are new members. Only the players in the north know what it feels like to die continuously in a short period of time. The beard of the temple came to support the Thieves Guild in the north. He died once in the first wave of wild monsters attacking the city, and his level dropped by 1 level. He continued to die in the second wave of wild monsters. Now, he is only a pitiful level 2. The blue level suit on his body had fallen off during the process of death. This situation was caused entirely by the inaction of the Thieves Guild. When the second wave of wild monsters began to attack the city, all the members of the Thieves Guild disappeared, including the 100 or so top level 7 thieves, who all hid themselves. Only a bunch of individual players and dozens of people from the sanctuary who came to support were left. It is conceivable how powerful an individual player without the support of a guild can be. Except for a few high-level players, other individual players basically couldn't even collect all the broken equipment. Once the battle started, it was one-sided. Facing the level 9 and 10 high-level monsters, the entire north collapsed and had no power to fight. The fact that we have been able to hold on until now is the result of all the players in the north who have fought hard and exchanged their levels for it. And all this is because of the disgusting Thieves Guild. From stealing wild monsters in the beginning to all members disappearing now, the reputation of the Thieves Guild has become tainted on the northern defense line of Novice Village number 9. It's over. The mission is going to fail. After dying again, the resurrected Hu Zi was only level 1. Looking at the players who were constantly resurrecting in the fountain around him, he felt powerless. Can't hold it anymore. The third high wall is about to be destroyed, and the monsters will pour into the Novice Village unhindered. That would also mean that the siege mission with huge monster rewards would be declared a failure. In a safe area in the north, more than 100 people from the Thieves Guild gathered here, watching the battlefield from afar. It can be seen that all of these more than 100 people are level 7. Not dead once. Because they did not participate in defending the city at all, but were waiting to pick up the spoils. The sunny boy looked at the third high wall that was about to be destroyed, and his face looked very ugly. A bunch of rubbish! They can't even defeat wild monsters. Forget it, it's over. This mission can't be completed. It's fucking garbage. The sunny boy waved the dagger in his hand and spat fiercely with disdain in his eyes, but he did not think about his own problem. The failure of the mission was attributed to the successive generations of players defending the city, and now there are only individual players of level 1 and level 2. He never thought about how disgusting his behavior was. Retreat, level up, and reach yellow rank 10 as soon as possible, and wait to join the main force. The sunny boy gave the order directly and prepared to take the members to level up. President, something seems to be wrong. One of the younger brothers stared blankly at the scene on the third high wall of the northern defense line and spoke in a stuttering voice. The sunny boy looked over when he heard that, and was immediately confused. In front of the third high wall that was about to be breached, the dense monsters had disappeared, and a yellow-robed wizard was standing on the top of the wall. In the direction where the staff in his hand was pointing, fireballs flew and the group of level 10 monsters disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, the crisis of the high wall being breached was resolved. On the crumbling city wall, a group of players looked at Lin Yun in a daze. My mind is full of... Is this a magician? Hu Zi was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. His eyes stared blankly at Lin Yun on the high wall, and his whole body looked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. What did he see? Kill the monster in seconds. Kill level 10 monster in seconds. In front of the mage, the health of a level 10 high-level monster is as thin as paper, with absolutely no health left. Which NPC is this that ran out? This is not a wizard, this is a pharaoh. What hit Huzi the most was that the mage in front of him was occasionally attacked by wild monsters. However, when Huzi watched the attack of a level 10 wild monster with 800 attack power hit Lin Yun's health bar did not even move. This? With a beard and a shabby face, whoever wants to be a knight can be one, but I want to change my job to a mage when I reach level 10. Yes, that's right, it's decided. Goddamn knight with high health and high defense, bah garbage. The Thieves Guild and others in the safe area were staring at each other in disbelief. Only the Sunny Boy had a gloomy face. This mage was the one who had killed him and others before, causing him to spend most of the day leveling up again. The guy with the extremely thick health bar. But when he saw Lin Yun killing the level 10 wild monster like a weakling, the Sunny Boy's face became even gloomier. How is this going to work? I had been looking for an opportunity to gather everyone together for revenge, but now it seems like a dream. The level 10 wild monsters were treated as noobs, and they were only level 7. If they went up rashly, they didn't know how long it would take them to catch up in level. But he couldn't swallow this. The Sunny Boy stared at Lin Yun, then his eyes turned sinister, as if he thought of something. The corners of his mouth slightly cracked, and he let out a sneer. Chapter 16. Magic Power over 3000, HP over 1 million. The northern city wall has completely become Lin Yun's solo show. Slowly, with the support of Lin Yun's firepower, many individual players followed Lin Yun with joy. He kept calling the boss a god killer, and followed him to pick up the remaining health and gain experience, slowly making up for his terrible level. The experience of level 10 wild monsters can be imagined. Many people will have a flash of light on their bodies from time to time and upgrade on the spot. The players on the northern defense line suddenly smiled happily, and the tragic atmosphere of the battlefield was swept away. With the cooperation of everyone, the siege monsters on the northern defense line were slowly cleared. Lin Yun's level has already reached yellow rank 10. The upgrade speed is comparable to cheating. The only thing that made Lin Yun regretful was that because it was a monster siege mission, the wild monsters only provided experience, and did not drop items. This is somewhat regrettable. However, Lin Yun's super god level talent brought him great rewards. Finally, with Lin Yun's help, they had successfully overcome the second wave of monsters attacking the city. Outside the novice village, all the players had gathered together, almost all of them looking at the crowd on the high wall with fanaticism on their faces, cheering from time to time. The main focus was still on the yellow-robed wizard Lin Yun, who was among the crowd on the high wall. He single-handedly turned the tide and led all the players in the number 9 novice village through the second wave of monster siege. A god slayer who slaughtered nearly all wild monsters by himself. On the high wall, several guild presidents and Lin Yun gathered together, each with an unconcealable look of shock on their face. Gigi Fu Gigi was holding a giant sword that was taller than her. She was looking at Lin Yun with an infatuated look on her face, and the saliva at the corners of her mouth was almost dripping. Everyone in Milan Pavilion looked at their president with a frown on their faces. So embarrassing. The president of the Guild of Destroying the World is called Destroying the World. At this moment, he was chatting with Lin Yun with a respectful look on his face. When the southern defense line had retreated to the third high wall, Lin Yun's appearance made him understand what nuclear law was. Now he only wants to pull Lin Yun into the World Destruction Guild. If Lin Yun can join, then the World Destruction will be the most powerful guild in the Shinchi game, without a doubt. After getting Lin Yun's rejection, Miesher just felt regretful. The president of the Temple Guild, Xiaoyao, was holding a long sword at this time, with a cold and arrogant look on his face, and the white hair hanging down from his forehead made him look even more aloof. He looked as if no strangers were allowed to approach him. But at this moment he was staring at the ranking list in front of him. My mind is filled with just one word, WTF. Ranking. First place, Godkiller, 453,986 kills. Second place, Xiaoyao, 2,710 kills. Third place, Destroyer, 2,550 kills. Fourth place, Gigi Fujiji, 2,130 kills. Fifth place, Sunshine Boy, 1030 kills. Is this horse a human? No one knew that Xiaoyao, the president of the temple who looked cold on the outside, was actually a villain kneeling on the ground and banging his head. It was obvious that he could not accept it at all. 450,000 plus level 10 wild monsters. A mage. Until now, Xiaoyao still couldn't accept what he had just seen. The level 10 wild monsters were killed instantly, and a large number of them were killed at a time. That skill of setting fire to the prairie completely turned Xiaoyao's world upside down. Each fireball was like a nuclear bomb in reality, and each time there were 5 fireballs in a row. Xiaoyao looked down at the sword in his hand, and for the first time a look of disgust appeared on his face. Or? Change to a mage? As the thought came to his mind, Xiaoyao quickly shook his head to dispel this inexplicable idea. Brother Xiaoyao, why are you shaking your head? Miji looked at Xiaoyao, who suddenly shook his head and asked in surprise. Xiaoyao's brainstorm was interrupted. He looked at Lin Yun strangely, then looked at the huge figure that was still approaching in the distance, and said in a deep voice. I'm wondering what level the monsters in the third wave of monsters attacking the city are. Everyone looked at the inexplicable existence that was getting closer in the distance, and their hearts suddenly felt heavy. Yes, the second wave of monsters attacking the city was already at level 10 of the yellow rank. There is only one monster in this third wave, so you can imagine how difficult it is. Even though they were so far apart, an extremely powerful pressure still pressed down on everyone, as if ignoring the distance. What are you afraid of? With Brother Godkiller here, this little Karami is just experience value. Gigi glanced at everyone and spoke nonchalantly. Everyone felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. Yes, there is such a great god here, a powerful existence that can slaughter 450,000 level 10 wild monsters. What should I be afraid of? Speaking of experience, everyone was very grateful. People like Xiaoyao had almost dropped to level 2 or 3. But after Lin Yun came, they followed Lin Yun to gain experience, and the huge group of monsters pulled their levels back a lot. Lin Yun smiled bitterly when he heard that. I feel that the monster this time may have broken through the yellow rank and reached the mysterious rank. I just don't know if wild monsters can change their jobs. Lin Yun spoke. Only he knew in his heart that it was not a possibility, but a certainty. The third wave of monsters is a wild monster of the Xian level. In the divinely inspired world, levels 1 to 10 are the yellow rank, and levels 11 to 20 are the mysterious rank. For players, after reaching yellow rank 10, they must complete the job transfer task in order to break through to the mysterious rank, otherwise they will no longer be able to gain experience. Everyone looked solemn when they heard this. Although they had some guesses in their minds, they were still shocked when the god-killing boss said it. A mysterious wild monster that only appeared in towns appeared in a novice village. I'm afraid that this monster didn't intend for us to complete the siege mission from the beginning. While everyone was in a state of confusion, Lin Yun checked his panel, and when he looked at the Xian-level wild monster in the distance, he felt confident. Nothing else. Super God-level talent, the strongest tanky method. The 450,000 plus wild monsters brought Lin Yun a terrifying boost. Among the 450,000 wild monsters, the average level is 6. With Lin Yun's talent, each wild monster can provide 6 points of health. Such a huge base number brings extremely terrifying bonus to Lin Yun. Super God level talent, the strongest tank method. Introduction: you will gain 1 health point for each level 1 monster killed, 2 points for level 2 monsters, no upper limit, and 10 magic power for every 1,000 health points. Every 1,000 health points provides 1 point of magic power. With 2.72 million health points, Lin Yun directly increases his magic power by 2,724 points. It's so terrifying that Lin Yun is now very arrogant. Don't even mention the Xian level wild monsters. If you bring 10 more of them, I will also tear your heads off. Title: God Killer. Level: Yellow rank 10. The level is full. You need to complete the job transfer to unlock the next level. Attack power: 15 points. Magic power: 3,174 points. HP: 2.81 million points. Blue amount: 359 points. Speed: 20 points. Magic resistance: 15 points. Charm: 0 points. Backpack: 1,565 gold coins, 2 silver coins, 320 copper coins, 1,000 copper coins equals 1 silver, 10 silver coins equals 1 gold, title drops are doubled. Equipment, yellow level mage set, no wearing level requirement. Staff of Doom, magic power plus 100. Complete mage breastplate, HP plus 200. Complete mage arm guard, mana plus 15. Complete mage waist guard, magic resistance plus 15. Complete mage leggings, speed plus 15. Talent, the strongest magic tank, super god level talent. Each time you kill a level 1 wild monster, you can gain 1 health point, and every 1,000 health points will provide 1 magic power. Level 2 wild monsters gain 2 points, and health and magic power are provided according to the level. Talent, sword god, super god level talent, temporarily unavailable. Each time you level up, you can get double the free attribute points. Title. Talented, number of loot times 2, 20 free attribute points obtained. Note, cannot be dropped or transferred. Hunter, when the target's health is less than 10%, it will cause an execution effect, cannot be dropped, cannot be transferred. Free attribute points 0. Skill. 1. Sparks, consumes 10 mana points, skill damage increases by 100%, fires 5 fireballs in succession, hits the target to cause area damage, and causes continuous damage for 5 seconds, which decreases second by second. 2. Flying Feathers, consumes 50 mana points, increases skill damage by 200%, instantly shoots out thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing a 50% group deceleration effect. The sword feathers hit the target and produce an explosion effect, causing 100% skill damage. A certain number of feathers trigger the freezing effect. With 3,175 points of magic power and 2.81 million health points, Lin Yun is not being arrogant. Even if all the people in the number 9 novice village were combined to beat him up. Even if you don't fight back, you can tire them to death. Expansion. Extremely expansive. At this time, the third wave of monsters had begun to attack the city. While Lin Yun was still admiring his panel, a giant palm that covered the sky and the sun suddenly slapped down. Under this blow, the hundreds of players in front of them all turned into white light and disappeared. 10,000! 10,000! Roar! The terrifying roar seemed to come from hell. The violent sound affected everyone, and the health bars of almost all players dropped sharply. Xiaoyao and others were shocked. Sound waves also have attack power. I looked up at the monster in front of me again, and saw its appearance clearly for the first time. Everyone was frightened again. Chapter 17: The Terrifying Mystical Wild Monster, Titan Giant Ape. After taking a look at the panel, everyone fell silent. Titan Ape. Level, Xian-Ti Level 1. Attack Power, 10,000. HP, 10 million. Introduction: The underage cubs of the Titan clan are wandering outside, hiding in a novice village. They are an ultimate fighting race with high attack and high health. Once the shackles in their bodies are unlocked, they will provide 50 times the value, cannot be unlocked. They are extremely powerful and dangerous. They live only for fighting all their lives. If you meet them, please escape quickly. Skills 1. Gigantic Ape Smash. The giant ape leaps up and slams the ground, sending out a terrifying attack wave that can smash all creatures in sight. 2. Bloodthirstiness. For every 1 million HP lost, increase attack power by 10,000 points. Note: extremely dangerous. Everyone looked up at the giant ape in front of them that was 100 meters tall. They felt despair in their hearts. Then, when they looked at the giant ape's attribute panel, even Lin Yun was shocked. What the hell is this cub? You call this 100-meter giant a cub? So what are we little cells? What should I do? Mishi smiled bitterly and looked at the Titan ape in front of him with despair. It was a huge creature of nearly 100 meters, a level 1 Xian rank, which was a level 11 wild monster with such attributes. There is no fighting spirit left in Yeshua's heart. Just do it, the God Slayer is here. Jiji again. His hand holding the sword was shaking, but he still refused to admit defeat. Xiaoyao had a serious expression on his face, calculating in his mind, with 1 million HP and nearly 50 attack points of his own, How many hits would it take to kill him? The Titan ape stared at the bunch of tiny creatures in front of it with its bloodshot eyes, saliva dripping from its fangs, and raised its palm again to smash down. Get out of the way! Xiaoyao roared, tapped the ground lightly, and flew out of the attack range of the Titan giant ape chief like a willow leaf. The others also reacted and used their magical powers to escape from the giant palm. The rest of the players were unable to dodge, and once again turned into a group of white light and disappeared. Lin Yun dodged the attack of the Titan ape, but a ripple arose in his heart. Titan ape, he didn't expect it to be the Titan ape. In the late period of the previous life, after the gods came, many of the races that had come earlier united with humans to fight against the gods. Among them is the Titan ape clan in front of us. The Titan ape that Lin Yun knew was 10,000 meters tall. In contrast, the one in front of me is indeed a cub. At this moment, Lin Yun's heart was filled with infinite emotion. After his rebirth, seeing the familiar image again brought back Lin Yun's memories. But I'm sorry, in order to grow faster, no matter you are the grandson or son of the giant ape you must die here today. What's more, God's revelation has not yet reflected the reality. You are not really dead, and you will be refreshed. Lin Yun found an excuse for himself, then his eyes focused, and the staff in his hand outlined a bright fiery red light. The sparks spread across the prairie and turned into 5 fireballs, which hit the Titan ape's lower back. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive explosions were heard, accompanied by flames. 6,348. The bright red 4-digit number stunned everyone. The explosion damage lasts for 5 seconds, causing 3,174 damage per second. In just 5 seconds, a 5-digit bright red number appeared. 22,218. A total of more than 20,000 damages. Fuck! Xiaoyao couldn't imagine it in his mind this time and cried out in horror. Jiji Fujiji blinked his eyes, then rushed forward with a giant sword taller than a man, and swung it hard at the Titan ape's thumb. 35. Everyone was speechless. Jiji Fujiji touched his head with a silly smile, a little shy. At this time, the Titan ape lifted its big toes slightly. Then everyone saw Jiji Fujiji turned into a white light in midair and returned to the spring. The female generals of Mulan Pavilion covered their eyes with their left hands at the same time. I don't know her, President. It really is. So embarrassing. The battle is still going on. Lin Yun's 20,000 plus damage is just a scratch on the Titan ape. Although he was puzzled as to how the beautiful country in the previous life had dealt with such a terrifying Xian-level wild monster, Lin Yun did not stop his actions. As soon as the casting interval ended, Lin Yun's spark of fire was released. After all, 10 mana points for one skill is still acceptable for Lin Yun with 359 mana points. In this way, Lin Yun began his scraping journey. Seeing this, other players around followed Lin Yun's output. Especially for ranged mages, shooters, etc., release skills as soon as they have mana. Although the damage is only in the double digits, or even single digits, there are so many people. There are nearly 100,000 players in the entire novice village number 9. If each person contributes 1 point of damage, they can inflict nearly 100,000 damage to the Titan ape. Especially Xiaoyao and Jiji Fujiji. One of them was holding a long sword and the other was holding a giant sword as tall as a person, and they were now working hard to attack. Although from a distance it looked like the two were trimming the Titan ape's toenails. The Titan ape was raising his hands impatiently at this moment. The ants in front of him were really annoying. Some of them even ran onto him. The giant palms slammed down, and a large number of players suddenly turned into white light and disappeared, but more people rushed up again. In an instant, the entire number 9 novice village united as one, trying every possible way to deplete the Titan ape's blood volume. But no matter how hard they tried, the amount of blood consumed was negligible compared to the Titan ape's 10 million blood volume, and there was not even a slight decrease in the blood bar. And every time the Titan ape attacks, it can take away a large number of players. However, the crowd was not discouraged. After all, this was the last wave of monsters attacking the city. As long as they passed this level, they could imagine how rich the rewards would be. Which novice village starts with hell difficulty? No, it should be nightmare difficulty. As time went by, except for Lin Yun, almost all the players had died. Many players even died multiple times and their levels dropped significantly. However, the effect is also very obvious. Thanks to the efforts of all the players, the Titan Ape's terrifying health bar of 10 million was reduced by more than 4 million. Among them, Lin Yun's damage was even more exaggerated, reaching more than 1 million. One person caused nearly 1 million more damage than the second-place Xiaoyao. "Come on, brothers, we are about to succeed!" Gigi waved the giant sword and shouted happily. It is hard to imagine that after God's revelation illuminates reality, the Gigi Fu Gigi in the real world holds a giant sword taller than herself and slashes people. As Titan Ape's health decreases, its attacks change. The giant palm that was originally raised to slap suddenly changed direction and turned into a horizontal sweep, and the target was almost directly aimed at Lin Yun. At this time, Lin Yun had just finished releasing a skill, and the staff he extended had not yet been retracted. Seeing the giant palm that covered the sky and the sun sweeping towards Lin Yun, everyone felt relieved. It turned out that the power of the God Slayer was also limited. So many people have died in at least one round, it should be your turn now. But the next moment everyone was dumbfounded. As soon as Lin Yun released his skill, his figure suddenly shook, and he became even more illusory. He interrupted his own spell with an extremely strange step, and his body quickly retreated. In just a moment, he escaped from the sweeping range of the Titan Ape's giant palm. The air was silent except for the roar of the Titan Ape. "That's floating step!" Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed and he murmured. The air step is a skill that all masters in major real-life virtual online games have mastered. It is a skill that can only be mastered after repeated practice. In other online games, Xiaoyao can also be used easily. However, in this Shinchi that has only been open for a few days, there is not enough time to practice, and even Xiaoyao can't do it. But this god killer... Xiaoyao fell into deep thought, constantly recalling Lin Yun's movements in his mind. They were skillful and natural, done in one go, as if he had practiced them thousands of times. How is this possible? But what he didn't know was that Lin Yun had already used this skill countless times in his previous life, so how could he still need to practice it? Lin Yun dodged the attack, but others were not so lucky. Many players were swept by the Titan Ape's giant palm and turned into white light and died again. Seeing that the bug that bit him the most avoided the attack, the Titan Ape let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the health of all the players in the novice village dropped sharply again. At this time, the Titan Ape's health was weakened by 1 million points again. The health has been reduced by half. Suddenly, the Titan Ape's eyes emitted a red bloodthirsty light, and its entire body expanded again. A terrifying pressure shook the majority of the players, their legs softened, and they were forced to their knees by this terrifying aura. Chapter 18: The Thieves' Guild Takes Action. A terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and except for a few high-level players who persisted tremblingly, the vast majority of players were forced to their knees. The Titan Ape's body suddenly expanded, and then its nearly 150-meter-tall body suddenly lowered slightly and made a squatting motion. Lin Yun's eyes changed. "Hide quickly, he is about to use a skill!" The next moment, the Titan Ape kicked its legs, and its huge body rose into the air and leaped into the air. The ground was cracking and everyone was pinned down by a terrifying pressure, unable to even move a finger. Lin Yun was no exception. He felt a terrifying binding force restraining him. "Damn, it's a mandatory skill!" Mishi's face turned black, and apart from speaking, he could not do anything. The Titan Ape leaped high into the air, then suddenly landed on the ground with a terrifying downward force. At that moment, it was as if Mars hit the Earth. The moment the Titan Ape landed on the ground, a terrifying explosive energy that had been accumulated to the extreme swept out with it as the center. All the players who came into contact with the explosive energy instantly turned into white light and disappeared. The terrifying energy swept across in an instant, and Xiaoyao, Gigi Fu Gigi, Mishi, Huzi and others were all killed on the spot. This terrifying energy swept across the entire novice village number 9. Even the Thieves' Guild members who were hiding in the safe area of the novice village disappeared the moment they were exposed to the energy wave. Throughout the number 9 novice village, densely packed bright red numbers appeared. 60,000. Titan Ape's passive talent, Bloodthirsty. For every 1 million HP lost, the attack power increases by 10,000. The Titan Ape, which has lost nearly half of its health, has seen its attack power increase from 10,000 to 60,000. However, in the entire novice village, there was only one person still standing, and that was Lin Yun, even though the damage number, minus 60,000, also lit up on his forehead. However, his health is more than 2 million. Among all the people, only Xiao Yao saw that at the moment when the energy circle swept over Lin Yun's health bar dropped a little at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, Xiao Yao was completely dumbfounded, and the next second he turned into white light and disappeared. The Titan Ape was also looking at the little guy in front of him with a confused look on his face. What was going on? Why was this little guy still standing here? The next moment, countless resurrected players rushed out again. When they saw Lin Yun standing here, no one thought much about it. They thought that Lin Yun died early and would be resurrected soon. Only Xiao Yao looked at Lin Yun with a constipated look on his face, not caring that a strand of white hair was blown into a mess by the wind. My mind is full of thoughts about changing my job to a mage. Lin Yun was still releasing the spark in his hand, and many players in the number 9 novice village were also trying their best to release their skills. The Titan Ape's health was decreasing slowly but evenly again. Soon, the Titan Ape's health had dropped to more than 1 million, and its attack power had reached nearly 90,000. The players in novice village number 9 have all seen the dawn of hope. From the first wave of monsters attacking the city to now, the person who has made the greatest contribution is Lin Yun. Not to mention other places, just in the novice village number 9, almost all players have regarded Lin Yun as a godlike existence. If any player from another novice village boasted that a player other than Lin Yun was the best player in Daxia, I believe the people from novice village number 9 would go straight up and give both of them huge sums of money. Having persisted until now, basically all the hundreds of thousands of players in the novice village have died more than 4 times. Everyone's level was lowered to an extremely low level. But it doesn't matter. The Monster Siege mission is about to be completed, with huge experience points and loot rewards. A few levels are nothing. Time passed slowly, and almost everyone's mana was exhausted, and they could only use basic attacks to deal damage. The only one who can still release skills is Lin Yun. Just when the Titan Ape's health dropped to 1.05 million points, many players began to cheer. Dawn, they finally saw the dawn. After persisting for so long, everyone has expended a huge amount of energy. Even the presidents of the major guilds are now exhausted and rely entirely on willpower to continue attacking the Titan Ape. Lin Yun also took a deep breath and felt dizzy. I can't wait to kill the Titan Ape and quit the game so I can have a good rest. This isn't a game anymore, this is torture. The Staff of Doom in Lin Yun's hand lit up again, and his mana was almost gone. He basically used it sparingly, silently waiting for his mana to recover on its own. The Titan Ape was powerless and furious, and its giant palms swept out again, slapping towards Lin Yun. Everyone had seen Lin Yun's methods and did not care too much. Just when everyone was gradually relaxing, something strange happened. Behind Lin Yun, a blurry figure appeared quietly, and a short knife stabbed straight into Lin Yun's back. You dare! Jijiji opened his eyes wide with bloodshot eyes and shouted angrily. Miesher and others were also shocked and prepared to step forward to help. But the next second, hundreds of figures quietly emerged, blocking everyone's way. It turned out to be the Thieves' Guild that had been hiding for a long time. Moreover, the level of each member is as high as level 6. As for the many players in the novice village number 9, after countless deaths, the highest level they have now is only a few presidents, but their highest level of Xiao Yao is only level 3. Damn it! These disgusting rats! The players' eyes were red with anger, and they couldn't vent it. The hot-tempered player wanted to rush forward and kill the assassin who backstabbed Lin Yun, but the next moment, he was sent back to the fountain by nearly 100 assassins. The Thieves' Guild began hiding like rats since the second wave of monsters attacked the city. But at this moment he suddenly appeared and directly controlled Lin Yun. The most disgusting thing about thieves is their skill, backstab. Being attacked forcibly restrained for 1 second. What Lin Yun is facing now is a Titan Ape whose health has been reduced by almost 90% and whose combat power has been increased to 90,000. Not to mention a mage, No player could survive such a terrifying attack. Haha, even if the mission fails, I will kill this bastard. The sunny boy was also among the thieves. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he looked at Lin Yun with a cruel smile. No one who offends my thieves guild will ever have a good ending. You kill gods, so you will be the sinner of Novice Village number 9. As long as Lin Yun dies, the Titan Ape will lose Lin Yun's monster-attracting function and will be able to recover its health quickly. By then, this engineering mission will be doomed to fail. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard this. The Thieves Guild chose the perfect time, and it was almost a one-shot kill. In such a short period of time, if the God Slayer is controlled for 1 second, this 1 second will cause all the efforts of everyone in the number 9 Novice Village to go to waste. While everyone's face was gloomy, Xiaoyao was the only one who had a trace of disdain and ridicule on his face. Using the same method twice? This is all your Thieves Guild is capable of. Lin Yun's voice sounded lightly, stimulating the sunny boy so much that his face turned pale. Next second, the Titan Ape's giant palm hit Lin Yun and the thief behind him hard. 80,000. 80,000. 2 bright red 5-digit numbers appeared behind Lin Yun and the thief behind him. The thief instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared. It's done! When the Sunshine Boy saw the Titan Ape's palm hit the 2 people, he shouted with joy. After the monster's siege was over, he would publicize that his Thieves Guild had single-handedly destroyed the entire harvest mission of Novice Village number 9, which would greatly increase the Thieves Guild's popularity. At the same time, they threw dirty water on Godkiller, because Godkiller had offended the Thieves Guild, which led to the failure of the city defense mission. Once this reason is exposed, everyone will condemn Godkiller. What is Daxia's number 1 expert? The king of screen swiping? What's the point of your fighting? This world is about means and power. Before the sunny boy could think about it, he was dumbfounded the next moment. Lin Yun was clearly hit by the Titan Ape with more than 80,000 damage, but he did not die like the thief behind him. Instead, the whole person was hit and flew into the air. The most terrifying thing is that after suffering nearly 80,000 damage from the Titan Ape, Lin Yun's health bar only dropped slightly. If you don't pay close attention, you can't see it at all. Fuck! Not to mention the Thieves Guild, all the players in the entire Novice Village number 9 burst into swearing at the same time. And in midair, Lin Yun's staff emitted an icy blue light. The next second, countless ice crystals formed by the cold air appeared densely in the air and shot towards the Titan Ape like sharp arrows. Feathers flying all over the sky. Chapter 19 1 million damage. The Titan Ape's bloodthirsty talent increases its attack power by 10,000 for every 1 million HP reduction. This 10,000 damage is suffocating for all the players in the Novice Village. However, Lin Yun, who was hit head-on by the Titan Ape, only saw his health bar move slightly. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell that Lin Yun was hit. Dense ice crystal arrows flashed with icy blue light, and a trace of cold air filled the air. The air in the entire Novice Village dropped by several degrees under the influence of the flying feathers. The Titan Ape's scarlet eyes revealed human-like fear, and a biting chill enveloped its body. The icy cold kept it fixed in place, and the Titan Ape's speed dropped to an unprecedented level, as if the picture was stuck. Next second, a barrage of ice crystal arrows shot at the Titan Ape, and each one caused nearly 10,000 damage to the Titan Ape. With the blessing of Mantian Feiyu's skill damage of up to 200%, all the players in the Novice Village had dazed expressions. 9,522. 9,522. Densely packed bright red 4-digit numbers appeared on the Titan Ape. At this time, the Titan Ape was unable to move within the range of the flying feathers. Although the ice crystal arrows were small, they were numerous. The terrifying explosion effect even raised wisps of cold air. From the perspective of the players, it was just like in the movie King Kong. The horrific thermal weapons hit the huge ape, causing clouds of thick smoke. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of shackles opening, and at the same time, the introduction of the Titan Giant Ape panel sounded. An ultimate combat race with high attack and high HP. Once the shackles in the body are unlocked, the value will be increased by 50 times. But doesn't it mean it can't be unlocked? Just when everyone realized that the situation had changed, the Titan ape's eyes began to emit a faint golden color. A terrifying aura spread out, and the Titan ape's body was visible to the naked eye and was constantly expanding. At this moment, the Titan ape's health had been reduced to 10% under the volley of flying feathers from Lin Yun. The next moment, the Titan ape's increasingly powerful aura came to an abrupt halt, and its golden eyes revealed a human-like disbelief. The next second, the Titan ape's huge figure suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared. 1 million! A terrifying 7-digit number in bright red font appeared where the Titan ape disappeared. The execution effect of Hunter worked. Directly executed the Titan ape who was in the process of untying the shackles. Lin Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was the Hunter's execution effect, otherwise according to the Titan ape's panel introduction. Unlocks a shackle, providing a 50-fold stat boost. The attack power of a Titan ape with 1 million health points is as high as 90,000, which is a 50-fold increase to 4.5 million. With only 2 million health points, he can't withstand a few attacks from the Titan ape. Then this city defense mission will definitely end in failure. Fortunately, it worked. At this moment, the entire number 9 novice village was silent, and the only thing left in everyone's mind was the terrifying 7-digit damage. 1 million damages! Is this something a human can do? Xiaoyao suffered a heavy blow again. Although everyone was almost numb after a day, the output of 1 million was too unbelievable. Looking at the silent novice village number 9, all the players looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Yun smiled slightly. We seem to have succeeded. The next moment, the overwhelming cheers were deafening, and all the players in the novice village were shouting and cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Some even burst into tears. It's finally over, it's finally successful. This monster siege mission is simply not something a human can do. It only took 1 day, but it seemed as long as a year. Everyone died countless times, and at this moment, they finally succeeded. Countless players turned their gazes to Lin Yun, with fanaticism in their eyes. If Lin Yun created a guild, the nearly 100,000 individual players in the number 9 novice village would probably all join in. To them, Lin Yun's performance could no longer be described as that of a high-level player. He was a god at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to all the players in Novice Village number 9 for completing the hidden plot, Monster Siege mission. Every player in Novice Village number 9 will be rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to all the players in Novice Village number 9 for completing the hidden plot Monster Siege mission. All the players in Novice Village number 9 have received a set of blue-level suits for their corresponding professions. Ding! Congratulations to all players in the number 9 Novice Village for completing the hidden plot the Monster Siege mission. The experience dropped by wild monsters for all players in the Great Summer server has increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to all players in Novice Village number 9 for completing the hidden plot, Monster Siege mission. The experience dropped by wild monsters for all players in Novice Village number 9 has increased by 200%. Ding! Congratulations to all the players in Novice Village number 9 for completing the hidden plot, Monster Siege mission. To express his gratitude, the head of Novice Village number 9 will give all the players in Novice Village number 9 1,000 reputation points each. Ding! Due to the advancement of the plot, the reputation system is activated. The level ranking list is opened. The system will be updated once in 1 hour for the entire server. Players, please pay attention to the time. Server-wide announcements quickly flashed across the screen, with large golden characters constantly appearing in the air. Suddenly, the whole server went crazy. What the hell? Everyone gets 100,000 experience points, so they can level up to level 8 right away. The entire server immediately started discussing the issue, with heated discussions continuing. How is that possible? I calculated. Level 2 gives 500 experience points, Level 3 gives 1,000, Level 4 gives 2,000, Level 5 gives 4,000, Level 6 gives 8,000, Level 7 gives 16,000, Level 8 gives 32,000, and Level 9 gives 64,000. 100,000 experience points is enough for the players in Novice Village number 9 to reach nearly level 9, okay? Some players listed the experience points required to level up. Fuck, I'm so envious. Why doesn't our Novice Village number 1 have Monster Siege missions? I'm so jealous. They even have green level suits for their professions. I can get so much just by completing a mission. The missions above that can advance the plot are not so easy to complete. I estimate that there are a lot of professional players in the number 9 novice village. There is a person who knows science. Hey, all players on our big summer server have doubled the experience dropped by wild monsters. Thank you to the players in the number 9 novice village. Is it too late to go to novice village number 9 now? Brothers. Beautiful country. Statue of Liberty, what are you doing? Goryo. Ashi. Cherry blossom country. Baga, the road is rolling. Compared with the cheers from Daxia, there were screams and curses from the foreign servers. Meanwhile, in novice village number 9, the rewards have not yet ended. Ding! Congratulations to all players in the number 9 novice village for completing the hidden plot, the Monster Siege mission. Rewards will be distributed according to your ranking on the leaderboard. First on the ranking list, you will receive an S-level suit for your corresponding profession. The top 3 on the list will receive the corresponding A-level suits. The top 5 on the list will receive a B-level suit for their corresponding profession. The top 10 on the list will receive a C-level suit for their profession. The top 50 on the list will receive a D-level suit for their profession. The top 100 on the list will receive an E-level suit for their corresponding profession. What the hell? What the hell? The entire number 9 novice village was boiling again. The players ranked in the top 100 had blood rushing into their heads, their faces flushed, and they were in great surprise. Rewards have been distributed. The system will be updated in an hour. I hope all players will keep up the good work and have fun playing the game. It was visible to the naked eye that all the players in the entire novice village number 9 were emitting brilliant upgrade light at the same time, and the level of each player was constantly improving in the light. For a moment, the entire novice village was like a glowing light bulb. The upgraded light of nearly 100,000 players instantly illuminated every corner of novice village number 9. And in this joyous scene, there is only one dark spot. Lin Yun looked at the players around him who were gaining 100,000 experience points, and were constantly leveling up, and his face was filled with helplessness. He is already level 10 and needs to complete a job transfer task to gain experience points. These 100,000 experience points are like losing 100,000 yuan to Lin Yun, which really makes him distressed. Ding! Since the current level has reached yellow rank 10, experience points cannot be obtained. The 100,000 experience point reward has been changed to a mysterious treasure box. Open it to get a random item. Chapter 20 Huge Reward, S-Class Suit. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yun's ears. Mysterious box. Fortunately, I didn't lose all my money. Lin Yun's disappointed look disappeared, and he took a look at the 2 extra treasure chests in his backpack, one containing an S-level corresponding professional suit, and the other a mysterious black box. Lin Yun directly opened the S-level red suit. A crimson light flashed, and suddenly a set of crimson S-class wizard suit appeared in the backpack. Frost Fury. Grade S. Frost Fury Staff, Magic Power plus 300. Frost Fury Breastplate, HP plus 1000. Frost Fury Arm Guards, Mana plus 50. Frost Fury Waist Guard, Magic Resistance plus 50. Frost Fury Leggings, Speed plus 50. Introduction. This magician suit was created by the Frost clan with all their strength. It possesses mysterious power. Wearing the whole set of equipment will gain a passive effect bonus. Passive 1, skills deal 100% damage bonus and have a 20% slowdown effect. Passive 2, skill damage increases penetration by 50%. Passive 3, increases spell lifesteal by 50%. Lin Yun was shocked. Generally, S-level suits only had 2 passive effects, but the suit awarded this time actually had 3 passive effects. Among them, spell penetration and blood-sucking are exactly what Lin Yun needs now. After the players leave the novice village and arrive at the town, the equipment effects they obtain will be even more varied. The increase in magic resistance will greatly weaken Lin Yun's magic damage, and with this 50% penetration effect and blood-sucking effect, Lin Yun could already see himself standing and masturbating with others. The opponent has been fighting for a long time, and I use one skill to make the opponent ascend to heaven on the spot, while I recover to full health. It feels so good. Then he looked at another black mysterious box. Mysterious box. Introduction. You can open a random item, regardless of grade. Even with the simple and clear introduction, Lin Yun was still confused as he had never seen this thing in his previous life. Lin Yun opened it without thinking. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a fusion stone. Fusion stone. Introduction. Combine items of the same nature, retaining their original effects and attributes. Lin Yun immediately thought, if he could obtain another super god level talent and combine them together, wouldn't it be equivalent to having 2 super god level talents? Adding the garbage sword god talent that doubled the attribute points, it would be equivalent to having 3 super god level talents. Just thinking about it makes Lin Yun's blood boil. However, Lin Yun had never heard of such god level talent in his previous life. He obtained it by chance in this life. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I only have 2 years to improve myself. Good steel should be used on the blade. Improving yourself as quickly as possible is the best way. Lin Yun took out the Staff of Doom and the Frost Fury suit, and added the fusion stone into them. The next second, a blinding light flashed. Fusion completed. Congratulations on obtaining the Frost Fury suit under Doomsday. Lin Yun checked the Frost Fury suit again and found an extra passive skill. Passive 4. For every 10,000 health points gained, 1 mana point will be gained. A total of 4 passive effects, 1 more effect than the SS level gold suit. Lin Yun immediately equipped himself with new equipment, Frost Fury under Doomsday. The entire panel has been renewed and its properties have been greatly enhanced again. The magic power is as high as 3,474 points, the health is 2.81 million points, the mana is 409 points, and the speed is also increased to 70 points. At this time, as the players in Novice Village number 9 completed their upgrades, cheers rang out again. Fuck! I'm almost level 9. Mom, look at the attributes of my yellow level equipment. Cheers of surprise rang out one after another, and the entire number 9 Novice Village was filled with only laughter. President, what is your A-level purple suit? Let me see it. Temple Beard grinned and said to Xiaoyao with a grim look on his face. It can be seen that the suit he got was very much to his liking. Xiaoyao held the sword in his left hand, gently stroked a strand of white hair on his forehead with his right hand, and said calmly, It's just purple level, not worth mentioning. Gigi Fujiji was holding the brand new giant sword, grinning from ear to ear, and waving the giant sword that was taller than both of them, looking excited. The people from Milan Pavilion, whose heads were almost chopped off by their own president, were once again frowning. Brother Godkiller, I am grateful for your presence this time. The smile on Mishi's face was almost stretched to the back of his head, and he spoke to Lin Yun sincerely. If you need anything in the future, my World Destruction Guild will support you with all our strength. Upon seeing this, many players from several major guilds and Novice Village number 9 spoke up one after another. Even the handsome guy with expressionless face, Xiao Yao, nodded slightly. Not to mention Gigi Fujiji, the president of Mulan Pavilion, whose whole eyes were on Lin Yun at this moment. Lin Yun nodded, looking at the people in the Novice Village whose average level was 8, feeling deeply moved. How should we describe the current Novice Village number 9? If Daxia is a giant, then Novice Village number 9 is a sharp sword in the hands of the giant. Not to mention anything else, there are only a few level 7 players in the entire server, and there are even fewer high-level players at levels 8 and 9. But in Novice Village number 9, this is just the average level. It is conceivable that when they walk out of Novice Village number 9, what kind of turbulence will be stirred up in the magnificent world of Shinchi. Wait for God's revelation to illuminate reality and God to descend into the world. Among them, there should be many top forces that can fight against the gods. In this life, I finally have a little ability to fight against God. All of this was achieved by Lin Yun based on his experience in his previous life. Lin Yun looked at the excited people and smiled slightly. I do have something that I need your help with. As soon as he finished speaking, many players patted their chests and asked what was going on. Lin Yun glanced at everyone and told the story. When I was level 3, someone attacked me when I was soloing a boss, and when I was fighting the Titan Ape, this person tried to kill me again." Before he finished speaking, everyone present knew what Lin Yun wanted. Thieves Guild. Sunshine Boy. While the entire novice village number 9 was united in fighting against the monsters that were attacking the city, the Thieves Guild was like a troublemaker, constantly dragging their feet from behind. First, he tried to kill wild monsters to get on the leaderboard, then he became a coward when the situation became serious, causing the northern defense line to retreat step by step and the siege mission to almost fail. At the last moment, he even disregarded the overall interests of the entire number 9 novice village and plotted against Lin Yun. If Lin Yun wasn't so abnormal, this monster siege mission would definitely fail. And because of the monster siege, the players in the number 9 novice village who lost so many levels will definitely be abandoned by the main force. Everyone knows that Shinchi can make money. What the Thieves Guild did was tantamount to cutting off people's sources of income. The damn Thieves Guild is just a troublemaker. That's right. When I was fighting against wild monsters, they not only stole my wild monsters, but also killed me. The leader of the Thieves Guild is not a human being, but a beast. Speaking of the Thieves Guild, individual players were immediately furious, with everyone saying something and all of them hating the Thieves Guild to the core. Seeing the crowd's outrage, Lin Yun spoke again. "I only have one thought now, to guard the body." As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, the members of all the major guilds were stunned. Guarding the corpse means guarding the enemy's corpse and killing it as soon as it is resurrected. Unless you log off directly, what awaits you will be endless deaths and level drops. Unless there is a deep hatred, few people would do this. The Thieves Guild, however, consists of more than just 100 or so people in Novice Village number 9. The Thieves Guild has many members, who are divided into different novice villages in Divine Revelation. It is a huge group with countless experts. Even though they behave badly and have questionable character, not many people dare to provoke them. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless assassinations, which will kill you to the point where you can no longer play this game. In other games before, there were cases where top 10 players were killed and forced to quit the game. However, this does not include the temple and the destruction of the world. The distribution of power of the Temple of Destruction is not worse than that of the Thieves Guild, and is even much stronger. Hearing this, Nyesher frowned and said, "The mechanism of Shinchi is different from other games. Once you die, you will return directly to the fountain, and you can't guard the body. If they all hide in the fountain, then we can only kill them once." The words of world destruction made everyone silent, and how to guard the corpse became a problem. Imprisonment Stone. Lin Yun and Xiaoyao's voices sounded at the same time. The two looked at each other, and nodded at the same time. Xiaoyao continued, "I obtained an item when I was leveling up, which is the Imprisonment Stone. The only effect is to prevent players from returning to the fountain after death. They can only be resurrected at the same place. The duration is 1 minute. But I only have one." Xiaoyao said this as he took out a stone with dark purple-red patterns engraved on it from his backpack. Everyone was surprised to see this. Lin Yun had encountered the Confinement Stone's assassination many times in his previous life, so he naturally knew what the Confinement Stone looked like. "Hey, I have this thing too!" As soon as they saw the Imprisonment Stone, many players spoke up. Lin Yun smiled and said, "We only need to collect 100 or so Imprisonment Stones. In 1 minute, I can kill them to level 1, and then block the spring water so that they can't leave the Novice Village. Dear players of Novice Village number 9, I, God Slayer, am purchasing Imprisonment Stones at the price of 1 gold coin each. Players who have Imprisonment Stones can trade directly with me." Upon hearing this, the player who possessed the Confinement Stone immediately initiated a trade with Lin Yun. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100,000 Daxia coins. Xiaoyao and others were surprised at the power behind Lin Yun. At this stage, all the players who could take out 100 gold coins were from big guilds. However, Lin Yun's solitary image left them puzzled. In less than a moment, Lin Yun had collected 300 Confinement Stones. Next, it was the nightmare of the Thieves Guild. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lin Yun takes revenge and beats him into the shit. Chapter 21, Guarding the Corpse. Massacre of the Thieves Guild. Novice Village number 9. Different from other players in the Novice Village who are working hard to level up. The players in Novice Village number 9 are now very excited. Hundreds of thousands of them are all conducting a carpet search and hunt. The target of their pursuit turned out to be the famous Thieves Guild. The members of the big guild who usually show off their power and do all kinds of evil are now like rats crossing the street in the Novice Village number 9. The targets of their pursuit are the individual players whom they normally look down upon. At this moment, they were in an extremely miserable state, carefully avoiding the pursuit of the players. Once discovered by players, with a roar, dozens or even hundreds of players will gather around in an instant. Many guild brothers have been caught and pinned to the ground. These rubbish are crazy! How dare they target us? The Sunny Boy's face was gloomy at the moment. Originally, he had hundreds of guild members following him, which was very glorious, but now there were only less than 5 people left with him. All the players in the entire Novice Village number 9 went crazy and started hunting down the Thieves Guild. They even prepared something called the Confinement Stone. Once caught, the Imprisonment Stone will be crushed, and you will be kept waiting to die on the spot to level 1, with no way to escape. There were originally more than 100 thieves, but now there are only a few left. He only escaped because he hid in the level 10 wild monster area under the cover of guild members. This day was just miserable. The Sunny Boy was so excited at this moment. He had always chased others, but this was the first time he felt the joy of being chased by others. The elite troops of the Holy Temple and the World Destroyer were all sent out, threatening to prevent themselves and others from leaving the Novice Village. There are too many opportunities in the divinely inspired world, it is a huge cake. If you are really killed to level 1, then the loss will be huge. Not to mention dividing the cake, it is even a question whether he can continue to work as the branch president. Damn that Shitang Xiao Yao! Once the transmission channel is opened, I will definitely find someone to kill him. The Sunny Boy lowered his voice and looked around after he finished speaking, fearing that he would be discovered. Oh, I heard you want to kill me? If nothing unexpected happened, it would have happened. Xiao Yao's cold voice sounded behind the Sunny Boy. The Sunny Boy's face changed drastically, and he quickly used his thief skills to enter stealth mode and escape, but it was too late. A sword light suddenly appeared and instantly split into 3 sword lights. In an instant, 3 consecutive hits directly hit the target, the Sunny Boy whose most body had entered invisible state. The next moment, the stealth state was interrupted, and the figure of the Sunny Boy was directly exposed to the air. Xiao Yao made a sword flower, moved his feet slightly, and the long sword was like a dragon, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and hit the Sunny Boy again. Damage prompts appeared one after another, and the Sunny Boy had completely lost the chance to escape. Xiao Yao! Do you think your holy temple really wants to go to war with my Thieves Guild? The Sunny Boy's eyes changed slightly, his tone became cold, the dagger in his hand flashed, and he started fighting with Xiao Yao. Hee hee. There was a hint of mockery on Xiao Yao's handsome face, but his attacks became more and more ruthless. I've already chopped you down so many times with my sword, and you're still talking nonsense here. You and I are both level 9, the gap is not that big. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to level up as soon as possible and do the job transfer task. There are also gaps between players. Xiao Yao is the best in other games. If he really faces Xiao Yao at this moment, the Sunny Boy is no match at all. At this time, the elite soldiers of the Holy Temple had surrounded the two of them. The Sunny Boy knew that he could not escape, so he could only keep trying to persuade Xiao Yao with words. As a result, Xiao Yao was like a dumb wooden block. No matter what he said, he would just glance at him sideways and then attack him even more viciously. Swordsmen are known for their elegance, and going up against an assassin who is good at stabbing is like an adult beating a child. The Sunshine Boy's blood volume continued to decrease, and his attacks were basically dodged by Xiao Yao's body skills. Let me go, and our Thieves Guild can join forces with your temple to share the resources of the secret realm. You have to know that there are too many opportunities in the divine revelation now. I can share all this information with you. Isn't it good for us to become bigger and stronger? The Sunny Boy spoke again, but now his tone was a little more anxious. I think it's dirty. Xiao Yao forced the Sunny Boy into a dead end with a sword, speaking with disdain, and was not moved at all by the Sunny Boy's proposal. What a joke. If I cooperate with such a stinky rat, I will lose my sunny and handsome image. When you are in the world, image is the most important thing. He took out a confinement stone engraved with purple-red lines and crushed it in front of the horrified eyes of the Sunny Boy. A purple-red halo suddenly spread out, encircling the Sunny Boy, then turned on the communication device and sent a coordinate to the top-ranked god killer. The thief has been caught, come quickly. Lin Yun was killing several thieves in front of him. With one skill, the thieves in front of him turned into white light, but they had no way to return to the fountain. Instead, they reappeared in the same place with pale faces after a few seconds. Lin Yun used another skill, and several opponents died again. Soon several thieves were killed and only the pitiful level 1 was left. This time their death turned into white light, and they returned directly to the fountain. Lin Yun glanced at the message sent by Xiaoyao, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stood up and rushed directly to the coordinates. The few thieves who returned to the fountain were in tears as they were killed directly from level 9 to level 1, and all their equipment was destroyed. I walked out of the fountain with nothing but my new gear, thinking about leveling up all over again. I felt like dying. However, as soon as they walked out of the spring, they were met with a bunch of swords and sabers. Before they could react, they returned to the spring again. The 3 major guilds had already sent people to block the entrance to the fountain. As long as there is a level 1 thief player coming out, they will be beaten back immediately. Want to walk out of the fountain? Impossible! I'm going to bully the fountain today. As for why we only kill level 1 rogue players? Now, except for the members of the Thieves Guild, all players in Novice Village number 9 start at level 7. The Sunny Boy had just been resurrected on the spot, and his level had dropped to level 8. Before he had time to feel sad, he saw Xiaoyao holding a fool and slashing at him again with a sword. No breathing space at all. After killing the Sunshine Boy again, Lin Yun also came here. As soon as I came over, I saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. Ahem, it's Xiaoyao who is chopping the Sunshine Boy. Seeing Lin Yun coming, Xiaoyao retreated decisively, sheathed the long sword in his hand after making a handsome sword flower, and spoke coldly to Lin Yun. Too weak, no fun to fight you come. The Sunny Boy felt very aggrieved when he heard this. You used the sword to chop me for a long time for no reason, and now you tell me that it's meaningless to chop me. Don't I, the president of the Thieves Guild, have any dignity? It's meaningless that you took so long to chop me. Lin Yun looked at Xiaoyao who had a cold face, then looked at the Sunshine Boy who had a frustrated face and was only level 7, and smiled secretly. When the Sunny Boy saw Lin Yun coming, his face changed slightly. He was about to say something, but before he opened his mouth, 5 fireballs hit his face directly. Bang! The next second, the health bar was emptied and turned into a ball of white light, ready to be resurrected. Yeah, that's faster. Xiaoyao looked at the Sunny Boy who was killed instantly and nodded with satisfaction. The Sunny Boy resurrected and spoke without waiting for Lin Yun to make a move. God Slayer! Do you want to be an enemy of my Thieves Guild? You probably don't know the power of our guild. You are just an individual player, so what if your level is high? The consequences of offending a big guild are not something you can bear. No matter how much damage there is, there are so many of us. As he was talking, the Sunny Boy fell silent and scratched his head. It seemed that a high level was useful, and high damage also seemed to be useful. The mage in front of him killed more than 400,000 level 10 monsters by himself, and dealt a huge damage of 1 million. My confidence suddenly seemed so pale and powerless in front of the person in front of me. You're done? Lin Yun's staff lit up again, burning the Sunshine Boy with fire. Soon, the Sunny Boy was killed to level 1, his equipment exploded all over the ground, and he died back in the fountain. In just a few minutes, he went from being the president of the Thieves Guild and a level 9 high-level player to that man. Hey, B-level purple suit thief suit, the attributes are pretty good. Hey, can gold coins also explode? Templebeard collected the spoils and said in confusion. Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, facing the sunset at a 45-degree angle, and spoke to Lin Yun in a calm manner in a way that he thought was handsome. After the update is completed, I will arrange for someone to guard their spring for 3 days. Thank you. Lin Yun looked at Xiaoyao, who was as arrogant as in his previous life, and smiled slightly. In his previous life, Xiaoyao was a sword immortal. No matter when he appeared, he would always look up at a 45-degree angle to face the sun, no matter how hot the sun was. After all, being dark is only temporary, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. Lin Yun's face immediately turned serious, and he spoke tentatively to Xiaoyao, who was trying hard to hold back tears because the sunlight was too glaring. Do you feel that this game is a little different? Xiaoyao turned around and thought for a moment, his expression instantly becoming serious. It does feel a little off. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He was indeed worthy of being the free and easy swordsman in his previous life. His sharp intuition was truly admirable. The explosion rate is too low and the upgrade is too slow. Lin Yun listened to Xiaoyao's idiotic words spoken in a solemn tone. Suddenly I wanted to punch Xiaoyao's handsome face. Forget it, I'll explain it to you when I have a chance. This guy is just a fool, what a bullshit free and easy sword fairy, a moron with no intuition. Temple Beard gave the equipment dropped by Sunshine Boy to Lin Yun. Lin Yun took the B-level purple suit, and the rest of the spoils were taken by the Holy Temple. The update time was approaching, so Lin Yun said goodbye to the Holy Hall and went offline directly. He looked at Lin Yun with sidelong glances until Lin Yun went offline. Then Xiaoyao wiped away the tears that were exposed by the glaring sunlight and twisted his stiff neck. He turned to Hu Zi and said, "Brother, isn't this aura so cool?" Hu Zi turned around and left, not wanting to say a single word to this stupid president. After the people from the Holy Temple went offline, a loli carrying a giant sword hurried over. Seeing the empty area, she said in a disappointed tone, "I'm late. I haven't asked Brother Godslayer which city he is in." Chapter 22 Returning to School and Meeting Xia Shui again. After waking up from the landing capsule, Lin Yun felt refreshed, unlike the previous aches all over his body. Thanks to the landing capsule's nutritional supply and massage functions, if it weren't for the Divine Inspiration update, Lin Yun would have definitely continued to soak in it. To be honest, this landing capsule has only one disadvantage, which is that it is expensive. However, for Lin Yun, who has more than 1,500 gold coins, this is just a small amount of money. After washing up, Lin Yun ordered some food and browsed the forum while eating. The forum was already in an uproar at this time. It has been only a few days since Shinchi was launched, but it has already dominated the hot topics of major forums, and is being discussed on almost all social software. After many people made their first pot of gold through Shinchi, Shinchi has become a phenomenal game under much publicity. More people are eager to try, just waiting for the Shinchi update to be completed and enter Shinchi to make money. It can be said that the existence of Shinchi has given more people the option of finding new employment. They can make money by playing games and experience a different life in an immersive way. Everyone would want to give it a try. On the forum, people are talking more about the Monster Siege mission in the Novice Village No. 9, and the most popular video has already been pinned to the top. Shocking! The best wizard in the Great Xia server suddenly appeared. He fought against hundreds of thousands of enemies alone and killed Xian-level monsters as easily as taking something out of a bag. What happened in Novice Village No. 9? Participants of Novice Village No. 9 will answer your questions one by one. Strange. All members of Novice Village No. 9 are surrounding and suppressing the Thieves' Guild. What caused the two major guilds, the Temple and the World Destroyer, to join forces across the century? Below is a video. In the video, endless monsters attack the high walls outside the Novice Village. The figures of players fighting against the monsters flash by, and then the players are defeated and retreat. The elite members of the three major guilds, the Temple, Destroyer, and Milan Pavilion, fought one after another, exchanging their lives for others. The Thieves' Guild did nothing and even went around stealing monsters. These scenes appear in the video. The entire No. 9 Novice Village was in danger, and the city defense mission was about to fail. All the players had only resentment and anger on their faces. The scene flashed, and a yellow-robed wizard stood alone on the third highest wall. Every time the staff in his hand lit up, he could take away a large number of level 10 monsters. The entire Novice Village followed the yellow-robed wizard to fight back and successfully resisted the attack again and again. The Titan Ape's giant palm, which covered the sky and the sun, swept across, and all those who were swept turned into white light without exception. Only the yellow-robed wizard took the lead, leading the players to fight back unremittingly, slowly draining the Titan Ape's blood. When the Titan Ape's health was low and the players in the Novice Village were about to win, the Thieves' Guild suddenly attacked the yellow-robed mage. The scene flashed, and endless ice crystal arrows swept the Titan ape. The picture froze on Lin Yun's figure with his back to the crowd. With the music and editing, the players were excited and felt as if they were there. Once the post was published, it instantly topped the list and received rave reviews. No way! This is the Monster Siege mission! What happened to the number 9 novice village? All of them are level 9 and 10 monsters? No wonder the entire Daxia server will get a 100% increase in monster drop experience. I seem to see the turbulent times many years ago when our ancestors fought bloody battles just to give us, their descendants, a stable and peaceful life. This wizard is too much. Level 10 wild monsters are like straw in the field to him. He can harvest them easily. This is more than just Daxia's number 1 wizard, he may be the world's number 1 wizard. Look, this thieves guild is still as disgusting as ever. They are like a dog. It's a group, no. Please don't insult the dog, okay? How could there be a mystical level monster? This video must be fake. Look, these are all level 2 and 3 players. How can they defend against a level 10 monster? This doesn't make sense. That's right, a Xian level wild monster? I would believe you if you said this Titan ape is of heaven level. It's too photoshopped, full of flaws. The person above, I have been engaged in the design industry for many years. After my professional testing and analysis, the video was only edited and there are no other signs of PS. I judge that the video is real. There were many different opinions at the time. Some were shocked and admired Lin Yun, and admired the passion and persistence of the players in the number 9 novice village. Others kept raising various doubts and belittled and ridiculed him. But it is undeniable that Lin Yun became famous. The name, God Slayer, was now spreading across Daxia like a hay flame, sweeping across the entire server at an incredibly fast speed. Lin Yun finished the last bite of rice in his hand, looked at the hot comments, and shook his head helplessly. This should be a video edited by a player in the number 9 novice village. But it's okay. If I spread my fame now, when God's revelation illuminates the world in 2 years, I will have greater appeal to organize players to prepare together to resist God. Turning off his phone, Lin Yun closed his eyes and thought. Next, after the Shinchi update, players will be almost close to the level 10 level. At that time, the teleportation channel will be opened, and players can go to various towns through the teleportation channel to carry out job transfer tasks. If you successfully change your job, you will be able to advance to the Xian level. After reaching the Xian level, the abilities you can obtain are even more bizarre. There are also some differences in job transfers. The normal job transfer tasks are very simple for Lin Yun, and the abilities gained are slightly weaker. In Shinchi, there are hidden professions, but it is really hard to describe how to obtain hidden professions. Some people get powerful hidden professions by chance, while others try their best but waste their time on leveling up, which is not worth the loss. Lin Yun pondered over several hidden career tasks from his previous life, began to eliminate and screen them, and slowly made a plan. In addition to himself, there are also job transfer tasks suitable for Xiao Yao and others in his memory. Lin Yun recalled the clues and slowly took notes. After making the plan, Lin Yun left home and drove to school. There is an elective course today. The course teacher is a conservative old man nicknamed Old Conservative. If you skip class once, you will forget about this course. There is no way, Lin Yun can only be forced to go back to school. After all, there is still half a year before the divine enlightenment, and he still has to live his life in reality. After driving to the school, Lin Yun picked up his textbook and went straight to the open classroom. On the campus, students in their prime of life all had smiles on their faces, with longing and planning for the future in their eyes, while more people were discussing the phenomenal game Shinchi. Lin Yun also heard the word deicide many times. Combined with the students' admiring expressions, it was not difficult for Lin Yun to imagine that they were praising him. Everything is so beautiful, the breeze is intoxicating, and the class bell is ringing with laughter. This kind of scene will only be remembered from time to time by those who have left school. In the apocalyptic memories of his previous life, Lin Yun often thought how nice it would be if he could go back to his student days, to that peaceful era. However, the beauty before our eyes is like bubbles, and time is running out. I have to develop faster, spread my wings, protect Daxia again, and face the gods. I must succeed in this life. The classroom for the open class was a very large classroom. When Lin Yun arrived, many students were already sitting there. He just found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the class to start. At this time, it was almost time for class and students were entering the classroom one after another. Gradually, the huge classroom was already full of students. There was no other reason for this, but because the reputation of this old-fashioned teacher was so famous that few dared not come to his class. "Hi, Lin Yun!" A beautiful figure accompanied by a faint fragrance of a young girl came and sat directly in the empty seat next to Lin Yun, greeting Lin Yun enthusiastically. Lin Yun turned around and saw a fair, pretty face in front of him, with bright eyes, white teeth, and eyebrows like willow leaves. She was smiling at Lin Yun. It was his classmate Xia Shui. Xia Shui was not very surprised that Lin Yun came to the open class so early. Before, Lin Yun's mind was full of Wu Xinyue. He was often late for work and would be scolded by the old-fashioned man every time. But today, I was sitting in the classroom early. Xia Shui's long black hair fell naturally, and the elegant and decent dress she wore set off her figure even better. Her eyes were smiling at this moment, and Lin Yun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Lin Yun smiled and said, "Hello, classmate Xia Shui. Why did you come so early today? Isn't it usual?" Xia Shui was in a very happy mood and said excitedly, "Because I love to learn." Lin Yun was rarely amused, and he couldn't help laughing when he saw Xia Shui pouting her delicate little lips. For some reason, every time I see Xia Shui, I feel particularly relaxed. The conversation between the two attracted discussions from the students around them. "Hey, look, isn't that Lin Yun? How dare he sit next to another beauty today? Isn't he afraid that Wu Xinyue will cause a scene in class? Oh, it's true. Isn't that Xia Shui, who is ranked first on the school beauty list? When did the two of them get together?" At this moment, Wu Xinyue walked into the classroom arm in arm with Chen Wanhao, and immediately saw Lin Yun chatting and laughing with Xia Shui. After all, Lin Yun and Xia Shui are both very good-looking. At this moment, the handsome man and beautiful woman sitting together are very conspicuous, and can be distinguished from ordinary students at once. The sharp-eyed classmates looked at Wu Xinyue with a gloomy face, then looked at Chen Wanhao who was arm in arm with her, and suddenly had a look of surprise on their faces, and hurriedly started communicating with the classmates around them. Now there's something interesting to watch. Chapter 23 Shameless. In the open class, Lin Yun and Xia Shui were chatting happily. Every time he came into contact with Xia Shui, this cheerful and sunny girl would make Lin Yun feel very relaxed. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time. They talked about everything aimlessly. There were no strange entry points, but they just had endless topics to talk about. "Lin Yun, is that why you broke up with me?" A sharp and sarcastic voice interrupted their conversation. "Miss, don't you know that Lin Yun is my boyfriend?" Wu Xinyue saw that Lin Yun had changed like a fool just after they broke up not long ago. Not only did he spend millions on a game, but after leaving her, he became even more sunny and handsome. He was already extremely annoyed, and now seeing Lin Yun chatting and laughing with the school beauty, he instantly became furious. When he came to the two of them, he started to sneer and mock, completely ignoring the changed expression of Chen Wanhao behind him. His words were full of hidden meanings, putting himself in the position of a victim. As expected, many of the onlookers began to suspect the relationship between the two, and their eyes turned strange when they looked at Xia Shui. Xia Shui was stunned by the sudden scene. Seeing Wu Xinyue's accusatory look, she felt even more uneasy. Although she and Lin Yun were just ordinary classmates, she did seem like a mistress at this moment. Seeing Wu Xinyue's arrival, Lin Yun's face instantly turned gloomy, and his good mood was instantly destroyed. Xia Shui beside him even had a slightly changed expression, as if she had done something wrong, no longer her original sunny and cheerful look. "Mr. Wu, I give you 3 seconds to take your mistress and disappear from my sight. Don't pollute the air around me." Lin Yun's voice was icy cold, as if a wild beast was growling in its throat, and the air around him dropped several degrees. After saying that, he gave Xia Shui beside him a reassuring look, then looked up at Wu Xinyue, whose eyes were red because of his cold tone. This woman's acting skills are still outstanding as always. "You yelled at me just because of her? Have you forgotten who accompanied you through 2 years of your youth?" Wu Xinyue began to sob, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She had discussed with Chen Wanhao that Lin Yun probably still had a lot of money now, otherwise he would not have bought such an expensive landing capsule. Now that she thought she had caught Lin Yun, she wanted to use public opinion to make the matter bigger, and then gain benefits from Lin Yun. Lin Yun has lived 2 lives and has long understood how vicious Wu Xinyue is. Not only does she want to gain benefits, she also wants to drag down the school's recognized beauty. As expected, there were young college students everywhere around, who had no ability to distinguish right from wrong and believed everything they heard. For a while, many of them exaggerated and told their friends everything they had learned. Xia Shue's face turned even paler. She was unaware of the situation and thought she had done something wrong. Her eyes were filled with tears. I felt sorry for her, but I couldn't say anything to refute her. Seeing this, Lin Yun didn't say much, but just raised 3 fingers slightly and counted down the seconds. Wu Xinyue was also nervous when she saw Lin Yun counting down with a gloomy face, but in order to get the money, she once again pointed the finger at Xia Shui. Xia Shui, you are also a school beauty. Your looks are innate, but your character is something you have learned through self-cultivation. I wonder how miserable your family background must be to raise a woman like you who specifically targets other people's boyfriends. As soon as these words were spoken, the students immediately started to imagine what was going on, and just in time, Lin Yun had already put down 3 fingers. Lin Yun stood up under Wu Xinyue's puzzled gaze, took out his cell phone and played a recording. Suddenly, an unbearable sound was heard. After a gasp, Wu Xinyue's voice sounded in the recording. Brother Hao, don't worry. Tomorrow is my birthday. Lin Yun, that liquor, will definitely give me the money he earns from running takeout. How about I buy you your favorite black stockings and serve you? Haha, do you feel comfortable treating Lin Yun, who has taken care of you for 3 years, like this? But I feel it's very exciting. Chen Wanhao's voice was tired, and he echoed it at this moment. As soon as this recording came out, the faces of the 2 people changed immediately. This classroom was originally very spacious, and the sound was like a loudspeaker in the silent classroom. Chen Wanhao's face suddenly turned red, and he was so angry that he wanted to rush forward to snatch Lin Yun's phone. Then, what he didn't expect was that Lin Yun, who looked thin and weak, actually grabbed his neck. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he lifted Chen Wanhao up little by little with one hand. A man lifted an adult male weighing more than 100 pounds by the neck with one hand. This incredible scene was immediately photographed and uploaded to the campus website. Chen Wanhao wanted to die at this moment. No, he was really going to die. His face turned red and then blue. His lungs could not breathe a breath of fresh air. His head was congested, and he felt that he saw his own grandmother in a daze. Although Xia Shui was also shocked by Lin Yun's strength, she realized that something was wrong and immediately patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and threw Chen Wanhao out like a rag. With the sound of his head hitting the ground, Chen Wanhao finally breathed a sigh of relief and breathed heavily, like a broken cigarette smoker. The only sound left in the entire classroom was his greedy breathing, while Wu Xinyue on the side was completely stunned and didn't even think of helping Chen Wanhao. There was only a constant interweaving of anger and regret on his face, but no trace of shame at all. How could it be possible that Lin Yun had such a recording in his hands? Lin Yun naturally knew what Wu Xinyue was thinking. In his previous life, in order to deal with the gods, he learned a lot with the help of the Daxia military. For Lin Yun, implanting a simple mobile phone virus was just a piece of cake. He is not a kind man, so he naturally had something to do with such a disgusting woman. Lin Yun's actions were too sudden, completely different from the rumors about him. The classroom was silent at this moment, and Lin Yun's figure suddenly became mysterious and tall in the eyes of many classmates. He reached out and gently grasped Xia Shui's soft hand, who was still in shock. Xia Shui was startled, and her face turned red instantly. She hurriedly tried to pull it out. But Lin Yun was thin and weak, but extremely strong, so Xia Shui was unable to free her hand for a moment. Lin Yun smiled slightly and continued speaking. I gave you multiple chances, but you kept challenging my bottom line and even insulted my girlfriend. Seeing Lin Yun clasping her hands and making a high-profile declaration in public, Xia Shui opened her mouth slightly, and her already red face turned redder again, but a hint of sweetness suddenly arose in her heart. Besides, I never said that you are my girlfriend. Xia Shui and I have known each other for a longer time. You just took advantage of Xiuxiue's busy studies and generous heart to ask me to help you with things for various reasons. When did you become my girlfriend? As he spoke, Lin Yun glanced at Xia Shui and said, well, she is indeed very generous. With just a few words, Lin Yun swapped Wu Xingyue and Xia Shui's positions. The students with good memory immediately thought that although Lin Yun had been taking care of her like a dog in the past 2 years, the two of them had never publicly acknowledged anything. For a moment, the classmates imagined it again, and combined with the remarks in the recording, Wu Xingyue suddenly gained the identity of a green tea and a playbill. Seeing her classmates talking about it, Wu Xingyue had no way to defend herself. The worst thing was that she couldn't defend the content of the recording at all. This matter will surely ferment quickly on campus, and my reputation will be ruined, and it may even attract the attention of school leaders. For a moment, Wu Xinyue's face turned pale and she felt infinite regret in her heart. She regretted why she had provoked Lin Yun in public. If she had been in another place, things might not have turned out like this. Chen Wanhao, who had recovered by now, could no longer endure the scrutiny and ridicule of his classmates, so he hurried forward, grabbed Wu Xinyue, who was about to speak, and dragged her out of the classroom. He began to be unable to stand this brainless woman. Seeing the two people running away, Lin Yun said sincerely to the classmates around him, I'm sorry to make a fool of myself. I hope you can go easy on my girlfriend. After all, she is the real victim. Besides, I believe everyone has seen my unicorn arms that have made me single for 20 years. As he said this, he waved his right hand in a funny way. Suddenly the whole classroom burst into laughter. Thinking of Lin Yun lifting up an adult male with one hand, some people who were not afraid of making trouble silently deleted the exaggerated information in their hands. After all, Lin Yun's identity changed too quickly, and no one knew what he really looked like. If he offended someone he shouldn't have offended, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing that Lin Yun was willing to sacrifice his own reputation to protect himself and handle things in a generally natural way, Xia Shui's heart was slightly rippled. Chapter 24. Come on. You can teach the French class. As the bell rang, the old-fashioned man walked into the classroom with thick black-framed glasses and a stern face. For a moment, the whole classroom was silent, and no one dared to speak. After all, the old man always looks like someone owes him money. He is also a senior professor of the French department in the school. He doesn't give face to anyone. If you make him angry, even the principal will scold him when he comes. The old man didn't know what had just happened. He looked at the full classroom and nodded slightly. Lin Yun whispered to Xia Shui as he sat down. I'm sorry, Xia Shui, for giving you a boyfriend out of nowhere. Xia Shui's face turned red when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and said softly, It's okay. Then she looked up and glanced at Lin Yun secretly. But he found that Lin Yun was staring at him with a faint smile, and he immediately laughed angrily. Humph! You have to compensate me for my loss of reputation. What? Isn't having such a handsome boyfriend enough compensation? Lin Yun gave an exaggerated answer and touched his face, looking aggrieved. You look plain, how can you be handsome? Xia Shui was immediately furious and pretended to be disgusted. The two people's whispers were like a bright light in the darkness in the extremely quiet classroom, and were seen by the old-fashioned man at a glance. If you want to talk, stand outside and don't disturb your classmates' studies. Xia Shui hurriedly opened the textbook, lowered her head and stopped talking, but stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Yun's thigh angrily. Hiss! Lin Yun's face suddenly twisted, and in the eyes of the old-fashioned man, this scene of Lin Yun making a face was nothing short of a provocation to him. That classmate, yes! It's you! The old-fashioned man suppressed the anger in his voice and pointed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun pointed at himself, and seeing that the old man was indeed calling him, he stood up with a depressed look on his face. Classmate, you are really good at chatting. Come, describe this scene in French to your classmates. The old-fashioned man opened the textbook, intending to make an example of a student. Otherwise, these students would think that they could sit back and relax after entering university, not knowing that the world outside is even more cruel. If they are not spurred on, they will suffer a lot. Lin Yun opened the textbook with a strange look on his face. Seeing this, Xia Shui, who was standing beside him, lowered her head and covered her mouth. She was particularly happy to see Lin Yun being humiliated, but she was afraid that her smile would attract the attention of the old-fashioned man. Well, what's wrong? We were having a great time just now. If you don't behave well in this French lesson today, you will have to stand next to me in the future. Day after day, I have never seen you not be late for a single day. Today was a rare day for you not to be late, but you have been talking non-stop since I walked in the door. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. The old-fashioned man reached out and knocked on the French textbook. Classmate, how is your French? The old man didn't say anything more to Lin Yun, and just spoke in fluent French. Few of the college students present were serious about learning, and they were all looking at him in confusion. At the same time, he smiled secretly and turned his head to look at Lin Yun, wanting to see how Lin Yun, who could lift an adult male with one hand, would accept the cruel punishment of the old-fashioned man. Even Xia Shui felt very uncomfortable holding it in. She lowered her head and laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. Lin Yun's expression became even weirder. Looking at Xia Shui, who was laughing so hard that her whole body looked like she was in vibration mode, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you test me in math, I don't know what to do, but in French. Lin Yun smiled, put down the French textbook, and spoke confidently and calmly. Professor, my French is not as good as yours, I only know a little bit. Professor, my French is not as good as yours, I only know a little bit. Similarly, the French spoken by Lin Yun with very accurate accent and wording was, in some ways, even more standard than the old man's. At this moment, the whole classroom fell silent again, and then broke into deafening cheers. No, buddy, are you serious? You really can do it. Moreover, no one has ever been able to gain any advantage from the old man, but Lin Yun shocked the old man. At this time, the students all had smiles on their faces. Looking at the old man with a surprised look on his face, their smiles became even more undisguised. Xia Shui was shocked at this moment. The smile on her face froze. She looked at Lin Yun in surprise. As she listened to Lin Yun's French, her face suddenly lit up. Lin Yun has completely changed. From the 4S shop to now, he has subverted Xia Shui's cognition time and time again. Now he can even speak French, and it seems that he speaks it better than the old man. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a treasure, shining in Xia Shui's eyes and particularly eye-catching. The most shocked person was the old-fashioned one. After working in the industry for decades, this was the first time he heard such authentic French. In fact, he knew Lin Yun in front of him, and he had heard stories about him being a dog licker many times. Moreover, he was always late for class, sometimes coming only when the class was almost over, so he had long been impressed by him. However, at this moment, he was indeed shocked by Lin Yun. He stumbled and hesitated, and the old man could only ask one question. Were you born in France? Indeed, only the French can speak such authentic French. N'est-ce pas not? Lin Yun spoke again, but laughed in his heart. You must be kidding. After the gods came to the world in his previous life, he teamed up with foreign players to fight against the gods many times. In order to make the tactics intuitive and clear, he learned multiple languages. Forget French, I can speak any language you choose and I can chat with you. Well, listen carefully in class and don't make any unnecessary movements. The teacher knows that you two talk a lot, so save your conversation until after class and don't disturb your classmates' studies. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking. This time, everyone could clearly feel that he was in a good mood. The old man's words once again caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Xia Shui felt dizzy when she heard this, and she was like an ostrich, wishing she could bury herself in the desk. It's so embarrassing. Now even the teacher thinks they are a couple. Okay, teacher. Lin Yun nodded and sat down. Looking at Xia Shui's little girl, he felt even more cheerful and couldn't help but teasing Xia Shui again. How is it? I didn't expect that brother is so powerful. When Xia Shui heard this, she was so angry that she twisted Lin Yun's thigh again, and Lin Yun put on the mask of pain again. The old man picked up the French textbook, feeling a little confused. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly said to Lin Yun, How about that? You can teach the French class. Lin Yun was stunned. The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. After the old-fashioned man gave Lin Yun and Xia Shui ran out of the classroom together. Amid the ambiguous gazes of her classmates, Xiaoshui kept her head down and dared not speak. What happened today was not only that the embarrassing deeds of Wu Xingyue and Chen Wanhao were widely publicized, but also that the fact that Lin Yun and Xiaoshui, the two most recognized beauties and hunks in the school, were together was also pinned to the top of the campus website early on. In a short time, the two of them became famous throughout the school. The two walked together along the long yet short campus path, just like a pair of campus lovers. Along the way, many classmates who recognized them were whispering in surprise, discussing the two of them. Xiaoshui's face had been flushed since the class started, while Lin Yun had a smile on his face and was in a very good mood. I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. When I'm with Xiaoshui, I always feel inexplicably relaxed. Looking at Lin Yun's smile, the shy Xiaoshui pinched Lin Yun from time to time, putting a mask of pain on him, and the two of them seemed like a couple. As the two of them were playing and laughing, they soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. When they were about to part, Xiaoshui hesitated for a long time, blinked her bright big eyes, looked up at Lin Yun, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Lin Yun looked at Xiaoshui and smiled. "What's wrong with my girlfriend? I can't enter the girls' dormitory. If you need any help, just call me directly." Xiaoshui's face flushed, and she said, "Who is your girlfriend?" Then she ran back to the dormitory building as if she was escaping. As soon as she entered the room, she leaned against the wall, breathing rapidly, but with a sweet look on her face. Upon seeing this, the roommates immediately surrounded him. Xiaoxue, I heard that you are Lin Yun's girlfriend. It's all over the campus internet. Good fellow, you actually hid it from us for so long, you deserve to be punished. No, it's not what you think. Xiaoshui hurriedly wanted to explain, but her roommate didn't give her a chance to explain. Don't deny it, he was seen driving you back to school a long time ago, you too, huh? The roommate stretched out his hands and clapped them in an obscene manner, which made Xiaoshui blush with shame, and she hid under the quilt. Hey! I heard that Lin Yun can lift a person with one hand, so he can lift you with one hand. Ha! Well, the school hunk and the school belle are really a perfect match. Their children will definitely be very cute in the future. Several roommates completely ignored Xiaoshui's blushing face and kept making dirty jokes, which made Xiaoshui so angry that she picked up a pillow and chased after them. The whole dormitory was filled with spring and laughter. Outside the girls' dormitory building, Lin Yun shook his head with a smile on his face, which soon turned into a bitter smile. There were only 2 years left before the coming of the gods and the end of the world. Right now, what Lin Yun needs to do is to continuously improve himself. All other feelings and thoughts can only be suppressed silently in his heart. After all, there are some things that you need to have great power to be able to protect. Thinking of everything that happened in his previous life, Lin Yun felt heavy again. Drive home quickly. When he was at school, he received the news that the update of the Divine World was completed. At this moment, Lin Yun couldn't wait to go online. He just wanted to complete the job transfer of the hidden profession as soon as possible, and quickly make himself stronger. What he has now is far from enough, and he has always had only one opponent. That's it. Gods all over the sky. Chapter 25, Clear the Hanging Tower. Dead End. A white light lit up, and Lin Yun returned to Novice Village number 9 again. After the version update, the Novice Village has changed a lot. The appearance of almost all buildings and NPCs has changed. The most eye-catching thing is the light rising into the sky at the entrance of the village. Transmission Channel. Once players reach yellow rank 10, they can go to various towns through the teleportation channel at the entrance of the Novice Village to receive job transfer tasks that suit them. Only after the job transfer is successful can you continue to upgrade. At this time, except for Novice Village number 9, the average levels of the other Novice villages were around level 6 and 7. The early opening of the transmission channel allowed Novice Village number 9 to once again be at the forefront. Now the players in Novice Village number 9 are madly leveling up, hoping to reach level 10 as soon as possible and leave the Novice Village to quickly get more opportunities. Lin Yun checked the system update content and found that the level rankings, weapon rankings, and reputation systems were all enabled. Check out the leaderboard now. As expected, the first place on the list was indeed mine. Ranking, Summer Service. First place, Novice Village number 9 God Killer, Yellow rank 10 100%. Second place, Novice Village number 1 God of War Lingtian, Yellow rank 9 20%. Third place, Novice Village number 9 Xiaoyao, Yellow rank 9 18%. Fourth place, Novice Village number 1 10 3.1415926, Yellow rank 9 10%. Fifth place, number 75 Novice Village Thief Saint, Yellow rank 9 6%. What surprised Lin Yun was that, apart from himself and Xiaoyao, no one else in Novice Village number 9 could make it into the top 10. However, the second-ranked God of War Lingtian and the fifth-ranked Thief Saint can be said to be old acquaintances of his. God of War Lingtian was mysterious in his previous life. He appeared out of nowhere and swept across everything, dominating the rankings for many years. Until the gods came, everyone knew that he was a god of war trained by the highest command level of Daxia to resist the gods. The god of war camp under his command was disciplined and had very strong combat effectiveness. It was also one of the main forces of Daxia in the subsequent national war and the war between gods. The Thief Saint is the president of the Thieves Guild who was just killed to level 1 in Novice Village number 9. He is sinister, scheming, and extremely ruthless. There is only profit in his eyes. Driven by profit, he was a running dog of God in his previous life, but he was soon sacrificed by the god of war Lingtian. As for 3.1415926, it is rumored that he couldn't think of a name, so he just wrote it down. Who knew that the name could no longer be changed? With a string of numbers and the ridicule of many players, he forced his way into the top 10 of Daxia. He was also the backbone of the force against the gods in the previous life. It seems that the trajectory of this life has not changed because of Lin Yun's rebirth. Everyone who should be on the list is there. As for the weapon rankings and reputation system, Lin Yun did not continue to check them. The former is because once the job transfer is successful, there are more channels to obtain weapons. The update of the weapon list is like stocks, which can rise and fall at any time, so it is meaningless to look at it. The latter is a mall where you can exchange reputation for goods, but everyone's reputation is not high now, so you can't exchange it for anything. After sending several hidden professional tasks in his memory to Xiaoyao and others, Lin Yun went directly to the innermost part of the village. Although he had met the requirements to enter the teleportation array and go to the town to receive the job transfer task, Lin Yun did not plan to go. Just because in the novice village, there is also a mysterious hidden career transfer task. No one discovered it in the previous life, and it was not discovered until the later period. However, at that time, most players had already changed their professions for a long time. Even if someone calculated that this was a god-level profession, no one could complete it. Relying on his memories of the forum from his previous life, Lin Yun quickly arrived at the high mountain behind the village. The mountain is isolated behind the novice village and is sparsely visited. From afar, there is a dilapidated Taoist temple standing on the mountain. Although it is ruined, it has a unique charm. Lin Yun walked up the mountain along the winding path. The scenery along the way was pleasant, and he felt like he was isolated from the world. As he walked, Lin Yun found that his heart had calmed down a lot. The pain of his past life and the restlessness of this life seemed to be washed away, and he felt inexplicably relaxed. When we arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple, the dilapidated door was open. Although the temple was dilapidated, it was not dirty. When I walked into the door, I saw a Taoist priest in a gray robe sitting cross-legged in meditation, with white hair and a youthful face. His chest rose and fell with every breath, as if he sensed someone coming, and the Taoist opened his eyes slightly. For a moment, Lin Yun felt as if he had been seen through, and immediately became alert. "You are so honored to be here. I am sorry for not being able to welcome you." The Taoist stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Yun. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and he stared at Lin Yun tightly, making Lin Yun feel more and more uncomfortable. For some reason, I always feel that the NPC in front of me seems to be more agile than other NPCs. But the timing is wrong. Logically speaking, God's revelation will reflect reality 2 years later. By then, players will know that the NPCs they have encountered are all living people, no different from people in the real world. But the server has only been open for a short time, so it doesn't make sense. If it weren't for the title and rank on the gray-robed Taoist's forehead, Lin Yun would really doubt his life. Lin Yun returned the greeting and asked, "Master, I would like to receive a mission." The Taoist in gray robe smiled slightly. "Since you have a connection with my sect and have something to ask for, I am naturally willing to help you. However, I have a request, and I wonder if you are willing to accept it." "Here it comes, the hidden job transfer task." "I am willing," Lin Yun replied quickly. The Taoist in gray robe walked towards Lin Yun and said, "The equipment you are wearing does not belong to ancient China. If you want to receive the mission, you must first hand it over to me for safekeeping. After completing the mission, you can come back to receive it." Lin Yun knew this long ago, so he took off all his equipment and handed it directly to the Taoist priest in gray robe, but he did not notice a strange flash in the Taoist priest's eyes. "Well, in that case, please get ready. I will lend you a helping hand." Ding! The head of Xianyun Temple has submitted a task to you. It is a hidden job transfer task clearing the suspended tower. Do you want to accept it? Lin Yun accepted it without hesitation. When the Taoist in gray robe saw this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. His gray robe fluttered without wind, and a faint purple light flickered in his hands. The sky also turned ink black in an instant. Qi Men Dun Jia! Gan Zi! Tian Xing Dao! With an angry shout, a purple talisman in the Taoist's hand turned into a circle and spread rapidly, directly covering Lin Yun. Accompanied by deafening thunder, in the flash of lightning, Lin Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. The Taoist temple returned to its former appearance. Looking at the place where Lin Yun disappeared, the Taoist in gray robe curled up a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then the light in his eyes disappeared. The Taoist priest became very dull, no different from an ordinary NPC. At this moment, Lin Yun suddenly appeared in a dark place amidst a strange light. Lin Yun opened his arms, but found that there was no light at all in this space. The entire space was shrouded in darkness, and the light seemed to have been swallowed up. Welcome to the suspension tower. Players must avoid monster attacks and reach the top of the suspension tower within 10 minutes. If you reach the top within the specified time, the mission is completed. If you exceed the time limit or die, the mission will be reset and restarted. The hanging tower has 10 floors in total. Players, please be prepared, the mission is about to begin. The system's voice came to his ears. Lin Yun thought for a while after listening. Reaching the top of the 10th floor of the tower in 10 minutes, he felt that this task was not that difficult. However, it didn't take long for Lin Yun to realize how desperate he was. Suddenly, in the darkness, there were bursts of low humming sounds, as if someone was whispering, or like a wild beast was growling. The next moment, in the originally dark space, densely packed green lights suddenly lit up. After taking a closer look, even though Lin Yun was an expert in art and courage, he suddenly got goosebumps. Those were not lights, but pairs of beast eyes glowing green. As the beast rushed towards him, a fishy stench rushed into Lin Yun's nostrils, and a series of sharp claws appeared in front of Lin Yun in an instant. Lin Yun subconsciously summoned the Wrath of Frost under the Doomsday, but immediately remembered that when he came in, the Taoist in gray robe had taken away all his equipment. Helplessly, Lin Yun could only release skills with his bare hands, but found that his body was empty, and he could not feel any magical power at all. I opened the panel and found it was blank. Fuck! What the hell is this? Lin Yun dodged the attack of the wild beast in a panic, and at this moment his mind was urgently thinking about the information about this mission in his previous life. But nothing was gained. The great Siam masters of the previous life only deduced that there was a god-level job transfer task in the novice village, and only deduced that it was related to ancient China, but there was no other information. Lin Yun didn't expect this mission to be so awesome. What's the point of playing a magician who can't use his skills? The wild beasts in front of him were densely packed and seemed endless. He didn't know how big the space of the first floor was. Let alone reaching the top in 10 minutes, even if he could release skills, it would be difficult for Lin Yun to clear the first floor in 10 minutes. What's more, now, Lin Yun, who can't even see the panel, feels that any newbie is stronger than himself. 500! While he was daydreaming, a sharp claw hooked Lin Yun, instantly taking away 500 points of blood. Fortunately, the damage was not very high, and 2 million health points were enough to support him for a long time. Then reality gave Lin Yun a heavy blow again. A vine suddenly grabbed Lin Yun's retreating feet, and the next moment, countless sharp claws pierced Lin Yun, leaving behind pieces of blood. In just a moment, Lin Yun's health dropped by tens of thousands. In a pitch-dark environment, there are high-level monsters all around. Although I can't see the panel, 500 damage should be from monsters of around level 6. Without the staff and panel attributes, Lin Yun was like a plucked phoenix, unable to fly even if he wanted to. I can only keep dodging, and my health is constantly decreasing. This is basically a dead end. Chapter 26. Lin Yun breaks the situation. Mulan Pavilion is hunted down. In the dark hanging tower, Lin Yun's face was filled with fatigue. He had no idea how many 10 minutes he had endured since entering the suspended tower. Each time, they would struggle to survive under the siege of wild beasts. Once the 10 minutes were up, the surrounding space would be reset and returned to the starting point. Then he faced the pursuit of wild monsters again. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, and Lin Yun felt exhausted both physically and mentally, but he had absolutely no idea what to do. He also thought about logging off to take a rest and looking for ways to pass the hanging tower, but he discovered, I can't log off. This is a Jedi. A rare Jedi in the divine revelation. If one cannot pass the level, he cannot get out, or even return to the real world. In the previous life, many players who were famous in the early days suddenly disappeared, which was puzzling. It was not until the divine revelation reflected the reality that people found the bodies of these players. It was obvious that they were all in a desperate situation. After the divine revelation reflected reality, they lost the ability to resurrect and died in the Jedi. Lin Yun's scalp tingled. If he had a choice, he would never do this mission. This was simply a dead end. The wild monsters attacked again, and Lin Yun ran for his life again. Half a day passed quietly. Lin Yun's eyes were red and his head was dizzy, but he had no clue except the endless pursuit. Unable to use skills, without weapons, he could only passively take beatings. If it weren't for his high health, Lin Yun would have died countless times. This suspended tower is like hell, constantly revolving. Time reset again, and Lin Yun sat there in a daze. Impossible, there is definitely a way to pass the level. What is the key to passing the level? Lin Yun muttered to himself, thinking constantly in his mind. Time? Space? Darkness? Wild monsters? Weapons? Fortunately, Lin Yun's experiences in his previous life, the repeated fights and desperate situations, allowed him to be able to think at this moment. If it were any other player, he might have suffered a mental breakdown by now. Darkness? Total darkness? Lin Yun suddenly had an idea in his mind, but he couldn't figure out what the fleeting thought was. While dodging wild monsters, he was thinking. The only sounds around him were the roar of wild monsters and Lin Yun's breathing. After constant dodging and resetting, Lin Yun slowly explored the space in front of him. This is a circular space with a diameter of 100 meters, but there is no passage. There is a wall at the edge that surrounds the entire space. Lin Yun tried to escape upwards, but found in despair that there was also a sealed space above. Lin Yun was in an environment similar to a jar. Apart from avoiding monsters and starting over, he had no ideas or solutions. In the desperate situation, Lin Yun's mind became clearer and clearer, as if there was something he had overlooked. What is the key to breaking the deadlock? Time passed slowly, and Lin Yun could not find a way to break the impasse. At this time, in Tianfa City, Jilin Province, a group of women were hiding in an inn in the city at this time. The leading woman had a giant sword that was glowing purple light next to her. She looked worried. Hasn't contacted them yet? The people in front of him were Mulan Gu and others who had just come out of Novice Village No. 9 and were completing their job transfer tasks. Gigi never expected that on the way to receive the job change mission, he would be hunted down by the Thieves' Guild. The opponent was obviously well prepared. Under the effect of the confinement stone, many members of Mulan Pavilion were killed to level 1 and were forcibly teleported back to the Novice Village. Gigi and 10 other people hid all the way, but because they were all female generals, their targets were too conspicuous, and they could not escape tracking at all. By the time they arrived at Tianfa City, there were only 7 or 8 people left with them. The Thieves' Guild had already arranged people to guard the transmission passage of Tianfa City, blocking the few remaining people of Mulan Pavilion in Tianfa City and conducting a carpet search. The Thieves Guild loudly stated that it was responsible for the incident and directly challenged God Slayer. However, after a few days, there was no response from God Slayer. The God Slayer seemed to have disappeared. Not yet. Someone from the Holy Temple told us that the Holy Temple President Xiao Yao is leading a large group of people to complete the job transfer mission, and the mission location information cannot be transmitted. The Holy Temple Huzi brought people to help, but they were ambushed on the way. They are probably in the novice village now. Mishi has declared that he will not participate in this dispute. Gigi and Gigi were so angry that their teeth were itching. These guys from Mishi took the benefits from Shirshin and did nothing. They must have something to do with our attack. Where is Brother Shirshin? Not sure. God Slayer is online, and he has not been offline for the past 3 days, but his level has not changed at all. He has dropped many levels, and he has not changed his job. Gigi Fujiji opened the ranking list with a look of despair and worry on his face. At this time, Lin Yun had dropped out of the top 50 and was still at level 10 of the yellow rank, while the god of war Ling Tian, who was at the top of the list, was almost at level 15. The high profile of the Thieves Guild and the silence of the God Slayer seemed to the players of Daxia as if the God Slayer did not dare to respond, and the forum was full of discussions. I said that killing gods depends entirely on luck. Once the transmission channel is opened, the big guilds will gather together. The power of the big guilds is simply not something that individual players can contend with. Now the elite members of the Thieves Guild have basically changed their jobs, but he is still at the 10th level of the yellow rank. He is useless. Not necessarily. Boss God Slayer is a tough guy. He can kill Xian level monsters at yellow level. He must have been held back by something. Brother, you also know that it's a wild monster? How can it compare with a smart player? Same as above. The God Killer has become a nobody. I bet that even if the God Slayer appears again, he will only be able to return to the novice village. In the suspended tower, Lin Yun was still dodging and thinking of solutions. After 3 consecutive days of sleepless nights, Lin Yun is almost exhausted. Although the suspension tower will be constantly reset, human energy is limited. If it weren't for the nutritional supplies in the landing capsule, Lin Yun would probably have died. No! This hanging tower shouldn't be like this. What's the problem? What's the significance of this mission? The scene was reset again, and Lin Yun stared blankly at the dark space in front of him. Time, space, people, events, darkness, wild monsters. Lin Yun has been repeating these words for a long time in the past few days. At this moment, he is sitting on the ground, talking to himself. Darkness, total darkness. Wild monsters, a group of wild monsters. How to avoid wild monsters and find the passage. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Yun's mind. In darkness, nothing can be seen, so there must be light. Darkness and light are both the same attribute. Changing job means changing from a job without attributes to a job with attributes. Avoid wild monsters and find a passage. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. From the very beginning, he was misled by the task prompt. The task required him to avoid wild monsters and find a passage. But there is no way to retreat, no way to avoid, so only by killing them all, the passage will appear. There were no weapons. When humans first appeared, they also had no weapons. Only when they gained wisdom did they turn the objects around them into weapons, such as stones and wood. The first weapon was the fist. The monster refreshed again. Lin Yun no longer dodged, but rushed towards the monster in front of him. In the darkness, Lin Yun no longer worried about the blank panel and the disappearing weapons. Go head on with the wild monsters. Relying on the experience from his previous life, Lin Yun continued to exchange blood with the wild monsters in front of him. Although the panel disappeared, his blood volume and level were still there, and the basic 15 points of attack power were also still there. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a wild monster. He felt that it was a wolf, with a head of steel, bones of iron and a waist of tofu. Lin Yun fought like a gangster, grabbing the wolf in front of him tightly and beating it hard without caring about anything. Finally, the wild wolf in front of him let out a mournful howl and disappeared. And next to Lin Yun's ears, the voice of the system came. Congratulations to player Shirshin for realizing the dark attribute. The progress of realization is 0.001. Lin Yun's face lit up with joy. After so many days, the plot finally had a different development. Lin Yun suddenly felt full of confidence, knowing that he had found the key to breaking the impasse. Without thinking, he pounced on the next wild monster again. A great man in the history of Daxia once said that if the enemy is the one you are dealing with and your bullets are all gone, you should just use your teeth to bite off a piece of meat. Lin Yun had never really understood the existence of Xinqi. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like it appeared to fight against the gods, to train humans, and to cultivate strong people. Then, there will never be a desperate situation. As long as you have an indomitable heart, you can overcome any difficulties and hardships. As the time reached 10 minutes, Lin Yun's eyes changed again and he returned to the starting point. But this time, Lin Yun discovered something different. On the panel, the Dark Attribute Comprehension progress is 0.03. Chapter 27 Successful Job Change Xiantian Mage. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yun was already caught up in a constant fight. As time went by, Lin Yun clearly felt that his strength was constantly increasing. From the initial strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, now he can easily kill wild wolves. The progress of comprehension of dark attributes is also slowly increasing. Finally, after constant resetting, Lin Yun's dark attribute finally reached 100% at this moment. As the scene in front of me changed, the space I was in again was a dazzling world. After several days of darkness, Lin Yun saw the light again. His eyes were stimulated and suddenly everything in front of him was white. With his eyes tightly closed, it took a long time before Lin Yun finally opened his eyes and saw everything in front of him. One-horned creatures with spots of light swaying on their bodies were staring at Lin Yun. They looked like horses and had a single horn on their heads. Lin Yun understood. The first layer was of dark attribute, and this layer was of light attribute. There are 10 levels and 10 attributes in total. As long as you obtain 10 attributes, you can complete this job transfer task. With a smile on his face, Lin Yun rushed forward again. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after comprehending the dark attribute, I feel extra relaxed when facing these light attribute creatures. Congratulations to player Godkiller for realizing the light attribute. Progress 0.001. Every time you kill a monster of the corresponding attribute, you will gain 0.001 points of attribute progress. That is to say, for each attribute, you have to kill 100,000 monsters. Although he couldn't see the panel, Lin Yun could clearly feel that the effect of his super god level talent was still continuing. The longer the time goes, the shorter it takes Lin Yun to kill wild monsters. The space was reset again, and Lin Yun discovered that this time the reset did not return to the dark attribute layer, but to the light attribute layer. After discovering this, Lin Yun felt more confident about completing the task. Now that you know how to pass the level, the next step is to kill monsters over and over again. Lin Yun no longer looked like a mage, but more like a fighter. The feeling of punching each other made him forget himself. There is only constant hunting ahead. Lin Yun's speed was getting faster and faster, from half an hour to clear a level at the beginning, to 10 minutes to clear a level, and he comprehended more and more attributes. Dark attribute, light attribute, wind attribute, thunder attribute, gold attribute, wood attribute, water attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute. After experiencing 9 different attributes, Lin Yun's face froze and he suddenly thought of something. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, aren't these the traditional 5 elements of China? Light and darkness, that is, yin and yang. Yin yang and the 5 elements. The 9 elements. Lin Yun thought more and more. In the divinely inspired world, all professions are more similar to Western professions, with only a few Chinese professions. As for the profession of mage, there is not even a single Chinese element. This is unscientific. Even in his previous life, Lin Yun only knew one orthodox Chinese inheritance, which was the free and easy sword immortal of the Holy Hall, the only player who had comprehended the sword immortal. Lin Yun's sword god is more like the Western sword god. However, in the hidden job transfer quest in the novice village, you will come into contact with authentic Chinese elements. There must be some reason or hidden story behind this that caused the Chinese elements in the world of God's revelation to disappear. Lin Yun discovered this with his keen intuition. When the earth attribute was comprehended to 100%, the entire space suddenly shook, and then the voice of the system rang out. Ding! Due to an unknown error, the 10th floor of the suspension tower cannot be reached. The mission has been changed. Players are requested to reach the top of the 9th floor of the suspension tower within 10 minutes. If you reach the top within the specified time, the mission is completed. If you exceed the time limit, it will be reset and restarted. Before Lin Yun could react, he arrived at the original dark attribute space. At this time, Lin Yun has already comprehended 9 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. After killing the dark attribute wolf again, Lin Yun discovered that the dark attribute, which is the yin attribute in the Chinese yin and yang, no longer showed any signs of increasing. He immediately understood that next, he only needed to clear the 9th level within 10 minutes. And clearing 9 levels within 10 minutes is no longer a difficult task for Lin Yun, who has already comprehended 9 attributes, killed more than 1 million wild monsters, and obtained huge attributes. Ding! Congratulations to player Shirshin for successfully completing the mission, clearing the Xiantian Tower. Reward: a God-level hidden class transfer scroll. Lin Yun was on the verge of collapse, but his spirit was very excited. This task had consumed too much of Lin Yun's time and energy. Fortunately, everything was over. As the scene changed, Lin Yun returned to the dilapidated Taoist temple and met the grey-robed Taoist again. But this time, Lin Yun keenly felt that something was wrong. The grey-robed Taoist had a dull look in his eyes, completely different from the grey-robed Taoist he met at the beginning, as if he had lost his soul. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for completing the mission. The Taoist in grey robe said this, returned Lin Yun's weapons and equipment, then sat down cross-legged again, no longer paying attention to Lin Yun. At the same time, a job transfer scroll emitting a dark glow appeared in Lin Yun's backpack. Lin Yun's face lit up with joy. He stopped thinking about other things and directly picked up the special scroll and opened it. Ding! Player Godkiller unlocks the God-level hidden job transfer scroll. Please choose. 1. Change your job, Great Elementalist, the only job, a God-level mage job. You can switch and release skills of different elemental attributes at will, gain skill element enhancement, and increase skill damage by 200%. The Great Elementalist, known as the strongest job changer in the magic system in the previous life. When a general mage changes his job, he can only choose one of the 4 attributes of wind, fire, water, and electricity, but an elementalist has no restrictions and can learn skills of any attribute. According to the 9 attributes that Lin Yun had comprehended, he might be able to switch between the 9 attributes at will. For a moment, Lin Yun was excited and immediately looked at the second introduction. Second, job change, Xian Tianshi, the only job, a god-level mage, a powerful existence in ancient Chinese civilization, who knows yin and yang, and can tell the past and present. He can use talismans to obtain corresponding powerful attribute abilities, and obtain the skill. 10 heavenly stems. The time to draw talismans is reduced by 50%. Xian Tianshi? Ancient China. Lin Yun was shocked again. This was an orthodox Chinese profession, a profession that was almost invisible in the divinely inspired world. The world of Xingqi is almost entirely made up of Western professions. It seems that the various Chinese professions and legends do not exist in Xingqi. Lin Yun made a prompt decision. As a citizen of Daxia, he would of course choose the profession of ancient China. Moreover, Lin Yun's intuition told him that ancient China existed in Xingqi, but it was interrupted for some reason. As we all know, things that are common in the street are worthless, only out-of-print things are priceless. Ding! Congratulations to player Shirshin for successfully changing his job to Xian Tianshi. After Lin Yun made his choice, a mysterious force suddenly filled his body and he quickly opened the panel to take a look. Title: God Killer. Profession: Xiantian Master, God Level. Level: Xianti Level 1. The experience points required for the next upgrade are 100,000. Ding! Due to the change of the player's God Slayer profession, the corresponding skills and equipment are updated synchronously. All of a sudden, Lin Yun's skills and equipment were updated. Sparks spreading across the prairie was changed to leaving word, fierce flames of the sun. Level S. Introduction. Spend 10 mana points to draw a Li character, which contains powerful fire attributes, forming an extremely hot flame, causing 200% explosion damage and burning damage lasting 10 seconds to the enemy in front of you. Proficiency 0. Feathers flying all over the sky is changed to Kanzi Niliuchuan. Level S. Introduction. Spend 10 mana points to draw a Kin character, which contains powerful water attributes and forms an extremely cold glacier, causing 200% freezing damage to the enemy in front of you and a freezing effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Proficiency 0. Frost Fury at Doomsday, changed to 5 elements. 5 elements Fire Staff, plus 400 magic power. 5 elements Shockwood Breastplate, plus 2000 HP. 5 elements Water Arm Guards, plus 100 mana. 5 elements Kuin Earth Waist Guard, plus 100 double resistance. 5 elements Gold Leggings, plus 100 speed. Set attribute bonus 100%. Looking at the exaggerated changes in skills and equipment due to the successful job transfer, Lin Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. Then his face showed ecstasy. It was too damn exaggerated. He didn't expect that the orthodox ancient Chinese profession would bring such a huge bonus to Lin Yun. Not to mention the change in skills, the improvement of equipment attributes alone, the bonus to Lin Yun was simply puzzling. Adding the 900,000 level 6 monsters killed in the 9th floor during the mission, Lin Yun's attributes once again reached a terrifying level. The health point has increased from 2.81 million to 8.2 million. The magic power has increased from the original 3474 points to a terrifying 8,864 points. The mana amount has increased from 240 points to 948 points. Sure enough, it was right to choose Master Xian Tian. The next moment, a bunch of messages dinged in Lin Yun's address book. When he opened it, Lin Yun's face turned pale. Boss Godkiller, the Thieves Guild is hunting us at Mulan Pavilion, please help. Godkiller! The Thieves Guild is slaughtering Mulan Pavilion everywhere. Boss Xiaoyao can't receive information during the job transfer mission. I was ambushed on my way to rescue him. If you see him, go to Tianfa City in Shilin Province. Brother Godkiller! Save me! The last message was sent by Gigi Fujiji. Chapter 28. Outrage from both humans and gods. The Great Xia server of the Shinchi world is divided into 5 continents, each with 10 cities, and under each continent there are 50 towns and 100 villages. At this moment, outside the teleportation channel of Tianfa City in Shilin Province, dozens of members of the Thieves Guild were constantly checking the players entering and leaving the teleportation channel. Female players will be checked more carefully, and will have to pay a usage fee of 1 silver coin to use the transmission channel. The originally free teleportation channel has become a tool for the Thieves Guild to make money. The players were angry but dared not say anything and could only pay the money silently. Suddenly, the transmission channel flashed with dazzling light, and the next moment more than a dozen figures appeared in Tianfa City. The leader was none other than Sunshine Boy, the president of the Thieves Guild branch. At this time, his level had been restored and his job transfer had been completed, with a gloomy evil smile on his face. The members of the Thieves Guild who were checking nearby immediately saluted him in unison. "Hello, President." Sunny Boy nodded. "Did you find them?" A younger brother stepped forward and said in a flattering manner, "Yes, President, Lao Lu and his men have surrounded them, and they are just waiting for you to get over there." The Sunny Boy smiled coldly. Finally he could take revenge. The experience of the number 9 novice village has long become a topic of conversation among the players of the Big Summer server. If it weren't for his eldest brother, the guild president, who mobilized the entire guild to help him, he would have never known when the shame would have been washed away. Now, the whole server is hunting down the players of Novice Village number 9, which makes the Sunny Boy in a good mood and a smile appears on his gloomy face. After dealing with those people from Mulan Pavilion, the next one will be the God Killer. It's a pity that the eldest brother has concerns about the Holy Temple. If he followed his own ideas, he would directly declare war on the Holy Temple. Now he can only let Xiaoyao, the bastard, go for the time being. Although he was unwilling, he dared not disobey the orders of his eldest brother, the Thief Saint. Even though he was his eldest brother who loved him the most, every time he faced that figure, the Sunny Boy was filled with fear. In Tianfa City, Gigi Fu Gigi and others fell into despair. The members around him had been killed many times, and the weapons and equipment on him had exploded in the process. During this period, many chivalrous individual players from the number 9 novice village came to help, but without exception, they were basically killed by the Thieves' Guild. A huge guild force is not something that a small guild like Milan Pavilion or individual players can resist. The only main force of the Holy Temple that could resist could not be contacted temporarily because they were undergoing a job transfer mission, and Yeshur just watched the fire from the other side and hid away. The level of the God Slayer, the god in the minds of the players in the number 9 novice village, has not changed for many days. He has neither been offline nor upgraded. I wonder if something went wrong. Gigi Fujiji was very worried, seeing more and more members of the Thieves' Guild coming to Tianfa City. All of them were elites who had successfully changed their professions. If the God Slayer really came to help, he would probably get nothing in return and might even fall into crisis. Ha ha ha, President Milan Pavilion, long time no see. I didn't expect this would be the way we met. The Sunshine Boy's arrogant voice was heard, and he slowly came to Gigi Fujiji with dozens of his confidants, with viciousness and ridicule on his face. Although Gigi Fujiji has a petite figure and a childish face, like a big-hearted loli, she always swears and is a complete cultured person. So it's you, you little jerk. I was wondering why I could smell such a foul odor from so far away. Did you not change your pants after coming out of the novice village? Many people laughed immediately. It was unknown which player from the novice village number 9 spread the rumor on the forum that the Sunshine Boy was so scared that he wet his pants because he was being chased. Even the members of the Thieves' Guild were so embarrassed that their faces turned red, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. Hearing this, the Sunny Boy's face turned pale with anger, and his eyes became more vicious. Everyone, be quiet. The laughter stopped abruptly. No one wanted to offend the Thieves' Guild, which was in its heyday. Furthermore, there were rumors that the Thieves' Guild in real life was doing illegal business in the Triangle area. Everyone was afraid of being retaliated against if they accidentally exposed their real identities. You are so arrogant, President Milan Pavilion. You were so arrogant before because you had the God Slayer protecting you. Now he has become a coward, and you are still so ignorant of your own life. Speaking of killing gods, the Sunny Boy felt a little scared, but when he thought of his older brother, his confidence immediately returned. Gigi Fujiji was furious when she heard this. The position of the God Slayer in her heart could not be questioned by anyone. You are the coward. You have been hiding for so long before you dared to come out. Without the Thieves' Guild, you are nothing. You can only be killed to level 1 and kneel down to beg for mercy. How dare you compare with Brother Godkiller? When Brother Godkiller was level 10, he was able to kill a mysterious Titan ape. Do you think your HP is as high as that of a Titan ape? Do you have the confidence to block Brother Godkiller's attack? Shut up, old man! The Sunny Boy was furious. He rushed forward and slapped Gigi Fujiji in the face. There was suddenly a bright red slap mark on Gigi Fujiji's fair face, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, making him look very pitiful. The Sunny Boy stretched out his hand and grabbed Gigi Fujiji's neck, staring at her with his scarlet eyes. Since your god-killing brother is so powerful, why doesn't he come to save you? Since he is so powerful, why did your Milan Pavilion get killed like this? Tell me why. The Sunny Boy's face was distorted and he looked very crazy. He exerted more force with his hands, and his eyes were wide open, unable to utter a complete sentence. She was only at the 7th level of the yellow rank and she couldn't resist the Sunny Boy at the 2nd level of the profound rank. The huge difference in attributes meant that the two were not at the same level at all. The health bar was disappearing bit by bit, and the extremely real feeling of suffocation caused Gigi Fujiji to feel a huge fear in his heart. He will come. As the Sunshine Boy exerted force with his 5 fingers, Gigi Fujiji was left with only fear in his heart. He felt the loss of vitality so clearly for the first time. The Sunshine Boy's face was distorted like a murderer, and the terrifying force made Gigi Fujiji's face turn blue. Seeing Gigi Fujiji's terrified look on her face, great pain and fear filled her whole body, but she was powerless to fight back. She only felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and the next moment it turned into a ray of light. Devil! This is a devil! The faces of the surrounding players were filled with horror. Although Xingqi was just a game, It almost restored the sense of reality and pain 100%, and also had a protection mechanism. When hunting wild monsters or PK between players, death is instantaneous. Although it is painful, it only takes a moment and is over in an instant. But the sunny boy in front of them strangled Fu Gigi to death in front of everyone. This scene, similar to a horror movie, was played out in front of everyone. This left a terrible shadow in the hearts of almost everyone present. Even many members of the Thieves' Guild, who usually did all kinds of evil, looked at the sunny boy with fear in their eyes. In the purple halo, the figure of Fu Gigi appeared again. Unlike before, this time Fu Gigi was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over and sweating. His face was pale, tears as big as beans kept falling, and his eyes were no longer as bright as before, but filled with deep fear and despair. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing when she was just playing a game. The fear of suffocation and the feeling of life slipping away bit by bit have been completely imprinted in Fu Gigi's heart. I have been killed once. At this moment, because of the fear of death, Fu Gigi can no longer tell whether this is reality or a game. Just like a drowning person, he wanted to grab a life-saving straw, but found that there was no straw except water. Ha! President of Mulan Pavilion? How does death feel? The sunny boy looked at the Fu Gigi in front of him with satisfaction, as if it was a masterpiece he had carved out himself. He licked his lips, with an expression of excitement and perversion on his face. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a thief's dagger appeared in his hand. He slowly walked towards Fu Gigi again. In fact, I know many ways to kill people, and I know which one can make people more desperate. Today, I will let you try it. Fu Gigi was so scared when he saw the sunny boy walking towards him with a dagger in his hand and a lewd smile on his face that he moved back helplessly. An individual player who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over with a spear in hand. Are you still a human being? That individual player has completed the job transfer task and his level has reached Xian rank 2, which is the same as the sunny boy. I didn't want to get involved in a dispute between such a large guild, but when I saw the inhumane scene before my eyes, my blood immediately boiled over. A long spear attacked like a dragon, and the player rushed forward quickly, pointing the gun at the sunny boy. But the next moment, more than a dozen figures surrounded him. Under the attack of countless daggers, the individual player disappeared on the spot. The sunshine boy spat disdainfully. Idiot! Then he walked towards Fu Gigi again and said, Tell me, who can save you? Fu Gigi's eyes, which had originally been bright, dimmed again as the individual players disappeared. No one around him dared to take action, and his own guild members were so frightened that they turned pale. Wherever Fu Gigi looked, the people there lowered their heads and dared not look at him directly, let alone help. What people fear most is not the despair along the way, but the despair after finding hope and then shattering it again. Your god-killing brother? Why hasn't he come to save you yet? As he spoke, the short knife in the sunny boy's hand cut her snow-white neck bit by bit in front of Fu Gigi's terrified eyes, and blood flowed out bit by bit. Fear once again appeared in Fu Gigi's eyes. In desperation, Fu Gigi opened the name at the top of the communication and sent a message tremblingly. Brother Godkiller! Save me! Chapter 29, Furious Master Xian Tian. Before today, many people had heard of the word beast, but it was not until today that they saw a real beast. In a short period of time, the Sunshine Boys from the Thieves' Guild tortured and killed Fu and Gigi many times using various cruel methods. Whenever someone tried to save the poor girl in front of them, the Thieves' Guild would give them the most severe blow. The individual players present were gritting their teeth in hatred. Someone even posted the inhumane video on the forum. The whole Daxia was in turmoil for a while. The Daxia officials were contacted frantically. Some high-level players contacted their friends and prepared to go online to rescue the girl. Some people were ready to find out the real identity of the beast Sunshine Boy in real life. At this time, the sunny boy held the dagger upside down and slapped Fu Gigi's face again and again. Fu Gigi has become numb, and there is no light in her eyes anymore. Having been tortured so many times with extremely cruel means has completely broken her mental defenses, and she no longer has the slightest thought of resisting. The sunny boy suddenly felt very bored. Looking at Fu Gigi, who was only at level 2, he spoke gloomily. This is what happens when you offend the Thieves Guild, Milan Pavilion. Haha, a bunch of trash. He turned around and glanced at the players beside him who were already pale with anger. You are the worst of the worst. The players looked embarrassed, but there was nothing they could do as the gap in strength was too huge and they really couldn't afford to offend the behemoth that was the Thieves Guild. At this moment, a message appeared in front of the Sunny Boy. What the hell are you doing? You're causing trouble for me all day long. It was a message from his brother, the Saint of Thieves, who started off by cursing. The Sunny Boy's face changed, and the next message appeared again. Get off the internet right now. Your misdeeds are known to the entire internet. A large group of people are looking for you now. Remember to find a place to hide. I'm not just talking about games. The Sunny Boy's face turned pale immediately, which meant that someone in the real world was also looking for him. After thinking about it, the Sunny Boy did not dare to delay and signaled to his men. Kill all the people from Milan Pavilion and send them back to the novice village. I will go back first. After saying that, he looked at Gigi Fujiji with a vicious look again. Feeling unhappy, he swung the dagger in his hand out again. You can't leave! An angry voice suddenly exploded in the Sunny Boy's ears, as if a demon from hell had crawled out of the world, and there was only infinite murderous intent and rage in the voice. Hearing this voice, the dazed Gigi Fujiji's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. A big hand grabbed the Sunshine Boy's neck, lifted him up high, and then smashed the Sunshine Boy headfirst into the ground with terrifying force. The Sunny Boy's face changed drastically, and before he could react, he was hit by this horrible force and his eyes went black. On the way here, Lin Yun learned everything from the forum. Looking at Gigi Fujiji's miserable condition at this moment, he felt like his chest was about to explode and regretted wasting so much time on the mission. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't bear it anymore. He held the Sunny Boy's head tightly with his left hand, and a strong flame ignited on his right hand. He punched the Sunny Boy's head with violent momentum. As the fists fell like a rain of torrential rain, the Sunny Boy who was still struggling slowly stopped moving. I don't know how many times he was hammered, but the Sunny Boy in Lin Yun's hands had broken into pieces. His entire body was beaten to pieces by Lin Yun. Lin Yun crushed the purple-red confinement stone in his hand, and the white light that the Sunny Boy turned into after his death was confined in place, unable to escape. Gigi Fujiji, who was lying on the ground, showed a happy smile on his pale face and murmured, I knew you would come. You are finally here. Before he could finish his words, tears started to fall like beads. Lin Yun stood up and looked at the other frightened members of the Thieves Guild. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You all must die if you help the tyrant! Lin Yun used his hand as a pen to draw in the air. As his fingers moved, mysterious lines in the air condensed together to form a talisman that flashed red light. The word Li, Yan Yan Lai. Under the puzzled gazes of a group of thieves, the Li character in Lin Yun's hand suddenly shot out and hit directly among the thieves. The people from the Thieves Guild were startled, but then they realized that they were not hurt. They immediately grinned and prepared to kill the wizard who drew the talisman. But the next moment, the character, Li, suddenly exploded and turned into red rays that entangled all the thieves. The thieves' bodies suddenly became unable to move, and the ground began to slowly crack. Hot red lines appeared in the cracks, and the whole earth seemed to be cracked. The sky suddenly lit up. Looking up, I was horrified to find two suns in the sky, one of which was rapidly growing larger, with blazing flames, and smashing down at a terrifying speed, with a long tail of fire at the end. The red lines on the ground suddenly expanded, and streams of magma suddenly surged up. In just a moment, the ground exploded, magma gushed out, and meteorites fell rapidly from the sky. In between the two were dozens of thieves from the Thieves Guild, elite thieves who had successfully transitioned to level 1 of the profound stage. The next second, there was a devastating explosion, and the place where the elite members of the Thieves Guild were located was enveloped in blood-red flames. Dozens of Xian level 1 elite soldiers disappeared in the flames without even being able to scream, and a burning smell filled the air. All the players present felt that the air was extremely hot, as if all the moisture had been evaporated. Where the elite members of the Thieves Guild died, the flames were still blazing, illuminating the surroundings in a fiery red. Lin Yun casually threw the dozen or so talismans he had just drawn into the flames again. It only takes 2 seconds to draw a talisman. These dozen talismans are enough to burn these so-called elites into ashes. In the flames, dozens of figures had just been resurrected. Before they could react, the terrifying high temperature came again, and in an instant, dozens of people were reduced to ashes again. Over and over again. At this moment, Lin Yun picked up the resurrected Sunny Boy. The Sunny Boy was already scared out of his wits. What just happened was like encountering the god of death, a scene he had never imagined in his dreams. I was beaten to pieces by fists, and there was almost no intact piece left. The miserable condition of his men made his scalp tingle. The god's slayer had changed his job, and it was an extremely powerful job, otherwise he would not have such terrifying skills. The scene that seemed like the destruction of the world once again broke down the Sunny Boy's mental defenses. Looking at Lin Yun, whose eyes were bloodshot like the god of death, the Sunny Boy screamed, "Let me go! Please let me go! My brother is the thief saint, you can't do that to me!" Lin Yun's handsome face looked very strange at this moment. His scarlet eyes did not have a trace of emotion, only murderous intent that was so cold that it almost turned into substance. "Oh? Really?" Lin Yun spoke softly, but his voice sounded like it came from hell. He stretched out his right hand and gently held the Sunny Boy's shoulder, as if greeting a friend. The next second, a stream of blood splattered in the air, and accompanied by the Sunny Boy's heart-wrenching scream, a right hand fell to the ground. Blood was spilled all over the ground. The Sunny Boy opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out of his throat. Lin Yun smiled and held the Sunny Boy's left hand again. "It's okay, it's normal to feel dizzy, it will be fine in a while." The Sunshine Boy's eyes widened with fear again, and the pain caused his eyeballs to become bloodshot, making him look like a balloon that was constantly inflating. In extreme pain, the Sunny Boy's face turned as pale as a corpse, and his throat was wheezing with painful howls. "My brother won't let you go, definitely not." The Sunny Boy twitched in pain, his bloodshot eyes staring at Lin Yun. "You're dead. I'm going to find you and kill you!" Before he could finish his words, his left foot had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood. "He is indeed a Xian-level master. His health bar hasn't been cleared yet despite such an injury." Lin Yun's voice was very flat, as if he was discussing a problem with someone next to him. Even though the Sunny Boy's screams continued. Holding the Sunny Boy's right foot and lifting it slightly, the screaming Sunny Boy suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared. The players present stared at the scene in front of them with dull expressions, not daring to make the slightest sound. Among them were quite a few large guilds that had just arrived. They had come to deal with Gigi Fujiji, but they had witnessed a horrifying scene before them. In the shadow created by the burning fire, Lin Yun's profile looked extremely gloomy and terrifying, like a demon from hell. Chapter 30. The Thief Saint has arrived. Stubborn and unyielding, physical salvation. The bustling crowd was watching the horrifying scene, and many people recorded Lin Yun's behavior and posted it on the forum. "Well done! This beast should be torn into pieces. This god killing is too violent, but I like it. I want to give that bastard a blow. What kind of job is God's Slayer? His skills are so exaggerated. I feel like my budget is burning. Come on, where is the brother who said that the God Killer would be indistinguishable from the crowd?" In Tianfa City, there were 2 people in the crowd with bright eyes and outstanding temperament. Just standing there motionless, they were particularly eye-catching. The 2 looked at each other at this time, and one of them said, "Boss, do you want to stop the God killing? The public opinion is already very strong now." The other rolled his eyes and spoke lazily. "First, we have no power to stop it. Second, are you going to save that beast?" The first person thought about it and realized that he couldn't stop it, so he hesitated for a moment. "But the order of the God of War is—" The man behind interrupted. "Don't forget why the God of War camp exists. The God of War's order is for us to save people. Remember, we need to save people, not animals." "Yes." Lin Yun dragged the resurrected Sunny Boy, plowed a long trace on the ground, and came in front of Gigi Fujiji. He threw the half-dead Sunshine Boy aside and reached out to Gigi Fujiji. "Come, I'll help you get revenge." Gigi stood up with tears in her eyes, looking at Lin Yun's hard profile. She burst into laughter, showing a cheerful smile, reached out and grasped Lin Yun's broad palm, and stood up. "Thank you, Brother God Killer." Lin Yun looked at Jiji Fujiji with tears on his face, took a deep breath, and handed a long sword to Jiji Fujiji. "Go, treat him the way he wants to kill you." Jiji nodded again, took the sword from Lin Yun's hand, and looked at the sunny boy again. With confidence in his heart, he no longer had any fear or terror, and only hatred remained. Holding the sword, he walked towards the sunny boy step by step, and suddenly a deafening shout came to his ears. "Kill him! Kill him!" Seeing that everyone was cheering for him, Jiji Fujiji tightened the sword in his hand and a smile appeared on his face again. As the sword flashed, the Sunshine Boy turned into countless Sunshine Boy fragments times n. Jiji Fujiji dropped the sword in her hand, ran towards Lin Yun, hugged his shoulders and cried again. Lin Yun didn't say anything, but patted Jiji Fujiji's head gently. He knew that what Jiji Fujiji needed most at this moment was a hearty cry. Having been tortured and killed countless times, the pressure and fear in her heart need to be released through crying, otherwise this shadow will accompany her for the rest of her life. She is not like herself, having experienced countless battles. For a world that has not yet reflected reality, for many players this is just a game. A very real world. Being killed countless times in cruel ways is no less than dying in the real world. After a long time, Jiji Fujiji stopped crying. She moved away from Lin Yun's shoulder with a red face. Looking at the pile of tears and snot on it, she felt embarrassed. "Are you feeling better?" Lin Yun smiled softly and rubbed Jiji Fujiji's head. This little girl looked like a loli, why would she like a giant sword? Jiji nodded shyly. "Much better, thank you." Lin Yun pointed at the sunny boy who had already suffered a mental breakdown. "Go ahead, kill him and take him back to the novice village. Revenge! We must avenge it right here and there." At this time, the sunny boy was in a state of mental collapse after experiencing Lin Yun's methods. He looked dazed, with a numb expression, and even looked a little demented. All the methods that Lin Yun used to deal with gods in his previous life were used on the sunny boy. The bloody means frightened the players. Compared to a sunny boy, Lin Yun is more like a devil. Etc. When Jiji Fujiji pointed the sword in his hand at the sunny boy again, a cold voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds or even thousands of thieves suddenly appeared and surrounded Lin Yun and his group. A figure slowly walked past the thieves towards Lin Yun and the others. His footsteps landed without a sound and a powerful aura surged around him. The man was wearing a black tights and a mask on his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, emitting dangerous light. Lin Yun seemed not to notice the thousands of thieves and gave Jiji Fujiji a reassuring look. Jiji Fujiji was determined in his heart and directly chopped off the sunny boy's hands. When the man saw this, murderous intent burst out of his eyes. "Court death! No one has ever dared to ignore me, the thief saint. Very good!" The man who came was the thief saint, the Sunshine Boy's biological brother, and the president of the Thieves' Guild. "Brother! Save me quickly!" When the sunny boy saw the thief coming, a glimmer of hope suddenly lit up in his eyes. "Oh? Really?" Lin Yun took a few steps forward and stepped on the sunny boy's head. Puff! It was like stepping on a watermelon, and it suddenly burst and shattered all over the ground. Sorry, I didn't notice." Lin Yun scratched his head and kept apologizing, but he was wiping his feet on the stones as if he had stepped on something dirty. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yun did it on purpose. The thief saint's eyes kept twitching, and his look became more and more vicious. No one had ever dared to disobey the Thieves' Guild, and no one had ever dared to tease and mock him like this. "God Killer! I have killed you and tortured you, but please give me some face and I will take him away. I will not pursue this matter any further." Taking a deep breath and forcing down the murderous intent in his heart, the thief saint spoke. If his brother's real location had not been exposed, he would never be so easy to talk to. The most important thing now is to get his brother offline and run away as soon as possible. As for God Slayer and the others, none of them will be able to escape once their brother is safe. So, this was the first time that the Thief King bowed his head to someone else. "Who do you think you are? You ate the face fruit? You want me to give you face?" Unexpectedly, Lin Yun's cold voice came. Hearing this, the thief saint paused, and then looked at Lin Yun as if he were a dead man. Haha, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is just because you changed your job. Brothers, let the master in front of you see your strength. Upon hearing this, thousands of thieves around closed the hidden information at the same time. The unified Xian rank 3, the assassin changed his job and appeared directly in front of everyone. Fuck, is this the strength of a big guild? 1,000 Xian level 3 masters who have changed their jobs uniformly. The assassin's job change to an A-level job is too exaggerated. Now, do you still want to sit in the well and watch the world? The thief saint sneered and opened his own message as well. Xian rank 5, SS level profession, Shadow Hunter. After hearing the information from the thief saint, even the two masters of the God of War camp looked at each other with serious expressions. Now you? FCK! Just when the thief saint was about to show off, Lin Yun suddenly appeared in front of him, eyes to eyes, nose to nose. From another angle, it looked like the two of them were kissing, and the thief saint was so scared that he trembled all over. The next moment, a slap landed directly on the thief saint's face. Bump! The thief saint had no time to react. He flipped several times in the air and fell heavily to the ground. His legs twitched, and he stopped moving. The air was suddenly silent, and no one reacted to the sudden scene before their eyes. What happened? Wasn't the thief so arrogant just now? How come he is lying on the ground all of a sudden? You know what, those somersaults he does in the air are pretty cool. However, it is really incredible how this level 1 Xienter mage did it. At this moment, the thief saint was lying on the ground with his face towards the ground. He didn't want to stand up and face the eyes of everyone. It was too damn embarrassing. Kill him for me! When the thief saint's order came, thousands of assassins immediately took action. The dark crowd of figures suddenly disappeared into the air, and the entire space became empty in an instant. The next moment, countless daggers flashing with cold light stabbed at Lin Yun at various angles. An assassin who is good at assassination, facing a mage with long-range output, not to mention thousands of assassins, is almost a dead end. Everyone can imagine how Lin Yun died. Accompanied by screams, dozens of figures flew backwards and turned directly into white light in space. Oh shit! Lin Yun was not dead. There was a dazzling golden light wrapped around his fists, and his whole body turned into a humanoid weapon. All the thieves who approached him were beaten severely without exception. I am merciful, but you are stubborn, so I will physically save you. Lin Yun's voice echoed in the crowd, and then he rushed into the crowd like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every time a punch is thrown, a scream is heard. It's so funny, just 1,000 thieves? How do you think I got out of the hanging tower? I fought my way out, okay. You little thief, how ridiculous. With the blessing of gold attribute, Lin Yun's fists are like sharp swords, with explosive damage. His health point of 8.2 million is extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Yun stands there and lets them hit him, he can still tire them to death. The air has been silent for countless times. Everyone looked at Lin Yun, who looked like a god of war. It was hard to imagine that he was a mage. Isn't the mage standing in the distance, throwing things around? What is this thing in front of me? A player who changed his job to a holy fist looked at his fist with suspicion, then looked at the mage who was waving his fist in the crowd. I vaguely feel that something is not quite scientific. The two people from the God of War camp looked at each other again and sent messages with trembling hands. Boss, this is a tank-clad boxing mage. Chapter 31. The Xian level 5 master who doubts his life, the thief saint. The long dragon breaks the army. The God of War Ling Tian, who was leveling up, struck out with his spear and directly killed the Xian grade level 5 boss in front of him. After picking up the dropped loot, he looked at the message sent by his men and was suddenly confused. What tank mage? These two little bastards are drunk again, right? Lin Yun, on his side, had already defeated all of the 1,000 mages, causing blood to flow like a river. A total of 1,000 Xian grade level 3 assassins were being chased and beaten by a mage. This unprecedented scene deeply stimulated the eyes of everyone present. Lin Yun reached out and took out a pile of confinement stones, then crushed them all with a grin, instantly covering the thieves in front of him, and then smiled at Gigi Fujiji. Let's start the dinner. Gigi Fujiji heard this and smiled sweetly. Okay. Then she took out hundreds of red and blue talismans from her backpack, which were the ones Lin Yun had secretly given her before. With the appearance of the talisman, a hideous smile also appeared on Gigi Fujiji's face. Look at my move of ice and fire! Gigi followed Lin Yun's instructions and sprinkled the talismans in their hands on the imprisoned thieves. Li character, scorching sun. Kin character, a river flowing against the flow. The word, Li, turned into magma and meteorites, instantly engulfing the thieves in front of them. Hundreds of Li characters formed an extremely exaggerated range. Magma kept gushing out all over the ground, and countless meteorites smashed to the ground with flames. Screams continued to be heard in the endless sea of fire. The players who escaped from here and watched from afar only felt a sea of red in front of their eyes, with scorching heat waves blowing in their faces. In the hot air, there were bursts of meaty aromas. The character turned into a raging river and dense ice crystal swords all over the sky, covering the thieves. Under the influence of the freezing air, the thieves were frozen into ice sculptures one by one. The two completely different effects worked together, like Mars hitting the Earth, and the damage caused is doubled again. Everyone present watched the miraculous scene and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What on earth did this god slayer transform into? Is this something a human can do? How could he draw his skills into talismans, accumulate a bunch of them and use them? Is this something a human can do? Moreover, the damage was too exaggerated. Even if the health of a Xian-level thief was very low, he would not be killed instantly like this. The thief saint stared blankly at his men who were in dire straits, his ears filled with their screams and his scalp tingled. At this moment, he really wanted to take a knife and stab the sunny boy to death. What the hell are you provoking? Didn't you say it was just a mage? Is this called a magician? A wizard who beat up 1,000 assassins with his fists, and used talismans to create this apocalyptic scene before his eyes? Knowing that the game was over, the thief saint immediately disappeared and prepared to escape. Before he could run away, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Where do you want to go? Lin Yun's voice rang in his ears. The thief saint's hair stood on end. Without even looking, he slashed backwards with the dagger in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Yun kicked the thief saint in the waist. The powerful blow made the thief saint leap forward like a vicious dog jumping into shit. The thief saint pushed the ground with both hands, used the momentum to stand up, not daring to fight. Mirror image. In an instant, the thief saint split into two, and the two thief saints ran in different directions. Facing Lin Yun, he had completely lost the intention of fighting and only wanted to escape quickly. He used the exclusive assassination skills of the A-level professional shadow hunter to escape. Looking at the thief saints running away in different directions, Lin Yun smiled slightly and chased after one of the figures without any hesitation. When the thief saw Lin Yun find his body so accurately, he was immediately scared. This is impossible. How did he find it? Before the thief saint could think about it, a big hand grabbed the back of his neck. A terrifying force hit him, and the thief saint's figure suddenly flew backwards. Then a fist hit the thief saint's stomach directly. The thief saint's eyes suddenly widened and his whole body curled up like a shrimp. The health bar suddenly dropped a lot. Why? A mage's fist damage is so high? Is it because he has all the attribute points for attack power? What he didn't know was that Lin Yun had awakened 9 attributes in the Xiantian Tower. These 9 attributes can be attached to the fist. After being superimposed with Lin Yun's super god-level talent, the super strong magic power is directly applied to the hand, which is not inferior to any other warrior. The thief saint knelt on the ground, holding his stomach and trembling. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, the dagger in his hand disappeared, and the next moment appeared behind Lin Yun. Shadow slash. A black blade light slashed at a strange angle and stabbed straight into Lin Yun's back. Before the hideous smile appeared on the thief's face, he was immediately dumbfounded. 200. The damage was dealt, but it was extremely low, and Lin Yun's health bar did not show any sign of movement in the desperate eyes of the thief saint. Lin Yun smiled slightly, crushed the confinement stone with one hand, and then punched the thief saint in the face. 15. Attack damage? 8,874. Fire damage. Before the thief could figure out why his damage was so low, he died on the spot the next second. And every time the thief saint was resurrected, Lin Yun's big face would appear in front of him, and then he would be killed with one punch. Under Lin Yun's punch after punch, the thief saint had lost his confidence. He felt as if his spine had been pulled out, and he no longer had the ambition he once had. Finally, he asked the question that had been puzzling him. Why do you know which one is my real body? Lin Yun curled his lips, looked into the eyes of the thief saint, and answered word by word. Can't you see the huge footprint behind you? Then another punch. Just like that, more than 1,000 Xian level 2 assassins and 1 Xian level 5 shadow hunter from the Thieves Guild were demoted to level 1 within a day and forcibly teleported back to the novice village. This incident was immediately widely publicized, and the entire Daxia was shocked. Everyone knew that a tanky mage who liked to fight with his fists appeared in Tianfa City in Shilin Continent. His health is ridiculously high, his damage is frighteningly exaggerated, and his attack methods are also very strange. He can draw talismans to attack, but he prefers to solve problems with his fists. When the news reached foreign servers, it immediately caused a burst of laughter. This is hilarious! Even a level 7 paladin from my country of America doesn't dare to say that he can deal 8,000 damage with one punch! You guys from Daxia are really brave enough to brag. The photos you photoshopped look pretty similar. Let them deceive themselves. When they meet us, they will show their true colors. The mage uses his fists? Is this a newbie's random edition? In the God of War camp, God of War Ling Tian looked at the newly released occupational level rankings, with a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Professional level ranking. First place, God Slayer, Xuantianqi, Mage God level. Second place, God of War Ling Tian, Dragon Knight, Warrior God level. Third place, Hidden Nickname, Shadow Hunter, God level Shooter. Fourth place, 3.141596, Guardian, Warrior God level. Fifth place, Hidden Nickname, Wushwam Sword Princess, Swordsman God level. Sixth place, Hidden Nickname, Undead Butcher, Warrior SSS level. I didn't expect that there would be so many God level job transfers. It seems that Daxia has many talented people. Next, it will be very interesting. The God of War Ling Tian is a battle maniac. When he found so many masters, he was immediately excited. The release of the professional rankings once again caused an uproar. There were 5 God-level job changes and a bunch of SSS-level job changes, which became the topic of conversation among people. At this time, Lin Yun had already arrived at the Sunset Forest in Tianfa City, Qilin Continent, followed closely by a well-behaved lowly holding a huge sword. Thinking of Gigi Fu Gigi, Lin Yun felt a headache. This little lowly insisted on following Lin Yun no matter what, and even announced the disbandment of Mulan Pavilion. Thinking of the revenge that Gigi Fu Gigi suffered because of him, Lin Yun could not refuse. In this way, Gigi Fu Gigi became Lin Yun's first teammate after his rebirth. At this time, Gigi Fu Gigi, who followed Lin Yun to the Sunset Forest, was in a very good mood and asked curiously, "Brother Godkiller, what are we doing here?" "Help you change your job." Chapter 32 Side Quest: The Reason Why Qilin Disappeared. The reason why Lin Yun brought Gigi Fu Gigi to the Sunset Forest was to help Gigi Fu Gigi upgrade and change their jobs. The second reason is that after changing his job to become the ancient Chinese professional Xian Tianshi, the Taoist priest immediately issued a task: searching for the disappeared ancient Chinese professions. Mission Introduction: In the world of divine revelation, ancient Chinese professions are extremely rare. Please go to the Sunset Forest, where you may find some clues. Mission Reward: an S-level skill book. Indeed, whether in the past life or this life, the only ancient Chinese professional player that Lin Yun knew of was Xiaoyao. For other players, the professions they changed to were basically Western professions, which seemed extremely strange for Xinqi, a world that was more inclined towards the Chinese style. Sunset Forest, an endless forest, with trees blocking out the sun, and little sunlight in the forest. There are a large number of high-level monsters in it. It is said that the legendary immortal lives in the deepest part of the forest. Gigi Fujigi only now understood what it meant to win without any effort, and what it meant to upgrade at a lightning speed. Lin Yun submitted a team application to Gigi Fujigi, and then took her, who was at level 7 of the yellow rank, directly into the sunset forest. Under the shocked eyes of Jiji Fujiji, the god slayer, who was only at level 1 of the Xian rank, rushed directly into a group of wild monsters at level 5 of the Xian rank. A talisman was thrown out, and a large group of level 5 Xian grade wild monsters, the sky-swallowing monsters, with their bloody mouths wide open and fangs bared, were directly swallowed by fire or ice. With a punch, Tunshinmang's head was flattened and he couldn't move. There was no such thing as hitting the snake at its most vulnerable part. The god-killing attack is full of violence and aesthetics. Under the fierce attack of talismans and fists, Jiji Fujiji's experience bar was growing rapidly like his blood pressure. All you have to do is follow behind and pick up the loot dropped by wild monsters. This also allowed Jiji Fujiji to discover a big secret of killing gods. All the equipment dropped by the god slayer are doubled. Soon, Jiji Fujiji's level rose like a rocket to yellow rank 10. The health of a wild monster at level 1 of the mysterious stage is as high as 5,000, which doubles with each level. The health of a wild monster at level 5 of the mysterious stage has reached 120,000. However, among Lin Yun's handful of talismans, these 120,000 health points are nothing more than a matter of throwing a few more. If Lin Yun had known that the wizard was so perverted, he would not have practiced sword in his previous life. As the two of them progressed, they walked further and further into the deep forest at sunset. Slowly, the levels of the wild monsters they saw became higher and higher, and their terrifying health bars and attack powers made Jiji Fuji feel panicked. If it weren't for the god slayer accompanying him, Jiji Fujiji would not have dared to step into the sunset forest to level up. At this stage, no player dares to step into the inner circle of the sunset forest, and they can only level up in the outer circle. After all, in the introduction of the Tianfa city in Qilin continent in the Divine Revelation world, the Sunset Forest is marked as a forbidden area. At this moment, the two people who were moving forward suddenly heard a cry for help in their ears. The two looked at each other and felt that the situation was weird. In the deep forest at sunset where few people had been, they heard someone crying for help. The scene before them made Jiji Fujiji feel suffocated. Lin Yun frowned and walked towards the direction where the sound came from with Jiji Fujiji. Unlike Jiji Fujiji, Lin Yun knew that Shinshi was not a game, it was real. Before reflecting the reality, the NPCs in the game basically stayed in fixed locations, waiting for the arrival of players. It is a forbidden place like this, and very few NPCs would enter it. Obviously, at this stage no player can get through the numerous wild monsters and enter here. Soon, the two arrived at the place where the sound came from. In the dark forest, the two did not see any other people except the dried blood on the ground and the broken swords. It took less than a minute for Lin Yun and Jiji Fujiji to arrive from the time they heard the sound. However, the blood on the ground had long since dried up. The broken sword was also covered with moss, which told the two that a fight had taken place here a long time ago. However, the cry for help that Lin Yun and the others heard just now was 1 minute ago. The strange scene made Jiji Fujiji swallow his saliva. He moved his feet and stood behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun squatted down and picked up the broken sword on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the mission clue. It was a nonsensical sentence, completely different from the tasks he had received in the past. Looking at the broken sword, there are two words, Tian Yang, on the blurry sword body. The dried blood and the broken sword looked so strange in the dark sunset forest. At this moment, the sound of fierce fighting rang out again. Jiji Fujiji was panicking now, and pulled Lin Yun. Brother Shirshin, why don't we forget it? Let's change jobs at another time, this place is too weird. Lin Yun smiled, instilled the ideas of a materialist into Jiji Fujiji, and pulled Jiji Fujiji towards the direction of the fight. The scene before him made Lin Yun's scalp tingle. Countless bones. Countless broken swords. The blood has long dried. The sound clearly came just now, but everything in front of me shows the traces of time. Lin Yun frowned. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing happening, and no one had ever found dried bones in the deep forest at sunset. Among a pile of dried bones, Lin Yun's expression kept changing. Was it because of my rebirth that the situation was different? Or was it because no one discovered the existence of these things in my previous life? Brother Godkiller, there are words here. The sound of chirping interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts. When I came to Jiji Fujiji, I saw a skeleton lying on the ground with its right hand lying on the ground. In front of the hand was a line of small words carved on a stone. Master Qilin disappeared, and we were ordered to look for clues. In the alternation of light and darkness, we found traces of Master Qilin. However, our opponent is not a human, he is a god. Qilin continent is doomed. Hey, why didn't this person finish writing? Is Kalinza the current Kalinza? He read. GG. Word by word, then scratched his head, feeling confused. But he didn't notice that Lin Yun's face changed drastically. The word God was something Lin Yun dared not mention after his rebirth. Because he knows that God really exists. He constantly improves himself so that he can be strong enough to fight after the gods come. Divine revelation and reality from the previous life. They were all shattered after the gods came. That was not God, that was the devil. What is going on? Why did this dry bone write the word God? Did he see God? Was it God who killed these people? Lin Yun's head was about to explode, and he was looking for something nervously. When Jiji and Fujiji saw Godkiller behaving strangely, they quickly asked, Brother Godkiller, what are you looking for? Lin Yun did not turn around, but spoke in a hoarse voice. Clues, please help me find some clues. Lin Yun's voice was close to a roar, and Jijifuji was so frightened that he paused and hurried to help search for the clues Lin Yun mentioned among the dried bones. The gods should not descend at this time, and there was no such thing as gods at this time in the previous life. Finally, Lin Yun found a badge in the dark. The 9-star commander of the Qilin City Guards. Looking at the badge in front of him, Lin Yun's breath caught in his throat. Memories of the guards emerged in my mind. Shinchi has 5 continents. The azure dragon suppresses the east, the white tiger sits in the west, the vermilion bird controls the south, the black tortoise commands the north, and the Kirin main flag guards the center. This is God's revelation to the 5 continents. The Qilin City Guards of Qilin Continent is one of the 4 powerful armies under Qilin. All of its members are top heavenly level masters, and the 9-star commander is a person who has broken through the heavenly level. After breaking through the heavenly level, it will be divided into 10 stars. How could such a master die here? In the past life, Qilin Continent was the only one among the 5 continents that had no one in charge, and Qilin was nowhere to be found. Now, in the Sunset Forest, the remains of the 9-star commander of the Qilin City Guards were found. What exactly happened here? Lin Yun had a splitting headache. For the first time, he felt that things were out of control and he was completely dispirited. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the side quest. Find out why Qilin disappeared. Hand over the 9-star commander's relic to the Lord of Qilin City. Chapter 33 Xian Tier 7 Boss, Sky Swallowing Python. After receiving the task, Lin Yun sat among the dry bones for a very long time. Jiji Fujiji didn't know what had happened. What happened to the god slayer who had always been high-spirited and dared to face the titan giant ape at the yellow rank 10th level and single-handedly helped the number 9 novice village to rise? At this moment, he was sitting on the ground with a distraught look on his face and without any image. In the deep forest at sunset, apart from the occasional roar of wild monsters, the only sound was Lin Yun's heavy breathing. Jiji Fujiji just waited by the side without disturbing him. Although she was a little dull, she still had some intelligence. Ancient China. Qilin. The existence of these 2 elements of Daxia disappeared in the divine world. Is there any connection between them? Finding the disappearance of the ancient Chinese profession is the main task, and the reason for the disappearance of Qilin is the side task. What is the connection between the 2? Why did the great commander of 9 stars tell others that his opponent was a god before his death? Was this god the god he knew? Or was he a god from ancient China? Why is it that after the gods descended in the previous life, except for a few low-level gods in the west, there was no other god in Daxia who could fight? Where is the place where light and darkness alternate? Do you still have time? All this made Lin Yun panic, and he suddenly felt that time was getting shorter and shorter. Is this life going to be the same as the last one? There is no way to deal with the attack of the gods. Will divine revelation and reality eventually be destroyed? After a long time, Lin Yun suddenly stood up, his frown relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Are gods powerful? Yes. This is beyond doubt. Are you pressed for time? Yes, it is. There were only 2 short years until God's revelation was reflected in reality, and soon after it was reflected in reality, God came. Then why is he still hesitating about it? He has already experienced the worst result. He is stronger in his new life than in his previous life. Why should he waste time hesitating about it? Isn't it enough to just improve himself? In the previous life, he had E-level talents, so he could face gods directly. Could the existence of super god-level talents in this life be worse than in the previous life? As the knot in his heart was untied, Lin Yun let out a deep breath. Who cares? Faced with the unknown, people would feel panicked, but the important thing was to solve the problem. God had given him the chance to be reborn, and he should not waste it. Gods? I want to see how many I can kill in this lifetime. Looking at the smile on God Slayer's face, Gigi Fu Gigi also smiled. Although they didn't know what had happened, judging from God Slayer's expression before, it should not be a trivial matter. The relaxation and smile on Lin Yun's expression also affected Gigi Fu Gigi's mood. Let's go! Let's go do the job transfer mission. Lin Yun smiled and touched Gigi Fu Gigi's head, then went to the place where the job change book appeared in his previous life's memory. Gigi Fu Gigi then followed with a silly smile. She had no idea how much pressure Lin Yun was under just now, and she didn't know that this was not a game. Everything has to wait until God reveals the reality. We came to a pond in the deep forest at sunset. The pond was not big and the water was clear. It seemed as if you could see the fine sand at the bottom of the water, but the surface of the water was silent, like a pool of stagnant water. This is the place I remember from my previous life. The location of the Xiantu level 7 boss is also one of the rare bosses that can 100% drop a warrior job transfer book. The sky-swallowing python. Lin Yun took out the talisman he had drawn and signaled Gigi Fu Gigi to move away. Immediately, countless Li characters shot into the pool. As the Li character exploded under the water, terrifying flames and meteorites continued to bombard the pool. The entire pool seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. A hot breath brought up a large amount of water vapor, which lingered over the pool for a long time. As a terrifying beast roared, the pool of water that was still burning with flames suddenly rolled violently. A huge figure suddenly jumped out of the pool and appeared in front of Lin Yun and the others. The body, which was several dozen meters long and covered with dark green scales as big as a human, stood up from its coiled position, and the thick trunk was constantly broken as it twisted. There was a small horn protruding from an extremely large snake head, and 2 pairs of huge eyes emitting a faint light, staring at the 2 tiny creatures in front of it with an angry look. This! Gigi looked at the terrifying giant sky-devouring python, and the strong sense of oppression made her dare not move. Is this the Xian level boss? But why does it feel much worse than the Xian level 1 Titan giant ape? Sky-swallowing python. Level, Xian T7. Attack power, 12,000. HP, 15 million. Introduction. One of the overlords in the deep forest at sunset, it sleeps in a silent pool all year round, silently waiting for the time to transform into a dragon. It has a terrifying strangling ability, and anyone who is entangled by it is destined to become its food. Skill 1. Bone corrosive poison mist. Spray a poison mist that can dissolve everything it touches. 2. Strangulation. Wrap your body around the enemy and crush everything it wraps around. This attribute is also average. He murmured to himself again and again. For Gigi Fu Gigi, who had seen the Xian level 1 Titan giant ape, the Xian level 7 sky-swallowing giant python had only slightly more attack power and health than the Titan giant ape, which was indeed very average. It was as if he understood what Gigi Fu Gigi said. The giant sky-swallowing python spat out its tongue, and its entire body suddenly twisted, rushing towards Gigi Fu Gigi with a fishy smell. Kanzi, the reverse flow of the river. More than a dozen Kan characters arrived first and bombarded the sky-devouring python. In an instant, the horrifying extreme cold imprisoned the sky-devouring python in place. Countless cold currents and ice crystal arrows acted on the huge body of the sky-devouring python at the same time, and high damage exploded instantly. 26,622. 26,622. 26,622. A series of outputs explode continuously, with a 200% skill damage bonus and a freezing effect that lasts for 10 seconds. In addition to the giant sky-devouring python's constant hissing, its entire body had been frozen in place, while Lin Yun was still continuously throwing out talismans in his hand. If outsiders saw Lin Yun hunting down the boss so easily, they would definitely be envious. "I can hit you, but you can't do anything if you want." The sky-swallowing python had a look of aggrieved expression on its face. Under the continuous freezing effect, the entire python had turned into an ice sculpture. High amounts of damage continued to erupt, and the sky-swallowing python's health was constantly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yun smiled slightly upon seeing this. There was no doubt about Master Xian Tian's power, and the skills of these two attributes made him even more powerful. For mages, except for the elementalist profession, all other professions can only choose one attribute and advance and develop based on the unique attribute. But Lin Yun is different. Now his 3 skill slots have 2 completely different attributes, and the attributes that Lin Yun has comprehended are as many as 9. What's even more exaggerated is that Master Xian Tian's talismans can be stored, and as the proficiency of the skill increases, the damage of the talismans will also increase. Gradually, the body of the sky-devouring python suddenly expanded again, the ice on its body shattered, and its scarlet eyes stared at Lin Yun. A green gas was brewing in the snake's mouth. It was the bone-corroding poisonous mist, the sky-swallowing python's skill. Seeing this, Lin Yun's mouth corner slightly raised, and a handful of characters appeared in his hand. The wordly, Yan Yan Lai. The talisman instantly appeared in the giant python's open mouth. Waves of terrifying flames suddenly exploded. The green bone-corrosive poisonous mist in the giant python's mouth seemed to produce a chemical reaction the moment the flames exploded. An even more terrifying explosion sounded again, and the sky-swallowing python's blood volume dropped significantly again. "Didn't your mother tell you? If you have bad breath, talk less." Lin Yun's vulgar words made Gigi Fujiji laugh out loud. Seeing the blood-red eyes of the sky-swallowing python looking at him, Chiji waved his hands again and again. "I didn't say that. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor." The sky-devouring python felt extremely suffocated. There was more and more ice on its body, and the horrific flames continued to burn it. It was as if it had stepped into a refrigerator, and then directly into an oven. But there were 2 little things in front of me, and I couldn't even touch them. As his blood volume continued to drop, the damage of the talisman in Lin Yun's hand continued to increase with the passage of time. Li Zi Yan Yan Lai, proficiency, 9%. Kenzi Niliuchuan, proficiency, 7%. With every increase in proficiency, the skill damage increases by 10%. At this time, the skill damage of the 2 talismans reaches 290% and 270% respectively. In other words, with one Li character, combined with Lin Yun's 8874 points of magic power, the damage of the instantaneous explosion alone has reached 25,734 points, and this damage lasts for 10 seconds. 250,000 damage every 10 seconds. In just a moment, the health of the sky-devouring python has reached the killing line. As the health of the sky-devouring python fell below 10%, a golden light suddenly lit up, and the execution effect of the hunter title took place. The last of the sky-devouring python's blood was suddenly emptied, and its huge body fell down with extreme unwillingness, turning into a ray of light and disappearing on the spot. A pile of loot fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to players Shurshin and Gigi Fujiji for completing the first kill of the Xian level 7 boss, the sky-swallowing python. An announcement will be made to the entire server soon. Do you want to hide your name? No! Ding! The players Shurshin and Gigi Fujiji from the Great Xia server teamed up to kill the Xian rank 7 boss heaven-swallowing python for the first time, and were rewarded with a random A-rank suit. A-level suit, this reward is very ordinary. At this time, all the players in the server looked at the announcement with numb expressions, then lowered their heads to kill monsters again. It's nothing, the players have become immune to the name of Godkiller. After more than a week since the server was launched, you can see Godkiller's name every day when you look up. If you were in his place, you would just say, "Ah, another first kill." What's more, compared to the first kill of the Xian level 7 boss, the news that Lin Yun slaughtered the entire Thieves Guild alone was even more explosive. However, for Lin Yun, the most important task of this trip is to get the job transfer book. If this doesn't work out, you'll have to waste time trying again, hoping to be lucky enough to succeed in one go. Gigi Fujiji ran over with an ecstatic look on his face to pick up the spoils, including gold coins, weapons, and even 2 S-level skill books. After a while, Gigi Fujiji raised his hand and picked up 2 skill books and a job transfer book that was shining with platinum light. It exploded! Chapter 34, Battle of the Temple, Ambush. Sunset in the deep woods. Gigi Fujiji, holding 2 skill books, became even more certain that he had discovered the shocking secret of killing gods. Little did people know that this was just Lin Yun's gifted ability. "Let's divide the spoils. You and I each get 1 skill book, all the job transfer book gold coins go to you, and all the equipment goes to me. How about that?" After Lin Yun divided the spoils, Gigi Fujiji was unwilling to leave. After all, it was Lin Yun who took action throughout the whole process, and the purpose of this trip was to change his job. For Gigi Fujiji, being able to obtain an SSS-level job transfer book is already a godsend. How many SSS-level job transfers are there in the entire server? Although Lin Yun kept emphasizing that he was not short of money, he could not resist Gigi Fujiji's insistence, and had to give up. After getting Lin Yun's consent, Gigi Fujiji opened the Warrior Job Change book. Hell Blood Devil. Grade SSS. Introduction. Warrior Class Job Transfer. A demon wandering in hell, a natural demon warrior, health reduced by 10%, attack power increased by 100%, blood sucking increased by 100%. When the health is less than 10%, it triggers the unbreakable skill, and the health is locked for 5 minutes, and the attack power is increased by 200%, and the blood sucking is increased by 200%. Simple introduction, rough data. The Bloodbath Demon's job change made him into an armed thug. Lin Yun couldn't imagine what a loli would look like after being transformed into the Bloodbath Demon. A big brother loli, covered in blood, chasing people with a huge sword? Under Lin Yun's protection, Gigi Fujiji began to integrate the skill book. Black and red blood light spread on Gigi Fujiji's body, making him look evil and charming. Soon, Gigi and Fujiji completed the fusion with a smile. Feeling the new power, they were even more grateful to Lin Yun. If it weren't for Lin Yun, they would have been able to only change their job to become an ordinary warrior. Lin Yun also sighed, not knowing whether all the changes were good or bad. The Milan Pavilion that resisted the gods in the previous life had been disbanded. Gigi Fujiji in the previous life was a holy warrior, but in this life he was the Hellblood Demon God. The changes in this life may not be a bad thing. A powerful Hellblood Demon is more valuable than a holy warrior. Lin Yun also directly used the skill book to obtain a new skill, Gungzi Luanjin 2, a gold attribute skill. Now Lin Yun's 3 skill slots are full, namely gold attribute, water attribute, and fire attribute skills. Just as Gigi Fujiji was about to speak with his teeth gnashing, a terrifying force suddenly descended upon the 2 of them in the deep forest at sunset. In just a moment, Gigi Fujiji was still speaking with his teeth gnashing, and the next moment the whole person exploded. Lin Yun's face changed suddenly, and the condensed and terrifying power as real as substance also acted on himself. Lin Yun, with a health point of 8.2 million, only lasted 1 second longer than Gigi Fujiji. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Deep in the forest at sunset, a terrifying murderous intent quietly disappeared, and faint sounds of breathing seemed to be heard. Lin Yun was resurrected in the fountain, and his level dropped by 1 level. But at this moment, his face was heavy. Just at that moment, the terrifying power made Lin Yun feel as if he had faced a 2-winged angel in his previous life. But the power between the 2 is completely different. Although angels symbolize light, there is an evil nature in their power. The power just now was similar to his own power. What was going on? Deep in the sunset forest, is there a being on the same level as the 2-winged angel? But why have I never seen it appear in my previous life? For some reason, Lin Yun felt that the development of things was increasingly beyond his understanding, and things that should not have appeared in his previous life appeared. As soon as Gigi was resurrected, he immediately came to find Lin Yun. Just after successfully changing his job, he was killed by a force, or murderous aura. Brother Godkiller, is that the immortal in the depths of the Sunset Forest? What a powerful setting! After experiencing the many tortures at the hands of the Sunshine Boy, Gigi felt like she was reborn from the ashes. However, that terrifying power was something that no human could resist. She could only sigh at the reality and exaggeration of the game Xinqi. Lin Yun shook his head and looked towards the Sunset Forest from afar. Even if he is not an immortal, he is still an extremely terrifying existence. Everything in the deep forest at sunset seemed to be filled with fog. The gods mentioned in the last words of the Nine-Star Commander before his death, were they the gods in his previous life, or was it this existence that killed Lin Yun instantly with murderous intent? Lin Yun didn't think any more and wanted to know everything. The most fundamental reason was that he wanted to become stronger. The 8.2 million health points were almost emptied in an instant. It was hard to imagine what level of existence the person in the depths of the Sunset Forest was. Why didn't it appear when the gods descended in the previous life? Why did the West have gods to resist, but Daxia had no gods to fight back? Just when Lin Yun was daydreaming, Gigi exclaimed in surprise. Brother Shirshin, Boss Xiaoyao has started a war with the Thieves' Guild! Lin Yun came back to his senses and quickly checked the forum. It turned out that after Xiaoyao successfully changed his job, he learned about what happened to Gigi and what the Thieves' Guild had done. He was immediately furious and directly called the entire guild to declare war on the Thieves' Guild, vowing to seek justice for Gigi and Fu Gigi. At the beginning, relying on the strength of the new job transfer and the overall strength of the temple, the Thieves' Guild was defeated. He even managed to raise the Thieves' Guild members to level 1 at one point, but unexpectedly they fell into the trap of the Thieves' Saint. The Thieves' Guild, the World Destroyer, and the Supreme Alliance united together, and the situation was reversed. Xiaoyao and the Holy Temple have been surrounded and suppressed in the Death Valley, and are in imminent danger. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Boss Xiaoyao wouldn't be in danger. After learning the whole story, Gigi immediately blamed himself. Lin Yun did not say anything. He quickly edited a message and sent it out. Then, with a self-blaming face, he hurried to Xiaoyao. In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the reason for the war between the Holy Temple and the Thieves' Guild was different from the previous life, the outcome was still the same. The sanctuary was ambushed and forced into Death Valley. As long as there is no problem in the general direction, it is the most worth celebrating thing for Lin Yun. If the entire world changes because of his rebirth, then Lin Yun dares not imagine what the future will be like, and whether the higher gods will be directly eliminated. The world would be destroyed immediately, and there would be no hope. Death Valley of Qilin Continent. The presidents of the three major guilds, the Thieves' Guild, the World Destroyer Guild, and the Supreme Alliance, all stood on the lonely mountain, looking at the Death Valley in the distance. Tens of thousands of joint troops from the three major guilds surrounded Death Valley. Death Valley is a U-shaped valley. Except for the opening where you can enter, the rest of the directions are all hundreds of feet high mountains. You can only enter but not exit, and there is only death but no life. The president of the temple, Xiaoyao, and his remaining members were forced into such a desperate situation. Everyone, after this battle, the Holy Temple has fallen from the altar and is no longer able to compete with us for resources. On Dushan Mountain, the president of the Thieves' Guild, the thief saint who was killed by Lin Yun and returned to the novice village, said with a smile, looking at the figure in the Death Valley who looked like Yixian, a hint of viciousness appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're about to die, but you're still holding the sword and pretending to be cool. I don't care whether Xiaoyao lives or dies. I just want his SSS level skill book. I think you two won't fight with me. The president of the Supreme Hall is dressed like a scholar, gentle and elegant. Anyone who sees him will sigh that he is sunny and handsome. He said lightly, and directly reserved the SSS level skill book that Xiaoyao accidentally obtained. The other two looked at each other but did not dare to refute, because the identity and background of the Supreme Hall President Shilong in real life was very terrifying. This is just a game. There is no need to offend such people for a game. Mr. Lang, let's act quickly to avoid any more trouble. After all, the God's Slayer could come at any time. Speaking of God's Slayer, Mishi felt very conflicted. After all, he had seen how powerful God's Slayer was. If it were not for the request of the Supreme Hall, he would not want to get involved in this mess at all. Pop! Before he could finish his words, Mishi was slapped to his knees. Xialong slowly withdrew his right hand, his face as calm as ever, and said lightly, "No one dares to cause trouble to the Supreme Palace yet. Why do you worry about it?" Miesher was angry but dared not say anything. He stood up silently, regretting very much that he did not refuse directly at that time. After getting on the pirate ship, he found that Xialong was simply a lunatic. Relying on his real status, he treats himself and others like dogs. He appears to be gentle and polite at ordinary times, but in fact he does things without leaving any room for mercy and is very extreme. "Xiaoyao, it has come to this, do you still want to continue?" Xialong led everyone to the entrance of Death Valley and looked at the figure in the Death Valley from afar, his eyes full of admiration. Thousands of people from the 3 major guilds surrounded the Death Valley and chased him all the way, but that man remained calm and broke the deadlock every time he made a move. His posture was graceful, as if he was a banished immortal. It's a pity that such people are unwilling to join their Supreme Hall. Chapter 35, Xialong, the Confucian and Taoist Heavenly Master. Xiaoyao held a long sword in his hand, a strand of white hair on his forehead fluttering in the wind, and the whole person was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. A dozen members of the temple supported him and blocked the entrance of Death Valley. Hearing this, Xiaoyao raised his head slightly, his eyes like torches, staring directly at the 3 people outside the Death Valley. His tone was gentle but as if he was about to sharpen a sword. "The only solution is to fight to the death." After saying this, he turned his head slightly and said in a voice that only he and Huzi could hear, "Would it make me seem very domineering if I said this?" His beard was full of black lines. If there wasn't a powerful enemy in front of him, he would definitely slap this fool twice. "What time is it now?" "Brothers from the Holy Temple are on their way quickly. As long as we can hold out against this wave of attacks," Huzi said hurriedly. This battle was originally going to be unstoppable, but unfortunately they fell into the enemy's trap and were separated from the main force. The most crucial point is to wait until the main force breaks through to rescue and sustain this wave of offensive. "An offensive, huh? I'm here to help." A smile appeared on Xiaoyao's lips, and the long sword in his hand seemed to sense the master's fighting spirit, and it actually made a slight sword sound. Outside the Death Valley, 11th Lang of the Supreme Hall turned his head to look at Destroyer and Thief Saint, and pointed at Xiaoyao. "Has he always been so pretentious?" Without waiting for the two to reply, Xialong waved his fan and looked at Xiaoyao carefully. "To be honest, he looks a little silly, but he is really handsome. He is half as handsome as me. In that case, let's get started. I'm in a hurry." When Miesher and Dao Xing heard this, they were delighted. They had both witnessed how powerful God's Slayer was. If they dragged on any longer until that person arrived, the outcome would be terrible. "Someone, come on! Attention all members of the Thieves Guild, cooperate with the Supreme Temple and the World Destroyer to send the temple back to the Novice Village." Xiaoyao immediately felt it when the people from the 3 major guilds outside Death Valley moved. With a slight step, the figure arrived at the only entrance and exit of Death Valley. 1 man, 1 sword, with sword drawn and horse on hand. The entrance to Death Valley is extremely narrow. The path is dozens of meters long and can accommodate a maximum of 3 people at a time. Therefore, even if there are many people outside, they cannot rush in all at once. The fastest-running guild member had already seen Xiaoyao's figure. With a sinister smile, the leader chopped over with a huge axe. Xiaoyao held the sword horizontally in front of him, lightly grasped the hilt with his right hand, and slowly drew the sword out of the sheath. The light on the sword flashed, and the player holding the giant axe in front of him felt a chill on his neck, and the next moment it turned into white light and disappeared. 1500. Xiaoyao held the sword in one hand, his eyes shining. As a rare possessor of the god-level talent of sword heart in the whole server, he never knew what retreat meant. A swordsman would rather break than surrender. Xiaoyao's figure was like a banished immortal. Whenever he swung the sword in his hand, a member of the 3 major guilds would turn into white light and disappear. The passage was 10 meters long. Xiaoyao took one step and one sword strike and directly blocked the members of the three major guilds at the entrance of the passage. If it weren't for the fact that death would have returned to the spring and the corpse would have disappeared, the corpses would have been piled up high by now. Outside the Death Valley, Xiaolong had a smile on his face. As he watched an endless stream of guild members die under the Xiaoyao sword like moths to a flame, his smile grew even wider. However, the faces of the Thief Saint and the World Destroyer changed slightly. If it were them, they would not be able to face tens of thousands of enemies so calmly. Give him some more explosive material, the three vice-captains of the Supreme Hall. Xiaolong gently shook the folding fan in his hand and spoke softly to his men. Yes. Hearing this, the three members behind him nodded and then quickly headed towards Death Valley. Xiaoyao flipped the sword in his hand, and with the level of Xian rank 5, he fought against the three guild members in front of him whose level was not weaker than his. However, the battle between the two sides was one-sided. Although they were at the same level, no one could stop Xiaoyao even a little bit. Xiaoyao was like a banished immortal, killing one person with every step he took and leaving no trace within 10 meters. Suddenly, a long spear shot out from the center of the crowd, stabbing straight towards Xiaoyao's face with a sharp murderous intent. Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of playful interest in his eyes. Finally, a master has arrived, but that's all. He swept the sword across the spear, and a huge explosion came from between the two weapons. The sword remained motionless, but the spear was raised high. The man holding the spear is a bearded man. He is one of the three deputy captains of the Supreme Hall. He has SS-level talent, powerful moves, and is extremely brave. Then when they faced Xiaoyao, the spear was almost shaken to the point where he couldn't hold it steady. Xiaoyao blocked the spear, made a sword flower with the sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly and went straight to the bearded man. At this moment, a huge axe and a huge hammer swept out from both sides of Xiaoyao, attacking Wei to save Xiao. If Xiaoyao continued to kill the bearded man, he would be hit by the two weapons and seriously injured or even killed. However, Xiaoyao did not use the sword in his hand to block, as if he did not see the two weapons. The next moment, with the two men's delighted expressions, the two weapons hit Xiaoyao directly from left and right, and a huge noise exploded in the air. Oh no! The two of them secretly thought that this was not good. Xiaoyao's figure slowly disappeared between the two weapons, and the two men only hit each other's weapons. Sword rises, White Crane! Only Xiaoyao's faint voice could be heard in the air. The next moment, the sound of a crane's cry faded away, and a sword flashed. Xiaoyao was holding a sword with his back to the bearded man, and in front of him were the members of the three major guilds who were rushing towards him. The long sword in his hand vibrated slightly, and countless sword shadows came out from behind the bearded man and attached themselves to Xiaoyao's long sword one by one. Before the bearded man could react, he had disappeared from the spot. One of the three deputy teams of the Supreme Hall, an elite at the 7th level of the Xian rank, is no match for Xiaoyao. The remaining two deputy captains were shocked, but before they could react, Xiaoyao's figure disappeared again among a pile of weapons and skills. Two crane calls were heard as the remaining two deputy captains disappeared. The three deputy captains of the Supreme Hall died in an instant. Even if a stone was thrown into the river, it would make a sound, but the three Xian level 7 elite soldiers did not cause any waves. The members of the three major guilds who were rushing forward stopped in an instant, but the people behind them continued to rush forward without any knowledge. Suddenly, the people who had stopped in front were forced to rush forward. Fuck! Stop pushing! Wait! Wait! I have a sword. Can defend against all enemies. Continue! Outside the Death Valley, Xiaolong's expression remained unchanged as he watched Xiaoyao nodding continuously, seemingly in appreciation. However, if you look closely, you will find that the frequency of shaking the folding fan in his hand has unknowingly increased. Time passed slowly, and the three major guilds were still unable to break through and enter the valley. The road that could only be accessed by three people was simply Xiaoyao's home court. With just one man and one sword, he killed the members of the three major guilds without any chance of survival. However, Xiaoyao vaguely felt that something was wrong. If the opponent was only at this level, he and others would not be forced into such a situation. Everything before his eyes seemed as if someone had deliberately arranged for him to be killed. So what are his subsequent measures? The battle between the Holy Temple and the Thieves' Guild was only defeated after the Supreme Hall's 11th Lang joined. Every order given by this man had a deep meaning. It was because I and others kept falling into the opponent's trap that we were forced into the Valley of Death step by step. I had no idea what the opponent was thinking. Very good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being the Holy Hall Xiaoyao. I am really impressed by you. Xiaolong's voice was heard, and as his footsteps approached, a passage slowly opened up in the crowd, and Xiaolong, Mishi and Daoxing appeared in front of Xiaoyao. Xiaolong gently waved his folding fan, with a smile on his harmless face, as if he was visiting an old friend. Xiaoyao held a long sword in his hand, frowning slightly, thinking about the reason in his heart. I can give you one more chance. Submit to me, and I won't need your SSS-level skills anymore. Xiaolong spoke with a tone that was unquestionable, but this made the faces of Mieshe and Dao Xing behind him change drastically. Mr. Lang, this? Xiaolong just gave the King of Thieves a look, and he stopped talking. He just lowered his head with anger in his eyes. Oh, where did you hear this news? The SSS-level warrior skill was acquired by himself accidentally, and only a few people in the Holy Hall knew about it. Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. It seems that there is a traitor in the family. No matter how hard you try, you can never guard against a traitor in your own home. Submit to me, and I will help you kill him until he retreats. Xiaolong spoke again, with only confidence on his face. As long as you are an intelligent person, you will not reject yourself in this situation. But what he didn't know was that everyone in the temple knew that the only thing Xiaoyao had going for him was his looks. As for his IQ, that thing was a joke to Xiaoyao. What's more, those who wield swords would rather break than yield. I refuse. The sword in Xiaoyao's hand made a sound and he spoke directly, raising the sword and pointing it at Xiaolong. For the first time, the smile on Xiaolong's face disappeared. He put away the folding fan in his hand and said regretfully, That's a pity. But it's okay. If you bow your head, I will look down on you and my deployment will be wasted. Xiaolong was dressed in a gentle and elegant manner, but his tone gradually became colder, and his whole temperament changed drastically. If he was a graceful gentleman just now he looks more like a powerful military strategist. Do you think you are the only one with god-level talent? Xiaolong gently raised his left hand, and a mysterious aura surrounded his whole body, filled with a vast righteousness. Draw a circle on the ground to make a prison! As soon as he finished speaking, countless purple-red lights lit up in the 10-meter passage where Xiaoyao was. The lights intertwined to form a complex pattern, enveloping Xiaoyao. An inexplicable aura directly locked onto Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was hit before he could react. He only felt that the sword energy in his body was tightly compressed inside. The next moment, Xiaolong gently crushed the confinement stone in his hand. Don't you realize that you have killed many people? Xiaoyao was startled and looked above his head. His face suddenly changed. The two words, Xiaoyao, that were originally flashing white light had now turned into blood red. In the game of Xinqi, there is a protection mechanism for the drop rate. In other words, even if I kill you to level 1, there is a possibility that I won't be able to drop your SSS level skill book. However, if you maliciously kill too many players, your guilt will slowly accumulate. When the guilt reaches its extreme, you will become a red name. The explosion rate in the red name state has a great chance of exploding the top-level items on you. With every word Xiaolong spoke, Xiaoyao's face became darker. No wonder these people rushed here to die. It turned out that this was their purpose. But at this moment, the unknown aura of the prison drawn on the ground was suppressing him. It could be said that Xiaoyao was now a lamb to be slaughtered. Don't waste your thoughts. My profession is a Confucian and Taoist priest. My righteous spirit can just restrain your sword energy. After all, the sword master is fierce. You should have just agreed to my request just now. Now the situation is so ugly. Xiaolong walked slowly towards Xiaoyao, gently waving the folding fan in his hand and reciting a poem softly. The horse is as swift as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. As Xiaolong's voice rang out, a meter-long arrow quietly appeared behind him. It was snow-white and neat, with a mysterious aura. The next moment, the bow and string sounded. The long arrow shot towards Xiaoyao with a sound of breaking through the air. Chapter 36 Gingzi Chaos Golden Tujia. the flying arrow condensed by the righteous energy instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyao. At this moment, Xiaoyao was imprisoned in place by Xialang's prison with the sword energy locked inside his body. Hu Zi and others nearby were furious, but they could only watch. As soon as the red-named Xiaoyao dies, the items in his backpack will definitely explode. What's more, the existence of the confinement stone makes it impossible for him to escape, and he can only be resurrected and killed repeatedly. Xialong had a look of confidence on his face, while Mishi and Daoxing looked even more excited, as they would see this pretentious man suffer the worst blow in the next second. Just when the flying arrow was less than 10 centimeters away from his eyes, the terrifying aura brought by the arrow made Xiaoyao's face hurt. Xiaoyao's face remained calm, he just spoke softly. 10,000 swords return. At this second, an extremely sharp sword energy swept out from his body. Like a sword being unsheathed, invisible sword energy surged around Xiaoyao. In front of Xiaoyao, Xialong's arrow broke into pieces starting from the tip, and disappeared from Xiaoyao's sight bit by bit. As Xialong and others looked on in astonishment, Xiaoyao's long sword in his right hand trembled, and the sword energy around him swept up again. The invisible sword energy that was originally gathered in front of Xiaoyao slowly condensed into shape in midair. Tens of thousands of transparent swords surrounded Xiaoyao, like stars surrounding the moon, and the sound of swords continued to be heard in front of Xiaoyao. Go! As Xiaoyao's voice fell to the ground, transparent swords appeared in front of the people from the 3 major guilds in an instant. Densely packed swords shot out at him, and Xialong shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Then a hexagram appeared in his hand. At this time, one of the corners of the hexagram had been broken. As the righteous energy in Xialong's hand was injected, the other corner of the hexagram began to glow. The moment countless transparent swords pierced through his body, Xialong's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Dushan Mountain outside the Death Valley. But Miesher, Dao Xing and other guild members were not so lucky. The transparent long sword formed a transparent dragon, constantly piercing through everyone's bodies. As high damage emerged, everything within the sword's range turned into white light and dissipated. Xiaoyao slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was wondering in his heart, what exactly is the job change of Confucian Taoist Heavenly Master? Why does it feel more handsome than his job change of Sword Immortal? He still needs to swing the sword, but the other party only needs to say 2 lines of poetry to have such power. It's so handsome. If it weren't for the job transfer information told by God Slayer, he would not have been able to transfer to the ancient Chinese profession Sword Immortal, and he would not have been able to survive this killing game. The SSS level warrior skill book reserved for Gigi Fu Gigi will also be revealed. That's right, when God Slayer told him about the ancient Sword Immortal's job change, he led everyone in the Holy Hall and attacked without sleep for several days before successfully getting the job change. Sword Immortal. Introduction. Sword Immortal, the only profession, a god-level swordsman profession, a powerful existence in ancient Chinese civilization, with 1 sword to dominate the world, and 10,000 swords to destroy the universe. Obtain the skill. Green Lotus Sword Technique. All sword skills damage increased by 200%, attack power increased by 100%. This is the Sword Immortal, the only Sword Immortal profession in ancient China. After changing jobs, you will gain exclusive skills, White Crane's Sword Rising and 10,000 swords returning to the origin. 1 single skill and 1 group skill. At this time, Wan Jianguizong killed all living creatures within the range of the sword energy. Interesting. Xialong's voice sounded again. Xiaoyao stood with a sword in his hand, looking at the other party from afar. At this time, Xiaoyao was extremely confused as to how Xialong escaped from Wan Jianguizong. Xialong came to the outside of Death Valley again, staring at Xiaoyao inside, with even more admiration in his eyes, and said, "But how many times can you use this powerful skill?" As the voice faded away, the members who were killed by Wan Jianguizong and the 2 world-destroying thief saints appeared again. It turns out that Xialong had already used the imprisonment stone on these people. The confinement stone, which was originally intended to prevent the opponent from escaping, turned out to be a secret trick of Xialong. Xiaoyao once again lamented that this man was so smart that he was almost a demon, and had laid this foreshadowing so early. However, the other party was not wrong. The miraculous skill of Wan Jianguizong had a casting interval of 12 hours. Right now, Xiaoyao had fallen step by step into the trap set by the other party, and all his cards had been revealed. Although he admired her in his heart, Xiaoyao was not forgiving and did not want to sit and wait for death. Although the 10,000 swords return to the origin has limitations, it is enough to use up the hexagonal object in your hand. Xiaoyao gently stroked a strand of white hair on his forehead, glanced at Xiaolong, and slowly sheathed the long sword in his hand. Sure enough, Xiaolong hesitated. The hexagram was an item he had obtained at a huge cost. He had a total of 6 chances to escape, but now there were only 4 left. He didn't want to take the gamble. But when he saw Xiaoyao tighten his fingers inadvertently, he laughed out loud. Then let's have a try and see if you can use your 10,000 swords returned to the origin 4 times. Hearing this, Xiaoyao's eyes changed slightly, but he was very anxious. Why haven't the brothers from the Holy Hall come yet? Didn't they say they would come after 1 wave of attacks? Besides, why would I step into your attack range? My attack methods are different from yours. Are you still waiting for your men to come to the rescue? As if aware of Xiaoyao's thoughts, Xiaolong spoke lightly. These words also made Xiaoyao understand that the traitor was delaying the rescue time. Xiaolong gently waved his folding fan and said no more nonsense. If he couldn't get Xiaoyao's SSS level skill, then the number of hexagrams would be wasted. Then he recited the poem again. I got up and looked at the south mountain, where a mountain fire was burning the fields. Xiaoyao quickly dodged, and in just a moment, horrifying flames surged up where Xiaoyao had originally stood. The next moment, countless flames ignited and surrounded Xiaoyao. The horrible flames were swallowing up and down, and Xiaoyao could only keep dodging. However, as time went by, Xiaoyao's figure was gradually surrounded by the flames, and there was only a small space left for him to stand. In the distance, Xiaolong laughed out loud. There is nowhere to escape, right? How are you going to dodge this arrow? After seeing the scene, Mie Shi and Dao Xing finally felt relieved. Xiaoyao was surrounded by countless flames. The scorching flames made his face red. In the firelight, Xiaoyao's face was as calm as ever, only his eyes became brighter under the reflection of the fire. Xiaolong had already started reciting poetry, and as he read out each word, a sharp arrow was taking shape. As long as this arrow is shot, Xiaoyao will have no way to retreat and will definitely not be able to dodge. The horse is as fast as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. Xiaolong already felt the breath of victory, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, before he finished reading the poem, a horrifying sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared in his ears. Before he finished saying the word shock, Xiaolong's face changed drastically and his body rolled forward quickly, trying to avoid the impending attack. As his voice stopped, the sharp arrow formed by the righteous energy also dissipated in the air. But the terrifying sound of breaking through the air was locking his figure in place. Gongzi Chaos Golden Tuesday. When Lin Yun and Gigi Fu Gigi arrived, they just saw the sharp arrow behind Xiaolong was about to take shape, and then saw Xiaoyao trapped in the flames. Lin Yun directly drew the talisman in the air, and golden rays of light formed a golden talisman under Lin Yun's drawing. The talisman shot out and turned into a 10-meter-tall red-gold giant hammer in the air, smashing down at Xiaolong in the air. Metal is hard and fierce in nature, and is the most young thing. The giant hammer made of metal has terrifying armor-piercing properties. It is the huge hammer that makes it impossible for Xiaolong to dodge. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, Xiaolong had no choice but to take out the hexagram again. As he input the mighty power, one corner lit up. The next moment, Xiaolong disappeared from sight. The terrifying golden watchman dropped from the sky and bombarded the place where Xiaolong disappeared directly, and the terrifying attribute power shook. The ground suddenly sank several meters in depth, and terrifying cracks continued to spread. All the people swept by the shock wave instantly turned into white light and disappeared. The power of metal is so strong and fierce that there is no way to retreat. Chapter 37 Help from all sides, Xiaolong flees. The terrifying shock wave stopped right in front of Xiaoyao and blew away the flames around him. Xiaoyao's face changed slightly. If the distance of the shock wave was a little longer, he would probably turn into white light and disappear. God Killer! Become stronger again. What kind of skill is this, so terrifying? At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared around and surrounded the members of the 3 major guilds. For a moment, the 3 Union members who had originally surrounded the temple in Death Valley were now surrounded. Jubal Pavilion was invited by the God Killer to rescue the Holy Temple. The Yin Yang Society was invited by the God Slayer to rescue the Holy Temple. 2 voices were heard from afar, and a large number of people rushed to the scene. The large army of the Holy Temple also arrived, and together with members of the Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yang Society and other members, they directly surrounded the members of the 3 major guilds, the Supreme Hall, the World Destroyer, and the Thieves. The faces of the newly resurrected Destroyer and the Thief Saint changed drastically. The names of Jubal Pavilion and Yin Yangui have long been circulated in major online games, and their strength can even be said to be superior to that of the Destroying World and Thieves guilds. At this moment, the 2 major guilds gathered together to rescue the temple. It can be said that the conspiracy of the 3 major guilds has been shattered, and the appearance of God's Slayer made the 2 of them despair. Soon, the Jubal Pavilion, led by a wealthy man, came in front of Lin Yun and others, followed by a middle-aged man with a righteous face. This person is the president of the Yin Yang Society, and Lin Yun and others also know him. He is the 4th God-level professional guardian in the professional level ranking list 3.141596. Seeing everyone looking at the number above his head strangely, 3.141596 laughed heartily. Haha, when I was naming it I thought I could change it, so I just picked a random name, but who knew I couldn't change it? Everyone laughed. The rich man had a plump figure, and even his eyes looked round. He looked extremely blessed. At this moment, he excitedly shook Lin Yun's hand. We finally meet, brother Godkiller. Lin Yun also smiled and nodded. The 2 had never met before because they were in different novice villages. Now that the teleportation channel was opened, it was the first time they met. While Gigi and Fu Gigi were on their way, Lin Yun sent a message to Kaikikazui, who immediately contacted his friend 3.141596 after receiving the message. This is why the 2 major guilds, Jubal Pavilion and Yin Yangui, joined forces to rescue the temple. Thank you for coming to the rescue! Lin Yun originally just wanted to keep a backup plan. After all, in his previous life, the Holy Temple was killed by the 3 major guilds in the Death Valley. All of his equipment except for the novice equipment was exploded, which almost caused the Holy Temple to be unable to recover in the future. Haha, brother, why are you being so polite? If you find any good equipment or professions in the future, just remember to think of me. I've been thinking about them for a long time, haha. Hearing this, 3.141596 also smiled and said, Brother God Slayer, if you have a suit suitable for my paladin, remember to contact me directly. After all, we can do business directly to prevent middlemen from making a profit from the price difference. After saying that, he nodded to show that he was the middleman with great wealth. When everyone heard this, they all laughed out loud as if they understood what she meant. Gigi was no longer a lady at all, and her big teeth were showing as she laughed. Xiaoyao and others also came over, and when they saw Xiaoyao in white clothes, holding a long sword, their eyes suddenly lit up at his wealth and power. This must be Brother Xiaoyao, he is indeed a rare talent. I had heard of Xingtang Xiaoyao's name and wealth a long time ago. When I arrived, I learned about Xiaoyao's strength through videos posted by individual players. In addition, he was acquainted with the God Slayer, and he was wealthy and smiling. Xiaoyao nodded, and rarely pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile. Seeing this, Lin Yun's mouth twitched slightly. You laugh very well, don't laugh next time. When Jijifujiji heard this, he burst out laughing again. No, I can't hold it in anymore. Everyone couldn't help laughing, except Xiaoyao, who scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as a few people were greeting each other, the voice of the world's destruction was heard. Brother Godkiller, long time no see. The surrounded Nishi had already regretted his actions for a long time, and after witnessing the God Slayer's increased strength, he felt even more bitter. If I had not been involved in this matter, God Slayer would probably come to help me if I were in danger in the future. Seeing Lin Yun and others looking at him, Niesher gritted his teeth and spoke again. Regarding the siege of the Holy Temple, we cannot make the decision on our own. I cannot afford to offend the real identity of the Supreme Hall's president. Lin Yun interrupted him directly. First of all, we are not familiar with each other. Secondly, When Milan Pavilion was being slaughtered, you were not there. The Holy Hall was besieged and you were an accomplice. I only look at the facts that I can see. Lin Yun's words were as hard as iron, not giving anyone any face. However, his words made everyone frown. Looking at Gigi Fujiji's complicated eyes, everyone became angry. People can make mistakes, but they must correct them instead of continuing to make the same mistakes over and over again. When Mulan Pavilion was forced into a desperate situation by the Thieves' Guild, you promoted the destruction of the world and refused to get involved. The Holy Temple was blocked in the Death Valley, and you were one of the accomplices. Now you tell me that you had no choice? Upon hearing this, Mishi's tone choked. Looking at the unfriendly eyes of Xiaoyao and others, he already knew in his heart that he no longer belonged to Novice Village No. 9. Looking at Xiaoyao, Kaikiro and others, who were vaguely centered around Lin Yun, like the moon surrounded by stars, Mishi felt even more bitter and could no longer find an excuse. Haha, Mishi, you are the president of a big guild after all, but you are here to affect the morale of the troops. Do you think Xiaolong will let you go? The thief saint had a gloomy expression and started to laugh. The World Destroyer's expression also kept changing. However, the thief saint was very confused and looked everywhere for him, but after Xiaolong appeared in the two major guilds, the God Slayer and the Treasure Pavilion, he disappeared without a trace. Are you looking for Xiaolong? 3.141596 spoke slowly. His tone was very strange. My members found him in Tianfa City just now, and he must have escaped through the transmission channel now. And didn't you notice? Besides your two guilds, how many people are there in the Supreme Hall? Miesher and Daoxing were shocked, and turned around to find that the team that originally had more than 30,000 people now only had members from their two guilds. When he realized that the Supreme Palace was shocked and abandoned him and ran away, his face turned pale. If Xiaolong really ran away, then he and others would be a joke. It was like there were originally 30,000 wolves, but the leader ran away, and instantly they became 30,000 huskies. No desire to fight. Lin Yun recalled the Xiaolong just now, the Confucian and Taoist master? Another ancient Chinese profession? Another person I had never heard of in my previous life. However, according to this man's personality, he would immediately flee as soon as he smelled something wrong. I guess he either died in some corner or hid in some corner in his previous life. Let's solve it. After that, I'll treat everyone to dinner at Heishanlu. Kaijiro spoke in a light tone, which also made Lin Yun look sideways. After all, Kaijiro always showed people that he was very much like a good old man. But when he gave the order at this moment, he inexplicably had a sense of majesty. The degree of freedom in Shinchi is extremely high. Heishanlu is the only restaurant opened by NPCs in Kilinzu. The ingredients used are all delicacies from land and sea. Although they cannot fill the stomach in reality, the enjoyment of taste buds is no less. However, the price is extremely high, and many players go there to get in by reputation, driving in a Ferrari and coming out with a contract of sale. Only someone with great wealth and power could have such courage and strength to treat everyone present to a meal. Upon hearing that the president of Jubao Pavilion was inviting everyone to dinner at Heishan Tower, the members below immediately cheered with only murderous intent in their eyes. They couldn't wait to get rid of all the enemies in front of them, and then have a good meal. Come on, Yin and Yang Society, kill these huskies, and then we can have a feast. 3.141596 laughed extremely wildly, waved his hand, and a brilliant holy light burst out from his body. He rushed forward at the first step. One side is fighting fiercely, while the other side is responding hastily. What's more, there are high-level combat powers such as God Slayer, Xiaoyao, and 3.141596. For a moment, all kinds of skills and moves are flying all over the sky. The video of the battle between the two sides was posted online and quickly became popular in major forums. All members of the 6 major unions, including the Holy Temple, Treasure Pavilion, Yin and Yang Society, Supreme Hall, World Destruction, and Thieves Guild, were mobilized, with a total of 60,000 to 70,000 people. It was like a war. Many players and anchors rushed to the scene to broadcast live after hearing the news, and a large number of players instantly flooded into Qilin Island. And because of the escape of the president of the Supreme Hall, this war quickly became one-sided. Except for a few people who escaped, almost everyone in the 3 major guilds was killed to level 1. After this battle, the strength of the World Destroyer and Thieves guilds dropped sharply, and they missed many opportunities and chances to make money. Soon, the entire server was discussing this battle. However, a force of reality began to intervene. Posts on major forums were deleted one after another, and major anchors fell silent. Obviously, someone in reality put pressure on me and wanted to suppress this matter. However, the news of this battle had already spread widely and could not be contained. What was even more unimaginable was that a virtual game could actually cause such a huge public opinion. For a time, it was like an advertisement for Shinchi, and more people flocked to the Shinchi world. In a villa in Yenching, a handsome young man had a smile on his face, but the cup in his hand was crushed to pieces. He seemed to be oblivious to the blood flowing from his hand. This person was Xiaolong, the president of the Supreme Hall. After being attacked by Lin Yun, he immediately knew that he was no match for the God Slayer. In order to avoid being guarded, he made a prompt decision and fled immediately. At the same time, notified the members of the Supreme Hall to retreat, which is why the World Destroyer and Thieves guilds were defeated so quickly. God Slayer! Xiao Yao! Very good, you have wasted my chance again. We will see each other again soon. Chapter 38. The first Master of Divine Revelation to take an examination, God Slayer. Heishan Tower in Tianfa City, Kalinzi. There are more than 30,000 members from the 3 major guilds, the Holy Hall, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Yin Yang Society, who are currently enjoying a feast in the Heishan Tower. Fortunately, Shinchi is still a game world and Heishan Tower is extremely grand and exaggerated, which is why it can accommodate so many players. The top floor of Heishan Tower is usually not open to the public. However, with his abundant wealth, the owner of Heishanlu was all smiles. Not only did he welcome everyone to the top floor, he also personally served as a waiter and enthusiastically introduced everyone to Lin Yun and others. Dear guests, it is said that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Today, our store has just received a new product, which even the Lord of Qilin City has never tasted. It is a 9-section dragon, an earth-level creature from the depths of the Doomsday Forest. The boss of Heishanlu was different from other NPCs who were dull. His words and actions were no different from those of Lin Yun and others. When he talked about the 9-section dragon, he even swallowed his saliva. As today's big boss, Keiteru is in the middle position, while the shrewd Heishanlu boss is standing behind Keiteru and introducing himself. Lin Yun sat on the left hand of the wealthy, frowning slightly as he looked at the owner of Heishanlu who was talking eloquently. Hai Tianlu boss. Grade? Attack power? HP? Introduction. The owner of Heishan Tower in Tianfa City, Qilin Continent. Except for the city lord of Qilin City, no one knows his origins. He has a very smooth personality, and loves money like his life. An NPC whose attribute panel is full of question marks means that the owner of Heishanlu is much stronger than himself, and the ingredients used by Heishanlu are actually earth-level creatures from the depths of the Doomsday Forest. As far as I remember, the 9-section dragon should be a level 5 Earth rank boss. The fact that a level 5 Earth rank wild monster boss could be used as food meant that Heishanlu, or the boss in front of them, was unfathomable. Seeing the other party's actions being identical to his own, Lin Yun became more and more confused. The NPC would behave like this only after being enlightened by the gods in his previous life. Before that, it was completely a character in the game. But in this life, including the Taoist priest, it has been discovered that 2 NPCs have come back to life ahead of time. Sir, is there something dirty on my face? Seeing that Lin Yun was staring at him, the owner of Heishanlu couldn't help but touch his face and asked in confusion. It's okay, boss. I just want to ask, how did you catch the earth-level creature? Upon hearing this, the owner of Heishan Tower smiled and bowed in the direction of the Qilin City Lord's mansion. That's all thanks to our wise and powerful City Lord. His Qilin guards would enter the Doomsday Forest from time to hunt those creatures. If they were allowed to develop naturally, there would be a wave of beasts from time to time, causing the people to suffer. And it is precisely because of this that we at Heishanlu have more high-end ingredients available. Everyone nodded when they heard this, except Lin Yun, who felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Boss, bring us 1 serving of the 9-section dragon. Bring us all the dishes on the menu. Remember to prepare the drinks. The wealthy man was obviously a greedy person. He handed the menu to the owner of Hai Tian Lu and spoke in a generous manner. Seeing this, the boss was overjoyed. He really made a lot of money today. Okay, everyone, wait a moment, the food will be here soon. When Boss Haitian left, he kept counting with his fingers and his eyes were full of gold coins. Soon, delicious dishes were placed on the entire table as waiters came in and out, and there were other waiters queuing behind waiting to be served. Come on, brothers. I don't have any hobbies. I just like money and delicious food. I won't be polite with you. I'll have a drink first. The wealthy man spoke in a cheerful voice, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everyone was not polite and picked up their chopsticks. Lin Yun was no exception. He had killed many 9-section dragons, but this was the first time he had eaten one. After all, apart from NPCs who can hunt, players killing will only make the monsters disappear directly, and there is no way to preserve the monsters' bodies. When the 9-section dragon meat took a bite, Lin Yun felt the satisfaction of his taste buds. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Yun felt comfortable and relaxed. Although it is only a taste experience in the game, and does not provide any nutritional supplement to the real body, it is only temporary. When God's enlightenment comes, you will be able to taste this delicacy in the true sense. Everyone present was eating with relish, drinking and chatting happily. Even those who were drinking a lot were still holding the wine bowl in their hands, drinking until their faces were flushed, which was very cute. Xiaoyao was even more of a drunkard. He kept drinking after only taking a few bites of the food. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was very high. Hu Zi and the wealthy assistant became close friends. They drank while laughing and scolding the Thieves' Guild and others, saying that this battle was really exciting. At this time, Xiaoyao, who was obviously drunk, suddenly stood up and walked towards Jiji Fujiji. His face was extremely red, not sure whether it was because of drinking or some other reason. Then he directly put a skill book in Jiji Fujiji's hand. Jiji Fujiji was drinking with a bowl in his hand. He was stunned for a moment when he saw this. Before she could ask, Xiaoyao spoke hesitantly. Well, I was unable to rescue you in time because of the job transfer mission that day. I just happened to get a skill book a while ago, and it just so happens that only you can use it, so I'll give it to you. After stumbling over his words, Xiaoyao turned around and went straight back to his seat, pretending to drink and secretly glanced at Jiji Fujiji. When he was discovered, he immediately pretended to lower his head to pick up some food. Seeing that Xiaoyao had changed his usual appearance, Jiji Fujiji also smiled gently, opened the skill book, and then froze, covering his mouth with his hands for a long time before exclaiming, SSS level skill book! Hearing this, everyone except Hu Zi Lin Yun was shocked. The wealthy and powerful people and 3.1415926 and others looked at Xiaoyao in disbelief. An SSS level skill book was just given away like that. I can't have it. It's too expensive. Jiji Fujiji spoke quickly, wanting to return it to Xiaoyao. At this stage, Lin Yun's skills are only S level, let alone others. I won't take back what I give away. Xiaoyao raised his head slightly again, looking very proud. Jiji was about to say something, but Lin Yun said directly, just accept it. After all, some people feel bad because they didn't get the job transfer in time. Look, he hasn't even taken a few bites of the food, but he obviously cares about you. Don't waste his kindness, haha. Or you can wait until you find a skill book that suits his sword master, and then return it to him. After hearing this, Jiji accepted the skill book. He was very grateful, and his eyes were slightly moist. Seeing Jiji Fujiji accept the skill book, Xiaoyao smiled, picked up the wine bowl and drank again, and gave Lin Yun a grateful look. Oh my goodness! An SSS level skill book! Brother Xiaoyao, you are really generous. Kaikiri was very shocked. Nowadays, SS level skill books are in short supply, let alone an SSS level skill book. He immediately admired Xiaoyao more and more. That's right, what do you mean it happens that only she can use it? I think you are attracted to this little girl. You have even taken out your wife's money. Your calculations are even louder than the boss of Heishilu. At this time, the owner of Heishilu poked his head in from outside the door, smiling charmingly. Dear guests, is there anything you can do for me? Haha, no! Boss, just go ahead and do your thing. Everyone laughed, and after the boss left, 3.141592 spoke again. Brother Xiaoyao, I am also a warrior. Do you have any SSS level skill books that I can use? Hearing 3.141592 joking words, everyone present burst into laughter again, while Gigi Fujiji and Xiaoyao blushed. Everyone raised their glasses again, and the dishes on the banquet were changed one after another. Everyone present was very satisfied with the food, and Lin Yun had not felt so relaxed for a long time. I didn't have the chance in my previous life, so I dare not relax at all in this life. And 3.141592, after drinking the wine in the bowl, looked at the rich man and saw the other party nod. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke to everyone, his eyes mainly on Lin Yun. To be honest, I actually have something I would like you to help me with. Of course, I will also give you corresponding compensation. The wealthy also chimed in. Brother Shirshan, Brother Xiaoyao, he really needs your help in this matter. You might as well listen to his needs. If you think it is inappropriate, just refuse it directly, haha. Xiaoyao nodded. You said if we can help, our temple will do its best to help. Just because they were willing to lead the entire guild to come to the rescue because of a word, Xiaoyao would not refuse. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't speak, 3.141592 spoke again. The thing is, I accidentally received a mission from the Lord of Qilin City, but the mission was extremely difficult, and the number of people who could complete the mission was limited. I was unsure, so I never carried out the mission. Of course, his reward is also very tempting, the territory token of Qilin City. No one else reacted much, but Lin Yun's eyes fixed. The territory token allows the recipient to obtain a territory in the corresponding city for management, and to collect taxes on the territory. The territory is managed independently by the player, and is only under the jurisdiction of the city lord. There are 5 continents in Xinqi, and each continent has only 3 territory tokens. The reward is so generous, so you can imagine how difficult the task is. Lin Yun thought for a moment and said, Brother Lu, did you accept this mission directly at the city lord's mansion? Although he was helpless about Lin Yun's address to him, 3.141592 still spoke. No, only those above the earth rank can enter Qilin City. I received this task unexpectedly from the task list outside the city. But after the mission is completed, you can directly enter Qilin City to deliver the mission. Lin Yun was delighted after hearing this, as his task also required him to hand over the 9-star commander's badge to the Lord of Qilin City. He had originally wanted to wait until he reached the earth rank before completing it, but now it seemed he could do it earlier. Okay, I'll help, but it'll take me 2 days. After hearing this, 3.141592 immediately smiled. With the help of such a person, the chances of completing his mission this time were greatly increased. Okay, let's wait 2 days before going. After the mission is accomplished, I will reward each of you with 100 gold coins. Xiaoyao's pupils dilated when he heard this, and Hu Zi took out a calculator from somewhere and started calculating. After a while, he let out a scream. 10 million! Holy shit! Haha, Brother Six is a wealthy man in real life. This amount of money is nothing to him. This reward is too little. Kai Dero laughed out loud. He knew the strength of God's Slayer, and 100 gold coins were not very tempting to God's Slayer. 3.141592 also understood after hearing this. Haha, of course, 100 gold coins are too little. If you come across a suitable skill book, you can tell me and I will be responsible for purchasing the skill books for you. Everyone was once again shocked at the money power of 3.141592. Each person had a skill book, and there was no level limit. Would S-level or even SS-level skills be included? Wow, how rich is this? By the way, Brother Godslayer, are you busy these 2 days? Do you need my help? Kaikiro asked doubtfully. It would have to be a big deal that would take 2 days to complete. With Godslayer's strength, it should be very difficult. Lin Yun shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. It's not something that happens in the game, but something that happens in reality. 3.141592 heard this and asked, Have you encountered any trouble in reality? Brother Shirshin, which city are you in? I have some ability in Daxia. If you have any problems, just tell me and I will help you deal with it. Xiaoyao and others were also quietly waiting for Lin Yun to speak. After this battle, everyone present could be said to be united as one, not to mention Lin Yun's matter. Thinking of 3.141596 words, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a little solemn. Well, Lin Yun immediately realized that they had misunderstood and spoke quickly. Well, it's not what you think. I have to take an exam these 2 days, so I can't go online, that's all. There was silence at the scene after hearing this, and it took a while before Hu Zi spoke. God killer, you're still a student? Yes. Kai Daro looked at 3.141596, heaved a sigh of relief, then his expression turned very funny. Xiaoyao also picked up the wine bowl and drank in a strange way. No one could have imagined that the God-Slayer, who was famous in the world of divine revelation and had to be announced in the system every day, could single-handedly kill all the members of the Thieves' Guild and demote them. Still just a student. In their minds, even if Shirshin was not a professional player, he was at least a master trained by a large company. Now that he knew that the God-Slayer was actually still a student, he felt a great contrast in his heart. The God-Slayer in his heart, who was so high and mighty, swallowing up thousands of troops with the talismans flying in his hands, turned into a student with a school bag on his back, who rushed into the classroom in panic when the bell rang to attend the class. Puff. The wealthy and powerful 3.141596 couldn't help laughing out loud. Turning around and seeing Lin Yun's murderous eyes, he quickly explained. Sorry, we are professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh. The two looked at each other and covered each other's mouths tightly with their hands. Unless I can't help it. Ah ha 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 ha. After saying this, the two of them burst into laughter, completely ignoring Lin Yun's face, which had turned dark. This incident was really funny, mainly because the image change of God-Slayer was too sudden. Both of them were big bosses in the real world, and it was originally thought that Lin Yun had a similar status. Result. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, Kaikiro quickly stopped laughing and patted 3.141596, who was still laughing. After getting the hint from Kaikiro, 3.141596 had to turn his back. The muscular body was shaking again and again, and the scene immediately made everyone laugh, and the whole banquet was filled with laughter. Lin Yun was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, God-Slayer still needs to go to school to take exams. Who can accept such a contrast? Well, I have an exam these 2 days too. Gigi Fujiji, who was following the crowd and gnashing his teeth and laughing at Lin Yun, suddenly remembered something, lowered his head, and raised his hands weakly. Ah ha 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 ha. 2. Chapter 39. What? Chenwanha knows Shirshin? It was a banquet that lasted for most of the day, during which some people sang and danced. No one thought that Xiaoyao was actually a master of dancing. After getting drunk, he performed a dance on the spot and won applause from the whole audience. I have to say that this world of Shinchi is quite something. It is an almost 100% replica of reality. Everyone left only after Xiaoyao was forced to log off due to excessive drinking. When Lin Yun returned to reality, he just felt dizzy. The game still had some influence on reality, but it manifested itself in the form of a swelling head. Lin Yun felt a splitting pain in his gut, one reason being the banquet, the other being that he had been playing the game for too long. In order to improve himself faster, Lin Yun did not dare to slack off. This time in Haitian Tower, he completely relaxed. The consequence was that my head was buzzing as if someone had pressed it against the wall and punched it a dozen times. Lin Yun ate something, washed up, and fell directly on the bed to rest. He had an exam tomorrow. On the other hand, Xiaoyao, who was forced to log off, recalled the social death at the banquet, and fell into a deep sleep while muttering that drinking was a waste of time. Drinking was a waste of time. After a sleepless night, Lin Yun slept particularly soundly tonight. Lin Yun woke up early the next morning. Perhaps it was because he was relaxed after being suppressed for too long that he felt particularly comfortable. After packing up his things, Lin Yun went out and drove back to school. The scenery along the way is pleasant. Winter is approaching. Apart from the busy office workers on the road, only the withered leaves are still swaying their last youth. Soon, Lin Yun arrived at school. The atmosphere was as peaceful as ever, but perhaps because of the exams, the students all looked a little nervous. Everyone comes into this world through thousands of troops, fights through the army of college entrance examination candidates to come to school, and will soon leave school and face life. Many times, time flies and the student days pass by quietly without us noticing. Lin Yun walked through the familiar yet unfamiliar campus corridor and came to the classroom to wait for the exam. The exam began soon. The only sound in the classroom was the rustling sound of pens against paper. It was not until the halfway point of the first exam that Xia Shui hurriedly ran into the classroom. When passing by Lin Yun, she made a face at Lin Yun, looking as youthful as ever, and then sat in an empty seat not far in front of Lin Yun. Every time he saw Xia Shui, Lin Yun's mood would inexplicably get better. I don't know why, but after not seeing each other for a few days, Lin Yun felt that there was something different about Xia Shui. There is a strange feeling of familiarity. This exam was a continuous test with 3 subjects in total. There was only a 5-minute break in between and students were not allowed to leave their seats. In his previous life, every time there was such a series of exams, Lin Yun would wonder if the person who set up the exam had some problem with his brain. Half a day passed quickly and the morning exam came to an end. Lin Yun also let out a long breath. This test made his back and waist sore. Compared to the test, Lin Yun might as well go back to the Xiantian Tower to fight the monsters. Student Lin Yun, how did you feel about the exam? A smiling face comes into view. Xia Shui always gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, and her snow-white teeth are very eye-catching when she smiles. Hey, I can understand every word on the test paper, but when they are put together it's like a foreign language, I can't understand it at all. Lin Yun joked. Haha, me too. It's different from what I usually learn. Do you think the teacher has a trick up his sleeve? Xia Shui has a lively and cheerful personality, and her train of thought is also unique. Let's go, I'm going to the cafeteria to eat, do you want to come with me? I'll treat you. Oh, classmate Lin Yun, is this considered a date? Facing Lin Yun's invitation, Xia Shui blushed slightly when she recalled how Lin Yun had loudly announced in front of the whole class that they were boyfriend and girlfriend during an open class some time ago. No! Lin Yun talked as he walked, and Xia Shui instantly felt unhappy. Then why did you treat me to dinner? Because it goes well with rice. Go to hell, you scumbag! Xia Shui was so angry that she jumped up and hit Lin Yun's knee. The two of them talked and laughed, played and joked, and soon arrived at the cafeteria. Sometimes, Lin Yun really marveled at the wisdom of the ancients. The phrase, lingering ghosts, is really appropriate to describe Wu Xinyue and the other person. Lin Yun and Xia Shui prepared the food and had just taken a few bites when Wu Xinyue and the other person appeared in front of them not far away. For a moment, Lin Yun felt that the food had no taste at all. However, after the last incident, Wu Xinyue and the others did not dare to provoke Lin Yun in public. Seeing that the two were so tactful, Lin Yun started talking and laughing with Xia Shui again. Sometimes, Lin Yun really wanted to kill them both, but unfortunately, he was a law-abiding person. It won't be too late to come back after God's enlightenment. Lin Yun is not a good person. He is a man who fought in the end times and was covered in blood. If he were a good person, he would have died long ago. Seeing Lin Yun and the other man chatting and laughing in a good mood, Wu Xinyue felt like her lungs were about to explode. He used to be just a bootlicker by my side, coming when I called and leaving when I dismissed him, but I didn't expect that he suddenly became like a different person. Now he even has a girlfriend who is a campus beauty, whose looks and figure are far beyond his reach. Thinking about Lin Yun's sudden financial strength, it would be a lie to say that he does not regret it, but what he feels more is hatred. Thinking about the recently popular Shinchi online game, Wu Xinyue's heart moved, and she pretended to speak loudly to Chen Wanhao beside her. Brother Hao, is it true that the game Shinchi can make money? Chen Wanhao was concentrating on eating. The sudden topic made him stunned for a moment. Then, when he saw the expression on Wu Xinyue's face, he understood instantly. He straightened his chest and spoke in a very high-profile manner. The game Shinchi does make money, but there is a prerequisite. If we were to ask who are the most gossipy people, they would definitely be college students, and the largest audience group for Shinchi games is also college students from various schools. When many students in the cafeteria heard the word, divine inspiration, they couldn't help but look at Chen Wanhao. Seeing many people looking at him, waiting for him to speak, undoubtedly greatly satisfied Chen Wanhao's vanity. After a cough, Chen Wanhao spoke again. First of all, the game Xinqi is different from previous online games. It has a very high degree of freedom. It can be said that how well you play it depends entirely on your personal talent and strength. He glanced at Lin Yun and said, "If you are very strong, then the world of Xinqi is full of gold waiting for you to pick up. There are many people who rely on their personal strength to beat those rich second generations. If you can make it into the rankings, congratulations, you will soon be one of the first generation of rich people." Chen Wanhao hinted that Lin Yun relied on his family's money, but many students nodded in agreement with Chen Wanhao's words. Only Lin Yun was concentrating on eating. This man talked for a long time, but all he said was nonsense. Xia Shui also looked at Chen Wanhao with a strange look on her face as he continued to talk. Seeing the school beauty's eyes on him, Chen Wanhao felt extremely satisfied again, and Wu Xinyu happened to bring up the topic again. "Brother Hao, I remember you said last night that you seemed to be on some list. Doesn't that mean it?" Wu Xinyu pretended to exclaim, and the students around her were instantly attracted to her. "Is there such a great person in the school?" "Ahem, I am not talented, but it was also luck that allowed me to barely squeeze into the top 100,000 of the equipment ranking list." Many students exclaimed in surprise when they heard this. You know, the population of Daxia is in the billions, and being able to enter the top 100,000 in the equipment rankings shows that Chen Wanhao does have certain abilities. Only Lin Yun and Xia Shui looked increasingly weird. "Wow, Brother Hao, then you are one of the people who can really make money in the Xinqi world." Wu Xinyu looked at Lin Yun's table while speaking, with an inexplicable arrogance on her face. "Haha, just barely, but I should be able to buy a house of my own in Yanqing before graduation." He spoke very modestly, but the smile on his face was very proud. Upon hearing this, Wu Xinyue's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of emotion in her eyes when she looked at Chen Wanhao that was not there before. "By the way, Brother Hao, I heard you often mention a name before. What's it called? God Slayer? Is this person very strong?" When he suddenly heard his name, Lin Yun couldn't help but stop picking up food. "As for killing gods, I think everyone here is familiar with it. He is the current top expert in Daxia and even in the entire server. He has countless achievements. He led the number 9 novice village to complete the hidden mission, and thus received a huge reward from the Great Summer server. He single-handedly wiped out the entire Thieves Guild. Did you know about the battle between the Holy Temple, Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yang Society and the Supreme Hall, Destroyer, and Thieves Guild yesterday? He killed them all by himself and frightened the other side. It can be said that God Slayer is undoubtedly the best master of divine revelation." The students around were excited after hearing this, but Lin Yun had a strange look on his face. He didn't know why, even though the words were compliments to him. But when it came from Chen Wanhao's mouth, Lin Yun still felt very awkward. If he knew that the god killer was himself, would he be very sad? "Brother Hao, why are you so familiar with God Slayer?" Many people present were playing the Xinqi game, so they were naturally familiar with the god killer that appeared on their screens every day. However, when these stories came from Chen Wanhao's mouth, it seemed as if Chen Wanhao was very familiar with the god killer. When Wu Xinyue asked the question, everyone immediately pricked up their ears, including Lin Yun and Xia Shui. "Come to think of it, the killing of gods actually does have something to do with me." Chen Wanhao never stopped until his words shocked the audience, and there was a burst of exclamations in the cafeteria. Lin Yun was stunned, but when he thought about it, it was true that the two of them did have some hatred against each other, so this could be considered a connection. Everyone knows the relationship between Xingting Xiaoyao and Shixin. In order to rescue Xiaoyao, Shixin directly led the 2 major guilds to help. And my cousin holds an important position in the famous guild, the Holy Temple. Chen Wanhao's face was full of pride, and when many classmates heard that Chen Wanhao had this relationship, their eyes lit up and they secretly thought that they should establish a good relationship with Chen Wanhao. "Brother Chen, do you mind if I sit next to you and listen?" The considerate classmate had already brought the food to Chen Wanhao and quietly handed him a packet of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket. Seeing this, many people hurriedly followed suit. For a while, Chen Wanhao was surrounded by many people. It was because the reputation of the god killer and the Holy Temple was too famous. The emergence of the game Shinchi has also boosted many industries, and most people want to make a fortune from Shinchi. For students, isn't this more comfortable than going out to work? You can make money by playing games. If you hear that Chen Wanhao has this kind of relationship, you should quickly cling to him. Wu Xinyue looked at the classmates who were surrounding her boyfriend, and looked at Lin Yun with a smug look on her face, her expression very arrogant. A country bumpkin with no connections and no skills will never be able to gain a foothold in this society. And at this moment, a soft chuckle sounded, which was very harsh in the cafeteria. Chapter 40: The Couple Whose Lies Were Exposed. When everyone was flattering Chen Wanhao, trying to use this opportunity to climb up the social ladder, Xia Shue's laughter was very harsh. Not only did Chen Wanhao and Wu Xinyue feel unhappy, but the classmates around Chen Wanhao also glared at her. The sharp-eyed student knew that the opportunity to show off had come and stood up immediately. What are you laughing at? Do you know what the game Shinchi means? It means more job opportunities. Do you know what the Holy Temple and the God's Slayer mean? They are the gods in the game of divine revelation. In the later national wars, they will be the ones to fight for the country. Why are you laughing at a hero who fought for his country? Do you have the nerve to do that? Brother Chin is one of the top 100,000 experts in equipment rankings, and his cousin is one of the managers of the Holy Temple Guild. Do you know how big the gap between you two will be in the future? There is a difference between a person who earns his living and a person who begs for food. You have to remember this. He spoke in a flattering manner, and glanced at Chen Wanhao and the other person. Seeing that they were very satisfied, this classmate also grinned. He thought that it was stable now, and he had climbed up the ladder. Just a light laugh was met with a barrage of crazy questioning from him. Xia Shui looked up and smiled, and for a moment it was as if 100 flowers bloomed. Many people were stunned, and Chen Wanhao also stared at her. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you, I just have a question. Since your cousin holds an important position in the temple, why are you only in the top 100,000 of the equipment list? I heard that Shitang Xiaoyao just gave the former Mulan Pavilion president an SSS level skill. He is so generous to outsiders, so why would he be stingy with his own people? Besides, why didn't you join the temple? Lin Yun looked up at Xia Shue's generous and natural conversation and couldn't help but smile. She has indeed changed a lot. Some time ago in the open class, she was almost embarrassed by Wu Xinyue. Now I can point out the contradictions clearly. And it's really surprising that a good girl like Xia Shui, a goddess, actually also plays the game Shinchi? Xia Shui pointed out the contradictions in Chen Wanhao's words in a few words, which made Chen Wanhao stunned and he didn't know how to answer. After hearing what Xia Shui said, many students began to think about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. Your cousin holds an important position in the church? And your cousin doesn't go to the church? This really doesn't make sense. Wu Xinyue immediately became anxious and jumped out and pointed at Xia Shui. What do you know? Do you think a big guild like the Holy Temple is open to anyone? It's such a big guild, and even if you apply, you have to go through the application process for several days. Don't pretend to know something you don't. Oh, I see. Xia Shui just nodded obediently to show that she understood. When Wu Xinyue saw Xia Shui's nonchalant look, she became so angry that she started to mock him again. Huh! It's so funny. Some people say grapes are sour just because they can't eat them. It's really embarrassing. Seeing this, Chen Wanhao also added. That's right, an SSS level skill book? Even the God Slayer only has an S level skill book. How can Xiaoyao give out an SSS level skill book? You don't even know how to draft your big talk. My cousin works in the Holy Temple. If there really is an SSS level skill book, how could I not know about it? Chen Wanhao said, his eyes becoming confident again. The students next to him thought it made sense and immediately started to mock Xia Shui like fence-sitters. This reminded Lin Yun of a joke on the internet. Someone was watching a video and saw a master flying with a sword. Primary school students would say, it's fake, this is not realistic. High school students would say, it's fake, it's just Photoshop. But college students will only say, Zunde Jiadu, so awesome. Although it is just a joke, it is enough to illustrate that many people are not without their own thoughts and understandings, but are easily led astray by others. Just like these classmates in front of me. Lin Yun took out his mobile phone, quickly found a very popular post, and showed it to everyone. The content of the post on the phone was exactly the scene of their banquet at Haitian Tower yesterday. It explains in detail how Xiaoyao gave the only SSS-level warrior directly to the former Milan Pavilion president Gigi Fu Gigi. There was a lot of discussion on the post. Some people believed it without a doubt, while others provided evidence to fight back. However, after seeing the message about real name authentication for a wealthy person, the following comments were all discussing topics like Xiaoyao is very domineering, he is stupid and has a lot of money. Seeing Lin Yun produce substantial evidence, Chen Wanhao and Wu Xinyue's faces became ugly again. Many classmates followed suit and looked for that post, and after reading it, they looked at the two people with mocking eyes. It is basically certain that Chen Wanhao's words are true. There are many loopholes. He said that his cousin held an important position in the Holy Temple, but he did not join the Holy Temple. Yesterday, the three major guilds, the Holy Temple, Jibao Pavilion, and Yinyang Society, held a banquet in Haitian Tower, and he did not know what happened during the banquet. It is certain that Chen Wanhao is just fantasizing about himself. Even many of his classmates question the authenticity of the news that he is in the top 100,000 on the equipment list. The classmate who was talking to Chen Wanhao and the other person turned pale. He walked up to Chen Wanhao, took out his packet of cigarettes from his pocket, and spat lightly. Damn, what the hell is this? I thought I had encountered an opportunity, but it turned out to be a telecommunications scam. After saying that, he didn't even eat his meal, turned around and left. He was so embarrassed by the fuss that he left. When he passed by Xia Shui, he whispered, "I'm sorry." Amid the constant distancing and mocking gazes of their classmates, Chen Wanhao and Wu Xinyue felt as if they were on a bungee jumping machine, being held high in the air and suddenly falling to the ground. The two people whose lies were exposed looked very ugly and ashamed, and blamed Xia Shui and Lin Yun for everything that happened. If it weren't for the two of them meddling in other people's affairs, they wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation at this moment. The comments of their classmates were like thorns in their hearts, constantly breaking down their psychological defenses. Unable to bear the strange looks from his classmates any longer, he just ran away. Seeing this, Lin Yun and the other person couldn't help but look at each other and laughed at the same time. "Xia Shui, you have changed a lot recently." Lin Yun looked at Xia Shui and said with a smile, "Compared to the previous Xia Shui, she is now more calm and confident, and has more brains." "Of course. A man is always better off after 3 days of absence." "Ha! Thank you, Lin Yun, for your post." Xia Shui smiled happily when she heard that. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed slightly, and she seemed to enjoy it very much. "But I'm curious, does the goddess also play games?" Lin Yun ate with big mouthfuls. He was so focused on watching the show that he didn't eat much. "What's wrong? Goddess can also have her own hobbies. I am a hardcore gamer, a master in the game of Shinchi." When Xia Shui talked about games, her eyes lit up, and it was obvious that she really liked playing games. However, divine revelation is not as simple as a game. If you have time, you have to help her more. After divine revelation, you will have a certain foundation to stand on your own. "Oh, how high it is! It's as high as 3 or 4 stories. "Oh? That's amazing. That's great." Hearing Lin Yun's insincere compliments, Xia Shui immediately knew that he was teasing her, and she was so angry that she waved her little fist and hit Lin Yun hard. Seeing that the little girl was unhappy, Lin Yun quickly rubbed his face and forced out a very fake admiring expression. "Wow, goddess, what's the name of your game? Can you teach me when you have time?" "I won't tell you. I won't take you with me." Xia Shui's face was full of black lines. She snorted and turned her head away to sulk. "Humph, I won't tell you. I'll let you eat a lot when the time comes." Imagining Lin Yun's shocked expression at that time, Xia Shui laughed out loud again. 2 days passed quickly. After finishing the 2-day exam, Lin Yun dragged his heavy body and lay on the bed. Damn exams! They are harder to deal with than gods. Thinking of the gods, Lin Yun immediately turned over. No matter when, the gods would always be a thorn in Lin Yun's heart. Whenever he thought of them, he would think of the end of his previous life. "You will receive 2 tasks in Shinchi. one is the reason for the scarcity of ancient Chinese professions, and the other is the secret of the disappearance of Qilin. After 3.141592 and others complete the tasks, they can enter the main city to submit the tasks. Lin Yun couldn't figure out who the god was in the last words of the 9-star commander who died in the Doomsday Forest, and what was the aura in the Doomsday Forest that could kill him instantly. Why did the Hanging Tower suddenly change from 10 floors to 9 floors? What was the property of the missing floor? Why did the Qilin disappear? All this gave Lin Yun a headache. I always feel that after my rebirth, a lot of inexplicable things have happened, such as Xiaolang in the Supreme Hall and the job change of the Confucian and Taoist master, which I have never heard of in my previous life. In the previous life, Xiao Yao, the Sword Immortal, was the only one in the entire server who changed his job to an ancient Chinese profession. In this life, there are his own Xian Tianshi, Xiaolang's Confucian and Taoist Tianshi, and Xiao Yao's Sword Immortal, making 3 ancient Chinese professions in total. Does this have anything to do with my rebirth? After thinking for a long time without any clue, Lin Yun stopped hesitating and directly lay down in the landing cabin of the Shinchi world and entered the game. It is better to complete task 3.141592 as soon as possible, and go meet the City Lord. Maybe the answer will be revealed. Chapter 41, A Secret Realm Related to the Gods, A Desperate Mission. In a flash of light, Lin Yun had returned to Tianfa City in Qilin Continent. Several people agreed to meet outside the city gate. The wealthy Jubao Pavilion and the 6th brother of the Yin Yang Society were waiting outside the city gate early. When they saw Lin Yun coming, 6th brother's face suddenly lit up with joy. It was true that the others were top-level fighters, but with the addition of God Slayer, this mission was a sure thing. Brother Shirshin, have you finished the exam? Lin Yun immediately had 3 black lines on his head when he heard the words about being rich and powerful. This matter couldn't be resolved, right? When Brother 6 heard this, he smiled and wanted to speak. Lin Yun knew at a glance that this person wanted to talk big and small, so he stopped him decisively. Stop! If you say that again, I'll get angry. Sure enough, Brother 6 shut up immediately. After all, without the God Killer, he really didn't dare to start this mission. After a while, a huge sword was very conspicuous in the dense crowd. It jumped and shuttled through the crowd, and quickly walked towards Lin Yun and others. The players around were startled. The giant sword was swinging around your head, and you were afraid that you would be headed off if you were not careful. When they saw that the person carrying the giant sword was a little lowly, many players who wanted to curse immediately shut up. Now everyone knows that there is a fierce lowly who likes to carry a giant sword beside the God Slayer, and this little lowly is also protected by several big guys from the Holy Temple, Treasure Pavilion, and Yin Yang Society. Only a fool would offend her like the Thieves Guild did. After a while, Gigi Fu Gigi came in front of Lin Yun and others carrying a big sword. Many players were observing these people and were very excited when they found out that they were the big guys who were being teleported. In the eyes of the Shinchi game players, Lin Yun and others are now as powerful as international superstars, and they have gained many fans for no apparent reason. Among them, Lin Yun has the most fans. After all, he is currently the number 1 in the Daxia server, ranked first in many charts, and his record is extremely outstanding. At this time, many players were very surprised. What could have happened that could make them form such a team, all of which were top-level masters? The perceptive people felt that something big was about to happen, and became even more curious. Hey, why hasn't Xiao come yet? Gigi Fujiji poked his head out to look left and right, but did not see Xiao coming, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Maybe he's still drunk. The rich man laughed loudly, and his originally round eyes narrowed into slits. Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that the usually arrogant and cool swordsman Xiao could actually dance, and what's more, he danced quite well. Shut up! A cold snort came from behind them. Xiao, dressed in white and holding a long sword, had appeared behind them at some point. Seeing Xiao coming, Brother 6 also laughed out loud. Hey Xiao, do you have a cold? Why are you wearing a mask? Those who know you are here to do a mission, those who don't would think we are here to steal. He must feel embarrassed after dancing a few days ago, so he wears a mask to cover up his ignorance. The rich and powerful man didn't give any face at all, and the first thing he did was to attack. Xiao's eyebrows were twitching wildly under his white hair, and he really wanted to draw his sword and chop the people in front of him. Thinking of his drunken behavior and dancing in public, he regretted it even more. He tightened the mask on his face again, leaving only a pair of murderous eyes. Seeing Xiaoyao's hand about to touch the hilt of the sword, Lin Yun interrupted him. Xiaoyao was a fool, and if he was pissed off, he might really attack someone. After all, for someone who values face, the last dance made him lose face. Okay, enough joking. Brother Lu, everyone is here. Let's talk about the mission. Hearing this, 3.141592 stopped joking and his expression instantly calmed down. After pulling several people into the team, he directly threw out the task reminder in the chat channel. The City Lord's request. Introduction. The Lord of Qilin City accidentally discovered a strange aura in the north transmission channel of the city, which constantly invaded the surrounding space. His team went to investigate, but none of them survived. As the Lord of Qilin City cannot go there in person, he requested people with aspirations to find out the truth. Number of people on the mission 5. Note: this mission is extremely dangerous, and the strange atmosphere obviously has an inexplicable effect on humans. Please do it according to your ability. Once the player accepts the mission, he can only return to Kalinzu after completing the mission. Reward for completing the mission: obtain a territory token for Tianfa City in Qilin Continent, which allows you to manage all matters within the territory on your own, and gain 50,000 reputation points. It's this mission. I've learned that there are many experts in the teams sent by the City Lord, but none of them survived. Moreover, if the mission cannot be completed, they will be trapped to death. That's why I didn't dare to start the mission before. Brother Six spoke with a very heavy expression. If it weren't for the huge reward, he wouldn't really want to do this task. Desperate situation? Xiaoyao spoke with a serious look in his eyes. He had thought the mission would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be a desperate situation. Once you enter a desperate situation, you cannot get out without clearing the level. Even if you log off and come back, you will still only return to the mission location. Lin Yun was thinking in his mind, why did this task sound so familiar? The memories of his previous life were too complicated and Lin Yun couldn't remember it for a while. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Brother Six sighed. Everyone has seen the mission. If you feel it is inappropriate, you can quit and I will think of a solution, or just give up the mission. Xiaoyao shook his head and replied in a firm tone. Since you have agreed, I will complete it as agreed. I choose to continue. Lin Yun nodded. Xiaoyao was still as young and naive as he was in his previous life, but he was indeed very loyal and valued his promises. Thinking of the side quest that Qilin disappeared, he could only accept this quest if he wanted to complete it ahead of time. In addition, the quests issued by the City Lord usually had unexpected rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. I will continue too. Jiji Fujiji and Kaitakiro did not express any opinions when they saw this. After all, there was a god killer involved in this trip, so they were not overly worried. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Moreover, in Divine Revelation, the Godslayer's height is almost reaching the ceiling. Seeing that everyone agreed, Brother Six's face relaxed. The reward for this task was too generous, and he really wanted it. In that case, I will start the mission. Everyone nodded, and Brother Six no longer hesitated. He lightly tapped the task confirmation button in his hand. The next second, all 5 people present disappeared in white light. Wow, what kind of mission did this Ceiling 5 team do? It looks pretty awesome. It seems that the missions that God Slayer performs have never been easy. Many players witnessed the disappearance of Lin Yun and others and talked about it. After the white light of the mission dissipated, Lin Yun and others appeared in a strange place. The dark sky was constantly flashing with lightning, and thunder roared throughout the world. The cracked ground looked as if it had been the scene of a great war. It was all ashes and scorched earth. All the trees were dead. The entire space was empty except for the sound of wind and thunder. There was no sign of any living thing. Only a strange aura permeated the air. In the dead space, there is only a glimmer of light when lightning flashes. The 5 people looked at everything in the space before them and frowned. What kind of place is this? The divinely inspired world is almost the same as the real world, but this space is just a void, as if it is an abandoned world. While everyone was exploring the surroundings, Lin Yun was thinking about where this place was. The secret realm of the dead. This is where countless masters were trapped and died in the past. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up with murderous intent, which instantly penetrated his body like a substance. Several people around him felt their breath held at the same time, and the long sword in Xiaoyao's hand kept shaking. Xiaoyao looked at Lin Yun in surprise. The faces of Sixth Brother and the wealthy man changed drastically. How is it possible? This kind of murderous aura would not be possible if one had not experienced war. Moreover, this murderous aura was extremely terrifying, almost tangible. Lin Yun's eyes had slowly turned red, his entire body was filled with hostility, and there was only one name in his mind. Grim Reaper. The god of the previous life, the existence that caused divine revelation and the end of reality, the god of death. The secret realm of the dead is one of the masterpieces of the god of death. This space is related to gods. Chapter 42, Desperate Situation. Giant Sword Lolita, Hell-Blood Demon. Faced with the completely insane and murderous Godslayer, the few people realized how big the gap was between themselves and him. Xiuyo's eyes were eager to try, the sword in his hand kept trembling, and sword energy was all around him. If the timing was not wrong, Xiaoyao would have drawn his sword at this moment, even though he knew he was no match for his opponent. Kaikiro and 3.141596 realized at this moment that they had underestimated Lin Yun. Just based on the murderous aura, it was clear that Lin Yun could not be just a college student. He had a big secret. The two looked at each other, and immediately realized that the other person's thoughts were the same as theirs. Gigi Fujiji's face turned pale at this time. She was the only real student present. Under Lin Yun's unconscious murderous aura, she felt cold all over and had difficulty breathing. Godkiller, brother Godkiller! Jijiji opened his mouth with difficulty, and he felt as if he was surrounded by a sea of blood and corpses. He could feel a horrible cold feeling running through his whole body. Hearing this, Lin Yun, who was trapped in terrible memories, suddenly came back to his senses. As Lin Yun woke up, the terrifying murderous aura suddenly dissipated. Everyone suddenly felt relaxed, as if bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Yun's murderous aura was even more suffocating than this lifeless space. Gigi Fujiji's whole body went limp and he fell directly to his knees on the ground, gasping for breath and looking at Lin Yun with horror. For a moment, Gigi Fujiji felt that he was about to die. Different from the previous killing of Sunshine Boy, this time it feels like I will really die, just die in this game. Feel sorry. Lin Yun looked at everyone's eyes, was silent for a long time, and then spoke slowly with a very low voice. Xiaoyao quickly helped Gigi and Fujiji up. Feeling that something was not right with Lin Yun, he couldn't help but ask. What happened? Lin Yun shook his head and did not tell them about the relationship between this space and the god of death. Because the divine revelation has not yet reflected reality, if they were told now that gods exist, their team would probably disband the next moment and think that they are a psychopath. Moreover, gods possess terrifying and strange powers, and what he said is likely to be sensed by that mysterious existence. Then the consequences will be even more serious. I know where this is. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and spoke slowly. This space is called the Secret Realm of the Dead. It was formerly the Secret Realm of Peach Blossoms. It is independent of Qilin Continent. According to the game, it is an independent space with treasures. 3 top sects in Qilin Continent discovered this secret realm. All of their members entered to rob it, and all of them died in battle. After years of evolution, the dead turn into undead spirits and are trapped here forever. Lin Yun's words were like telling a story. Even Gigi Fujiji was no exception. They forgot the terrifying murderous aura just now and listened with fascination. Lin Yun paused, then continued. So our mission is very difficult, because the undead are immortal. Everyone frowned when they heard this. If what Lin Yun said was true, then wouldn't this mission be in a dead end? How should they deal with an immortal monster? Seeing that everyone looked troubled, Lin Yun shook his head imperceptibly. This task was actually not difficult because he knew how to pass it. What Lin Yun cared about and did not tell them was that the world of Shinji was real. After the birth of the secret realm of the undead, The strong breath of death was sensed by the god of death, so he went to great lengths to inject a trace of the power of the god of death into it. That is the strange aura sensed by the city lord. This power of death constantly harasses the undead of the three major sects, completely transforming them. He attempted to invade this world where he could feel the breath of many living beings through the secret realm of the undead. In the previous life, the secret realm of the undead trapped and killed many players. Without exception, all of them became subordinates of the god of death. The secret realm of the undead was also one of the key locations where the gods were born in the previous life. As for the god of death, Lin Yun could not forget it even more. In his previous life, the high-level organizations of Daxia organized masters to defend the secret realm of the undead, and Lin Yun was one of them. The entire army was wiped out in that battle, and Lin Yun was seriously injured and dying. It was the death of all members of the 3rd Battalion of the Daxia God of War camp that saved Lin Yun's life. What Lin Yun found hard to accept was that the god of death in his previous life had already invaded the secret realm of the undead at such an early time point. So was it the same situation for the places where other gods descended? But this time it's different. I'm reborn, and I've found you. Do you want to transform this space? Use it as a springboard for your divine revelation or even reality? Wishful thinking. Now that we've met, I'll collect a little interest first for the 3rd Battalion of the God of War camp and the countless anti-god warriors who sacrificed their lives because of you in my previous life. Destroy your landing site. If we are immortal, then won't we be trapped here to death? Brother Six was in a very sad mood, because his mission caused the other 4 people to be trapped to death with him in this desperate situation. Brother Six felt that he had become a sinner. In the game of Shinchi, a person can only have one account in his lifetime. If someone is trapped here and dies, the 5 people present will be ruined. I can only leave this golden egg-like game with tears. When they heard this, their faces changed slightly, just when Lin Yun was about to explain. Countless strange shadows suddenly appeared around the crowd, silently and densely packed. The shadows looked neither human nor human, with their entire bodies seemingly transparent. They looked like green shadows, filled with a strange aura. Undead. Level, Xian 8. Attack 5000. HP 0. Description, Immortality. After seeing the introduction of the undead, everyone realized that what Lin Yun said was true. They were truly immortal undead. In an instant, everyone's heart fell to the bottom. Just as the undead rushed forward, Xiaoyao took decisive action. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The long sword in his hand flew out of its sheath, and tens of thousands of transparent long swords surrounded Xiaoyao, like stars surrounding the moon. The sound of swords continued to be heard in front of Xiaoyao. The long sword shot out quickly, and turned into a transparent giant dragon in the air, bringing up a light. The undead in front of him instantly disappeared like melting snowflakes. Before everyone could be surprised, the disappeared undead spirits reappeared in front of Xiaoyao, intact. At the same time, several wounds suddenly appeared on Xiaoyao's body, and his blood volume dropped sharply. Horrible damage, and a state of immortality. Xiaoyao, who is at level 7 of the Xian rank, has no way to deal with these undead spirits. When Saiche saw Xiaoyao was in critical condition, a colorful crystal ball appeared in his hand. Salvation by the holy word! A ray of light shot out, covering Xiaoyao's entire body and directly raising his blood volume. Lin Yun didn't expect that this big and strong man with great wealth was actually a wet nurse, or should I call him a wet nurse? Brother Six took a step forward, a holy aura emanating from his body, layer upon layer of light covering him. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread out, instantly attracting the ghostly shadows that were rushing towards everyone. Countless attacks intensively attacked the holy light on Brother Six's body. Miss! Absolute protection. It turned out to be a god-level job change, Guardian, which powerfully taunted all enemies in front of him and entered a period of absolute invincibility for 10 seconds. What shocked everyone was that Gigi Fujiji's eyes turned red at this time, and a black and red aura directly covered his whole body. The originally well-behaved and cute little loli instantly turned into a demon crawling out of hell. Demonic energy was surging all over his body, and several extremely enchanting demonic patterns appeared on his face. He was as charming and seductive as a witch. He swung the giant sword in his hand, and the strange shadow in front of him disappeared in an instant. Mountain-shattering and earth-shattering slash. A tender voice came coldly from the little loli's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Gigi Fujiji jumped up with a giant sword in her hand. In midair, a huge demon shadow quietly appeared behind her, also holding a giant sword. As Gigi Fujiji chopped down with the sword, the demon shadow behind him followed synchronously, and the giant sword burst out with a bright red light. The next moment, the giant sword fell, and the ground in front of him began to crack, covering an area of hundreds of meters. Within the cracked area, a stream of black and red magma shot up into the sky. The strange shadow in the range disappeared in the magma in just an instant, and fell to the ground with a chirping sound, holding a huge sword in his hand and a very bright smile on his face. SSS level warrior skill, mountain shattering and earth cracking slash. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Gigi Fujiji to have such strength. If she was so powerful before, all the Thieves Guild would have to fight a big battle one by one, and they would all leave crying. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. The job transformation of the Hellblood Demon God plus the SSS level mountain splitting and earth splitting slash was indeed very terrifying. Everyone showed their talents, and quickly cleared out a large area of space. However, the ghostly shadow that had originally dissipated reappeared before everyone, indestructible. Moreover, you won't gain any experience points by killing them. Suddenly, everyone was in dire straits. Chapter 43, Fight to the Death. 3 strange shadows appear. In the undead space, the 5-man team stood in a 1-3-1 formation and fought a desperate battle with the endless, immortal undead. The god-level warrior changes his job to guardian. Brother Six stands at the front, and the holy light stacks up to taunt all the undead in front of him. The god-level swordsman who has changed his job sword immortal Xiaoyao is on the left, and a transparent dragon is sweeping across the sky. SSS warrior job change, Hellblood Demon, Gigi Fujiji stood on the right, and the giant sword surrounded by black and red aura chopped off pieces at a time. The god-level mage changes his job to Holy Word Priest. He is rich and powerful and is in the middle position. Anyone with low health will be healed immediately with Holy Word. The super god-level wizard changed his job. Xiantian Master, the incarnation of the God Killer, the infinite firepower wizard, defended the rear, and countless talismans were like scattering money, exploding the entire lifeless space into a fiery red. The 5 of them cooperated very well, and for a moment they were in a stalemate with the endless undead. The one who made the greatest contribution was Lin Yun. After many days of preparation, he distributed the 3 kinds of talismans to the remaining 4 people. For a moment it was like unlimited firepower mode. The entire space was filled with magma and meteorites with the character Li, glaciers and sword rain with the character Kan, and giant hammers with the character Gung, filled the sky with afterimages. Except for the wealthy and powerful person in the middle who was only responsible for rescue, the rest of the people used their own skills and fought hard to kill the enemy. Gigi Fujiji was even holding a giant sword in one hand and a giant hammer in the other. A well-behaved little girl, now looking very strange, with a satisfied smile on her little face engraved with mysterious magic patterns, she was very violent as she attacked left and right, hitting one kid at a time. Everyone took the time to look over and their eyelids twitched. What a cute little loli, what a mess Lin Yun has made her into. Will such a violent loli ever be able to get married in the future? Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Xiaoyao again. Xiao's face looked normal, but the corners of his mouth were twitching slightly. Although everyone was in a stalemate with the immortal undead, they gradually became powerless as time went by. Firstly, they did not have enough mana, and secondly, the resurrected undead were too dense. The wealthy and powerful man's chubby body had already been soaked with sweat. At this moment, he released the holy word with one hand and held the bottle of mana replenishment in the other hand and kept pouring it into his mouth. There was already a mountain of empty bottles piled up on the ground. Even though he is wealthy and powerful, he has a distressed expression on his face. What he is drinking is not a mana supplement, but a pile of banknotes. But everyone did not dare to slack off, because Lin Yun told them that there was only one way to break the impasse. That is to continuously kill the undead. The main reason why these undead are immortal is because of the 3 sect masters of their sects during their lifetime. As long as a certain amount of killing is done or the time period is right, the 3 sect leaders will appear. If the 3 sect leaders are killed or freed, the mission will be accomplished. This was the solution found by the god of war camp under the leadership of the god of war Lingtian after the previous life's god Qin appeared in the world. However, the god was about to come to the world at that time. Daxia, who discovered the problem, immediately contacted the Lord of Qilin's city, but it was too late. The Lord of Qilin's city had no way to stop the arrival of the god of death. All the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of the God of War Battalion sacrificed their lives just to rescue Lin Yun. However, in this life, I know where the problem lies. As long as I complete the task and inform the Lord of Qilin's city in advance, there may be a way to solve this problem in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Yun continued to throw out talismans as if they were free. Seeing this, the others also gritted their teeth and persevered. He was so rich that he could not make ends meet. His face was extremely pale, and his body was shaky. He regretted playing this damn crappy game at such an old age. This is an inevitable protracted war, and it all depends on who falls first. Under the explosion of the characters, the entire space was filled with dazzling flames. No one knew how long they had persisted. Lin Yun had used up all the talismans that he had accumulated for a long time, and began to draw talismans with both hands at the same time. Xu Yao's hands were shaking from chopping with the long sword, and he never wanted to hold this broken sword again in his life. Jiji Fujiji changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. His legs were trembling, and there was no smile on his face. Only despair was on his face. Brother Six knelt directly on the ground and used his skills. One reason was because he was tired, and the other was because he was kicked by the angry rich man. A size 44 big footprint was imprinted on his back. The worst off are those who are rich and powerful. They feel like their whole body has been hollowed out, and nothing can be squeezed out. They really have nothing left. Just when everyone was about to give up, finally, 3 extremely angry voices came from a distance. At the same time, the undead in front of them stopped almost at the same time, turning into green lights that quickly merged into the 3 huge ghostly shadows that were coming at a high speed. Seeing this, everyone collapsed on the ground exhausted. Lin Yun's fingers, which were used to draw the talisman, became numb and he couldn't even retract them. He stood facing the few people in an extremely rude manner. Gigi lay flat on the giant's sword. Xiao Yao, who rarely cared about his image, sat on the ground and pressed his cramped hand. Brother Six was still kneeling on the ground, this time including his head. His face was hollowed out, his face was blue. His mouth was twitching and he was foaming at the mouth. It's so fucking torturous. 3 ancient ghostly figures with green light have been successfully condensed and are standing in front of the 5 people in 3 directions. Master of Tianyang Sect, Master of Wanhua Tower, Master of Jueqing Valley. Introduction. 10,000 years ago, the 3 major sects of Qilin continent died and could not escape the mutation, and they were transformed into 3 strange shadows. After being transformed by the strange aura, they have a ferocious temperament, and have been commanding the secret realm of the undead for 10,000 years. Grade? Attack power? HP? Looking at the 3 eerie green shadows that covered the sky, everyone fell into despair again. There are all question marks here. What's the point of fighting? What a shitty mission. I'm rich and now I just want to go out and uninstall this game. Lin Yun took a deep breath and pointed at the forehead of one of the sect leaders. Break the sacred stone and you can kill them. Hearing this, Xiao Yao immediately stood up, rubbed his sore and swollen arms, stood with Lin Yun, and Jiji Fujiji quickly picked up the giant's sword and followed. Now they are the only 3 people still standing. Brother Six, who suffered the most attacks, was too weak to get up. He could only squeeze out the last few drops and put a shield on several people. The shield was almost transparent, so it would be better not to put it on. And the richest and most powerful people who squeezed the most were still foaming at the mouth. You guys hold them off for now, while I take care of one of them first. Lin Yun stuffed the freshly made talisman into the hands of the 2 men, and rushed towards the mysterious shadow in the middle. Seeing this, the 2 men went after their respective targets. At this moment, the wealthy and powerful man lying on the ground suddenly reached out and grabbed Brother Six's thigh. He rolled his eyes, pointed at the pile of empty blue bottles on the ground, and spoke word by word. Reimburse! Reimburse! Then he fell to the ground again. The battle begins again. As soon as the two sides came into contact, a petite figure flew backwards and landed next to the wealthy and powerful man who was foaming at the mouth, raising a cloud of dust. A small hand was raised from the dust and waved. I tried my best. As Gigi Fujiji rushed forward, he was slapped back, and the shadow of the demon behind him was shattered instantly. Fortunately, the shadow of the demon god blocked it for a while, otherwise Gigi Fujiji would have been lying flat on the spot. Lin Yun could only fight 1 against 2, and the pressure immediately soared. Xiaoyao's figure was graceful, the sword in his hand was constantly waving, the transparent dragon was rushing around, but only appeared one after another. But he also discovered that although this ghost shadow was powerful, its movements were very slow due to its large size. Since the speed is slow, the opportunity comes. Xiaoyao's eyes focused and his speed increased instantly. He quickly approached the divine stone on Guiying's forehead. If he could break it, he would win. Sword rises, white crane. Xiaoyao's figure in the air suddenly disappeared, and a crane cry was heard. He not only avoided the attack of the giant hand of the strange shadow, but also appeared near the magic stone the next moment. The long sword in his hand directly stabbed at the magic stone that Lin Yun mentioned. However, a horrifying sound of breaking air came from behind, and Xiaoyao felt tense all over. Without thinking, he swung the sword in his hand, and a transparent dragon appeared behind him. The man twisted his body strangely in midair, and once he got rid of the pressure, he fled quickly. Looking back, he saw that the ghost's left hand twisted at an extremely strange angle and grabbed the transparent dragon. With a light squeeze, the dragon shattered instantly and dissipated in the air. If the dragon had not blocked the attack for Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao would have been killed. Xiaoyao escaped death, his eyes full of disbelief. As long as someone approaches the magic stone, the speed of the ghost shadow will increase. How can we fight? Chapter 44. The ghost regained consciousness. Try to hit me with your hammer again? Faced with the sect master level ghost shadow, an invincible existence full of question marks, Xiaoyao fell into a desperate situation. If we confront him head-on, he is no match for us. Deter from the side, the speed cannot match. The opponent is not a physical entity, but has high health and strong defense, and all of his skills miss. The most terrifying thing is that because he is not a physical entity, every part of his body can be twisted at will, with 360 degrees no blind spots. Xiaoyao could only give up attacking the magic stone on Guiying's forehead, and kept using his body skills to avoid Guiying's attacks. If I were touched, I would be dead right there. Look at Kaiqiao and Jijifujiji, both of them are still lying there. After dodging another attack, Xiaoyao looked towards Lin Yun, wanting to see how Lin Yun faced the attack from the two ghost shadows. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Xiaoyao's eyes widened and his eyeballs popped out, like this, /degree/degree. What the hell is this? Amid Xiaoyao's shocked expression, Lin Yun's hands were glowing with golden light. At this moment, he seemed like a god of war. Without even turning his head, he punched away a giant ghost hand that attacked from behind, and then punched the forehead of another ghost in front of him hard. The golden fist was hitting violently like raindrops, and the golden fist turned into a golden fist shadow. Not only Xiaoyao looked shocked, the two ghostly figures' empty white eyes also seemed full of doubts. Damn! This style of painting is wrong. Shouldn't the god slayer be chased around by two ghostly figures? Why are these two ghostly figures getting beaten? Xiaoyao dodged the attack from the ghost in front of him and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Under Lin Yun's crazy attack, the ghost's huge head broke and fell backwards. From a distance, the body and head formed a 90 degrees angle. Gung Zi Chaos Golden Tuttle! Lin Yun kicked away the hand of the other ghost again, raised the giant hammer several dozen meters long in his hand high up and smashed it hard on the sacred stone in the middle of the ghost's forehead. From Xiaoyao's perspective, a bean-sized thing, holding a red-gold hammer that was dozens of times larger in both hands, swung it wildly on the forehead of the ghost shadow at such a fast speed that it left a shadow of the hammer. How to describe that feeling? Lin Yun felt like a Yodo forging iron. Bang 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 bang. Only the thumping of hammers could be heard. Brother Six, who was kneeling on the ground to rest, barely raised his head when he heard the sound. And then, /degree/degree. What the hell is this? Is this something a human can do? At the beginning, Lin Yun kept dodging the ghost shadows and throwing talismans to attack from a distance. It was not until he accidentally discovered that the damage of the talisman seemed a bit strange and checked the panel that he found that the data on the panel had changed. Magic power, 32,924 points. HP, 32.2 million points. Blue amount, 3,280 points. Lin Yun was stunned on the spot for a moment. What was going on with these attributes? Where did these 24,000 points of magic power come from? Because he stayed in the same place, the giant hand of the ghost slapped Lin Yun into the ground. A word, wood, immediately appeared on the ground. 1 million. It was a terrifying damage of 1 million, but Lin Yun's health volume only dropped a little bit, almost unnoticeably. Let's look at the proficiency of a few skills. Li Zi Yin Yang Lai, proficiency, 20%. Kanzi against the flow of the river, proficiency, 19%. Geng Zi Luan Jin 2, proficiency, 10%. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yun immediately understood. This was contributed by the immortal undead spirits, who had previously fought desperately to resist being killed. No experience points can be gained from killing undead spirits, but Lin Yun's super god level talent, the strongest meat method, will still be counted. An undead spirit of level 8 in the mysterious rank will provide Lin Yun with 8 health points each time it dies. The deaths caused by the large number of talismans provided by Lin Yun were also included in the statistics. To put it in context, this means that Lin Yun and his 4 companions killed the immortal undead a full 3 million times, which resulted in the horrifying data before us. The moment he figured it out, Lin Yun's face immediately broke into a wild laugh. A golden light flashed in his hands, and he directly confronted the oncoming ghost shadow head-on. Then there were Xiaoyao and Brother Six's expressions, /degree/degree. As Lin Yun continued to attack with his heavy hammer, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, like the sound of glass breaking. The sound was very small, but it seemed to be broken in everyone's ears. Lin Yun was stunned, took a look at the seemingly intact divine stone, and continued to swing the sledgehammer and hammer it madly. "I've said enough!" A majestic voice sounded in Lin Yun's ears, frightening him so much that his scalp went numb. The loud voice, like thunder, made Lin Yun's ears ring. Lin Yun shook his head, hesitated for a moment, then swung the giant hammer again and hit it madly. "The name of our sect is... Damn it! Ouch! Die for me!" The voice was about to speak, but then it became angry and a terrifying aura shook. Lin Yun was ejected like an angry bird, and fell headfirst into the ground. The huge hammer in his hand shook twice and fell to the ground. In the air, the ghost figure with its head bent over slowly raised its head, and a terrifying aura shook the ancient costume without wind. After Guiying's head returned to its place, a shattering sound was heard, and the divine stone in the middle of Guiying's forehead slowly shattered and turned into powder and fell off. On the ghost's forehead, a bright light slowly fell on the ghost's giant hand, and then the ghost's originally empty and white eyeballs gradually regained their divine light and turned into normal human eyes. The divine stone shattered, and as his eyes recovered, the strange aura on the ghost's entire body was immediately swept away by a great force, and the ghost instantly turned into an old man with an immortal look. Lin Yun pressed his hands on the ground and pulled his head out. His head was buzzing. He took a dazed look at the strange figure that had knocked him away, and the huge hammer in his hand appeared again. He squatted down slightly, and the next moment, Lin Yun jumped out again, holding the giant hammer and hitting the old man with the ghost shadow on the forehead. "Fuck! Come again!" After the death of the leader of the Tianyang sect, he was in a daze for tens of thousands of years, and only knew how to kill all the immortal spirits. Until Lin Yun smashed the magic stone on his forehead just now, when he regained consciousness, he saw a hammer shadow falling in front of him. Just as he opened his mouth to stop the little thing on his face, he unexpectedly received even more intensive attacks. After finally knocking him away, he rushed over again with a huge hammer. When Lin Yun heard the ghost in front of him speaking, the hammer was already at the other party's face before he could react. As if in slow motion, the leader of the Tianyang sect looked at the giant hammer being swung at him, with a hint of mockery on his face. I have regained consciousness. Do you think you can still hurt me? Ah! A scream was heard, and the head of the Tianyang sect's leader, who was originally standing on the ground and blocking out the sun, was hit backwards, and the whole person was lifted off the ground. Lin Yun stared in bewilderment as he watched the screaming ghost figure in front of him slowly take off, as if in slow motion. A pair of eyes like this, Omega? On the huge head slowly floated by, and then under the power of the hammer, it slowly flew up, higher and higher. The heavy crash to the ground caused a horrible shock to lift the wealthy men who were lying on the ground more than 2 meters above the ground. Lin Yun landed and scratched the back of his head. There's something wrong with this look, it's so bright. The sacred stone has been shattered? This is very embarrassing. The leader of the Tianyang sect got up from the ground, his beard flying with anger. He reached out to brush off the dust on his body and cursed without caring about his image. Fuck, don't you understand what I'm saying? Huh! I'm just asking you if you understand. The Tianyang sect had never suffered such injustice since childhood. They did not expect to encounter a Waterloo in old age after becoming undead. They spit and cursed at Lin Yun, feeling more and more aggrieved the more they spoke. I understand. I understand. Lin Yun then realized that the ghost figure in front of him had regained consciousness, and he immediately showed an embarrassed smile. At this time, Xiaoyao's screams sounded in the distance. Still talking! I'm going to die if you keep talking! Lin Yun's face changed. He turned his head and found that Xiaoyao had been surrounded by giant hands which were slowly closing. Just as he was about to go to rescue, a shadow enveloped Lin Yun's entire body, and another eerie shadow's big foot was stepping down towards him. It's too late. Looking at the Xiaoyao ghost shadow slowly closing his fingers to grasp it, Lin Yun's eyes were bloodshot. Certainly! A light shout came from behind, and then the shadow on Lin Yun's head suddenly stopped moving. When Xiaoyao was about to be crushed to death in the distance, Guiying's fingers stopped moving. Xiaoyao rushed out from between Guiying's fingers with fear on his face and ran towards Lin Yun without stopping. Little guy! Say thank you! Chapter 45 Murong Feng, the leader of the Tianyang sect. The old man who speaks ill of others but acts honestly. Looking at the two ghostly shadows fixed in place, Lin Yun scratched his forehead. What kind of skill is this? It is so powerful. Little guy! Say thank you! After hearing this, Lin Yun turned his head and his pupils suddenly trembled. A terrifying huge head was sticking on the ground, 2 huge eyes were staring at him proudly, and eyebrows as big as trucks were raised. Oh my God, it's a ghost! Lin Yun was so frightened that he screamed, raised the huge hammer in his hand and smashed it down on the huge head in front of him. Bang! A huge body was lying on the ground, with its head sunk directly into the ground from the neck, leaving a deep pit. Oh no! Lin Yun came back to his senses, patted his forehead, and forgot it again. This ghost shadow has regained consciousness and saved Xiaoyao's life. Lin Yunwan was sitting beside a huge pit that looked like a head, as obedient as a student. Jiji Fujiji and others beside him were also sitting upright. An old man in ancient costume was sitting opposite them, staring at the group of 5 with anger, or to be more precise, at Lin Yun. You hit me again and again, are you deaf? Believe it or not, I will slap you into the ground and you won't be able to get out. The old man was none other than the ghost who had regained consciousness, Murong Feng, the leader of the Tianyang sect. Murong Feng felt a toothache when he recalled the moment when he had returned to normal size and the bastard in front of him was holding a hammer and eager to try. Lin Yun clasped his fingers in embarrassment. Master Murong, it's such a terrifying and gloomy place, and we are so weak, so it's understandable that we overreacted. You are so weak. If I hadn't woken up early, I would have been beaten to death by you. Seeing Lin Yun looking like a well-behaved student accepting a lesson from his teacher, the wealthy and powerful people who had recovered bit their lower lips tightly, and dared not laugh out loud. Although Murong Feng's words were filled with anger, he was very satisfied when he looked at Lin Yun. If it were 10,000 years ago, I would have tied this bastard back and made him the young sect leader. However, tens of thousands of years have passed, and I am now in such a miserable state, either human nor ghost. I am afraid that I will die as soon as I leave the Peach Blossom secret realm. Besides, the entire Tianyang sect is relying on him, so there is no need to worry about the sect. At this time, Gigi Fujiji spoke timidly, pointing to the huge foot behind him that was suspended in midair and was wearing shoes of unknown size. Old man, those two monsters, what should we do with those two old men? Will they move suddenly? Looking at the well-behaved, sensible and polite Gigi Fujiji, Murong Fong smiled and stroked his beard. Don't be afraid, little girl. Let those two old guys stand there for a while. As long as this space is not destroyed and I don't unlock it, they will never be able to move. As he said that, he turned around and glared at Lin Yun beside him, saying, This bastard has no manners at all. I helped him, but instead of saying thank you, he hit me with a hammer. Lin Yun shrank his head when he saw this. When he saw Murong Feng's expression eased a little, he rubbed his hands and asked with a smile, Master Murong, you just said that you three major sects came here to snatch the divine object. So? Where is that divine object now? Murong Feng also laughed, his long white eyebrows trembling. Why? You want it? Lin Yun nodded upon hearing this and moved forward to stand in front of Murong Feng. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng slapped him on the forehead and said, Get away from me! What? Are you still thinking of using the hammer to attack me? I won't fall for it. Murong Feng has already developed a shadow on Lin Yun. This bastard, he looks at you smiling, but the next second he will take out a giant hammer full of Gengjin power and hit you on the forehead. Lin Yun was hit on the head and moved back silently. I swear to God, I really don't have such an idea, Lin Yun cried out in his heart. Everyone couldn't help laughing, but they all bit their lips tightly. Only Gigi Fujiji grinned and laughed happily. Speaking of which, 10,000 years ago, our three sects were like water and fire, and our cultivation levels were similar. In your words, our levels were similar. Therefore, when we heard that there was a magical item in the Peach Blossom secret realm that could help people advance, our three sects entered this realm together. We didn't expect that this battle would directly destroy our three sections. We regret it now. As Murong Feng spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Then he opened his palms and a bright golden light appeared in his hands. The sacred object was broken by us, and Yizong took a piece. Only when the three pieces are combined into one can it be restored to its original function. Unfortunately, it can no longer be used. As he spoke, Murong Feng threw the golden light in his hand directly to Lin Yun. Lin Yun caught it in surprise and found that under the golden light, there was a broken crystal stone. Here, remember to use your Gengjin hammer to hit those two old guys on the head for me later. If you hit them less times or with less force than me, I will kill you today. Lin Yun smiled happily and nodded repeatedly. I am familiar with ruthless things. It's my job. Besides, the funds are in place. The old man is useless. A smile flashed across Murong Feng's face, and he looked at the strange aura surrounding the other two old opponents and spoke in a heavy tone. This world is not as simple as you think. That strange aura has been lurking in this space for a long time and attached to the divine objects. This is why we, the masters of the three sects, were all affected and our sects were destroyed. That aura is terrifying. It's not the power of this world. Lin Yun nodded slightly when he heard that. It was indeed not the case. That was a trace of the power of the god of death. There were countless gods like the god of death, and they would soon come into this world. For 10,000 years I have been resisting this power. I vaguely sense that there are 9 more powers of the same level. After you leave, go and inform old Sima of Qilin City as soon as possible. This old guy is not dead yet. I am angry just thinking about it. What kind of city lord did he create? Maybe Murong Feng hadn't spoken for a long time, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. 9 in total? Lin Yun was stunned when he heard this. In his previous life, after the divine revelation reflected on reality, there were more than 9 places where the gods descended. Maybe more than that, I also vaguely sensed it. Murong Feng pondered for a moment, and then spoke. By the way, please help me deliver this thing to Lord Qinglong. Murong Feng directly threw a purple-green bamboo to Lin Yun. Lin Yun accepted it, and felt a warm sensation in his hand. The bamboo had no leaves and had 3 sections in total. Ding! The leader of Tianyang's sect has entrusted you with a task. Deliver the 3-heart bamboo to the leader of Qinglong Continent Qinglong. Completing the task will earn you an SSS level mage skill book. Hiss, Lin Yun took a breath of cold air. SSS level mage skill book. It is true that an old person in the family is like a treasure. Does this old man have anything good on him? Looking at Lin Yun's constantly rolling eyes, Murong Feng knew at a glance that this bastard was up to no good. You better not have any bad intentions. This punch of mine is the result of tens of thousands of years of practice. I don't know if you can block it. Lin Yun immediately sat up straight and accepted the task. Little girl, the aura on you is both good and evil, which is not good. I just accidentally broke your weapon. Since you like giant swords, I will give you one. Murong Feng looked at the well-behaved Gigi Fu Gigi and liked her more and more. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and a ray of light suddenly flew out from the ghostly shadow with a grasping hand in the distance, and instantly landed in Murong Feng's hands. When the light faded, what was revealed was a giant sword flashing with purple electric light. The sword was very huge, probably as tall as 3 Jijifujiji. The giant sword quickly shrank in Murong Feng's hand and turned into an exquisite dagger, which he then handed directly to Gigi Fu Gigi. This weapon belongs to the Lord of Jiuqing Valley. It is the natural thunder sword. It can perfectly resolve the aura of both good and evil in you. Gigi Gigi's face was full of disbelief, and the next moment he cried out in surprise. SSS grade! Platinum weapon! Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lin Yun was also very envious at this time. The equipment he was wearing was just an S-level red suit. Compared with what Gigi Fu Gigi got, there was still a level difference between them. Thank you, old man. Murong Feng smiled and nodded, his face full of kindness, then turned to look at Lin Yun. The little girl is really polite, unlike this bastard who has no manners at all. It turns out that if he wants to have a child, he should have a daughter. Then Murong Feng stretched out his hand again, and a ray of light appeared on the ghost figure who raised his giant foot. He threw the light to Xiaoyao as if throwing a piece of trash. The sword of the owner of Wanhua Tower, throw away the tattered thing in your arms quickly, it's embarrassing to look at it. Murong Feng was not as kind to Xiaoyao as he was to Gigi Fu Gigi, and his face was full of impatience. How can anyone who hangs out with that little bastard be a good person? Xiaoyao took it hurriedly. It was an 8-sided Han sword with a platinum-colored glow. Slightly pulling open the scabbard, a dragon roar suddenly resounded through the heaven and earth. Nice sword! A bright light burst out of Xiaoyao's eyes. For a sword fanatic, owning a magical weapon is the dream of every sword wielder. However, looking at the platinum-colored sword in his hand, and then looking at the sword that had been with him in his arms since he started learning it, Xiaoyao's face showed a deep sense of conflict. After a long silence, he reluctantly put the platinum sword back into its sheath and threw it back to Murong Feng without saying a word. Good boy, it turns out that the idiom birds of a feather flock together cannot be fully trusted. Murong Feng showed admiration on his face and turned to look at Lin Yun. It was obvious that the bird he was talking about was him. Little did he know that Xiaoyao's heart was bleeding and he was filled with deep regret. Are you stupid? Can't you hold 2 swords? Murong Feng stretched out his hand, and the long sword in Xiaoyao's arms appeared directly in his hand. You are very much to my liking, so I will help you. A dazzling light flashed in his hand, and the 2 long swords that were constantly trembling in the air gradually merged together. After the light disappeared, a pure white 8-sided Han sword appeared in Xiaoyao's hand. A dragon on the scabbard extended to the sword guard, just connecting with the dragon mouth hilt. Holding it in the hand, it was like holding a pure white dragon. Hiss! SSS plus. Xiaoyao looked at Lin Yun blankly, and Lin Yun suddenly became jealous. He immediately turned to look at Murong Feng with hope in his eyes. Old man, where are your weapons? Looking at Lin Yun, whose mouth was almost drooling, Murong Feng answered in a mean manner. I have never used weapons in my life. I prefer to convince people with reason. The law of physics. Well, I am just a poor guy. If I had known, I would have woken up those 2 old guys in Wanhua Tower or Jiuqing Valley first. You too, I'll give you a shield. Looking at the wealthy and powerful man and brother 6 who were drooling on the ground, Murong Feng pondered for a moment, then casually waved out 2 rays of light, which rushed into the bodies of the 2 men. The 2 of them suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why do others have magical weapons? Oh, even the God Slayer doesn't have it. But why is it that here we only have a beam of light? This defense can resist, Murong Feng scratched his head and spoke after a while. Your level is really troublesome. I don't know how to explain it. It's equivalent to being able to resist a full-strength attack from a heavenly stage. Heavenly stage is one level higher. Hearing this, the two of them didn't take it seriously. I'm playing a game and my life is in danger? I will be resurrected. I felt very uncomfortable, but facing the irritable old man with the highest martial arts value, I didn't dare to speak. Only Lin Yun moved to Murong Feng's side with an eager look on his face, imitating the chirping tone. Old man! Me! You don't need it! Murong Feng interrupted Lin Yun directly and slapped him on the forehead. You are harder to kill than me. Don't make that expression. It makes me want to vomit. I really want to punch you. Revenge. Absolutely revenge. Just because I hit him a few more times. So petty. Lin Yun felt contempt in his heart and moved back again, wanting to cry, but without the tears, he attacked with all his strength above the heavenly rank. Wouldn't that be equivalent to being able to withstand a full-strength attack from a lower-level god? Lin Yun wanted to say something, but Murong Feng's tone suddenly became low, and he lost all his spirit. Our fate has ended. We will never meet again. Go and wake up those two old guys. Then leave. Murong Feng turned his back and disappeared before he could finish his words. Chapter 46. The secret realm disappears, the point where the gods descend, disappears. Lin Yun stared blankly at the disappearing old man, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Only he himself knew that the old man who was the leader of the Tianyang sect 10,000 years ago, a man with a bad mouth but a straight body, had already decided to die. Even though he is already dead. No one can bear the sin of destroying the future of the entire sect because of one's own thoughts. I kept making jokes just to provoke him, but so far, the effect has not been very good. Turning around, looking at the very happy Gigi Fu Gigi and Xiaoyao, and then looking at the cursing Keikis Wang, Liuga and others, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. I hope time can go slower, and give these uninformed people more time. Spend more time with your family and enjoy your free time. The future is just a doomsday-like world, full of pain and despair. Lin Yun dragged his heavy steps to the side of the ghost figure who was raising his foot. Gung Zi Chaos Golden Tuttle! With a light tap of his feet, Lin Yun had already arrived in front of the forehead of the ghost. The golden drum transformed by the character, Gung, quickly and fiercely smashed the divine stone in the middle of the forehead of the ghost in front of him. Soon, the divine stone made a crisp sound of glass breaking, but Lin Yun did not stop. At some point, Lin Yun's eyes were filled with tears. He tried hard to hold back the tears and continued to hammer frantically according to Murong Feng's request. A kind old man's last request in life, even if it was just a playful and well-intentioned request. What reason did I have not to help him fulfill it? The three of them are sworn enemies who have lived in confusion for 10,000 years. Even today, 10,000 years later, they are still loving and hating each other. If it weren't for the god of death, if it weren't for the gods, it wouldn't have come to this. Following Murong Feng's request, Lin Yun hit the ghost figure in front of him 2 more times with his hammer. Looking at the fragile divine stone in front of him, the ghost figure who had already regained consciousness but had a smile on his face was the owner of the Wanhua Tower 10,000 years ago. Lin Yun felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. The 3 ghostly figures and 3 old men in front of him were not the epitome of himself and others who had been resisting and trying to save the world after the gods came? Or were they their predecessors? Lin Yun knew that they had been fighting against the power of gods. Obviously, they had heard the joke made by old man Murong Feng. They had been awake from beginning to end. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture they had endured during these 10,000 years. Without stopping, under the surprised gazes of Gigi Fujiji, Xiaoyao and others, tears fell from Lin Yun's eyes and shattered to the ground, but he was determined and walked towards the ghost figure who clenched his palm without looking back. The Gingjing giant hammer appeared again, accompanied by the sound of bangs, and the 4 people's moods suddenly became very heavy, but they didn't know why. Because of some words of an NPC? Or because of Lin Yun's slightly crazy behavior at the moment? Watching the hammer hitting again and again, watching the tears in the god slayer's eyes fall and shatter on the ground. No matter whether it is Xiaoyao, Jijifujiji, Kfuge, or 3.1415926, the four of them feel like something is blocking their hearts at this moment. This feeling came out of nowhere, and I have no idea why it came from. In the entire secret realm of the undead, the only sounds were the sound of Lin Yun swinging the Gingjin giant hammer, and the sound of Lin Yun crying in the distance. Lin Yun knew that they would not understand at this moment. This so-called game in front of them was not a real game. Everyone in it had flesh and blood and was a real human being just like them. But soon, God's revelation reflected the reality, and the doomsday brought by God's arrival in the two worlds was the most terrifying and the most unacceptable. Then, they will understand everything. Soon, a sound of glass breaking was heard in the middle of the forehead of the last ghost shadow. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and continued to smash down with hammer after hammer. Perhaps it was to fulfill Murongfeng's last wish, or perhaps it was to vent his anger towards the gods. Finally, the Lord of Jiuqing Valley looked at Lin Yun with a smile on his face and said softly, "Little guy, your mission has been completed. You must be more careful in the future. Because the power you are facing does not belong to this world, the three of us old guys can only use our remaining energy in grief and anger to reduce even the slightest burden on you." Except for Lin Yun, who understood what the Lord of Jiuqing Valley said, the other four people all felt an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts, but they were completely unable to comprehend it. They will not know until the future, when God reveals himself and he comes to the world. These heartfelt words are an old man's advice and last words to the new generation. Lin Yun nodded with tears in his eyes, and sat on the ground weakly with the Gingjin hammer in his hand, watching the master of the Jiuqing Valley 10,000 years ago slowly disappear in front of him. He said in a barely audible voice, "In this life, I will avenge you and us. Don't worry." Before the Lord of Jiuqing Valley completely disappeared, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then a ray of light instantly cut through the space and entered Lin Yun's body. Immediately afterwards, another two rays of light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yun and entered Lin Yun's body together. The three rays of light seemed to be the final instructions from the three old men. Lin Yun smiled, closed his eyes, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but his smile was so bitter. "Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the unknown attribute, comprehension progress, 0.0003%. Congratulations to everyone for completing the mission, the City Lord's Commission. You will receive a piece of territory, a token, and 50,000 reputation points. The mission has been completed, and now you are teleporting back." The dazzling light enveloped the bodies of the five people. Perhaps due to Lin Yun's influence, or for other reasons, the four of them felt heavy in their hearts. As if they sensed something, they suddenly turned around. In the distance, on the cracked ground, three old men had kind smiles on their faces, watching quietly as if they were looking at their own children and grandchildren, with smiles and relaxation on their lips. At this moment, even the wealthy and powerful Brother Six suddenly felt a very painful feeling in their hearts. For some reason, tears began to well up in their eyes. In tears, Lin Yun saw Murongfeng's lips gently touching, and Lin Yun's tears burst out again. He understood that this old man, Murongfeng, the leader of the Tianyang sect 10,000 years ago, was saying, "Live well, come on! Little bastard!" Lin Yun put his hands over his eyes and forced himself to produce an extremely ugly smile. "Don't worry, old man, leave it to me from now on." At this moment Murongfeng seemed to understand, and for the first time he smiled at Lin Yun, the little rascal. Lin Yun, who was covering his eyes with tears falling, seemed to see it, and the smile on his face became uglier. The light flashed and disappeared, and the group of five returned to the outside of the city gate. Looking at the people coming and going and the players walking around, the five of them felt that the secret realm of the undead was just a dream, an illusory dream. But the five people felt heavy in their hearts, and an unknown feeling kept rising in their hearts. Gigi gently wiped the tears from her eyes and suddenly turned to Lin Yun and said, "Brother Godkiller, I don't know why, but I feel like the old uncles are alive." Lin Yun did not answer, but closed his eyes tightly. After a while, he raised his head, touched Gigi Fujiji's head, and said softly, "Let's go and see the city lord." It was as if he was afraid of waking everyone up from their dreams, or perhaps his own dream. There are some things that no one will believe no matter how you say them now, and no matter how you explain them, there will always be people who will think you are crazy. Well, I can only work hard and constantly improve myself. We will talk about everything in detail when that day comes. In the secret realm of the undead, also known as the Peach Blossom Secret Realm, the three old men immediately started fighting with the five people. To be precise, the owner of the Wanhua Tower and the owner of the Jueqing Valley joined forces to beat up Murong Feng. You damn old thing, don't you know how ruthless that little guy is? You could have helped us to unlock the seal yourself, but you insisted on letting that little guy use a hammer to break our imprisonment? Didn't you see that hammer was bigger than my head? Damn it, damn old Murong, if you hadn't given my weapon away, I would have cut you into pieces today. Murong Feng had 2 dark circles under his eyes and kept blocking the rain of punches, cursing with a smile. I know better than you how painful that little bastard's hammer is. We've known each other for so many years. I must let you have a taste of it at the last moment. Do you think you will be able to feel this kind of pain in the future? That's a nice thought. The 2 men were filled with anger upon hearing this, and their attacks became even more powerful. After an unknown amount of time, 3 old men with white hair and youthful faces lay on the cracked ground in an imageless manner, looking at the deserted place around them and laughing. All right. Have you finished grumbling and venting your anger? Oh Yang Ming! Yu Chi Yu! Are you 2 old guys ready? Murong Feng spoke with a smile. Even though there was no sun in the undead dimension, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the strange aura that kept running around in the undead dimension. Similarly, Yang Ming and Yu Chi Yu both had murderous intent in their eyes at this moment. Old man Murong is waiting for you. Although I have been gambling with you for a lifetime, oh! No, it's tens of thousands of years. But today, in your last moments, how about letting you be the boss for once? Murong Feng laughed and scolded when he heard this. I have always been the boss, you 2 are trash. Cut! The 2 spoke in unison, and then the 3 of them stopped talking at the same time. It was as if he was recalling his past life at the last moment, when he was full of energy, when he was controlled by a strange aura. There is no doubt that the fall of the entire sect, tens of thousands of years of torture and confrontation, were all due to that strange foreign aura, a higher power that did not belong to this world. Having survived here in the state of undead for tens of thousands of years, the 3 of them also have powers that have long been sublimated in their bodies. Let's get started! Murong Feng smiled faintly, and the other 2 also chuckled slightly. The 3 of them seemed to have returned to the time when they were full of vigor and vitality. Suddenly, bright lights burst out from the chests of the 3 men. Soon, the 3 kind-hearted old men with white hair and youthful faces seemed to be riddled with holes, and bright lights suddenly lit up. A terrifying aura swept across the entire secret realm of the undead. The next moment, this terrifying aura suddenly exploded, sweeping across the entire undead secret realm. Under the death power of the 3 people, the strange aura disintegrated inch by inch. Correspondingly, the entire undead secret realm suddenly expanded to its extreme, and the next moment, it quickly shrank into a point of light, and then it disappeared forever. Before the light completely disappeared, a faint voice was heard. I don't know if the little bastard can survive to the end. Being born in this era, it's too difficult for him. Well, you're already dead, and we've done our best. Why are you still thinking about this? Yu Chi Yu, do you believe that I can kill you again? Cut! Along with the final whispers of several people, the next moment, all the sounds disappeared, along with the entire secret realm of the undead, the future landing place of the god of death, completely disappeared. Somewhere unknown, an unknown existence suddenly roared angrily. As the sound spread, countless lives disappeared in an instant. The indescribable existence cursed, with endless anger in its voice. Damn bugs! On the other side, the 5 people who had gone through layers of verification and arrived at the city lord's gate suddenly turned around and looked at the bright sky behind them. They seemed to feel something and felt a pain in their hearts. But except for Lin Yun, the others felt puzzled and didn't know why they had such a feeling. Gigi held Lin Yun's hand tightly and said tremblingly, Brother Shirshin, my heart hurts so much. Before he finished speaking, tears as big as beans rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Xiaoyao and the others also felt very uncomfortable, but they didn't know why they felt uncomfortable, as if something precious had disappeared forever. Lin Yun gently patted Gigi Fujiji's head again, swallowed back the tears in his eyes, and spoke with a smile. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. After saying that, he went straight to the city lord's mansion. There is still something I haven't said in my heart. Whether in the past, present, or future, there are always people who stand at the forefront with difficulty. I just hope that the years will be peaceful. Chapter 47. Entering Qilin City, the city lord who acts vigorously. In Qilin City, Qilin Continent. Qilin City is the main city of Qilin Continent, one of the 5 continents of Shinchi. The 5-member group entered Qilin City under the leadership of the Qilin army. Along the way, Gigi looked left and right like a curious baby. Because players must reach the Earth level before entering Qilin City, in Qilin City now, except for the 5 profound level players such as Lin Yun who entered in advance, all other people coming and going are NPCs. What surprised them was that the NPCs in Qilin City were talking about something at this moment, and many of them were staring at the group of 5, with surprise and weirdness in their eyes. The expressions and movements of those who were discussing this were the same as those of the Qilin army officer who was leading the way. The vast majority of the NPCs in the city behaved like ordinary people. Brother Godkiller, why do they call us aliens? Gigi Fujiji, who had sharp ears, heard their discussion and asked Lin Yun in a low voice. Lin Yun smiled and said, Because we don't belong to this world. Oh, that's right. We are game players, and they are NPCs. The term, outer visitors, is quite novel. Several people kept discussing that the main city, which only people of the Earth level could enter, was magical in everything. The Qilin City Lord's Mansion is located in the center of Qilin City. A towering white jade building stood in the clouds, and 4 white cloud stairs in 4 directions extended down from the City Lord's Mansion in the sky, almost vertically and boundless. Looking at this magnificent City Lord's Mansion, Xiao Yao and others' eyes lit up. After walking up the white jade stairs for half a day and passing through a group of Qilin soldiers guarding the white jade stairs, I finally entered the hall of the City Lord's Mansion. There are 5 chairs on each side of the hall. Above a huge chair in the middle is a statue of a Qilin, which is lifelike and gives people the illusion that it will move in the next second. The entire City Lord's Mansion, everything is made of white jade, even the ground is no exception. The entire City Lord's Mansion exudes a feeling of holiness and calmness. Please sit down for a while. The City Lord is out on patrol and will be here soon. The Qilin army officer who led the way nodded, then strode away. This is not a staircase, it's a ladder to heaven. My legs are numb from climbing this. The rich man found a chair and sat down, pounding his legs. After 2 days of intense fighting, everyone was exhausted and wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, log off and have a good sleep. Especially the one whose wealth had been emptied out. He looked exhausted, his breathing became slow as he lay on the chair, and he was about to fall asleep. Seeing this, everyone sat down and waited for the city lord to arrive. During this time, the Qilin army brought in fruit snacks, and everyone ate while chatting about the magnificent scenery that could not be seen in the real world. Only Lin Yun was looking at the property panel. Unknown attribute comprehension progress, 0.0003%. This was something given to Lin Yun by the 3 sect masters before he left the secret realm of the undead. Lin Yun didn't know what this unknown attribute was, and his progress and comprehension was too exaggerated. When would he be able to possess this attribute? It feels so tasteless. However, the expressions and movements of the 3 old men were no different from those of ordinary people, which made Lin Yun guess something in his heart. Perhaps, the NPC would not change until it was enlightened by God. When he meets the city lord, he will be able to verify Lin Yun's guess. After waiting for most of the day, a sound of footsteps came closer and closer. The footsteps were quick, and soon arrived at the door of the hall. A tall and strong figure strode in, dressed in Qilin army uniform, with a white cape draped behind him and a helmet in his hand. His eagle-like eyes scanned everyone, and his bearded face forced an extremely ugly smile. He strode to the chair in the middle and sat down directly, looking at the people in front of him without saying a word. Under this majesty, Gigi Fujiji stood up nervously. You guys are the aliens who completed the mission, right? I think at this stage only you aliens can complete this mission. Sit down and tell me in detail. The lord of Qilin City looked like a soldier. Seeing Gigi Fu Gigi still standing, he waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Then he lay down sideways, bent his right leg and put it on the chair. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank the hot tea in big gulps. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Lin Yun looked at the city lord, who was no different from himself and others, and his guess was confirmed in his heart. The NPCs in the world of Shunqi do not have to wait until Shunqi reflects reality to wake up. As long as their cultivation reaches a certain level, they are no different from others and exist alive in Shunqi. I just don't know at what level the divinely inspired NPC can become like the city lord and others. The city lord's panel was not only filled with question marks, but also flashing red light, indicating that this person was extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know why they called him and others aliens, 3.141592 opened his mouth and told the city lord everything that happened in the secret realm of the undead. This was also one of the mission requirements. After listening to Brother Six's detailed description, the lord of Qilin City did not speak for a long time. He stared at the cup in his hand with eagle eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this, Brother Six did not say anything else, and the few of them waited quietly. So, those three old guys have been under the control of a strange aura for tens of thousands of years. They are considered to be living in the secret realm of the undead? But it seems that they are now completely free. The strange aura has completely disappeared. What a pity for these three old guys. The lord of Qilin City sighed, his tone slightly low. Obviously, the three old men and the Qilin City lord are old acquaintances, which means that the Qilin City lord in front of them has lived for tens of thousands of years. Only Lin Yun knew what the Qilin City lord meant. The three old men worked together to resolve the point where the god of death arrived and completely cleared out the power of the god of death. However, the three of them also died completely. After being in a daze for tens of thousands of years, they buried three sects, including themselves, with their own hands. There are 9 more places with this strange aura. I will contact the other 4 continents to search together. This strange aura is a huge hidden danger. The lord of Qilin City stood up, took out a token from his arms, and threw it directly to Brother Six. Then he put on his helmet and strode towards the door with great vigor and decisiveness. This is the reward for the mission. You can choose any territory in Qilin continent except the city lord's mansion and only accept my jurisdiction. Brother Six quickly reached out to catch it, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. After so much hardship, he finally got the territory token and could finally log off and have a good rest. I need to go to the 4 continents to discuss the 9 strange places, so I won't keep you here. Have fun in Qilin City. I don't know when you will come in next time. He rarely showed an ugly smile, and after saying that the lord of Qilin City was about to leave, he acted decisively and directly, worthy of being the lord of Qilin City who commanded the 4 major Qilin armies. Wait a moment, Lord City Lord. When Lin Yun's voice came, the city lord paused in his steps and turned back in confusion. What he saw was Lin Yun, who had been silent and just staring at him. Anything else? Tell me now! The city lord's tone was a little hurried, with a hint of impatience. These alien visitors have always been so greedy and have no idea of priorities. Lin Yun stood up, took out a badge from his backpack, and threw it directly to the lord of Qilin City, drawing an arc in the air. The lord of Qilin City reached out to take it, took a closer look, and his face changed instantly. He looked up at Lin Yun again, with only anxiety and anger in his eyes. You guys go out first, we'll talk. The city lord spoke this time with a solemn tone, and his beard was shaking slightly. Xiaoyao and the others felt that something was wrong. Something happened suddenly. Although the previous city lord spoke in a hurried tone, he did not have any murderous intentions, and even had an ugly smile occasionally. Why did his attitude change so quickly after seeing the token given by Lin Yun? Xiaoyao looked at Lin Yun, and Lin Yun nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiaoyao did not hesitate and left the city lord's mansion with a few people. After seeing everyone leave, the lord of Qilin City waved his hand. A burst of force burst out of his body and slammed into the gate, which closed with a sound. He strode towards Lin Yun, waved the badge in his hand in front of Lin Yun, and said hurriedly, Why is this badge in your hand? Where did you get it? In the deep forest at sunset beside the corpse of the 9-star commander of the Qilin Guards. Chapter 48 God's Revelation to the Five Continents. The truth about the disappearance of Qilin, the Lord of Qilin Continent. In the Qilin City Lord's mansion made of white jade, the Lord of Qilin City held a badge tightly in his hand, sat in a chair with a sad face, listening to Lin Yun's story. When the waist badge was found, besides the skeletons of all the Qilin guards, there was only this waist badge and a passage engraved on the stone by the 9-star commander. Hearing this, the Lord of Qilin City immediately looked up, his eyes filled with anxiety, as he waited for Lin Yun to continue. Master Qilin disappeared, and we were ordered to look for clues. In the alternation of light and darkness, we found traces of Master Qilin. However, our opponent is not a human, he is a god. Qilin Continent is doomed. These are his last words. Lin Yun opened his mouth slowly, repeating the last words of the 9-star commander from his memory word for word, carefully observing the city lord's expression. He had a hunch that he would be able to learn many truths about his doubts from the city lord today. For example, the reason why Qilin disappeared, whether this god is a god like the god of death, and the reason why professions were scarce in ancient China. Sure enough, when he heard about the traces of Qilin, his eyes burst into bright joy, but when he heard the word God, a hint of fear suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lin Yun's face was filled with joy, he really knew it. Lord City Lord, do you know what God is? Hearing Lin Yun's words, the Qilin City Lord's eyes became very sharp, like a hunting eagle, choosing its prey. From the time you entered the City Lord's mansion until now, you have always had a lot of questions to ask me, right? You seem to know a lot of things that other people don't. The Lord of Qilin City stood up and stared at Lin Yun, with a cruel smile on his lips. What are your intentions? The last sentence was almost in a growl-like tone. A terrifying murderous intent enveloped Lin Yun, and the air around him suddenly became icy cold. A light flashed in the hand of the Qilin City Lord, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Yun. If Lin Yun made any move, he would die in the City Lord's mansion today. Although he knew in his heart that these aliens could not be killed at all. Lin Yun raised his head slightly, as if he could not sense the murderous intent of Qilin's City Lord at all. His expression was very relaxed. He looked into the City Lord's eyes and spoke lightly. Each word is pronounced with emphasis. To protect everything in sight. After Lin Yun finished speaking, the murderous intent that enveloped his body instantly disappeared, and the air returned to its gentle state. Qilin's City Lord laughed. Good boy, it seems you are not one of those so-called lackeys of God. Protect everything in sight. Such a big ambition, I like it very much. Lin Yun smiled. He had dealt with the Lord of Qilin City many times in his previous life. To describe him in one sentence, he had the heart of a tiger but could still smell the rose. Due to his cautious nature, he would not suddenly do something to himself. The Lord of Qilin City sat directly on the chair next to Lin Yun and looked at him with his head tilted. Boy, I can answer your questions, but you have to listen to a story first. I'd like to hear more about it. The Lord of Qilin City took out a pipe, lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke with satisfaction. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 5 rulers of the 5 continents of Shinji, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Lord Qilin, discovered that a strange aura had reappeared in the Shinji world. Again? Lin Yun keenly sensed that something was wrong. Listen to me first, kid! The Lord of Qilin City showed his anger and interrupted me just as I was starting. Where was I just now? Never mind, tens of thousands of years ago. Lin Yun spoke helplessly. You just mentioned that a strange aura appeared again. Oh. Because of the appearance of the strange aura, the rulers of the 5 continents gathered together for a rare occasion. After discussion, the most powerful master, Azure Dragon, was appointed to take charge of the 5 continents, while the other 4 rulers went to explore the reason why the strange aura appeared again. Speaking of this, the Lord of Qilin City sat up straight, with a trace of admiration and endless grief in his eyes. A few days after the 4 continent masters left, something went wrong. That day, the sky of the Divine Revelation world cracked, and a terrifying figure appeared outside the Divine Revelation world, trying to descend when the continent master was away. It was just a pair of eyes. At that time, I couldn't even blink, and the whole world stopped. The Qilin City Lord swallowed and continued. That figure didn't know that the most powerful Master Qilong had already sensed something was wrong, so he stayed alone to guard the 5 continents. That day, Master Qilong revealed his true form and fought with that figure. The sky full of dragon blood and that man's golden blood spilled onto the earth. Every drop of blood weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. The divinely inspired world was in ruins. Because of the fight between the two, many deadly places appeared. Until now, no one has been able to enter. Very quickly, when Lord Qilong was about to be defeated by the figure from outside the domain, 5 rays of light descended from outside the domain onto Lord Qilong. That is, after the 5 rays of light appeared, Shinchi's cultivation became what it is now, and a level division appeared: the sky, the earth, the sky. In that battle, Lord Qilong successfully defeated the figure from outside the domain. Which is the god you want to know about? Qilin was still thinking about the battle that year over and over again, with only admiration for Qilong in his eyes. Then his eyes were immediately filled with grief, and he spoke again with a trembling voice. After Lord Qilong came back, he informed us that something had happened and arranged for the 4 armies from each continent to go out and search the entire world for strange auras. He himself went to rescue the other 4 continental masters. The Lord of Qilin's city held the cup and slowly took a sip of water. Lin Yun discovered that his hands were shaking. Not long after, Lord Azure Dragon brought back an egg that was burning with flames and told us that Lord Suzaku had died in battle. Lord White Tiger and Lord Black Tortoise were seriously injured and dying, and there was no news of Lord Qilin. Qilin's city lord leaned back in his chair and stared at Lin Yun. That day, no one knew what happened. Lord Qilong only had one order: to find Lord Qilin's whereabouts and control the place where the strange aura appeared. Until now, Lord Qilong has been guarding King Long's alone, and has appointed 5 city lords to guard the 5 continents. Lord Baihu and Lord Xuanwu have retreated from the world to heal their wounds, and Lord Suzaku has not yet recovered. For tens of thousands of years, we have never given up searching for Master Qilin, but to no avail. During this period, the Qilin city guards, rear guards, left guards, and right guards have been constantly searching for strange auras in Qilin Island. I have surrounded the location where they were found according to Lord Qilong's request. So far, there is nothing unusual. The entire Qilin city guards disappeared until your badge appeared. The Qilin city lord took out his badge, with only sorrow in his eyes. After listening to this, Lin Yun continued to analyze it in his mind. It was obvious that the figure from outside the domain should be a god. It turned out that they had tried to descend to the divine world 10,000 years ago. What are those 5 rays of light? The revelation of the gods in the previous life reflects the reality. After the gods came, Xuanwu and Baihu died in battle one after another. Why didn't Qilong appear? The hierarchical planning only appeared tens of thousands of years ago, so the 5 rays of light must be the cause of all this, and may even be the key reason for the divine revelation to illuminate reality. What exactly is that? The blood dripping from the battle between the two created a death zone, which was also the death zone in God's revelation. The god who could create a death zone was not a low-level god. What happened to the white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Qilin? Lin Yun originally came here to clear his doubts, but after hearing this his head became even more confused. He felt that the reason why divine revelation reflected reality was that there was a huge hand behind it that was driving the development of everything. You said that for tens of thousands of years, the strange aura that appeared in Qilin continent has been controlled by you, so why did you arrange the task of exploring the secret realm of the undead? Lin Yun felt more and more that something was wrong. If Qilong only wanted to control the strange aura, or the power of the gods, then he would not send people in against Qilong's order. The Qilin city lord laughed out loud and asked Lin Yun back after hearing this. You don't think that the strange aura that Lord Qilong mentioned is the tiny bit of energy you saw in the secret realm of the dead, do you? After hearing this, Lin Yun's heart was in turmoil. The strange aura that Lord Qilong wants us to control is 100, 1,000, or even hundreds of thousands times more powerful than the aura you saw in the secret realm of the dead. We have discovered 10 places where this aura exists, not including the 9 small places that old man Murong mentioned. Lin Yun was stunned on the spot. If the one descending into the secret realm of the undead was the god of death, then what level of beings would descend into those 10 places where the power might be hundreds of thousands times stronger than that of the god of death? The two-winged angel in the previous life didn't even have a place to land. He was just one of the tens of thousands of gods who followed the god of death. For a moment, Lin Yun felt hopeless. Under such circumstances, in such a short time, would he be able to deal with a god more powerful than the god of death? The time for God's revelation is getting closer and closer. After the reality is reflected, God will soon come. Is the world still heading towards doomsday? So what is the meaning of my rebirth? Lin Yun was like a drowning man, breathing rapidly and falling into a deep nightmare. At this moment, Qilin's city lord saw that Lin Yun was not in good condition, and shouted angrily. Wake up! Lin Yun regained consciousness again. What are you afraid of, kid? Lord Qilong is here, and aren't you aliens immortal? You have less courage than strength. Qilin said unhappily. Besides, you said it yourself, you want to protect everything you can see, so you should work hard to become stronger. And you have to eat more. Qilin looked Lin Yun's body up and down, and couldn't help but curl his lips. What a good man, with good looks and a good figure like a girl. A real man should be like me, big and strong. Lin Yun nodded when he heard this. That's right. What am I afraid of? I've already experienced the end of the world. What I need to do now is to keep getting stronger. It's not too late. There's still a chance. I have super god level talent. I can definitely change everything. Then Lin Yun asked again. Lord City Lord, I have another question. Why are ancient Chinese professions so rare in this world? What ancient Chinese profession? I've never heard of it. Qilin's City Lord said doubtfully. What? Chapter 49, Ancient Chinese Occupations. Not existing in divine revelation? In the world of divine revelation, let alone you, the rulers of the 5 continents. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Kirin. They are all mythical beasts from ancient Chinese legends. Even your rank classifications are as mysterious as the sky, earth, and yellow. The Taoist priests in the Taoist temple who appear in the novice village, and the elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that appear in the Xiantian Tower. It's full of ancient Chinese style, and you tell me you've never heard of ancient Chinese professions? Are you kidding me? What is going on? Lin Yun was dumbfounded. Looking at the Qilin city lord in front of him with a dazed look on his face and blinking at him, Lin Yun believed that he was not lying to him. What do you mean by looking at me like a fool? The lord of Qilin city spoke in a muffled voice with a very unhappy expression. What a rude boy. City lord, please think about it carefully. Have you ever seen someone like me? Lin Yun had to change the way he asked the question. Upon hearing this, Qilin's city lord touched his chin. The beard was obviously thick and hard. As soon as he touched it, it bounced back and shook it gently. He stared at Lin Yun again and again. It's true! Lin Yun was overjoyed. There was hope. Outside of Qilin City, there are aliens like you everywhere. Come on, this guy is the same character as Xiaoyao. He will get angry to death if he says one more word. I mean, have you ever seen someone in my profession? Seeing that Lin Yun kept asking this strange question, the Qilin city lord was somewhat impatient. What was so strange about a mage? The city lord of the neighboring Suzaka's city was a top mage, and she was also very beautiful. How about bringing her some gifts when he went to the meeting this time? And then ask her to count stars together? Hey! Why do you have such a lewd expression on your face? Lin Yun quickly tightened his clothes and quietly moved the chair a little further away. A burly man looking at you with a lewd smile on his face would scare anyone. Why didn't I know he had this habit in my previous life? What nonsense are you talking about? Qilin's city lord was about to get angry, but suddenly his eyes fixed, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke again. I think I heard Master Qilin mention the word Xiantian in your name, Master Xiantian. I think they were talking about Xiantian sect? Or Xiantian sect? It's been so long, I can't remember clearly. Lin Yun's mood was like riding a roller coaster, but after a dark period, there was always light at the end of the tunnel. Xiantian sect? Xiantian sect? This sounds like it has something to do with ancient China, but only Qilin knows how to deal with this, and this Qilin has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest The Reason Why the Qilin Disappeared, and receiving the cultivation reward and 100,000 reputation points. This will trigger the subsequent quest, The Reason Why the Qilin Disappeared, to find the location mentioned in the last words of the 9-star commander of the Qilin Guards, the place where light and darkness alternate. Do you want to accept the quest? The system voice sounded, and Lin Yun accepted it directly. If there were follow-up tasks, there would be a great possibility of finding Qilin, and then there would be a chance to understand the huge secret hidden in this world. Under the shocked gaze of Qilin's city lord, 3 rays of light appeared on Lin Yun's body in succession, and his Xian rank 5 cultivation level increased by 3 levels in a row. Oh my goodness! Do you people from the outer world all rely on sudden enlightenment to practice? Or did you take some magic medicine? The lord of Qilin City was very curious. He took the fruit plate placed in front of Lin Yun, looked at it for a moment, and poured it all into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then threw the fruit plate away angrily. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the main quest, The Disappeared Ancient Chinese Profession. The quest reward is an S-level skill book and 100,000 reputation points. The subsequent quest, Ask Qilin about the disappearance of the ancient Chinese profession, is triggered. Do you want to accept the quest? Yes. When I glanced at my backpack, I realized how much I had gained during this period. Backpack: 1,585 gold coins, 8 silver coins, 783 copper coins, reputation points times 2001000, Godstone fragments times 3, S-level skill books times 2, A-level purple suit times 1, B-level orange suit times 2, C-level blue suit times 5, other equipment times 26, 1,000 copper coins equals 1 silver. 10 silver coins equals 1 gold, title drops are doubled. The extra 1,000 reputation points were the rewards for monster sieges long ago. The A-level suit and a skill book were obtained when Gigi Fu Gigi changed his job and killed the Xiantian python. The magic stone was obtained from the secret realm of the undead. It's time to find someone with deep pockets to clear out the inventory. Looking at the Qilin city lord angrily throwing away the fruit plate, Lin Yun was confused. The Qilin city lord had no choice but to give up this unrealistic idea of leveling up several times. He picked up his helmet again, stood up, and patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. Boy, although I think my idea is ridiculous, we have been searching for Master Qilin for tens of thousands of years without any results, but for some reason, I feel that your appearance may change everything. Help me check out the Sea of Nothingness. There is also a strange aura there. Maybe we can find clues about Master Qilin. I have to go and ask the city lords of the other 4 continents for help to eliminate those 9 small places where strange auras appear. Leaving them, there will be hidden dangers after all. Ding! The city lord has entrusted you with a task, commission from the Qilin city lord. Go to the Sea of Nothingness, resolve the strange aura, search for clues about the Qilin, and obtain the Qilin city lord's full-strength attack X2. Do you want to accept the task? Good. Lin Yun nodded solemnly. Seeing Lin Yun accept the commission, Qilin's city lord once again forced an extremely ugly smile. Has anyone ever told you that you have an ugly smile? Although Lin Yun felt something was wrong, he couldn't help but remind the city lord to restrain himself. Bang! Xiaoyao and his companions who were anxiously waiting outside the door suddenly heard a horrific explosion in the city. Then the door opened, and in a thick smoke, the lord of Qilin's city came out holding a helmet and cursing. He glanced at them, stepped on the ground, and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the thick smoke, Lin Yun walked out rubbing his head. If you tell the truth you will get beaten, that smile is really ugly. Seeing Lin Yun coming out, Gigi Fujiji hurried over. How is it? The city lord didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Seeing everyone's concerned faces, Lin Yun smiled and said, It's nothing, I just chatted for a while and accepted a task. After hearing Lin Yun say this, several people felt relieved. After all, the people outside had also felt the murderous intent of the Qilin city lord just now. They wanted to go in to help, but they found that the Qilin army guarding outside the door was extremely powerful. In just a moment, several people were controlled and unable to move. By the way, take a look at these equipment and skill books to see if you can use them. Lin Yun posted the items in his backpack on the chat channel of several people. Fuck! 2 S-level skill books! Several people were stunned. They knew that Lin Yun was awesome, but they didn't expect there were so many excellent items. What a pity, 1 book on archer skills and 1 book on boxer skills. The rich man shook his head regretfully. He now has 3 skill slots, but only 2 skill books that he bought at a high price, and one of the slots is still empty. I want the A-level suit. Name your price. 3.1415926 fell in love with the A-level purple suit at first sight, but there was nothing he could do as he couldn't buy a complete set with his own money, so he was wearing only Pinduodo equipment. I traded the A-grade purple suit to Brother 6 for 200 gold coins. Now the levels of most of the players have gone up, and the price has dropped too quickly. Previously, a blue suit would cost 100 gold coins to a wealthy person, but now 2 more levels of purple suit only cost 200 gold coins. Including the reward from Brother 6, another 300 gold coins were earned. 1885 gold coins, and I don't know where to spend them. After packing up the S-level skill book and a bunch of equipment, and handing them over directly to the wealthy man, Lin Yun sent another item to the group chat. Professional Level Advancement Stone. Introduction. Synthesized from fragments of an unknown divine stone, the user can advance his or her occupation level once, invalid for divine level and above. There is no doubt that although several people are very jealous, they are already god-level professions, and this advancement stone is ineffective for them. The only person who can use it is Gigi Fujiji, because she is the only one who can change her job to SSS level. Seeing everyone looking at him, Gigi Fujiji said very embarrassedly, I don't have that much money. Everyone knows that if this advancement stone is sold, its value will be immeasurable. Not only in the Great Xia server, but in the entire server there are countless people bidding for it. It's okay, you can take it first. I just accepted a mission. It has the same strange aura as the secret realm of the undead. You can only help me if you improve your career. Lin Yun opened his mouth and directly handed the dark advancement stone to Gigi and Fujiji. The wealthy people swallowed their saliva. However, this advancement stone was obtained by Lin Yun alone. The others did not contribute much, so it was difficult to say anything. During this journey to the secret realm of the undead, Gigi Fujiji undoubtedly gained the most. Not only did he obtain the SSS level platinum weapon of the master of the Jiuqing Valley, but his profession was also about to be transformed into god level. However, Xiaoyao is not far behind, and his SSS plus 8-sided Han sword even makes Lin Yun jealous. The poor trio, the other 2 obtained a life-saving skill above the heaven level once. Only Lin Yun was the worst off, having nothing except an unknown attribute, and it was unknown when he would be able to use the progress of his comprehension. After seeing Gigi Fujiji nervously taking the advancement stone, Lin Yun spoke again. The City Lord's mission is to have us go to the Sea of Nothingness to deal with the strange aura and to find out about Qilin. However, you must be at level 30, or Earth rank 1, before you can go there. What are your plans next? Everyone's scalps tightened when they heard the strange aura. The journey to the secret realm of the undead was still vivid in their minds, and they estimated that the Sea of Nothingness was similar. I will build the territory first, and then contact you when the level is reached. Brother 6 took out the territory token and thought about it. He felt that he had not lost out, as at least he got the most important token that he wanted the most. The wealthy man just then remembered, and in a rage he grabbed Brother 6 by the collar. You bastard, I'll pay you back. 1 bottle of mana supplement costs 1 gold coin, so I'll round it up to 10,000 bottles. I'll pay you back now. I need to log off and have a good sleep. It's too tiring. Hello? Is this 110? Someone is robbing. Seeing the 2 fighting, Xiaoyao, who was holding the 8-sided Han sword, turned around, raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at Lin Yun, and said coolly, I will upgrade after dealing with the traitor. Contact me when the level is reached. After saying that, he left first. Everyone agreed to meet again after reaching the Earth level, and then they logged off. Lin Yun looked back in the direction where the Lord of Qilin City left. Thinking of what he had said, he felt that time was running out. It seems that it is time to go find that thing. I wonder if I can succeed with my current strength. Time is running out. Tens of thousands of years ago, the gods tried to bring down divine revelations. So, is there also a strange aura in the real world? Chapter 50, Apocalypse City, Earth Rank 5 Boatman. After the 5-member group separated, Lin Yun went through the teleportation channel alone and came to another city in Qilin continent, outside Tianqi City in Xilin Continent. Tianqi City, one of the 10 cities in Xilin Continent. It is also the most distinctive city among the 10 cities. The only city located on an inland sea. In the setting of Shinchi, the emergence of Apocalypse City was completely accidental. An unknown external force created an inland sea with countless islands. The largest one was Apocalypse City, a city that appeared less than 10,000 years ago. After the explanation from the Lord of Qilin City, Lin Yun understood that the inland sea where the Apocalypse City was located was created after the battle between Qinglong and the extraterritorial gods. Looking at the endless inland sea in front of him, what kind of power could create a sea out of thin air on a continent? What level of strength has Qinglong reached? Along the sparkling coast, many NPCs make a living by the sea, using boats to transport players in and out of Apocalypse City to earn money. Seeing Lin Yun coming, a dark-skinned old man wearing a straw hat came up to him and said enthusiastically, "Young man, are you going to Apocalypse City? I can send a minimum of 10 people, and the price is the lowest in the entire harbor. It only costs 10 copper coins per person. But you have to wait a while. I will send the boat immediately after 9 more people." Lin Yun looked at the old man in front of him with white teeth and a kind smile, and found that there was a scar on his cheek, but it did not look hideous under his kind smile. "How much does it cost to charter a boat?" Upon hearing this, the boatman NPC showed a look of shock on his face, then smiled and said, "Young man, there is no need to charter a boat. There are so many people coming and going here, and we can quickly gather 10 people." Lin Yun shook his head. "I don't want to wait, just charter a boat." The boatman hesitated for a moment, looked Lin Yun up and down, and then nodded. "Well, since you are so determined to charter the boat, I will charge you 90 copper coins." Lin Yun readily took out 90 copper coins and handed them to the fisherman. When the fisherman received the money, his eyes lit up. He wiped his hands, and got on a small boat with a smile on his face as he greeted Lin Yun. Soon, the boat slowly set off under the infusion of the fisherman's skills. When setting off, Lin Yun took a look at the other ships. Many players paid directly to board the ship without much communication between them and the NPCs. Seeing this, Lin Yun turned around and continued to appreciate the scenery in front of him. He smelled a familiar scent, and a barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. As the ship was sailing, the originally sunny weather suddenly changed drastically. The wind and waves grew stronger under the darkening sky, and the ship swayed in the wind and waves like a fallen leaf. "Young man, it seems that we are unlucky today. We have encountered extreme weather that is rarely encountered on ordinary days. If we continue to drive in a straight line, I am afraid that something will happen easily." The boatman turned around and shouted at Lin Yun at this time, but the fisherman's voice was clearly audible in the huge wind and waves. "Let's drive over there and bypass this area. It won't take much time." Before Lin Yun could reply, the boatman had already turned the boat and was moving away from Apocalypse City. Seeing this, Lin Yun ignored it, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the rare moment of comfort. The boatman looked back and saw that Lin Yun had closed his eyes and was taking a nap. He smiled happily, revealing his white teeth. After the ship passed the deserted island, Apocalypse City was no longer visible. The boat stopped moving and Lin Yun opened his eyes. A shining trident appeared in front of Lin Yun, with the tip of the trident less than half an inch away from Lin Yun's eyes. The boatman was still grinning, his teeth still white, but his eyes had become extremely vicious and his expression was extremely ferocious. "Young man, hand over your money. You are unlucky to have run into me." Lin Yun showed a smile and spoke slowly. "Is this enough? Don't you want to go further?" Hearing this, the boatman's eyes changed slightly. Looking at Lin Yun's calm expression, he asked, "When did you find out?" Lin Yun's fingers glowed with a golden light. He flicked the trident that was within reach and slowly stood up. He replied with a smile, "The first time." Feeling the power transmitted back by the trident, the boatman's eyes changed again, and then he said mockingly, "If that's the case, how dare you get on the boat? How can a kid with only Xian-level cultivation get the courage?" Taking a look at the boatman's panel in front of him, Lin Yun confirmed one thing: NPCs above the Earth level have gradually become like ordinary people. The first time Lin Yun saw the boatman on the coast, he felt something was wrong. The NPCs around him all had dull faces. They collected money and drove the boat, and some of them didn't even open their mouths. But the boatman in front of him was not ordinary. He looked very kind and his words were very simple. An ordinary NPC would not be like this. As soon as he got on the boat, there was a pungent smell of blood. As Lin Yun, who crawled back from Doomsday, was naturally no stranger to the smell of blood. This reminded me of the rumors about Apocalypse City in my previous life. There was a boatman with a scar on his face who specialized in robbing players and other NPCs. Not surprisingly, it was the one in front of me. Boatman. Level, Earth Rank 5. Attack Power, 50,000. HP, 30 million. Introduction. The former Deputy City Lord of Apocalypse City was hunted down by Apocalypse City for committing a murder. After escaping from Apocalypse City, he hid himself and mingled with the boatmen to find an opportunity for revenge. This person is extremely good at disguise and has done many evil things. Killing him will earn you 50,000 reputation points. However, Lin Yun found something strange. Although the boatman in front of him had begun to regain consciousness, he still felt different compared to the owner of Haitian Tower and the Lord of Qilin City. There's a feeling of being half NPC and half human, an indescribable sense of incongruity. It seems that one has to reach a certain level before being able to function like a normal person. Lin Yun did not respond to the boatman's ridicule. He clenched his palm and punched. In the air, golden light spread to the entire fist, which looked like it was full of golden light. With a magic power of 32,934 points and the 300% damage of the Golden Watchman, the damage of this punch was close to 100,000. Facing Lin Yun's sudden attack, the boatman was stunned. Since when did a Xian level dare to attack a D level? Has this kid always been so brave? However, when he felt the whistling wind from the fist, his face suddenly changed drastically. This punch felt wrong. In a panic, the trident in his hand thrust out and collided with Lin Yun's fist in the air. The terrifying force vibrated directly through the trident, and for a moment the boatman only felt his hands numb. What a terrifying power! Is this the power that only the Xian level can possess? For a moment, the boatman was shocked. But Lin Yun was ruthless and dodged the trident with a flash of his body, and hit the boatman directly in the face with his left fist. Under the heavy punch, the boatman's entire face was suddenly deformed and distorted, blood gushed out, and then a bright red number floated above his head. 98,802. The golden tunic in his right hand turned into a miniature hammer, which flashed with golden light and smashed towards the boatman's head. The boatman was unable to dodge. The power that was not like that of the Xuanjia swept through his body, and he flew backwards into the sea under the huge force. A terrifying force shook the place where the boatman fell into the water, and waves tens of meters high were rolled up. Falling into the water? Wouldn't that be fun? Kanzi, and I Luchuan! A dark blue talisman was drawn out of the void, flashing with an icy aura as it shot towards the place where the boatman fell into the water. The boatman in the water felt dizzy. He could not believe that the seemingly harmless Lin Yun was actually as powerful as himself. No! He was even more powerful than himself. How is it possible? A useless person who is only at the 7th level of Xian rank crossed the class level and beat me so badly. Before he could think more, a biting cold current surrounded his whole body. The boatman felt numb all over and his movements became slow. The next moment, countless ice cones appeared silently in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless ice cones exploded, causing horrific damage. At the same time, more cold air gradually solidified. In the terrifying extreme cold, the sea water was avoided and layers of ice condensed on the boatman's body. Triggered a freezing effect that lasted for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, under the explosion of countless ice cones, the boatman's health bar dropped rapidly, and terrifying high damage appeared. Since the boatman was under the sea, Lin Yun couldn't find his position and stopped attacking. The only things left on the calm sea surface were the slowly rising fragments of ice cones, and the boatman seemed to have disappeared into the water. Turning the rivers and seas upside down! The next second, a trident quietly appeared behind Lin Yun's head. The boatman was covered in blood and ice, with blue water flowing around the trident in his hand. At this moment, he burst out with unprecedented speed and power. The moment the sound of breaking wind was heard, the trident had already arrived behind Lin Yun. Just when the boatman thought he had succeeded, his pupils, which were originally filled with cruelty, shook violently. At the moment when the trident was about to stab Lin Yun, he slightly leaned to the left, stretched out his left hand which was shining with golden light without looking back, and grasped the trident tightly. Then he slowly turned his head to look at the boatman. There was no emotion on his face, and the smile on the corner of his mouth made the boatman feel frightened. It was not until this moment that the boatman realized that something serious had happened. The boy in front of him was too weird. But by the time he figured it out, it was too late. Lin Yun pulled back with his left hand, and under the huge force, the boatman flew towards Lin Yun uncontrollably. He loosened his left hand that was holding the trident, and in the next second, he tightly grasped the boatman's neck. The extremely hard and masculine golden attribute burst out and swept through the boatman's body. Under the suppression of the golden attribute, the boatman was instantly unable to move. Deputy Lord of Tianqi City? Is that all he is capable of? Hearing this, the boatman's pupils dilated and he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. How do you know that? You'll know when you get to the underworld. Lin Yun stopped talking nonsense. To him now, a boatman at level 5 of the Earth rank was like a grasshopper in autumn and would not be able to jump for long. What's more, there is still a protracted battle to be fought here. He held the boatman tightly with his left hand and smashed him down madly with his right hand. The terrible damage caused the boatman's health to drop rapidly. Under the fierce hammer shadow, the boatman was completely unable to escape the control of Lin Yunjin's golden attribute. What the hell was this? At this moment, he was filled with endless fear and regret. My revenge has not yet been taken. Why did I meet this evil star? Why did I provoke him? Lin Yun seemed to be venting his frustration, and he attacked without holding back. Soon, the health of the immobile boatman dropped rapidly, approaching 10%. Lin Yun threw the boatman, who was covered in blood, out. The boatman felt the domineering golden attribute in his body disappear, and his whole body felt lighter. A look of joy at surviving the disaster appeared on his face. However, before he could laugh out loud, a cold voice accompanied by a red talisman hit his body. The worldly, Yan Yan Lai! Horrible magma surged from the sea surface, huge meteorites fell from the sky, and the entire sea surface was left with only a burning flame, accompanied by the screams of the boatman, the former deputy mayor of Apocalypse City. As the passive ability of the hunter title was triggered, the boatman exploded on the spot with a look of fear, unwillingness and astonishment on his face. Congratulations on killing the escaped deputy city lord of Apocalypse City. You have earned 50,000 reputation points. Lin Yun listened to the system's reminder without any ripples in his heart. After all, the island in his memory was right in front of him. Staring at a slightly dark island not far away, Lin Yun stood on the boat and talked to himself facing the sea. The Shadow Isles. This is it. Thank you for giving me a ride. I hope you will be a good person in your next life. Chapter 51. An existence of the same level as the Titan ape ancient Smilodon. He imitated the boatman and input his own magic power into a crystal in front of the bow. The crystal lit up, and the ship slowly sailed toward the Shadow Isles. The Shadow Isles are different from other islands. There is no grass growing on the island, only endless loneliness and coldness. When we stepped onto the Shadow Island, all we saw were weathered boulders and gravel, not a single living creature in sight. On the entire island, there is only a pitch black hole that appears abruptly in the middle, and there is no other color. The harsh environment makes it impossible for any plants or animals to survive on this island, because this Shadow Island is basically a restricted area, or in other words, a cage. Stepping on the sharp gravel, Lin Yun slowly walked into the cave entrance. The entrance of the cave is very narrow at first, but it is just wide enough for people to pass through. The surface is smooth and moist, with water dripping from time to time, but there is no trace of moss. In the memories of the previous life, Shadow Island was a prison that imprisoned creatures of the same level as the Titan ape. In the previous life, someone killed this creature and obtained something special. Lin Yun came here to take this thing away in advance. This thing will enhance his strength to an unprecedented level. The cave was low and long, and Lin Yun was only tall enough to lower his head slightly. The passage was dug downwards, and it became more and more humid the further down he went. I walked slowly forward, not knowing how far I had walked. It was originally unusually quiet, but now I could hear bursts of animal roars from time to time. The sound was very small and still at a very far distance, but as it moved forward slowly, the evil spirit contained in it became more and more intense. Walking out of the passage, what comes into view is an underground cave filled with a strong evil spirit. Although it is called a cave, it is actually very wide, just like a plane. Lin Yun's eyes focused, and he immediately saw a huge creature lying in the middle. How to describe the size of this creature? Lin Yun was not even as tall as a hair of his. His limbs were like giant pillars. Surprisingly, the dangling fingers on his hind limbs were particularly long, echoing the other 4 claws. 5 sharp claws were faintly visible between his paws, and the claws seemed to be forged from steel. 4 chains glowing red tightly locked its limbs, and every strand of its black and white hair stood up, flashing a cold light. This creature looks like a tiger but is not a tiger. In its mouth, there are extremely exaggerated saber-shaped teeth that are even longer than its head. Although they are called saber-shaped teeth, the teeth are covered with inverted blades and look more like saw teeth. This is the target of Lin Yun's trip, a creature as famous as the Titan ape, the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Ancient Smilodon. Grade? Attack power, 1 million. HP, 100 million. Introduction: an ancient saber-toothed tiger raised by an unknown entity, a member of the ancient saber-toothed tiger clan, a young saber-toothed tiger, which has a 50% reduction in both physical and magical defense, an ultimate fighting race with high attack and high health. Once the shackles in the body are unlocked, they will provide 50 times the value. It has been raised for countless years, has a distorted personality, and is extremely dangerous. Skills 1. Tiger Evil Shock Wave. Absorb the tiger evil in the body and condense it into a shock wave in the mouth. Attack the enemy in front of you, and destroy everything in sight. 2. Evil Spirit turns into rain. Smilodon tigers breathe in and out evil spirit all year round. The evil spirit condenses on each bristle on their neck. The bristles turn into sharp arrows and shoot out, causing a covering blow. 1 million attack power, 100 million health points. This is the power of an ancient saber-toothed tiger that has not yet fully grown up. When the Shadow Owl was discovered in the previous life, the level of the players of Xinqi was already very high. Even so, it cost a huge price and relied on the power of the Kalinza NPC to get rid of this creature. The saber-toothed tiger exhaled murderous aura with every breath. The thick murderous aura surrounded the saber-toothed tiger like a mountain and lingered for a long time, making it look even more mysterious and majestic. Looking at the ancient saber-toothed tiger sleeping with its eyes closed, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, but his health was also 30 million, plus he had accumulated a bunch of talismans, so it was worth a try. Lin Yun looked at the saber-toothed tiger in front of him and didn't know where to start for a moment because its body was too huge. While thinking, Lin Yun's hair suddenly stood up all over his body, and he felt as if he was naked and exposed in the cold winter. A breath of death enveloped my whole body. Lin Yun raised his head stiffly. 2 dark green suns in the sky were staring at him, and Lin Yun sensed a teasing look in their eyes. The black and white hair is arranged in an orderly manner, and the head covered with black mane is very majestic and domineering. The pupils emit a strange green light, adding a bit of mystery. Ancient saber-toothed tiger. Already awake. Lin Yun was instantly frightened, and his body subconsciously rushed forward regardless of everything. A pillar of Optimus Prime instantly smashed down the place where Lin Yun had just stood. A cloud of dust that covered the sky and the sun spread from the ground that was as hard as gold and stone. When the smoke cleared, a plum blossom-shaped pit nearly 100 meters wide appeared where Lin Yun had stood. 5 sharp claws formed a dark and narrow space at the bottom of the pit. 1 million! A full million damage levels rose in Lin Yun's head. Even though he was not hit by the ancient saber-toothed tiger's giant claws, the force generated by the claws hit Lin Yun horizontally, and it felt like being hit by a speeding train. Lin Yun flew backwards, and he felt as if all the bones in his body loosened at that moment, and he felt a piercing pain where his chest was hit by the strong wind. The worldly, Yan Yan Lai! Countless red fire attribute talismans flew out densely. The violent explosion sounded very hollow in this vast environment, and countless magma and meteorites densely covered the huge body of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The entire space was flickering with flames. Only then did Lin Yun feel the vastness of the space under the ground. The boundless land extended for an unknown distance. This is under a small island surrounded by the ocean. Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. The huge ancient saber-toothed tiger was covered in flames. The burning heat made it stand up. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying tiger roar. The ancient saber-toothed tiger that stood up was even larger, its head towering into the clouds, and clouds formed by evil spirits surrounded its body. The terrifying tiger roar shattered the huge rocks into powder, and the tiger roar turned into sound waves that continued to spread. The flames caused by the Li character on the ancient saber-toothed tiger were instantly dispersed by the tiger's roar, revealing black and white hair, but this time there were some more burn marks on the hair. The sound waves of the tiger's roar bombarded Lin Yun, causing a huge and terrifying amount of damage. 3 million! 3 million in damage. Just 2 attacks that did not directly affect Lin Yun caused a full 4 million in damage. Lin Yun's health suddenly dropped by 1/10. The health advantage that it has always been proud of disappeared in front of the ancient Smilodon. More than 30 million health points are as fragile as paper to the Smilodon. The bonus damage from Lin Yun's Li character had little effect on the ancient saber-toothed tiger's health of 100 million. Even in the roar of the tiger, the flames transformed by the character, Li, were directly swept away. If it weren't for the 50% penetration effect of the S-level Red 5 Elements suit, the damage caused to the saber-toothed tiger would be even lower. However, due to another skill effect of the 5 Elements set, 50% spell blood-sucking, Lin Yun's blood volume increased a little, just barely noticeable. The ancient saber-toothed tiger had not been injured for who knows how long. The almost invisible little creature in front of him actually set fire to him directly. The angry ancient saber-toothed tiger raised its front paw again, including the suspended finger, and 5 sharp blades shot out from its palm, and it pounced towards Lin Yun again. However, the damage from Lin Yunli's character talisman also triggered the 20% slowing effect of the 5 Elements suit, and this time the speed was slowed down a lot. But that was only relative to the normal speed of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. For Lin Yun, it was no less than a mountain crashing towards him at the speed of a high-speed train. Lin Yun had no time to react at all and was directly attacked by the Smilodon head-on. Bang! Under the towering pillar, dust once again filled the air, and the scattered smoke almost reached the chest of the Smilodon, which showed how terrifying the power of this attack was. Lin Yun had no ability to resist and was pressed into the ground by the Smilodon's claws. On the giant palm of the saber-toothed tiger with the blade open, there was a hint of the same golden aura as that of Lin Yun. With the blessing of the extremely strong and masculine power, the damage caused to Lin Yun was also extremely terrifying. 5 million! The extremely high damage of 5 million in one strike made the entire space quiet. The ancient saber-toothed tiger felt something was wrong under its claws and slowly raised its giant paw. Its dark green pupils stared at the smoke, and its tiger mouth formed an anthropomorphic smile at a strange angle. Amidst the thick smoke, a bean-sized ray of golden light broke through the smoke. Lin Yun lay on the ground in a miserable state, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. This was because Lin Yun covered his entire body with gold attribute, thus blocking some of the damage. Even so, Lin Yun's health bar was reduced by nearly 1/3 again. This was the first time since he entered the divinely inspired world that he felt despair. The ancient saber-toothed tiger, a creature on the same level as the Titan ape, is so terrifying. Chapter 52 Lin Yun's health is running low and he is in crisis. Maybe it's because I've stayed on this dark island for too long. Lin Yun's appearance just relieved the loneliness and emptiness of the ancient saber-toothed tiger that was unable to escape. The Smilodon stared at Lin Yun, who was lying on the ground unable to move, but its body slowly lowered down. As the Smilodon moved, smoke filled the sky again. This was because the Smilodon's body was too huge. Lin Yun stood up and looked up at the saber-toothed tiger in front of him, whose pupils were flashing with a faint green light. For some reason, Lin Yun had the illusion that he was a mouse meeting a cat. That's right, this beast treats himself as a toy. Before Lin Yun could catch his breath, the cat and mouse game officially began. The giant palm swept towards Lin Yun again, but this time it did not extend the sharp blade. It seemed that the Smilodon was afraid that it would accidentally kill the toy in front of it. Lin Yun hurriedly jumped out of the deep pit, stretched out his hand and threw all the characters in his backpack out, and fled madly without looking back. Kanzi, the reverse flow of the river. Whenever tens of thousands of characters exploded, they would bring up ice cones and cold currents all over the sky. The ice cones continuously fell on the saber-toothed tiger, exploding and causing damage while also triggering cold currents. Countless cold currents converge together and turn into icy fog that fills the sky. Like a smoke bomb, it instantly enveloped the entire scene in front of the Smilodon. Lin Yun's figure was also hidden in the cold current. The ancient saber-toothed tiger was furious. Looking at the vast expanse of white in front of him, he could no longer find the toy. Did the prey that he had caught just run away? Moreover, these densely packed but very tiny ice cones continuously reduced the health of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The frustrated Smilodon's dark green pupils were filled with anger. It opened its tiger mouth with two huge teeth hanging upside down again, and a terrifying tiger roar broke out again, trying to blow away the cold fog in front of it. However, the ice fog transformed from the ice became thicker and thicker under the continuous explosion of the character. As soon as the ice fog in front of his eyes dispersed, new ice fog appeared immediately. His vision was completely covered by the ice fog, almost the entire space. Lin Yun was hit by the tiger's roar and lost more than 1 million health points again. However, with the damage of the character and the recovery of spell blood-sucking, nearly half of Lin Yun's blood volume slowly recovered again. The ancient saber-toothed tiger found that it could not blow away the icy fog in front of it, and it roared in anger, slapping everywhere with its giant paws, leaving one plum blossom mark after another. It also caused the iron chain that locked it to rattle wildly. Gum character chaotic golden watchtower. Leaving the character, Yen Yang Lai. In the vast expanse of white, 4 red chains and a faint green light can be vaguely seen. Lin Yun added the power of the Gung and Li characters to his hands, tried his best to suppress the light in his hands, and quietly went around to the blind spot of the Smilodon's vision. Then he grabbed a thick tiger hair and punched down madly. At the same time, dozens of meters-long Gingjin hammers in the air smashed towards the ancient saber-toothed tiger, attracting the tiger's attention and causing damage. Under the cover of ice fog and the Gingjin hammer, Lin Yun continued to attack the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The ancient saber-toothed tiger was extremely irritable and wanted to move away from this area, but was firmly trapped in place by 4 chains and could only continue to be hit by the talismans. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Under Lin Yun's money-throwing movements and persistent punching, the ancient saber-toothed tiger's health volume continued to decrease. Fortunately, Lin Yun was well prepared. He consumed a large number of red gold and ice blue talismans, and the damage caused continued and gradually accumulated. Just when the ancient saber-toothed tiger's health dropped to 70%, something strange happened. A terrifying light continued to expand in the mouth of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, and continuously absorbed the evil energy around the saber-toothed tiger. The terrifying and violent power gradually took shape, and a tremendous pressure quietly arose in the entire space. Whether it was the Gingjin hammer, or the ice fog caused by the reverse flow river, at this moment, it seemed as if it was man-made and was severely suppressed, and could only hit the chest of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The sky above was clear and bright, and the evil spirit gradually condensed in the mouth of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, gathering into a small sun-like dark light. Lin Yun's face turned pale. The terrifying downward pressure suppressed Lin Yun tightly. At this moment, Lin Yun was unable to move at all. The raised fist took a long time to fall. The next second, the ancient Smilodon's ultimate move was fully charged, and the dark sun condensed from the evil spirit in its mouth turned into a terrifying dark laser. As the Smilodon's head turned, the terrifying light instantly penetrated everything in front of it. It shot out extremely far across the boundless plain, plowing a circular abyss 100 meters wide on the ground. As the tiger's head turned, the black light with almost 360 degrees coverage swept across the motionless Lin Yun. In just a moment, Lin Yun's health dropped rapidly. 10 million! 10 million! 10 million! In a moment, 30 million health points disappeared instantly. If the dark laser had not just swept past, Lin Yun would have disappeared on the spot instantly. Lin Yun, with only more than 2 million HP left, saw his health bar drop to the bottom. This is one of the ancient saber-toothed tiger's skills, Tiger Shock Wave. Just a quick glance and Lin Yun almost died here. The aftermath of the battle in Shadow Island also affected the inland sea surrounding Apocalypse City, and the countless player NPCs who were entering and leaving Apocalypse City by boat. Originally, we were sailing slowly in the sparkling water, which was quite pleasant. But the next second, a horrible shock came and the whole inland sea suddenly became turbulent. Countless players who were enjoying the scenery fell into the water as the boat flipped, and then turned into white light and disappeared in the surging waves. Countless NPCs who fell into the water also died. After the black laser swept through, the ice fog in the sky evaporated and the space suddenly became clear. Lin Yun's figure appeared again in the ancient saber-toothed tiger's vision. To be honest, this moment was extremely awkward. Lin Yun hung on to the Smilodon by grabbing a hair of the tiger like a flea, and made a punching motion with his fist. Seeing the Smilodon staring at his dark green pupils, Lin Yun gave an awkward smile and grinned at the Smilodon. Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, Lin Yun made a goodbye gesture to it, then released his left hand that was tightly holding the tiger's fur and fell freely. When the saber-toothed tiger saw that Lin Yun, who had his hair plucked, was about to escape again, it suddenly roared towards him. Lin Yun's health dropped by 1 million again. In midair, Lin Yun urgently threw out all the can characters at once. The explosion of the talisman once again caused white mist to fill the sky, blocking the saber-toothed tiger's vision and giving it a chance to escape. What the saber-toothed tiger didn't expect was that Lin Yun grabbed a tiger hair again at the moment, when the icy fog filled the air and repeated his previous action. This time, Lin Yun threw out all the pre-made talismans. For a moment, the entire space was filled with gold, red and ice blue. Endless explosions caused flames and severe cold to rise from the location where the ancient saber-toothed tiger was. Once the two came into contact, a more violent explosion immediately occurred. Thick smoke rose from the bottom of the entire island, and the saber-toothed tiger's health was constantly decreasing. Above the inland sea, a powerful NPC had just climbed out of the water and was celebrating the rest of his life after the holiday, when an even more terrifying shock came. The NPC screamed as he looked at the huge wave that was nearly 100 meters high. "My life is over!" Then it disappeared above the sea. In Shadow Island, Lin Yun has found the trick to pass the level. He keeps avoiding the sight of the Smilodon, and keeps hanging on the tiger's hair to launch attacks. Along with all the talisman explosion damage, various slowing, penetrating and freezing effects are also applied. The ancient saber-toothed tiger was locked by 4 chains and unable to avoid the attacks of the talismans. Under the continuous explosion damage, its health was decreasing slowly but steadily. Everything was developing in a good direction, and Lin Yun's health was slowly recovering as the spell sucked his blood. However, when the saber-toothed tiger's health dropped to 50%, an accident occurred again. Chapter 53, Stuck in a Protracted War, Exhausting Inventory. As the saber-toothed tiger's health continued to decrease to 50%, an accident occurred again. Lin Yun, who was scraping the tiger's hair, suddenly dilated his pupils, and a series of cold energy locked onto Lin Yun like a sniper rifle. The saber-toothed tiger in front of him had black mane on its neck standing up, emitting cold light like steel needles. After years of being nourished by the saber-toothed tiger's evil spirit, its black mane is filled with evil spirit. As the saber-toothed tiger roared, the murderous mane on its neck kept falling out, and the dense mane hung in the air, locking onto Lin Yun. Looking at the dense mane floating in the air, Lin Yun's eyes involuntarily looked towards the Smilodon's neck. Seeing that the mane on his neck was still lush, Lin Yun was very puzzled. "Won't you become bald if you lose so much hair all of a sudden? What brand of shampoo did you use that was so effective? A friend of mine wants to know." The mane floated in the air, each strand pointed at Lin Yun. Although they were called mane, to Lin Yun they were like long spears filling the sky. Looking at the blood that he had slowly sucked up with great difficulty, Lin Yun patted his head and thought, okay, he had to start sucking again from the beginning. And who can bear such a thick mane? Call out. Swoosh, swoosh. Intensive sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the bristles floating in the air all rushed towards Lin Yun. The second skill of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, turning evil energy into rain. Lin Yun ran and rushed into the ice fog, trying to use the effect of the ice fog to avoid the thick black bristles. However, these bristles were like they were equipped with a navigation system, locking onto Lin Yun. No matter how Lin Yun changed lanes to avoid, these bristles would always turn around and follow. It's like a dogskin plaster that can't be thrown off. Using the explosion effects of the Li and Qin characters for cover did not achieve the desired effect. Countless black manies followed closely behind Lin Yun, looking like a giant black dragon teasing Lin Yun. The black mane in the air, as long as a spear, suddenly accelerated a second time, and its speed suddenly increased. Bang! 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 3 bristles pierced Lin Yun in succession. Lin Yun staggered, and 2 more bristles followed. 3 million! 2 million! If Lin Yun's blood volume had not been restored by the spell's blood-sucking, he would have died directly. 5 bristle spears pierced Lin Yun's body, taking away 5 million blood points and seriously affecting Lin Yun's escape speed. Because the 5 bristle spears were stuck in Lin Yun's body, and when he ran with the spears on his body swayed. Like a hedgehog running away after being injured. Lin Yun stretched out his hand and grasped the bristle spear. The bristle, soaked in the strong evil spirit, was very cold. After suddenly pulling out the chilling bristle spear, he found that the wounds on his body had not healed due to the infection of the evil spirit. After blinking his eyes, Lin Yun dully reached his hands into the 5 round wounds on his body that were as big as bowls, with a confused look on his face. Firelight flickered through the 5 holes on Lin Yun's body. Behind him, more spears were following closely, determined to leave more bowl-sized wounds on Lin Yun's body. If this was divine revelation, Lin Yun would have died on the spot with such an exaggerated wound. As the evil spirit disappeared, the wound gradually became smaller. A long bristle spear behind him suddenly passed through Lin Yun and sank straight into the ground. This sudden change made Lin Yun narrow his eyes slightly, and he took the time to look at the ancient saber-toothed tiger while fleeing. At this time, countless talismans were still exploding around the saber-toothed tiger, with flames and cold currents exploding in superposition. In the explosion caused by this lethal amount of talismans, the blood volume of the Smilodon was constantly decreasing. 49%, 47%, 42%. The lower its health, the more violent the ancient saber-toothed tiger became. It kept waving its giant paws, trying to stop the glowing gadgets in front of it. But it doesn't matter. The ancient saber-toothed tiger now looks more like an irritated house cat. Maybe because he was too busy to take care of himself, his control over the mane was not so precise. The fact that Lin Yun was unable to dodge in the beginning but now only occasionally gets hit is enough to explain this. Looking at the ancient saber-toothed tiger trapped in place by the red glowing chains, powerless and furious, Lin Yun came up with an idea. He turned around and ran towards the ancient saber-toothed tiger, and a long spear with dense black mane turned around and followed like a living thing. However, without the control of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, the black mane has become a little stiff. He grabbed the tiger's hair and continued to climb up, while constantly dodging the black mane behind him. Along the way, Lin Yun dodged many black-bristled spears, which pierced deeply into the body of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. It's still hair, it just continues to grow in a different place. As the dense mane pierced into the ancient saber-toothed tiger's body, the saber-toothed tiger's blood volume was consumed faster and faster. Lin Yun's health was rapidly decreasing due to his occasional failure to dodge. But don't forget that the 3 talismans that Lin Yun drew day and night are still exploding. While causing damage, you are also healing yourself. The white hair area on the back of the ancient saber-toothed tiger is densely covered with its own mane, which looks like it has always grown there. Use your own spear to break your own shield. Each black bristle spear, with a damage of up to 1 million, appeared densely on the ancient saber-toothed tiger. He was using a tiger roar to shatter the ice and fire in front of him. The dark green pupils revealed a hint of eagerness and anxiety. The little kid in front of me is like an immortal cockroach, and he also has terrifying long-range attacks. Under the intensive attacks, the ancient saber-toothed tiger no longer had the playful expression of a cat catching a mouse. Because unknowingly, the roles of cat and mouse have already been reversed. Under Lin Yun's damage, his health has been slowly reduced to 3/5. 38%, 36%, 34%. Looking at the battle results in front of him, Lin Yun smiled as he watched the ancient saber-toothed tiger struggling but unable to escape. Lin Yun was very curious about who raised this ancient saber-toothed tiger, which was an ancient race of the same level as the Titan ape. People who know the other party's background dare not provoke them, and people who don't know the background don't have the ability to provoke them. However, an unknown entity kept this ancient saber-toothed tiger, which was not yet fully grown, here and locked it up tightly. If the Smilodon was not firmly locked up by chains, it would be almost impossible for Lin Yun's talisman to continuously deplete the Smilodon's blood volume like it was doing now. What's more, the ancient saber-toothed tiger, which had been imprisoned for countless years, was also extremely weak. On this day, Lin Yun was basically constantly dodging and attacking. His natural resistance to both physical and magical attacks greatly weakened Lin Yun's magical output. But victory is in sight, as long as we kill the saber-toothed tiger in front of us. If he gets something like that, his strength will be greatly enhanced, and Lin Yun will be more confident about the next plan. 31%. 30%. When the ancient saber-toothed tiger's health reached 30%, it suddenly stopped struggling and allowed the flames and severe cold to continue to devour its health. Click! A very slight unlocking sound came from the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The sound was not loud, but it resounded throughout the world. At the end of the sky, a place that seems to not exist in this world, there was a young man sitting on the throne. Under his black and white hair, a pair of dark green eyes seemed to travel through the turbulence of time and space and fell on Lin Yun. Two white pointed teeth sparkled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. Lin Yun's pupils trembled as he stared blankly at the ancient saber-toothed tiger in front of him. A ray of golden light slowly lit up under the originally dark green pupils of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. "Are you unshackled? Damn it! I forgot the most important thing!" Chapter 54. The half-complete ancient saber-toothed tiger, the true power of the Lord of Qilin City. In the underground space of Shadow Island, the ancient saber-toothed tiger, whose body was covered with traces of frostbite from ice and burns from flames, was now shaking constantly. A hint of golden light began to appear at the bottom of the dark green pupils, followed by a crisp unlocking sound. What to do? Looking at the ancient saber-toothed tiger that had opened its shackles and was undergoing changes, Lin Yun was frantically thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. He had no means to interrupt the evolution of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The countless accumulated talismans have long been used up. The 5 elements suit's attribute penetration? Freezing? Spell life-sucking? It was useless in such a situation. The execution effect of the hunter title requires the target's health to be less than 10%. It is obvious that the evolution of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, which still has 30% of its health left, is irreversible after the shackles in its body were opened. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yun was helpless. Facing the dead end, he had no idea what to do. The golden light in the ancient saber-toothed tiger's eyes slowly spread and covered the original pupils. Everything seemed very slow, but in fact it was only a moment, and the golden pupils replaced the original dark green. As the color of the ancient Smilodon's pupils changed, a power that seemed to come from eternity gradually revived in the Smilodon. The body of the Smilodon tiger was shaking continuously, as if it was enduring unbearable pain. A low roar came out of its mouth, and slowly, the whole tiger body underwent amazing changes. The already huge body was slowly expanding, and the entire tiger body began to grow larger like an inflated balloon. Under Lin Yun's shocked gaze, the Smilodon's body expanded 50 times. Originally, one could see the Smilodon's neck when he raised his head, but now one could only see its extremely thick limbs. Everything above the limbs was covered by the cloud formed by the evil spirit. On the 4 tiger claws, the originally sharp blades were slowly covered with a layer of golden light, and a sharp chill instantly spread. The originally black and white hair turned completely white in the first instant, and the serrations at the tiger's mouth on the snow-white mane, which had grown countless times, also turned golden. There was a little golden light on the original forehead, and a golden crystal stone was embedded on it, making it look majestic and mysterious. The health bar, which had already lost 3/5 of its power, suddenly increased at this moment, reaching an astonishing level. Although the health bar is not full, the overall quality is completely different. The 4 chains that originally locked the saber-toothed tiger tightly began to crack slowly, and before long, there were several crisp sounds of breaking. The originally red chains broke into pieces, lost their original luster, and fell to the ground. High in the sky, Two huge eyes lit up, and the dazzling golden light like the sun directly penetrated the evil cloud and fell directly on Lin Yun. Bang! The terrifying pressure acted directly on Lin Yun, and Lin Yun was smashed into the ground by this pressure. Lin Yun's health bar dropped to the bottom. The power of just one look was so terrifying. Ancient Smilodon, half complete. Grade? Attack power, 50 million. HP, 49300000000. Introduction: an ancient saber-toothed tiger that has released the shackles in its body, a member of the ancient saber-toothed tiger clan, a young saber-toothed tiger, which has 100% physical and magical defense reduction, an ultimate fighting race with high attack and high blood. Skills 1. Tiger Evil Shock Wave. Absorb the tiger evil in the body and condense it into a shock wave in the mouth. Attack the enemy in front of you, and destroy everything in sight. 2. Evil Rain. Smilodon tigers constantly breathe in and out evil energy, which condenses on every bristle on their neck. The bristles turn into sharp arrows and shoot out, causing a covering blow. Looking at the ancient saber-toothed tiger's new attributes, Lin Yun fell into despair. How can we play this? When it was about to succeed, the Smilodon released the shackles in its body and all its values increased 50 times. With an attack power of 50 million, not to mention Lin Yun who is already low on health, even if he is at full health, he cannot withstand a single attack from the ancient saber-toothed tiger. The health point of 4.93 billion and the color of the blood bar that had changed from red to purple made Lin Yun completely unable to think of resisting. Beat? What are you going to use to fight? All the talismans have been used up. The half-complete ancient saber-toothed tiger is a fighting race as powerful as the Titan ape. It is born to fight. In desperate situations, its talent will be triggered, unlocking the shackles in its body and completing its racial evolution. The ancient saber-toothed tiger, whose body was as white as jade, stared down at Lin Yun, and a mocking look appeared in its golden pupils again. It seemed as if it was mocking Lin Yun for overestimating his own abilities, or perhaps it was mocking the 4 red gold chains that had trapped it for countless years. With just a glance, Lin Yun's health bar instantly dropped to the bottom. The blood volume is empty and the combat power is insufficient. In this unfair battle, the roles of offense and defense were reversed again. Lin Yun once again became the object of mockery. Now he could only drop one level and return to the fountain to think of another way, but the ancient Smilodon was in its semi-complete form. Unless a Titan ape of the same level appeared, no one in Apocalypse City could be its match. And where can Lin Yun find the Titan ape, and how can he get it to help him deal with the ancient saber-toothed tiger? The situation at this moment was completely out of Lin Yun's control. The defeat is certain, there is no chance of a comeback. Lin Yun held on to the gravel on the ground tightly with both hands. He didn't want to give up. After persisting for so long and wasting so much time, Lin Yun couldn't make the decision to give up. If he cannot kill the half-complete ancient saber-toothed tiger, cannot obtain the thing from it, and cannot improve himself faster, then how will he deal with the arrival of the gods? Perhaps it had acquired some information after evolution. The ancient saber-toothed tiger no longer had any intention of playing tricks on Lin Yun. Now, it feels the call of its tribe and can even smell the enemy that has imprisoned it for countless years. The ancient saber-toothed tiger no longer had the slightest interest in teasing the little kid in front of it. It just wanted to rip open its enemy's throat as quickly as possible, take revenge, and then return to its own tribe. It accidentally fell out of its tribe's world and was kept as a pet. Now that its tribe's whereabouts are finally known, the ancient saber-toothed tiger can't wait to return to its tribe. The ancient saber-toothed tiger slowly raised its front paws, and 5 golden blades shot out. Black cracks appeared on the tips of the blades. The terrifyingly sharp blades easily tore open the space, and a trace of chaotic aura diffused from the cracks. The tiger's paw opened and slapped down towards Lin Yun with irresistible pressure. Endless murderous energy instantly surrounded the tiger's claws, almost condensing into substance at this moment. When the tiger's paw pressed down, it was as if the sky was falling, and the entire space of Shadow Island was shaking. Lin Yun's entire body was covered by the tiger's paw shadow that blocked out the sun, and he stared blankly at the 5 golden blades falling from the sky and closed his eyes helplessly. Forget it, let's think of another way. There is absolutely no chance of winning against an opponent of this level. It's just a pity that we almost succeeded. Now that the Smilodon has evolved, we don't know when we can kill it and get that thing. It may be too late. Lin Yun was filled with regret. Just give up like that? A muffled sound rang out within Lin Yun's body. Just before that terrifying force acted on Lin Yun, a beam of light shot out from Lin Yun's backpack and instantly appeared above Lin Yun's head, turning into an ochre-colored light. The tiger's paw smashed down on the khaki light with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, endless thunder sounded over the entire Shadow Island. Lin Yun opened his eyes and looked at the incredible scene in front of him. The 5 golden blades that could easily cut open cracks in space just remained still above Lin Yun's head, and were easily blocked by a thin, khaki light, unable to advance an inch. The ancient saber-toothed tiger's golden pupils shone brightly, and an angry tiger roar resounded through the world, but it was found that no matter how hard it tried, the giant palm could not move forward half an inch, and could not break through the thin ochre light. You were forced into this desperate situation by this kind of bastard? A voice sounded from the khaki light, but it carried a tone of disappointment. City Lord? Lin Yun recognized the owner of the voice and knew what the light was, and his eyes suddenly burst into joy. The Lord of Qilin City in Qilin Continent. The khaki light was one of the 2 full-strength attacks he gave himself. If you have power, you should use it. Why did you make it so difficult to solve something that could have been easily solved? Amidst the flashing ochre light, the voice of the Lord of Qilin City was heard again. The ancient saber-toothed tiger was angry. It had just completed its evolution, but it was unable to do anything about the small khaki light in front of it. This undoubtedly made it ashamed and felt that it had lost face for its race. The golden crystal stone on the forehead suddenly lit up, and the saber-toothed tiger let out a deafening roar. It raised its other tiger paw high, causing the golden and slight space cracks to smash down again. Snort! The Lord of Qilin City snorted coldly. The ancient saber-toothed tiger's roar came to an abrupt halt, and its fiercely falling tiger paw stayed in the air in violation of the laws of physics. The entire tiger's body was restrained by an inexplicable force, leaving only its golden pupils revealing a look of fear. It's just a beast, its hair hasn't even grown yet, but it's only a 1-star heaven rank. How can I force you into this state? Watch carefully, the use of attribute power is wasting several attribute powers in your body. As soon as the words fell, the khaki light instantly shrank and condensed into a point. This point is extremely brilliant. There was no sound, and no clear trajectory. The point of light that was compressed to the extreme appeared in front of the chest of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, and quietly penetrated in. From the outside, there was no wound on the ancient saber-toothed tiger's body. But the next second, a ray of light lit up inside the Smilodon's body. Under the extremely bright light, the ancient Smilodon's entire body almost turned into a transparent khaki light. Then, in the horrified eyes of the Smilodon, a huge ochre light suddenly exploded. The light completely covered the entire body of the huge ancient saber-toothed tiger, soaring into the sky, piercing through the Shadow Island and breaking through the sky. Everyone in the entire Qilin continent saw at the same time the ochre-colored beam of light that shot up into the sky and pierced through it. Heavy and majestic. As if it was the wrath from heaven, terrifying power was condensed in this beam of light, but the power did not leak out at all. 3 city lords in the 5 continents looked up at the sky and sighed. Ouyang's power has become stronger again. The Lord of Qilin City, who was far away in Suzaku Island, looked at the ochre light in the distant sky, put his hands behind his back and spoke softly. This is the correct way to use the attribute. Do you understand? However, a fiery red figure appeared behind the Qilin City Lord, roaring in a suppressed and angry voice. Damn you, Ouyang Jinxiu, where's the firewood I asked you to collect? You've already killed all the game, and you're still pretending to be cool. Upon hearing this, Qilin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu's face changed drastically, and he quickly put on a playful face. He hurriedly picked up the firewood on the ground, ran towards the fiery figure and spoke. Here it comes! Here it is! Here it is! Chapter 55, Ancient Relics. Bloodline Crystal. After the khaki light column disappeared, only a circular column hole was left that penetrated Shadow Island and reached the sky, and he fell into deep thought. At this moment, his mind kept replaying the scene that just happened, and he had some vague thoughts in his mind. The half-complete ancient saber-toothed tiger had completely melted into the light column in an instant when it was enveloped by the khaki light column. The beam of light disappeared, leaving only a golden crystal stone that had shrunk to half the size of a palm floating in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the Big Xia server player God Slayer for killing the one-star hidden boss of the heavenly rank, the ancient saber-toothed tiger. He was awarded the unique title Absolute Defense and was rewarded with 20 million experience points. An announcement will be made to the entire server soon. Do you want to hide your name? The system voice interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts. After coming back to his senses, Lin Yun had some insights in his mind. It seemed that he had to find time to consult the Lord of Qilin City. No! Lin Yun directly chose to deny it. In his memory, the top command of Daxia would make a big move soon, and would also introduce various policies and benefits to high-level game players, aiming to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the entire server of Daxia. I think by this time, Daxia should have known from some source that the divine revelation would be revealed. Ding! Congratulations to the Kalinza player God Slayer on the Great Xia server for being the first to kill the one-star hidden boss of the heavenly rank, the ancient saber-toothed tiger. He obtained the only title Absolute Defense and was rewarded with 20 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the Kalinza player God Slayer on the Great Xia server for being the first to kill the one-star hidden boss of the heavenly rank, the ancient saber-toothed tiger. He obtained the only title Absolute Defense and was rewarded with 20 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the Kalinza player God Slayer on the Great Xia server for being the first to kill the one-star hidden boss of the heavenly rank, the ancient saber-toothed tiger. He obtained the only title Absolute Defense and was rewarded with 20 million experience points. The continuous screen sweeping made Lin Yun famous again. Wow! What's the level of Heavenly Stage 1 star? It sounds pretty cool. I know about the Heavenly rank. After we reach the Earthly rank, the next rank will be the Heavenly rank. Someone who knew the situation curled his lips and typed out an explanation. Can you please stop pretending to know something when you don't? Heavenly rank and Heavenly rank 1 star are two different levels. After reaching the maximum level of Heavenly rank, you will be promoted to Heavenly rank 1 star. Did you read the promotional announcement for several hours in vain? Fuck, so by this calculation, God Slayer is now a 1st star heaven rank? There is really no cure for stupidity. The highest ranking god of war Ling Tian is only at the 9th level of the Xian rank, and the God Slayer is only at the 7th level of the Xian rank. Somewhere in Qilin continent, Xiao Yao, who was leveling up by killing monsters, saw the public screen. A smile flashed across his lips, and then he shook his head. The 8-sided Han sword in his hand emitted a white jade-like light. The long dragon attacked from the sky, slashing at the wild monster boss in front of him. Jiji Fujiji beside him also had a smile on his face, muttering to himself. Brother Shirshin has become stronger again. Inside the Haitian building, Kaikiro and 3.141596 were enjoying delicious food. When they saw the announcement, they looked at each other and said, Hey! How about we go level up as well? What is the limit of the god-killing brothers? Now all the heavenly level bosses have been killed? Stop talking, go level up quickly, we are already at the lowest level now. As the rewards arrived, a ray of light flashed on Lin Yun's body again, and he reached the 8th level of the Xian rank. Absolute Defense. Introduction, unique title, gaining physical defense and spell defense equal to the magic power. An extremely simple introduction. The dual resistance to physical and magical powers that is equal to the magic power would be considered a relatively rubbish title if given to anyone else. But for Lin Yun, it is the strongest title tailor-made for him. You should know that Lin Yun's magic power is all obtained by killing monsters with his super god-level talent. The stacking of magic power is at a godlike speed compared to other players. Now the physical resistance and spell resistance are equal to the magic power. What happens? The strongest meat tank with devastating damage will appear. No! The strongest mage tank. Take the current players for example. Except for some players with powerful special attributes, other players only have a few thousand or 100 attack powers, which is a joke when compared to Lin Yun's 32924 points of resistance. You can't even break the defense, there are just a bunch of misses, what's the point of playing this? You deserve nothing but a beating. How do you fight like this? Lin Yun put on the title and took a look at the panel. So far, he has obtained 3 titles. Possessing a special talent that doubles attribute points after upgrading. A hunter that executes enemies immediately if their health drops below 10%. Now, under absolute defense, Lin Yun has become the real strongest physical method. However, for this trip, absolute defense can only be regarded as a pleasant surprise. The biggest gain is the golden crystal stone dropped by the ancient saber-toothed tiger after its death. This is the only reason why Lin Yun chose to cross the border to kill the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Looking at the golden crystal stone floating in the air, even Lin Yun swallowed hard. Unable to suppress the smile on his face, Lin Yun trotted quickly to the front of the golden crystal stone, stretched out his trembling right hand and grasped the golden crystal stone. Got it! The bloodline crystal! He tightly grasped the golden crystal stone that he had only heard of in his previous life. Ancient blood crystal. Level, God level. Bloodline, ancient Smilodon. Introduction: the blood crystal of the ancient saber-toothed tiger clan, one of the ancient remnants. After using it, there is a 100% chance of obtaining the inheritance of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Looking at the introduction on the panel, Lin Yun couldn't contain his surprise. The ancient descendants, a race that lived in the divinely apocalyptic world in the old times according to the divinely apocalyptic legends, a race that was born with great power, but disappeared for some reason over the years, and only a very small number of individuals live in certain corners of the divinely apocalyptic world. Like the Titan ape, the ancient saber-toothed tiger is one of the tribes. However, Lin Yun, who is reborn, probably knows some inside information and also knows where the ancient descendants are living now. After all, after the gods came in the previous life, a branch of the Titan giant apes among the ancient survivors once fought side by side with Lin Yun. Holding the golden crystal in his hand, the crystal shone brightly, and there was a faint silhouette of an ancient saber-toothed tiger swimming in the crystal stone. The bloodline crystal, even Lin Yun in his previous life had never actually seen it. In his previous life, only one person had obtained the bloodline crystal and successfully inherited the talent contained in it. The one who obtained the bloodline crystal in the previous life was none other than the war god Ling Tian, who is currently ranked first in the level ranking. He is affiliated with the war god battalion, the highest command level of Daxia and the number 1 master in the real world, the war god Ling Tian. The blood crystal he obtained belonged to the Nether Ant, one of the ancient remnants. Looking at the blood crystal in his hand that was glowing with golden light, Lin Yun hesitated. 1% chance is really too low. If one cannot successfully obtain the inheritance of the ancient saber-toothed tiger before the divine revelation, after the divine revelation, there will be no such divine object as the blood crystal, and the ancient descendants who died will die directly. Moreover, the ancient descendants are now hiding their traces and are nowhere to be found. Even if Lin Yun knew where they lived, he couldn't reach them at this stage. So Lin Yun hesitated. Standing there struggling. Whether or not he can obtain the inheritance of the ancient descendants is extremely important for Lin Yun, who is about to face the coming of the gods. After a long time, Lin Yun put away the blood crystal with a self-deprecating look on his face. Finally, he decided to give up and wait until he found another blood crystal before opening it. This way there is some tolerance for mistakes so that you don't lose all your money. However, when Lin Yun put the blood crystal into his backpack, he clearly remembered what the Lord of Qilin City said. Once you have power, you must use it. You have made things so troublesome that could have been easily solved. That's right. Once you have the power, you must use it in time. The worst result is just wasting a blood crystal. But if I really succeed in obtaining the inheritance of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, I will achieve greater growth and have more opportunities, right? What's the point of looking ahead and behind all the time? Isn't the final result to face the gods? Then isn't gaining power faster the most important thing you should do right now? Lin Yun's eyes were bright, and there was no more conflicted look on his face. Lin Yun took out the blood crystal from the backpack again, and muttered to himself as he watched the figure of the ancient saber-toothed tiger wandering in the flashing golden light. Eat the meat or drink the soup, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Yun directly crushed the blood crystal in his hand. A fiery blood power instantly enveloped the whole body. The next second, the only sound left on Shadow Island was Lin Yun's continuous screams. Chapter 56 Lin Yun obtains inheritance. The god of war opens the 5 continents. The Continental War is about to begin. In Shadow Island of Apocalypse City in Xilan Continent. Lin Yun widened his eyes in pain, knelt on the ground, and grasped the ground in front of him with both hands. The extremely hard ground had been scratched by his fingers. As the blood crystal entered his body, Lin Yun's eyes became bloodshot due to the pain. He let out screams and his robe was completely soaked with sweat. Burning and painful. The extreme burning sensation spreads to every corner of your body, as if there are thousands of ants gnawing at your body at all times. The intense pain did not come in a flash, but came like waves, each one more powerful and more painful than the last. The golden blood crystal turned into liquid and flowed into Lin Yun's body, as if competing for territory with Lin Yun's own blood. Faint roars of tigers emanated from his body. Lin Yun's whole body was flashing with golden and white light, his veins were bulging, and his whole body was blood red. It was his skin that was cracking, as if Lin Yun would explode in the next second. Thanks to the protection mechanism of the divine world, Lin Yun will not explode on the spot. But also because of the protection mechanism of Xingqi, Lin Yun remained lucid even in his nearly comatose state, and it was also because of this lucidity that Lin Yun felt the pain more clearly. At this moment, Lin Yun wished that someone would suddenly appear and kill him. This is not a pain that a human can bear. Under extreme pain, Lin Yun's throat could no longer make any sound. He just opened his mouth in pain and breathed in the air greedily, as if doing so could reduce the pain. In Shadow Island, there was only the constantly flickering light and Lin Yun's occasional low moan of pain. As if transforming his body, the liquid transformed from the blood crystal has filled every part of Lin Yun's body, burning every part, and his organs are constantly breaking and reorganizing. Lin Yun was in great pain. What made Xingqi so popular was its realism, which almost restored the pain of real injury 100%. This also led to Lin Yun's miserable condition. The most terrible thing was that, because of its protective mechanism, a normal person would have fainted under such extreme pain, but Lin Yun could not do it. He could even clearly feel the traces of the blood crystal flowing. This will undoubtedly magnify the pain thousands of times. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, when Lin Yun was twitching all over and unable to roll his eyes, the platinum-colored light suddenly disappeared, completely concealed within Lin Yun's body. In a trance, Lin Yun seemed to hear the unwilling cry of the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Immediately, a cool feeling spread throughout the body, washing away the remaining trace of heat, like a ray of sunshine in the cold winter of December, comfortable and warm. Lin Yun couldn't help but groan. The feeling was like the comfort of lying in bed after taking a shower after an exhausting long-distance run, and also like the refreshing feeling of taking a sip of cold soda in the 40 degrees heat. Ding! Congratulations to player Godkiller for successfully integrating the blood power of the ancient remnant, the ancient saber-toothed tiger, obtaining the blood inheritance of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, the remnant seal, and obtaining the ancient saber-toothed tiger's innate skill, Tiger Roar Shock Wave. Hearing the system notification sound in his ears, Lin Yun laughed. However, because he had just experienced extreme pain, his mouth could not be closed at this moment, and his laugh made him look like a mentally retarded person. It succeeded, it actually succeeded. There is a 1% chance of obtaining the inheritance of the ancient descendants, which also comes with a skill. Sure enough, if you don't try, you will never know the result. The cool breath circulated throughout his body, repairing Lin Yun's damaged body like an embroidery needle, but this was just Lin Yun's illusion. In actuality, the blood crystal was constantly strengthening every part of his body. As the blood power was exhausted, a platinum-colored light faintly appeared on the surface of Lin Yun's body, and then disappeared completely. Lin Yun finally came back to his senses, stood up slightly, and when he moved his body, his bones crackled and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Comfortable. Lin Yun couldn't help but think, why not do it again? When he saw the marks made by his own fingers and recalled the pain just now, Lin Yun couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, he was too old to bear it. Obviously, Lin Yun felt that his whole body was full of strength. It was an illusion caused by his enhanced physical fitness. Lin Yun seemed to have thought of something and opened his attribute panel, and sure enough. Magic power, 42,924 points. HP, 33.2 million points. Blue amount, 4,280 points. As expected, after obtaining the blood power of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, Lin Yun's health increased by 1 million points, and the corresponding magic power and mana were also strengthened. What a pleasant surprise! All the pain I've endured is worth it. Lin Yun looked further and found a new entry on the panel. Inheritance, Ancient Relics, Ancient Smilodon. Introduction. The power of the inherited crystal of the ancient saber-toothed tiger clan flows in the body, and the shackles of the ancient heritage are obtained. When the health volume is less than 20%, the sealed shackles in the body are unlocked, and the value of the body is increased by 50 times. It's settled, it's really settled now. This is exactly the only inheritance that he wants to obtain. It is not only the inheritance of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, but also the most important ability of all the ancient descendants. It is also the fundamental reason why the ancient descendants are so powerful. The shackles and seals within the body are unique to the ancient descendants. It will only be unlocked when encountering extreme danger, and after unlocking it, a value 50 times its own data will be obtained. That is to say, if Lin Yun's current health is less than 20%, with only more than 6 million points left, then after opening the shackles in his body, Lin Yun will instantly have 300 million health points and 2 million magic power, physical resistance, and magic resistance. Instantly resurrect with full health and transform into an invincible mobile tank. This is the terrifying thing about the ancient descendants, and it is also the reason why Lin Yun is so persistent and entangled. With this ancient relic shackle, there is a glimmer of chance of success when facing the gods. Then look at the additional ancient saber-toothed tiger skills. Talent skill, Tiger Roar Shockwave. Introduction. One of the original innate skills of the ancient saber-toothed tiger clan, Tiger Evil Shockwave, was obtained by God Slayer and changed to Tiger Roar Shockwave, which uses one's own magic power to condense a shockwave, causing skill damage of 500% of the magic power, proficiency, 0. Oh my goodness, when Lin Yun learned that he had obtained the skill just now, he was still wondering where to get the Tiger Evil unique to the ancient Smilodon. Now it seems that Shinchi is indeed becoming more mysterious and powerful. He actually modified the skills directly. It seems that there is indeed a big hand behind the world of God's revelation that is manipulating everything. Combining the past and present lives, this pusher is a friend, not an enemy. 500% skill damage. This is really advanced, and it is a skill that can be continuously enhanced. Like the other 3 talisman skills, for every 1% increase in proficiency, the skill damage increases by 10%. Lin Yun sighed, this is really an upgrade, all the efforts are worth it. In one day, not only did he obtain the shackles of the ancient remnants, the innate skills of the ancient saber-toothed tiger, but he also obtained the title of Absolute Defense. It was strengthened across the board all at once, and also made up for the previous shortcoming of low defense. For a moment, Lin Yun was full of confidence. All he needed to do next was to continuously increase his health and magic power. Then, when facing the gods, there would be a glimmer of hope for victory. At this time, the voice of the Divine Revelation System resounded throughout the world. Ding! Congratulations to the great Xia server King Longza player War God Ling Tian for becoming the first player to reach Earth Rank 1, successfully opening the connection channel between the 5 continents, and receiving an SS-level skill book as a reward. Ding! Since the Shinchi 5 Continents link channel is open, you can use the channel to travel to other states after reaching the Earth rank. The experience points of all players in the Daxia server for killing wild monsters will increase by 100%. The experience points of King Longza players for killing wild monsters will increase by 200%. Ding! Due to the advancement of the plot, the system will be updated in 2 days. After the update is completed, the Great Summer server will start the Continental War. The other servers need to wait for the connection between their regional servers to start the Continental War as well. Please keep up the good work, players. Lin Yun listened to the system's announcement, and his eyes focused. Here he comes. As expected, it was the God of War Ling Tian from the God of War camp who first reached the Earth rank and started the Continental War. That proves that the development of everything is still the same as before the rebirth, without much change. Then, the top commander of Daxia should immediately implement a series of policies and benefits to attract the people of Daxia to join Shinchi. Correspondingly, time is getting less and less. Continental War. God inspired Great Xia to conquer the 5 continents. The battle between the 5 continents of Qinglong Continent, Baihu Continent, Suzaku Continent, Xuanwu Continent, and Qilin Continent. Only one of the 5 continents wins, and the rewards of the winning continent are extremely rich to an exaggerated degree. And the player who ranks first in the state will receive a unique reward. The top 5 players in the 5 continents after the Continental War will also receive special rewards. Lin Yun smiled at the god of war Ling Tian, who was ranked first on the list. He was the number 1 in the 5 continents, and the strongest player in Qilong Continent in his previous life. In this life, I want this reward. Chapter 57. The Lord of Sanzhou City appears, and the Lord of Qinglong City makes things difficult for him. After seeing the server-wide announcement by Ling Tian, the god of war of King Longzhu in Great Xia, the entire Xinchi world was in an uproar. In a large guild in the beautiful country, the top 10 players all gathered together. Everyone's face looked heavy and the atmosphere was very depressing. They couldn't believe that the top player in the server actually came from Daxia. Someone turned to look at the blonde and blue-eyed President Mike, who was sitting in the main seat. He was at the 9th level of the Xian rank and the best master in their great beauty country. He was about to reach the Earth rank, but he didn't expect to be overtaken by someone else. Mike's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he felt very unwilling. He was just one step away. Post the reward on the dark web and notify the assassination team to take action. After lurking for so many years, it's time for them to show their enthusiasm. The same scene was shown in many places abroad. Unlike the tragic situation on foreign servers, players on the Daxia server were all ecstatic. Due to the different educational environment, parents in Daxia are very resistant to games, which has also led to the fact that Daxia is full of talented people but unable to display their abilities. Daxia's achievements in online games are far inferior to those of foreign servers. After so many years, he has finally taken the lead again and again in Xinchi, which undoubtedly makes many players in the Big Summer server hold their heads high. First, it was the powerful God Slayer that dominated the screen, and now there is a new god of war Ling Tian who is ranked first in the whole server. This situation has occurred only because the game Xinchi can bring tangible benefits and employment opportunities to people, allowing more parents to understand the meaning of the saying, "Every profession has its top talent." If you can make money, you are doing a serious job. If you can't make money, you are not doing your job properly, but this is inevitable. Hey, why is God of War Ling Tian number 1 in the server? Shouldn't it be God Slayer? TSK, God Slayer is just staying in Qilin Continent to show off his power. He is nothing outside Qilin Continent. How dare he think of competing with my great Qinglong Continent? You are overestimating yourself. That's right, the so-called God Slayer is just an S-level suit, while the God of War is already an SS-level suit, okay? The difference between the two is huge. You guys are meaningless now. We are all serving the Great Xia, so we should be united in facing the outside world. While the players here were discussing very intensely, Lin Yun received a message from the Lord of Qilin City. Come here. Feeling confused and wanting to be taught by the Lord of Qilin City, Lin Yun returned to Qilin City again. However, in just a few days, Lin Yun came here twice. Because it was an invitation from the Lord of Qilin City, Lin Yun, led by an officer, quickly walked up the sky-high white jade ladder and entered the hall of the Lord's Mansion of Qilin City. The hall of the City Lord's Mansion had not changed much from before I left, but the people in the City Lord's Mansion at this time were completely different. The Lord of Qilin City had not been seen for a few days. His beard looked even thicker. He was still sitting cross-legged on the central chair without caring about his image, but there were 2 more chairs of the same size on his left and right. One of them was wearing a red robe, and the other was wearing green armor. They were chatting with the Lord of Qilin City. To Lin Yun's surprise, there was a young man in a white battle robe sitting off the field. The young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He sat on a chair with his back straight. He looked very energetic, and his eyes were like torches as he watched the 3 city lords in front of him speak. Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that he would meet this person so soon after receiving the news from him. Seeing Lin Yun walk in, several people looked over at the same time. 2 scrutinizing gazes came from the main seat and fell on Lin Yun with endless pressure. Lin Yun's originally relaxed steps suddenly became heavy. The pressure was so great that Lin Yun had to summon up all the strength in his body to walk normally. Soon, one of the gazes left with confusion and questioning, but the other did not withdraw, instead it increased the pressure again. With one footstep, a footprint was left on the iron-hard white jade floor of the city lord's mansion. The terrifying downward pressure made Lin Yun involuntarily gather all his strength and embed his feet into the floor. Lin Yun looked forward in confusion, and met the eyes of a middle-aged man in green armor. Indifference and disdain filled those eyes, as cold as armor. Lin Yun was very confused. Did this person have a grudge against him? Who else could sit with the Lord of Qilin City? Jia and Yi represent the eastern wood and green, while Wu and Ji represent the southern fire and red, except for the Qilin City Lord who likes to wear an incongruous white cloak. The rest of the states basically follow the 5 elements in dressing. So the 2 people in front of us should be the mayors of the main cities of the other states, the Lord of Qinglong City and the Lord of Shuke City. But where does the hostility of the Lord of Qinglong City come from? Lin Yun stared straight at the Lord of Qinglong City in front of him, his eyes never shifting at all. The Lord of Qinglong City snorted angrily upon seeing this, and a terrifying murderous aura immediately enveloped Lin Yun's body, under the terrifying power. Veins popped out on Lin Yun's body, and his eyes were as fierce as fire as he stared at the Lord of Qinglong City in front of him. The terrifying power caused a trace of blood to seep out of the corner of Lin Yun's mouth, but the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Yun faced a force that he could not resist at all. He raised his left foot with difficulty and took a heavy step forward. Under the pressure, he stepped on the ground and created a deep pit. However, Lin Yun had a calm and disdainful look on his face. Apart from the unusually obvious blue veins on his neck, there was no sign of stress or abnormality on his other parts of his body. If Lin Yun had not obtained the bloodline crystal stone, he would have been crushed to the ground as soon as he came into contact with this overwhelming pressure. At this time, Lin Yun, under the cold look and slightly uncomfortable surprise of the Lord of Qinglong City, forcibly resisted this pressure and walked forward step by step. How brave! Seeing Lin Yun walking straight up to the city lords, the Lord of Suzaku City smiled on his delicate face and spoke softly, his eyes full of admiration and tenderness. Snort! When the Lord of Qinglong City saw Lin Yun's tough attitude, a hint of anger appeared in his cold eyes, and his pressure intensified even more. Lin Yun suddenly felt his bones creaking all over his body, as if they would break one by one in the next second. He was filled with anger, and used all his strength to resist desperately, not allowing his knees to bend even a little. How dare you! Why don't you kneel before me, the city lord? Qinglong's eyes became colder and colder. He wanted to give this Shen-level kid in front of him a warning, but he didn't expect him to be so tough. He was even more unhappy and shouted angrily. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. However, he did not notice that the Lord of Qilin City, who was sitting firmly in the main seat, seemed to be drinking tea nonchalantly, but there was a hint of murderous intent in the corner of his eyes. Lin Yun's entire body was cold, his blood stagnated, and the terrifying force caused his pores to swell unnaturally. Blood oozed out, and his knees made an ear-piercing friction sound. The young man in a white battle robe who was sitting upright on the side frowned, but his eyes were bright as he looked at Lin Yun, with a slight admiration in his heart. Lin Yun's knees made a series of crisp sounds, but even so, his knees did not bend at all. A faint tiger roar sounded from his body, and a golden light shone in his hands. Xu Chua's eyes lit up again. Yes, Ouyang's vision was indeed good. At this critical juncture, he did not retreat at the first moment, but was thinking about fighting with the Lord of Qinglong City. Lin Yun looked calm, as if he didn't feel the overwhelming pressure at all, and spoke with a hint of mockery. The people of Qilin kneel before the officials of Qinglong? Lord of Qilong City, this is Qilin City in Qilin Continent. You cannot have the final say. As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, the mayor of Suzaku City looked at Lin Yun with more and more fondness, while the mayor of Qilin City slightly raised the corner of his mouth and was in a very happy mood. The mayor of Qinglong City suddenly changed his face, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his fingers trembled slightly. He was obviously angry. No one has ever dared to disobey me like this, not even an alien. A murderous intent immediately emanated from his body and went straight to Lin Yun. That's enough! Qilin's city lord Ouyang Jinxiu spoke calmly. His eyes lit up with an ochre light, and Qinglong's city lord groaned, and the murderous aura and pressure on Lin Yun suddenly disappeared. Lin Yun, who had been struggling to resist the pressure from the lord of Qinglong's city, suddenly lost his strength, causing his blood to boil, and he almost fell to his knees. A red flame came from the front in an instant and merged into Lin Yun's body, instantly repairing the injuries Lin Yun suffered from the fight against the lord of Qinglong's city. Lin Yun looked up, only to find that the lord of Suzaka's city was looking at him with admiration and doting. He understood in his heart that, just like in his previous life, the old rogue lord of Qilin's city had eventually ruined the flower of the lord of Suzaka's city. The ancients were right. It was like putting flowers on cow dung. The lord of Qinglong's city glanced at the lord of Qilin's city. His face was calm, but he was shocked in his heart. The strength of this old man Ouyang was becoming more and more unfathomable. Then he could only suppress his dissatisfaction, glanced at Lin Yun coldly, and said slowly, "Humph! Not only is your strength not up to par, but you are also arrogant. Ouyang Jinxiu, are you planning to let this useless kid go to the Church of Light?" Qilin's city lord Ouyang Jinxiu nonchalantly nibbled the fruit in his hand and spoke nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on the Qinglong's city lord. "Do you have any objections? Then King Longzu can arrange for one more person to participate in this matter, and Qilinzu will withdraw. If you have any questions, I will personally meet with Lord Qinglong to explain." Upon hearing this, the lord of Qinglong's city's face changed slightly. This mission was a divine oracle issued by Lord Qinglong. If it was because of him that Ouyang Jinxiu really made up his mind not to send anyone out, he would definitely be in trouble if anything went wrong. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu like this, even though the lord of Qinglong's city was unhappy, he said no more and just snorted coldly. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu curled his lips in disdain, then looked at Lin Yun with pride in his eyes. "Not bad, kid. In such a short time, your strength has increased a lot." Lin Yun rolled his eyes. "Come on, how about you wait a year or two to make your move? Then you will be able to see my corpse." When Ouyang Jinxiu heard this, his eyes were filled with smiles. "Good boy, it seems that you are blaming me for not taking action in time, but in fact you are mocking the Qinglong city lord for his weak strength, and it takes a year and a half to kill a Xian-level person." Anger burst out in the eyes of the Azure Dragon city lord again, but the Suzaka city lord spoke with such a gentle tone that Ouyang Jinxiu rubbed his eyes in surprise. "You are the god slayer that Ouyang mentioned, right? Your behavior is as domineering as your name. Very good." The lord of Suzaka's city had her hair tied up in a bun, and her peach-like eyes looked at Lin Yun as if she were looking at her own child, with eyes full of doting. If it weren't for the doting look in the eyes of the Suzaka city lord, as if he was looking at a child, and his beautiful and charming demeanor, Lin Yun would have been tempted to have wild thoughts. No wonder the Qilin city lord Ouyang Jinxiu was so spineless in front of her. He must be seriously calcium deficient. Snort! The lord of Qinglong's city was in a dilemma, and could only snort in dissatisfaction. Lin Yun looked at the Azure Dragon city lord as if he were a fool. Is there something wrong with him? He keeps humming all day. Is there something wrong with his nose? Can you please go see a doctor? I asked you to come this time so that you can carry out a mission with the number 1 young man in Qinglongzu. Ouyang Jinxiu has swallowed the fruit in his hand in one gulp, wiped his hands, and looked at Lin Yun lazily. Head to Tianyuan City, the Church of Light. Chapter 58. The rampant Qinglong city lord Ao Tianxiang bets on the continent master's blood. I don't agree. Just as Lin Yun was still searching for information about the Church of Light in his memory, the lord of Qinglong city expressed his opposition outright. In fact, it's not Lin Yun's fault. In his previous life, he only had E-level talent. Not only did he have to take care of his own upgrade and development, but he also had to spend time helping Wu Xinyue and the other 2 ungrateful people grow up. I missed a lot of opportunities, and a lot of key information can only be learned later. Regarding the Church of Light, it was one of the Jedi places in the previous life, similar to the secret realm of the dead. Many large guilds were defeated and no news was heard from them. I think it should be a place like the secret realm of the undead, where there is a strange aura that has long been infiltrated by the gods, which is their divine power. After hearing the words of the Azure Dragon City Lord, before Ouyang Jinxiu could react, the Suzaku City Lord frowned first. Ao Tianxiang, this is the task assigned by Lord Qinglong. What do you mean by saying this now? Juchua's beautiful eyes focused, fire flashed in them, and she stared at the Lord of Qinglong's city and spoke in a cold voice. Qinglong's city lord Ao Tianxiang did not change color and spoke slowly. Master Qinglong means that we should find alien visitors with sufficient capabilities in each state to go and solve the strange aura in the Church of Light. After a pause, Ao Tianxiang continued with disdain on his face. This kid in front of me is only at the 8th level of the Xian stage. Let alone dealing with the strange aura, it's a blessing that he doesn't have to wait for others to save him. Do you think I would allow this disrespectful brat to drag us down? Or do the city lords of your 2 continents not take the oracle of Lord Qinglong seriously? A big hat was directly placed on the heads of the 2 men. Ouyang Jinxiu's expression remained unchanged, but the lord of Suzaku's city looked embarrassed and stopped talking. With the Suzaku reaching Nirvana and the Qilin missing, Azure Dragon has become the center of the entire Shinchi continent. This is why Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Azure Dragon City, is so arrogant. Oh? So, Lord Qinglong's city, you are very optimistic about the young talents you have selected? Ouyang Jinxiu spoke in a muffled voice and took a sip of hot tea. For some reason, Ao Tianxiang always felt that Ouyang Jinxiu was setting a trap for him. Every time he wanted to trick someone, he spoke in a muffled voice and had a look on his face that said he deserved a beating. But when he saw the young man in white battle robe in front of him, Ao Tianxiang's eyes revealed a hint of cunning and a false smile. That's not the case, but there is a gap in level. To be honest, there are very few young talents in the 5 continents of divine revelation who can beat him, let alone this kid in front of me. Ouyang, you should find someone else. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you will be held responsible. Qinglong's city lord Ao Tianxiang spoke with a sincere look on his face, but his words were filled with self-satisfaction and disdain. So what if I can't beat you? Any one of us from Qinglong continent can easily defeat someone from your Qilin continent. Ouyang Xiu didn't care about the sarcasm hidden in Ao Tianxiang's words, but the lord of Suzaku's city had an unpleasant expression on his face. That's right, now Lord Qilong has sent down an oracle, requiring each continent to send a young talent to resolve the Church of Light. However, except for Qilong continent, the other 4 continents cannot find even one Earth-level person. Just when Suzaku's city lord Shangguan Yan had an unpleasant look on his face, Lin Yun smiled slightly and took a step forward. May I ask why the Azure Dragon city lord makes this judgment, and what constitutes a young talent? Shangguan Yan was delighted to see Lin Yun stand up and speak, but then she remembered that Lin Yun was only at level 8 of the Xian rank, and she became a little anxious. She glanced at Qilin's city lord Ouyang Jinxiu. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu only focusing on drinking tea and eating fruit, Shangguan Yan's eyes instantly turned cold. Ouyang Jinxiu shuddered but did not speak. Hey, you are only at the Xian level, but you are always showing off, just like a frog in a well. You should think about how to improve your cultivation so as not to embarrass yourself all day long. Ao Tianxiang had a cold expression on his face and didn't even look at Lin Yun. That's wrong. It's true that his cultivation is low, but those who are sitting in a well and looking at the sky are indeed speaking nonsense without knowing the truth. Lin Yun chuckled, and naturally could hear the sarcasm in Ao Tianxiang's tone. Asshole! Ao Tianxiang's face looked grim. He understood the meaning of Lin Yun's words and wished he could kill the bastard in front of him with one palm. However, Qilin's city lord Ouyang Xiu's cultivation was unfathomable, so he had to suppress his anger. Seeing the murderous face of Suzaku's city lord Shangguan Yan, Qilin's city lord Ouyang Xiu finally raised his head and looked at Ao Tianxiang, whose face turned red with anger. In that case, why don't we set a prize and let the young talent from your Qinglong continent compete with this insignificant idiot from my Qilin continent? Whoever wins will get the reward. Seeing Ouyang Xiu speak like this, Ao Tianxiang and Shangguan Yan looked at him in surprise. Without waiting for Shangguan Yan to object, Ao Tianxiang immediately agreed. Okay, then let's have a competition. If you lose, you can just replace him. Don't tell me that in the great Qilin continent there is only this ugly guy left? Ao Tianxiang laughed loudly, but did not notice that Ouyang Jinxiu secretly made a gesture to Lin Yun. 28. I'll take 8 and you'll take 2. Lin Yun shook his head slightly and made a 3-7 gesture, 7 for me and 3 for you. Ouyang Jinxiu looked unhappy, but seeing Lin Yun's energetic and determined look, he knew that this bastard was a stubborn one, so he nodded helplessly. Others don't know, but this bastard Ouyang Jinxiu is very familiar with it. He passed the undead secret realm in the early Xian level and defeated the 3 sect leaders. What use is a so-called first-level Earth-level talent from Qilong City? Seeing Ouyang didn't say anything, Ao Tianxiang spoke again with a slight smile. City Lord Ouyang, what do you want to use as a prize? Oh, then bet less. I'm only at level 8 of the Xian rank. It won't be worth it if I bet more. Ouyang Jinxiu took a sip of hot tea and spoke again casually. Just 3 drops of Lord Qilin's blood. Before he finished speaking, Ao Tianxiang stood up and shouted angrily. Are you crazy? 3 drops of Lord Qilin's blood? Don't you know what that means? Qinglong City Lord Ao Tianxiang had a very ugly expression on his face, staring at Ouyang Jinxiu with his eyes wide open. Shangguan Yan covered her mouth in shock, not understanding why Ouyang Jinxiu was so bold in doing this. Ouyang Jinxiu waved his hand slowly, signaling Shangguan Yan, and then turned to Ao Tianxiang and said, Why? You don't dare? Ao Tianxiang was originally furious, but then he changed his mind and thought of the young man in white. He thought to himself that with this boy in hand, the 3 drops of Lord Qilin's blood would be easily obtainable. He nodded slowly and spoke in a decisive tone. All right. I'll give you 3 drops of blood that Lord Qinglong has rewarded me with. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu revealed an intriguing look under his beard and glanced at Lin Yun nonchalantly. God Slayer, are you willing to fight for Kalinzu? Lin Yun smiled and nodded, but he was shocked in his heart. The legendary bloodlines of the rulers of the 5 continents, others might not know, but he knew what that meant. Why refuse such a good thing? At this moment, a magnetic voice sounded. I am willing to do my best for King Longzhu, even if it means death. It was the young man in white battle robe who stood up and petitioned Ao Tianxiang. Firstly, he was in King Longzhu, and the idea of defending his country was the first creed in his heart. Secondly, he had long heard of the name of the god-killer in Kalinzu, and he was eager to try with the spear in his hand. Ao Tianxiang showed joy on his face and nodded with satisfaction. Ouyang Jinxiu was really getting old and confused. The 3 drops of blood from Lord Qilin who had disappeared for 10,000 years were much scarcer than the blood of Lord Azure Dragon who was still in the divine world and ruled the 5 continents. Seeing the young man in white battle robe petitioning, Ao Tianxiang nodded slowly. Okay. God of War Ling Tian, you teach this ignorant and disrespectful kid a lesson for me.